Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4CJ Chapter 126. Team 7 Feed S Cooperation. A pleased Uchiha Itachi. Please subscribe for the third update. After the battle, Shikamaru collapsed on the ground instantly. He feels. A battle of this level is really too brain-burning. However, the harvest is also full. With 1 Chūnin and 2 Genin, he completed the hunt for a weakened version of Elite Jonin. This not only gave him a full sense of accomplishment. At the same time, it also gave him more confidence to deal with Hidan and Kakuzu. Good. Biho glanced at the 3 people in Class 10. Have to say, Shikamaru was excellent. No wonder in the original work, he was the only one who passed the Chūnin examination. Became the first Chūnin among his peers, compared with him. The battle of Team 7 here is a bit unsatisfactory. Biho pays more attention to Class 10, instead, he turned to look at Class 7. After Biho used wood style to create isolation. The battle between Team 7 and Uchiha Itachi also begins. 3 people from Class 7. Biho was once asked how he should fight a ninja who is good at illusions. And Biho's answer is also very simple, that is. If you don't have the strength to guarantee that you can unlock the illusion, then trust your teammates. If you think your teammates may also be affected by illusions, then just use clone technique and let the clone attack. The main body carefully hides. After all, illusions can generally be cast at mid-range or close range. So, just keep a good distance between the main body and the enemy. Then you will not be affected by illusion. Through the continuous pulling of clones, you can find the enemy's weaknesses. Then attack with the main body, and this time the battle. Little Sakura and Naruto followed Biho's advice. I used the clone technique directly from the beginning, allowing the clone to step forward and attack. But, because the clone is relatively weak, so Sakura's clone was quickly eliminated. Only Naruto's clone was left in the field, constantly fighting with Itachi. And the reason why Naruto can still keep the clone alive. Mainly because Naruto has more chakra. Once the number of clones is insufficient, he will add it immediately. Then, the battle situation turned into Sakura fighting Itachi with her own body. Naruto assisted with his clone, while always keeping an eye on little Sakura. Advertisement: once little Sakura falls under the illusion, then immediately send a clone to help little Sakura break the illusion. At the same time, Naruto also sent 2 clones to protect Sasuke. This ensures that Sasuke can use Sage Mode smoothly. Are they protecting Sasuke? Itachi saw through this tactic at a glance. Although he has the strength to instantly break through the blockade of Sakura and Naruto. But, he did not do so. Instead, he just pretended not to know anything. Fighting with Naruto and little Sakura, because he wanted to see it. What kind of ninjutsu is his dear brother planning to use? Sasuke. Don't let me down too much. Itachi looked at Sasuke and couldn't help but smile. Time flies by. Not long after, Itachi then sensed Kisami's failure. Kisame was killed. Itachi glanced curiously at the wood-style barrier next to him. I couldn't help but feel a little curious about the strength of Team 10 over there. Although that's not Kisami's true form, the strength is slightly weaker than the original body. But, that's not something ordinary Jonin can defeat. Did not expect. The 3 of them actually killed Kisame so quickly. The new generation of Konoha, it's really strong. Thought of this, Weasel couldn't help but glance at Biho. Biho was watching the battle between the 2 sides expressionlessly. That way, it doesn't seem like he is always vigilant to prevent his companions from getting hurt. But watching the play, how strong is he? Itachi couldn't see through this boy. He only knew that the other party was very strong. Such a high-level illusion, just use it. Such wood style was used instantly. This moment made Itachi feel that Biho was a member of the Senju clan. Maybe, he is really from the Senju clan. Itachi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Since the founding of Konoha Village, the Senju clan began to abandon the Senju surname, change it to other surnames, or integrate into Konoha without a surname. Just like Tsunade and Iwaki, according to the regulations, the surname Senju was abandoned. Please give me flowers. He felt that Biho might be from the Senju clan. Advertisement. Just at this time, Itachi suddenly felt a strange energy wave suddenly appear. Then, he turned his head and looked at the place where the energy fluctuations were coming from. As a result, Sasuke was seen standing up. Is this his ninjutsu? It looks a bit like the curse mark created by Orochimaru. But it's a little different, Itachi commented silently in his mind. Then I started to look forward to Sasuke's next attack. And Sasuke didn't disappoint Itachi. After he successfully enabled Sage Mode, he instantly turned on the lightning mode. His entire body was enveloped in lightning-style chakra. The momentum is amazing. 0. Is this Raikage's lightning-style armor? No, not quite the same, just as Itachi commented on Sasuke. Only to find that Sasuke suddenly disappeared from his field of vision. So fast, Itachi's pupils shrank, instantly flashed to the side. However, he did not escape the blow at all. He was directly knocked out. Sasuke's expression was slightly ferocious. Die. Bang. Itachi's body turned into a piece of wood. He used the body replacement technique at the critical moment. Snort. Sasuke sneered. He didn't expect that he could kill Itachi so quickly. He quickly formed seals. A moment later, a thunder attribute chakra spear appeared in his hand. It is Sage Art Thor's spear. Then he flashed his body and pierced Itachi's body with the thunder god's spear. Sasuke felt something wasn't right. Immediately afterwards, he noticed that Itachi's body began to twist. Finally, it turned into a crow and flew into the sky. Illusion. Sasuke's expression changed. Then he woke up suddenly. He suddenly discovered that his lightning mode had been released at some point. And his thunder god's spear was not used at all. The reason why he can get rid of illusions. It was because of the help of Naruto's clone, so strong. Sasuke looked at Itachi, his heart filled with solemnity. But at this moment, Itachi's heart was filled with joy. Sasuke has finally grown up. Chapter 127. The Surprise of the Akatsuki Organization, Summary After the War. 4th update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. A brief standoff ensued between Team 7 and Uchiha Itachi. After a while, Sasuke turns on lightning mode again. Flashed some distance back. After ensuring that he would not fall into the illusion, he activated the Thunder God's spear. Then, relying on extremely fast speed, come and fight Itachi. Because he is fast enough, and Itachi is just a clone, and can't even open the Mangekyo Sharingan. So, Sasuke held Itachi down the whole time and fought. After 10 seconds of this, little Sakura finally turned on Sage mode. She quickly formed seals, then her whole body sank into the earth. It's Earth-style Tulongyin technique, but, after blessing the magic chakra. This Earth Dragon hidden technique has also become more powerful. The speed of moving through the soil has been greatly increased. Therefore, little Sakura quickly cooperated with Sasuke. The completion of 303 became a combined attack. Itachi had just dodged Sasuke's blow and had no time to react. Then Sakura jumped out of the ground and punched her away. Bang! Itachi fell to the ground from the air very miserably. But, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly strangely. After a burst of smoke, Itachi suddenly became a strange Jonin. So awesome, looking at the scene in front of me. Naruto couldn't help but exclaim in wonder, this time. He played soy sauce throughout, only using clone technique played a diversionary role. This made him feel unwilling. I didn't expect that Sage mode was so powerful. No, I must learn this Sage mode quickly, otherwise I can't keep up with their pace. I didn't expect that you would end the battle so quickly. Within the stronghold, Obito, who was sealing one tail, slowly looked at Itachi and Kisame. The enemy is very strong. There was some doubt in his tone. After all, he already knew it. This time it was all imps. Logically speaking, there cannot be an existence that is too powerful. Other members of the Akatsuki organization also looked at the two. There was some curiosity in my heart. It's really strong. Itachi said silently. Then he said no more, but Kisame spoke in detail next to him. That by how? Advertisement indeed, he has strength that far exceeds that of Jonin. He not only knows a very powerful illusion, moreover, it also has wood style. This wood style is very strong, at the same time. I can feel that he has a huge chakra in his body that is no less than mine. Oh, everyone was surprised when they heard this? But no surprise. After all, it was impossible for Konoha to send such a group of people out to die. The team leader definitely has outstanding abilities. The people I fought against were a group of weird little guys. One knows doubling. One will use shadow to control me. One that can sneak right into my body and manipulate my body. Although their strength is not strong, but, because I have no information about them, I underestimated them, so it was calculated. That's a famous disciple of Konoha. It's called Ino Shikacho, Obito explained slowly. Their combination skills are indeed very strong. It seems. Of them, the one named Biho is the strong one, right? Hidan immediately became interested after hearing this. Just right. Wait for them to come over, I will fight him. HMPH, Hidan, are you fighting him? I'm afraid it will turn into minced meat, Deidara heard this and taunted, not as good as that. Give this person to me, I also want to try it out to see how strong this person is. Hidan shook his head. Let me go first, if I fail, you come again. The reason why he was so confident this time, mainly because there are 4 members of the Akatsuki organization in the stronghold here. Each of these people are strong, and on the opposite side. They are all a bunch of brats, only one is relatively strong. So, he is no longer afraid. Hurry up and seal it. Obito said with some urgency. We must get there before they arrive. Complete the seal of one tail. Otherwise, all previous efforts will be wasted. After killing them, they need to be sealed again. Do not worry, that technique should delay us until we complete the mission. Nagato controlled pain and said slowly, everything is under my control. Advertisement inside Konoha Village. Guy, who had just returned from completing a mission, received a new mission directly. Support Biho team? Guy looked at the mission statement and looked confused. Biho actually led the team and took 6 children to pursue the Shao organization. This kind of task. How can you give it to him? Although his teaching ability is relatively strong, his strength is average. Guy. Utatane Kaharu glanced at Guy helplessly. He's very strong, it's just that you don't know. We will give you a ninja dog. Start tracking now. Yes. No more nonsense from Guy, because in his opinion, Bai Hao and his party must be in danger. After all, no matter how strong Bai Hao is, there won't be much practical experience. So, he needs to rush to the rescue, the border of Taki country. Bai Hao broke through the wood-style barrier, have both teams begin to rest together. He himself stood high and quietly perceived everything around him. Help both teams on guard duty. People in Class 7 and Class 10 were a little excited at this moment. While they were resting, they began to conduct post-war summary. This time, but they killed Akatsuki members alone. So, everyone is a little excited and proud, although it's just a copy. But, it was enough to make him proud, however, they still know their flaws. That means the combat effectiveness is still not enough. If you meet a real Akatsuki organization member, I'm afraid I really can't beat him. Even, if it weren't for Bai Hao's presence this time. They will definitely be completely wiped out before they fight 3.7. Shikamaru thought so too. Are we just going to kill him directly? He looked at Bai Hao and slowly expressed his opinion. Through this battle, I found that our strength is slightly weaker. If the battle starts soon, I'm afraid it will become a burden to you. After all, there are at least 2 enemies. Moreover, all of them are very powerful. I think we can wait. Didn't the consultant say that at the beginning? Reinforcements will be sent to us soon. We'll talk about it later. Bai Hao looked into the distance. He planned to talk about it then. Because he didn't know how many people would be in the Akatsuki organization's stronghold this time. It would be okay if there were only 2 people. If there are more than 2 people, I'm afraid some of his true strength will have to be exposed. Chapter 128. Everyone's doubts, how strong is Bai Hao? 5th update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Bai Hao and his party didn't rest for too long before they got up again and started chasing. Because the rescue mission cannot be delayed for too long. Every minute of delay, then Gaara will have one more chance of death. With the help of Wind Speed Dog, they soon arrived at the secret base of the Akatsuki organization. Is that the place? A group of 7 people stood above the waterfall, quietly looking at the lake under the waterfall. That lake is very ordinary. Looking from them, I just think the scenery is beautiful. Know that this is a large lake surrounded by many waterfalls. Others are not visible at all. If Bai Hao hadn't led them to track them here, no one would have thought that this is actually a stronghold of the Akatsuki organization. Could it be? Are they under the water? Naruto frowned and looked into the distance. He already considers Gaara a friend. I am very anxious and impatient at the moment. Therefore, his mood was somewhat abnormal. 19, no. Sasuke shook his head. He had just observed the place with his Sharingan for a while. I noticed the difference here. There should be a special barrier here. Everything in the center of the lake is hidden, if I'm not wrong. There should be an island in the center of the lake. But it was hidden. Right. Hearing Sasuke's words, Bai Hao nodded slightly, confirming the other party's guess. There is a barrier here. We need to find the corresponding mechanism to disappear this barrier. But how should we find that mechanism? Ino looked at Bai Hao with some confusion. I didn't see anything that looked like a mechanism at all around me. Me too. Yes. Several people nodded. They all felt confused about this. Bai Hao was also a little confused at the moment. He knows. In the original work, after Gaara was captured, he was taken to a cave king. There is a huge stone outside the cave blocking the entrance. On the stone, there is a talisman. I want to break this stone. You need to find the other 4 talisman papers around. And tear it off together with the talisman paper on the stone. Then you can break the stone and enter the cave, now. Although the situation is somewhat different, advertisement. But he thought it should be similar to that time. Just find the corresponding talisman and peel it off at the same time. So, the barrier will disappear. The island in the center of the lake will appear again. But, how to find those talismans made by Jia a little confused. He didn't roll his eyes. It's a bit difficult for this situation. But after a while, Bai Hao thought of a solution to this problem. Yes. I can use the Kagura Hard Eye. Kagura's Hard Eye is the secret skill of the Uzumaki clan. After closing your eyes and opening your mind, you can use chakra to detect abnormal behavior within a radius of dozens of kilometers. After taking off those talismans, a dummy will be created that looks exactly like the person who took off the talisman. This dummy has the same abilities as the person who took off the talisman. Same characteristics. So, there must be some special chakras sealed within these talismans. Otherwise it would be impossible to produce such an effect. Since chakra exists, so, you can feel it with Kagura's mind's eye. Thinking like this, Bai Hao simply closed his eyes and began to feel quietly. The other 6 people saw this and didn't say much. Just wait quietly. Found it. Soon after, Bai Hao directly found the 7 talisman papers hidden around him. There are actually 7 here. Do we need more spells to maintain this barrier? Or, just want to stop trackers? After all, only teams with more than 7 people can open the barrier. And, 6 of these 7 people will be stopped by dummies. Bai Hao did not delve into the reasons. Instead, he began to draw a map on the ground. Certainly, The map he drew is the simplest map. There are only directions and distances. There are a total of 7 talismans here, in these 7 locations. Bijou drew slowly while writing, if I'm not wrong. These 7 talismans need to be uncovered together. Only then can this barrier be lifted. 7? Shikamaru frowned. Advertisement. I thought of many things at once. Did they do this on purpose? The purpose is to deal with the 7 of us? Impossible, when they decorated this place. We've just started, they couldn't have known ahead of time. So, is this arrangement intended to block the enemy and delay time? So to say, after uncovering this spell, there may be traps. Delaying time? Are they sealing the tailed beasts? Naruto was immediately happy when he heard this, because he feels Gaara can still be saved. Regarding the matter of sealing the tailed beast, detailed information was written on that flyer. So, he knew this very well. Good, Bijou nodded. That's the case. After uncovering this spell, a dummy with exactly the same abilities as you will appear. They will hold you back, preventing you from going to the island for support. The distance between these charms is still so far. It has completely exceeded the limit of the distance that the clone can leave. There is no way to do this using a clone. Wouldn't this result in only one person facing Akatsuki members? Shikamaru suddenly frowned. Let's wait for support. No need. Bijou shook his head, then he took out the walkie-talkie he carried with him. You wear this and go to 6 locations around. I stay here to unveil the island spell. There are at least 2 enemies, is this really okay? Shikamaru asked the question everyone wanted to ask. Do not worry, I won't joke with my own life. Bijou smiled and shook his head. Go ahead. Everyone looked at Bijou. There was silence for a while. Because they feel that they can't understand Bijou. How strong is he? This is the first question that arises in everyone's mind. Maybe it's because he's too strong and the mission is too boring. You are a ninja, right? This is the second question that arises in everyone's mind. Chapter 129 Bijou's decision. Worried Shao organizes everyone. Please subscribe for the first update. Don't worry. I'll be fine. You know it too. I have always been calm and would not do anything impulsive. Bijou saw that the 6 people did not make any move. I thought these people were worried about themselves. I couldn't help but feel a little bit dumbfounded. Did not expect. I am the big boss of a secret organization. People are actually worried about not being able to kill members of the Akatsuki organization. Suddenly he thought of something again. Then he spoke again and continued. As for the copy of yourself you will fight against. My suggestion is, think about your weaknesses, then use that copy directly. Break through yourself. As long as you are stronger than yourself at the moment when the talisman is revealed. Then the clone can be easily eliminated. After, don't get too close to me either. Because it's dangerous here. No, Naruto heard this and looked at Bijou firmly. Please let me join the fight, if I can take out that enemy quickly. I want to come back and fight, save Gaara from those people. I want to fight them too. Sasuke put his hands in his pockets and looked at the center of the lake gloomily. Jun Bijou, I don't trust you fighting them here. Let me help. Little Sakura looked at Bijou and then stretched out her fist. He smiled and said, I am very strong now, and you can also turn on Sage mode. Yep, I'm here to help too, Ino shouted loudly as she followed little Sakura. Although I haven't mastered the secret technique that Bijou taught me alone. But, strength has also improved. You can also use the hard turn technique to temporarily disrupt the enemy. Hearing the words, alone, and secret technique, from Ino's mouth. Sakura suddenly felt sour in her heart, but, thinking that this is the critical moment to attack the Akatsuki organization. So I didn't mess around with Ino at this time. Bijou. Let us follow you. Shoji took out a small box. In the box, there are 3 pills of different colors. Advertisement, I brought a killer weapon. This time, I must avenge Asuma. If you can't avenge Asuma, I really can't even eat. Indeed. Shikamaru nodded. In fact, we all have reasons why we have to fight against the Akatsuki organization. So, please let us help you together. As for those replicants. I do have a quick solution. That's with the Flying Thunder God technique. Shikamaru took out the kunai with the Flying Thunder God spell that Bijou gave them at the beginning of the mission. With this, you should be able to use the Flying Thunder God technique to come to us, right? Wait until this barrier disappears. You can come to us first and help us get rid of the clones. Then we will come together to kill the people of the Akatsuki organization. Bijou looked at the 6 people in front of him. Lost in thought, he did not think that the 6 people in front of him were the opponents of anyone in the Akatsuki organization. In his opinion, these people can't even defeat the weakest Zetsu. But, after seeing the very firm eyes of these people, he hesitated. After thinking for a moment, he decided to let these people see the terror of members of the Akatsuki organization. Then, he nodded towards the 6 people. Good, wait until you unveil the talisman. I'll come straight to you with the Flying Thunder God technique. Help you quickly defeat the enemy, then use the Flying Thunder God technique to bring you back. Good, everyone was overjoyed when they heard this. They nodded in agreement together. They are still very satisfied with such a plan. In that case, let's start taking action. I didn't expect that it would be discovered so quickly. Within the stronghold, White Zetsu spoke slowly. Those brats have already rushed towards the location of the talisman. And by how? It's right next to the talisman at our door. Get ready to uncover the talisman, then come and deal with us alone. Ha ha ha. Just in time, Hidan burst into laughter upon hearing this. Just right. I want to kill someone to complete the teaching. Advertisement: the last time I fought with that two-tailed Jinchuriki. I didn't even kill her for the mission. Just thinking about it makes me feel really miserable. It actually violated the doctrine. This time, we must kill them all. 1 against 7. Ferret. Itachi glanced at Hidan. I couldn't help but light a stick of incense in my heart. Hidan. I want that by how? Yeah, Deidara said with some displeasure. Don't compete with me for prey. Then let's compete fairly. Be careful, I will blow you into pieces. I saw it said on the flyer. Just fry you into minced meat and feed it to the dogs. You won't survive. How about I give it a try? Hidan's tone was stagnant and he didn't know what to say. Enough. Nagato suddenly shouted, stopping the two from continuing to quarrel. The key question now is, our seal is at a critical moment. Can't be disturbed at all. Once that by how comes in, it will definitely have an impact on our sealing technique. If any of you take the initiative to leave and attack the enemy, it will also lead to the failure of the sealing technique. If it's just a simple failure, not much, I'm afraid that Jinchuriki will die suddenly and one tail will die. In this way, we need to wait for a long time, wait until one tail is revived. Only then can we continue with our plan, and we don't have that time to wait. People from the Black Organization may come and kill you at any time. So, we have to stall for time, delay until the one-tail seal is completed. When everyone heard this, there was a sudden silence. They really don't know how to delay time, however, they all understood what Nagato said. If Bai Hao is not prevented from coming in at this time, then all is lost. This time the hard work was in vain. Not only that, it may take a long time to wait, so they also tend to think of ways to delay time at the moment. The only pity is 10, they can't think of anything useful. What should I do? Chapter 130. One of Black Zetsu's trump cards, the increasingly cautious Akatsuki. Second update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Perhaps, there is only one way now. Just when everyone in the Shao organization was helpless for a while, Black Zetsu suddenly spoke. He is of all people the last person who wants their plans to fail, because if this fails, then the probability of success next time will be greatly reduced. At last, it may even lead to complete failure of the plan. He would have to wait for thousands more years before he had a chance. If it is in the past tense, he might also consider hiding it. Wait a little longer. But, after discovering the emergence of black organizations, after these people also knew his biggest secret, he dare not wait any longer. He was afraid that something would happen if he waited any longer. As a result, he could never resurrect his mother. Or, a new Otsutsuki clan appeared and executed him and his mother together. So, he wants to resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya as soon as possible. This plan cannot fail. He then spoke out and offered his advice. Prepare to reveal one of the trump cards you have secretly collected. Oh, everyone looked at Zetsu together. What solution? 477, Impure World Reincarnation. Everyone was silent for a while after hearing this. For such a forbidden technique, everyone is familiar with Akatsuki. Because she was a former member of the organization, Yin, she often used this forbidden technique. When Scorpion was chasing Orochimaru, he also used the puppet third case cage to fight against the Impure World Reincarnation third case cage. That's a good way. Nagato nodded. Ju, will you never tire of reading it? Right. Black Zetsu responded. He secretly noticed this technique after Orochimaru used it. Then, he began to use all possible means to collect relevant information. Consider it one of your trump cards against the black organization. Who is resurrected? Who is going to use it? I will let a peripheral member use this technique. Black Zetsu spoke slowly. As for the resurrected people, there are many people who can be resurrected. Summoning can continue as long as they are there. Until we completely seal one tail. Then, you can just go out and kill those little devils. He doesn't have any peripheral members, all he could rely on. Advertisement: there is only the more powerful white Zetsu. The reason why he didn't want to leave this matter to other members of the Akatsuki organization. It is to prevent some of these people from doing things that are not in line with their intentions after learning Impure World Reincarnation. After all, these members of the Akatsuki organization. But one is more willful than the other. Good, Nagato nodded. Agreed with this opinion. Delay as long as possible. If it can't be delayed any longer, be sure to say it in time. Good. On the lake outside the barrier, Bai Hao suddenly frowned. Because he suddenly sensed that some people appeared over there out of thin air. And want to do such a thing, or you must know space ninjutsu. Or, it's a monster like White Zetsu that can sneak silently underground. And suddenly a lot of people appeared over there. So, there is only one answer. White Zetsu? Bai Hao looked somewhere and didn't pay much attention. He continues through perception. Lu Shaoqiang is commanded by remote control. And under his command, Lu Shaoqiang also quickly found the talismans hidden everywhere. Now that everyone has arrived at their destination. So, I count down to 3, then everyone takes off the talisman paper together. 3, 2, 1. Reveal. With Biho's order, the 7 people tore apart the talisman papers posted everywhere at the same time. Along with the falling off of the talisman paper, visions also appeared instantly. I saw him not far from Lu Shaoqiang. Suddenly, figures that looked exactly like them appeared. After a while, copies appeared one by one. BJBD. These copies just stood there quietly. Once Lu Shaoqiang makes any move, they will attack immediately. Biho. It's exactly what you said here, Shikamaru said through the intercom. How are you doing there? Same as planned. An island appears. Biho looked at the island that suddenly appeared in the center of the lake. As well as the cave located in the center of the island, he couldn't help but frown. Because he found out, the cave was blocked by a huge stone. And on that stone, there was actually a talisman. The talisman paper that was exactly the same as the talisman paper they just unveiled. Are they doing Matryoshka dolls? Advertisement since the secret was exposed. They are becoming more and more cautious, Biho complained silently in his heart. Then suddenly I felt something strange. He turned to look at the location where white Zetsu had just appeared. There was a person whose chakra changed in nature. It was originally supposed to be a white Zetsu clone. But don't know why, suddenly it changed. It is no longer the original chakra. Is this white Zetsu using transformation technique? Still, Impure world reincarnation? The fluctuation of chakra is obviously much stronger than in the past. It seems that it is Impure world reincarnation. Oops. He rushed towards Ino. Biho was shocked. He already understood what the other person was thinking. Akatsuki's people are obviously not willing to let them destroy the ceremony of sealing one tail. So, let white Zetsu come out and use Impure world reincarnation to delay time. And the timing chosen by white Zetsu is also very good. Now it was time for them to separate, and it's far away. If you grasp it well, you can definitely kill a few weak, little strong ones. Then, their group failed because there were not enough people. The second layer of talisman restrictions cannot be broken. But, white Zetsu obviously didn't know that he knew the Flying Thunder God technique. Everyone, be careful, something unexpected happened. But don't panic, I will save you, Biho said hurriedly on the intercom. Then he directly used the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared next to Ino instantly. He condensed a Rasengan with one hand. Take care of the Ino clone not far away. Then he turned to look in the direction where the people from Impure World Reincarnation were rushing. What happened? Ino looked at Biho in surprise. She heard what Biho just said. Now I see Biho's abnormal behavior again. I suddenly had a bad feeling in my heart, according to the plan. Aren't you supposed to help other people? Why did he suddenly look over there? Could it be someone with Shao? Ino hasn't finished speaking yet. I saw someone rushing towards me not far away, then his eyes widened. His eyes were filled with fear. First Hokage-sama, Chapter 131 Crazy Black Zetsu, Madara. 3 updates, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Looking at the Senju Hashirama rushing over, Biho suddenly wanted to complain. The majestic ninja god. The pinnacle existence under the 6 paths of the ninja world. He was actually treated like a prop after his death, so summoning came and went. I really don't know if it's the distortion of human nature or the loss of morality. Silently complaining in his heart, then he looked at Ino. Ino, I'll take you to another place first. Biho gently patted the big tree next to him. The Flying Thunder God technique was left on this big tree. Then he walked quickly to Ino. Hold me, ah? Ino's face turned red. She didn't expect that going out on a mission would lead to such a good thing. But now is not the time to think about such messy things. She quickly jumped into Biho's arms, and then hugged Biho tightly. Feeling the other person's strength, Biho's face couldn't help but darken. However, he didn't say any nonsense. Use the Flying Thunder God technique directly to reach little Sakura. Follow closely. In a flash, he came to the little Sakura clone. He hugged Ino directly and rubbed a Rasengan with one hand. Turn around in the air and forcefully push Rasengan down. Boom. The little Sakura clone was killed by Biho. Then, he put Ino in his arms on the ground. Well. Little Sakura looked at the scene in front of her. Her eyes were a little nervous. I felt slightly sour in my heart. Another dark villain suddenly popped up deep in her heart. Ino is such an ugly creature. How dare you take advantage of my Mr. Biho? Unforgivable. Sakura-chan, be careful. Biho doesn't know little Sakura's inner activities. After he put Ino down, then he turned to look at little Sakura. After giving instructions, he directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the place. Little Sakura was suddenly concerned for a moment. Wei Wei responded shyly. Then I looked up and found that Biho had already disappeared. Only Ino looked at him with a mocking look. Ugly. What are you looking at? I'm looking at your brain. Hash. Sign suddenly popped up on little Sakura's forehead. Ino pig, what did you say? I said you have a wide forehead. Ino pig, ugly, wide forehead. Advertisement. The two glared at each other and started fighting. Biho doesn't know what Sakura and Ino are doing. After he returned to Hashirama's side, he started fighting directly. Although Hashirama is very strong, but, after Impure World reincarnation, the summoned cannot fully display their strength. So, Biho used the Flying Thunder God technique to get behind Hashirama. A Rasengan shattered it, then take advantage of the other person's body to recover. Sealing technique was used directly, seal Hashirama underground. I didn't expect that the 4th generation ninjutsu is so useful. Biho looked at Hashirama who had completed the sealing. I couldn't help but sigh, so strong at the same time. White Zetsu also sensed everything, and conveyed it to the ontology. That Biho is too strong, he actually knows the Flying Thunder God technique. What? Everyone in Akatsuki frowned when they heard this. Flying Thunder God technique. Originally it was just an unknown space ninjutsu hidden in Konoha. But, later made famous by 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. He relied on the Flying Thunder God technique, he shined brightly in the 3rd Ninja War. Therefore, everyone in Akatsuki knows how difficult this ninjutsu is. Jew, how much longer can we delay? The sudden appearance of the Flying Thunder God technique brought back sad memories to Obito. He looked at Z with some uncertainty, it can be delayed for a long time. Black Zetsu said slowly, in his tone, with some determination. He is ready to release Uchiha Madara, the reason why I never wanted to release Uchiha Madara. It's because he knows that Madara has the ability to unlock the reanimation jutsu. Once Madara unlocks the reanimation jutsu, so, he has the ability to move freely. When the time comes, he will definitely find trouble with the Black Organization. Once he goes to find trouble with the Black Organization, then the people from the Black Organization will definitely tell Madara the biggest secret of Black Zetsu. Once Madara learns Black Zetsu's true purpose, and after all the truth, who knows what he would do? Therefore, please give me flowers. Black Zetsu never dared to summoning Uchiha Madara. Advertisement, but there is nothing we can do now. If the 9-tailed beasts cannot be gathered as soon as possible, he might have no hope of resurrecting his mother. Let's make this world a little messier. Black Zetsu went a little crazy. Get through today first before you can have tomorrow. As for whether acquired existence exists or not, then worry about it tomorrow. Things always have a way to work out, thinking like this. He directly informed White Zetsu and asked him to summoning Madara. Biho after solving Hashirama, then use the Flying Thunder God technique to flash quickly among the remaining 4 Xiaoqiang. At the same time, use your own powerful strength. Eliminate all 4 remaining clones. 0 and brought the 6 Xiaoqiang together again. What happened? Why has this operation become so urgent? Did Akatsuki's people use some secret technique? After a group of people gathered together, then he started to ask questions. Right. Biho nodded when he heard this, then he looked at where White Zetsu was hiding. He can feel it. White Zetsu used Impure World Reincarnation again. They used Impure World Reincarnation. The 1st generation project summoning has just been released. However, it has been solved by me. What? Several people were shocked at the same time. Although he guessed that Biho had already eliminated the opponent's ending. But, when Biho said this, they still felt shocked in their hearts. Think back to the beginning, when Orochimaru summons 1st generation. But after fighting with the 3rd generation project for a long time, there is no way to solve the 3rd generation project. Finally arrived at Biho, it was solved in an instant. This is really surprising. You guys stay away, there are new enemies coming. Biho didn't give them time to be surprised and said directly, it's still Impure World Reincarnation. But I don't know who it is. Several people guessed such a possibility. So, they all stepped back, however, they haven't gone far yet. Then I saw a middle-aged man with a Sharingan striding over with an indifferent expression. Uchiha Madara. Sasuke's pupils shrank suddenly. Chapter 132 Uchiha Madara is slightly weaker than Biho expected. 4th update. Please subscribe and ask for automatic. The familiar forehead protector. Uchiha Madara looked at the 7 people in front of her coldly. There was a little sarcasm on his face. You can't be more than 13 years old. At such an age, I actually need to take action myself. It seems, that guy's plan didn't go very smoothly. And, I was actually resurrected in this way. Madara at this moment. Absolutely disappointed. Lord Madara. Beside Madara, a White Zetsu suddenly emerged from the ground. The plan had some surprises, because the Black Organization suddenly appeared and exposed all the information about our organization. So, we are very passive now. Black Organization? What is it? I don't know the origin, but very strong. Their leader can resurrect others without harm. You can also make artificial tailed beasts. Oh, 140? Uchiha Madara raised her eyebrows when she heard this. I have some interest in that Black Organization, it seems. What an incredible organization, but, what is going on? Because time is tight, so, after White Zetsu summoned Madara. He just asked him to come over first, so, Madara didn't have time to tell many things. We captured 1 tail and 2 tails Jinchuriki not long ago. These people, just chasing soldiers, you can't handle such a small ninja? Master Madara, the other 6 are easier to say. The leader is too strong. That person, White Zetsu did not identify who it was. However, Madara has already looked at Biho, in his perception. Biho is indeed the strongest among these people. But, after taking a look, then he looked at Sasuke again. There's another Uchiha, finished watching Sasuke. He glanced at Naruto again. 9 tails, quite an interesting combination. Now, the 9 tails inside Naruto was very violent. It has sensed Madara's arrival. Therefore, a little bit of 9 tails chakra has begun to appear on Naruto's body. Advertisement it is precisely because of this reason. So, only Madara could sense that Naruto was 9 tails Jinchuriki so easily. It's really strong. Biho looked at Madara quietly. He is constantly observing the opponent's strength. Turn out, much better than the first generation project just now. The main reason may be that the raw materials are different. And, first generation items have no autonomous consciousness. But Madara does. Therefore, this dirty land Madara is very powerful. Lord Madara, White Zetsu continued, the critical time is now to seal one tail. We cannot let these people continue to cause trouble. Rest assured. Madara responded expressionlessly. Then he jumped in front of the 7 Biho people. He released his murderous intent without reservation. Boom. Liu Shaoqiang immediately felt a very terrifying aura pressing towards him. In an instant, they lost the courage to even move. Dark Walk Technique. Biho quickly used illusion skills. Pull Madara into a pure black fantasy space, interrupting the murderous intent that the other party continued to unleash. Then he quickly pulled the 6 Shaoqiang away. He quickly returned to his original place. And at this moment, Madara has broken his illusion. Dark Walk Technique. Madara had a look of reminiscence on her face. I remember, Hashirama liked to use this very much back then. Imp, your illusion seems to have a somewhat mixed feel. But, you shouldn't use illusions in front of me. Say it. He rushed towards Biho directly. Biho rushed towards Madara without fear. Both of them used physical skills and fought for hundreds of rounds in a matter of seconds. Too horrible. Ino was still a little scared at the moment. It feels more powerful than first generation, B. So strong. Little Sakura looked at Biho, secretly stunned. She thought about the idea of becoming stronger and protecting Biho. I felt ashamed to be able to fight like this with Uchiha Madara. Shikamaru looked ahead and couldn't help but sigh. He's much better than I thought. Madara. Sasuke clenched his fists and looked at the man fighting Biho. Did not expect. He just used murderous intent to make me afraid to move. The legendary ninja, it certainly lives up to its reputation. Advertisement too strong. I wonder who is better than Itachi. But Biho is really awesome. He can actually match Madara in physical skills. No, it's faintly overpowering Madara, horrible. So strong. Naruto was a little sluggish. He just felt something strange in 9 tails. But after taking a look, 9 tails is actually honest. This is something that has never happened before. So strong. Choji recalled the only high-level battle he had ever experienced. That is, the battle between Hidan and Kakuzu, at that time. He felt like a helpless little ant. It feels like Kakuzu must be one of the most powerful ninjas in the world. But now he discovered it. Kakuzu can't compete with Madara. Madara is so scary, but Biho is so strong. Did not expect. You have such powerful physical skills at a young age. Madara after exchanging palms with Biho, then he distanced himself from Biho. No wonder you're giving them so much trouble, but that's it for you. As Madara spoke, she released a ninjutsu. Fire style. The fire is extinguished. A terrifying wave of fire struck violently. Biho frowned. Subsequently, he quickly released a ninjutsu at the same speed as Madara. Water style. Water barrier, although it is only a 4.1 B level ninjutsu. But in the hands of Biho, it has a power that far exceeds that of a level ninjutsu. A very terrifying wave of water instantly rose from his side. Completely blocked Madara's fire style. Madara's strength doesn't seem to be very strong. Much weaker than I expected. Biho frowned in thought. He feels. Madara's strength does not seem to have reached the limit of Impure World reincarnation. Perhaps, it's because the users are not as good as Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto. In his memory, Yakushi Kabuto later made Impure World reincarnation slightly more powerful. It is also specially processed according to the situation of Uchiha Madara. The Madara that came out of summoning at the end was very powerful. But the one in front of me is much weaker, it seems. It's about to end. Biho clasped his hands together. Turn on Sage Mode in seconds. Chapter 133. Madara exits disappointed. Biho's true strength. 5th update. Please subscribe and ask for automatic. Earth style castle wall. Biho clapped his hands on the surface of the lake. Suddenly, the entire lake began to shake. Uchiha Madara was stunned when he saw this. He felt a terrifying amount of chakra pouring out of Biho's body. The amount of chakra suddenly increased. And this feeling is immortal magic. Uchiha Madara was stunned when he saw this. Then he smiled. Could it be? Is this guy from the Senju clan? There is such a huge amount of chakra. Can you also know magic and dark arts? Just when Madara was thinking wildly, the originally beautiful lake suddenly disappeared. Instead, It is a piece of slightly moist loess. Bijou actually created a new island in the lake out of thin air. And connected this island with the original island in the outside land. The original lake completely disappeared, however. This isn't the end yet. After Bijou created such a large piece of land. Start forming seals again. Wood-style the tree world is coming. Accompanied by Bijou's magic, countless big trees suddenly appeared on the ground. 19. In just an instant, the originally desolate piece of land that had just been built was transformed. It is full of various plants. After creating an island, he actually created a large forest. Wood-style. Madara was stunned again. The smile on his face became even brighter. At the same time, he was originally the Sharingan of the three Magatama, but now he has become the Mangekyo Sharingan. Bijou's face was neither red nor out of breath. It was as if I had just been taking a walk, then make the seal again. Sage art wood style true several thousand hands. Boom boom boom, accompanied by Bijou's magic. The ground suddenly shook, just the next moment. A very huge Senju Buddha statue just rises from the ground. What? What is this? The 6 Xiaoqiang who were watching were instantly frightened by such a terrifying battle scene. Is this Bijou's true strength? This Buddha statue is probably several hundred meters high, right? Naruto said with wide eyes, fear and envy on his face. I wish I could become this strong one day. Is this the true power of Sage Mode? Sasuke's heart trembled slightly. He felt that if he could use such powerful ninjutsu. Advertisement, it's no problem to deal with an Uchiha Itachi. No, I need to practice quickly, be so strong. Little Sakura swallowed her saliva and admired the sun. He didn't want to be a ninja, definitely because being a genin is so boring. Think about it too. Such a powerful ninja, it's simply too humiliating to be tasked with finding cats and dogs. I must practice the chakra fusion method well. Ino looked at the scene in front of her. I secretly made up my mind, after I fuse chakra, I also have wood style. By the time, I can definitely have more strength than an ordinary jonin. I didn't expect Bijou to be so scary, Shikamaru thought more. No wonder the consultant dared to let him lead the team alone. No wonder he dared to break into the Akatsuki organization's stronghold alone. There is such great strength, and with the Flying Thunder God technique. I'm afraid those people from the Akatsuki organization can't stop him at all, right? Very nice, we have such a strong person in Konoha. Even if the Black organization comes one day, we are not afraid. Not good. Within the stronghold, all the ninjas opened their eyes almost at the same time. Then they looked outside together, although nothing can be seen. But they can all sense the terrifying chakra outside. And the white Zetsu body. Then he got the feedback from the clone outside right away. Bijou is really too strong. It is only slightly more built than the former Senju Hashirama. White Zetsu suddenly spoke. Just, Bijou turned on Sage Mode. Use Earth style to create a new island, if you go out and watch. We'll definitely find out, the original lake is gone. It became a complete continent, after, he used wood style again. The new continent is gone again, it became a forest. After, he used Senju Hashirama's true several thousand hands again. A Senju Buddha appeared just like that. I'm afraid, Impure World reincarnation can't hold him back. Even if Uchiha Madara summoning has been released. To no avail, it won't take long. Advertisement, he will break through the barrier directly. Rush in. When everyone heard this, there was a sudden silence. Could it be? Is my plan doomed to fail? Black Zetsu felt a sense of despair. No, I cannot be reconciled. I must resurrect my mother. Ha 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 ha. Outside world. Uchiha Madara didn't know what to think of. Suddenly he started laughing wildly, at the same time. He couldn't help but touch the image of Senju Hashirama on his chest. I felt very emotional for a while, it's such a long-lost feeling. In terms of talent, there is no one better than you that I have ever met. Madara looked at Bijou. His face was full of 923 arrogance. I, Madara, would like to call you the strongest. Say it. He opened the full Susanoo in seconds, Suddenly, Madara frowned. Can't Rinnegan be used? He felt that his strength was limited. This gave him a headache. Because he feels, I probably won't be able to beat the opponent's next top-up Buddha transformation with Susanoo. What a disappointment. Madara cursed silently. Subsequently, he felt that his chakra was beginning to dissipate again. Has the Impure World reincarnation been lifted? Madara frowned. It seems that I can only fight with this kid after I am fully resurrected. Madara did not untie the Impure World reincarnation at this moment. Because he knows, if it is unlocked at this moment, then he will be destined to be sealed. He has his pride. I don't want to be sealed, and, as long as he is not sealed now. So, his will, Black Zetsu, can summon him back again. So, it's better to be quiet for a while, become a Buddha on top. It was accompanied by a burst of explosions like the earth was shattering. Madara's Susanoo was completely shattered. The barrier inside the Akatsuki organization's stronghold was also broken through. The whole world. It seemed that there was only a sound of boom, boom, boom. Chapter 134. So, let's retreat first. As soon as I update, please subscribe and ask for automatic The earth was shaking constantly. The 6 Lil Strong felt that their bodies were beating up and down with the vibration of the earth. Looking at the huge Senju Buddha statue not far away, and the scene of the Senju Buddha statue being continuously slapped, they just felt as if they were watching gods fight. What a power this is! Sasuke was filled with horror. When I just saw that big Buddha, I thought he might use an unimaginably terrifying move. But what I didn't expect was, this move is so terrifying. I wonder if Itachi can withstand such a move. I must learn a move similar to this one. Subsequently, Sasuke suddenly thought of the giant that Madara finally opened. What did Madara use in the end? Could it be the Susanoo recorded in the classics? It looks so awesome, but he couldn't beat the big Buddha at all. So, still stronger than the Buddha, Sasuke looked at this horrific battle scene and could think about the future. But the other 5 were completely different from Sasuke. After they saw such a horrific scene, already completely stupid. For a while, their ears and minds were filled with booming, booming, booming sounds. Inside the Akatsuki organization stronghold, now, the members of the Akatsuki organization also felt the movement outside. But at this moment, their faces were quite calm. Because after some discussion, they have made the final decision: transfer. Jinchuriki, after losing their tailed beast, will die immediately. But if the tailed beast is not completely extracted from the body, or if it is sealed back after being drawn out, it will not die. This is Uchiha Madara's will, Black Zetsu. After Uchiha Madara regained consciousness, he made a special inquiry and came to the conclusion. Once, the other members of the Akatsuki organization have always believed that the Jinchuriki would die as long as they lost part of their tailed beasts. Because I was afraid Gaara would die, so I have never dared to transfer rashly. Did not expect. The real situation is actually like this. Then, they finally made the decision to transfer. The method of their transfer is to use Obito's spatial ability. First, use the image to come to this stronghold and evacuate the people who sealed the tailed beast. Then, advertisement Obito appeared directly at this stronghold through his space ability. Incorporate Gaara and 2 position teak doors into the Kamui space. After that, Obito arrives at the new stronghold. Release Gaara and the 2-bit teak door, sealed by the remaining members of the Akatsuki organization. And the remaining 4 people, including Deidara and Scorpion. Then you have to find a way to evacuate on your own. After all, they were unwilling to let Obito use Kamui to space shift. Because they don't want to be the fish on the chopping board. It is too dangerous to be transferred using such ninjutsu. At last, it was after Deidara, Scorpion and the other 4 people safely evacuated. Find a place to use ninjutsu. Together, everyone continues to extract and seal the tailed beast. Let's go. Within the stronghold, suddenly there was a burst of space fluctuations. Immediately afterwards, a masked man appeared in front of everyone. None other than Uchiha Obito, outside world following a series of roars. Biho's attack finally ended, the Senju Buddha disappeared. And Biho. Then he sat on the big Buddha without Senju and walked slowly towards the Akatsuki stronghold. The power of the attack from the Buddha on his head just now was too astonishing. So, not only did he blow up Madara's Susanoo, at the same time, the barrier within the Akatsuki organization's stronghold was also destroyed. Therefore, at this moment, he could see through the situation inside the stronghold at a glance. People are missing? It was indeed Obito just now. Biho frowned. Ever since the barrier was destroyed, he can then sense the situation inside the stronghold. Not so long ago, a chakra fluctuation suddenly appeared in the stronghold. That is the unique chakra fluctuation that occurs when a person appears out of thin air after using space ninjutsu. Follow closely. The chakra fluctuations in the stronghold have been reduced by several times in a row. He could tell from this, the person coming is Obito. He moved some of them away with Kamui, it's so difficult. Biho complained, and then looked at the 4 people in the stronghold. Hidan, Kakuzu, Deidara, and Scorpion, these 4 people. Currently standing in the stronghold, looking at Biho with different expressions. This guy is so strong. Hidan looked at Biho with a feeling in his heart. Ever since his weakness was exposed, advertisement, he began to become timid, because he also knows. My physical skills are actually very average, I don't know ninjutsu. It seems that he can only survive by relying on immortality and curses. But such ability, it's really easy to get plotted to death. Then, he became cautious. If I get hit, will I be broken into pieces? Let's run quickly for a while, so strong, stronger than Itachi. Deidara felt a little confused, although he can fly. But there is no confidence to win against Biho. Moreover, who knows if this young man knows how to deal with people in the sky? It's better to withdraw first. His ninjutsu is wood style. Both defense and attack power are very strong. The size is also very large. It's not easy for me to deal with it. Scorpion felt a little depressed. He is good at puppetry and poison. Puppetry and poison are very easy to deal with ordinary ninjas. But if you are dealing with a ninja like Biho, it's very difficult. After all, first of all, his poison is gone. To deal with such a ninja, poison is of no use. Secondly, puppets are useless. If you have a Senju Buddha, don't care how many puppets it has, just smash them all. Let's retreat first. Damn it. Lee's, out of 4 people. The one who fears Biho the most is actually Kakuzu. Because as soon as he saw Wood Style in front of him, Kakuzu, who was frightened and seriously injured, quickly threw his shuriken into the air. He also escaped from the altar. In high spirits, he went to Konoha to assassinate the first generation. As for whether it is shameful to run away, like Kakuzu, that came from Konoha's first Hokage. Kakuzu also came to such a conclusion. But he discovered that the person he had been fighting with for a long time was actually the first generation's purposeful person. But it can last a lifetime. It depends on who you run away from during the fight. It reminds me of a certain memory from the past. Then he immediately turned around and fled 800 miles away. The 4 of them all chose to escape in perfect agreement. As a result, first generation was finally killed. As a result, he boasted that he had fought against Madara all his life. Think back to the beginning. 3rd Tsuchikage was frightened half to death by Uchiha Madara's look. So, let's retreat first. Chapter 135. The tacit understanding between Shao and the 4 of them. Continue to track. Second update. Please subscribe and automatically request full subscription. Earth-style Toryugakure technique. The moment I saw Biho, Deidara, Scorpion, Kakuzu and Hidan decided to escape. Then they form seals at the same time, disappear at the same time. What no one expected was, they actually used the same ninjutsu by coincidence. That tacit understanding, Biho almost wanted to laugh out loud. In an instant, there was only one clay clone of Deidara left in that stronghold. And that clay clone just swallowed a piece of explosive clay. Chakra begins to accumulate crazily in the body. Biho suddenly frowned. He didn't care about the Bomberman in front of him. But I felt a slight change. Suddenly, 4 Deidara, 4 Hidan, 4 Kakuzu and 4 Scorpions appeared around. Appeared without warning, plus the original 4 people. At this moment, there are 5 pairs of Akatsuki foursome underground. By observing, Biho discovered that those were not clones. They are all genuine and authentic. White Zetsu again? Just felt it a little bit. Biho has already concluded that this is White Zetsu's operation. After all, only White Zetsu's transformation technique can achieve such an effect. Only then can it be hidden from his perception. 330 White Zetsu is working hard today. It seems that he is eager to make the plan succeed. Biho complained in his heart. Directly use the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer the Deidara clay clone that is about to explode. Then return to the vicinity of the Akatsuki organization's stronghold. But, this time he appeared where Lu Shaoqiang was. Biho. Seeing Biho appear, all 6 people gathered around him. There was some shock and amazement in their eyes. No one would have thought of it. Biho is so powerful. Has Akatsuki's people escaped? Shikamaru glanced into the distance with some confusion. He had just been paying attention to the situation over there. Biho was found after taking out Uchiha Madara, didn't experience any more battles. Just used the Flying Thunder God technique to move a large bomb out. Then he came directly. It can be seen from this. Akatsuki's people have escaped. Good. There are 4 enemies in total. Used the Earth Dragon hidden technique to escape. After 16 more White Zetsu appeared. Using their unique transformation technique, they transform into members of the Akatsuki organization. They separated and ran away. Biho nodded and slowly talked about what just happened. Gaara is gone. BJBI, advertisement. It should have been transferred by Uchiha Obito among them, using space ninjutsu. Let's go. The mission is not completed yet, let's continue chasing. Although he can pursue it alone, but that's not necessary. Because he doesn't have any hatred against the Akatsuki organization. There is no rush to kill these people, at the same time. He couldn't just leave the 6 Shaoqiang here, so it's better to chase these Shaoqiang together, that is to say. When Shikamaru heard this, he felt helpless. The enemies are now fleeing in 20 directions. Naruto immediately looked frustrated when he heard this. Then how should we pursue him? Presumably, Biho, you must have a solution, right? Sasuke looked slightly nervous. Is that person among those 4? Itachi isn't here. Biho naturally knew who Sasuke wanted to ask. As for tracking those 4 people, I can keep chasing. Although White Zetsu's transformation technique, Biho couldn't see through it for the time being. But he has other ways to determine who is the real person. And that method is, kill all 5 people at once. Thus, if you can be killed by him very easily, then there is White Zetsu. On the contrary, it is the essence, and among these 4 people, the best person to pursue is Hidan. Hidan was not originally a ninjutsu-type ninja, he has immortality. So I didn't learn any ninjutsu at all, after his own information was exposed. Hidan has changed a lot. The first is that he specially learned a ninjutsu. That's the one I'm using today, Earth-style Tulongin technique. But, although he specialized in ninjutsu, after all, he had only just learned it for a short time. Therefore, I am not very skilled in using this ninjutsu. So much so that he was the slowest to escape among the 4. At the same time, Hidan is also among these 4 people. The weakest person, as long as you know the opponent's abilities and weaknesses. Then the 6 Xiaoqiang can actually easily solve each other. So, Biho's plan is to chase Hidan with 6 Xiaoqiang. Then use illusion to find Gaara's location from Hidan. How to chase? Naruto heard Biho's words, he immediately asked urgently. He really wants to get Gaara back. Advertisement Biho slowly explained his plan. Then start grouping. Hidan's personal ability, you are also talking about it. So, as long as you are careful, it won't be solved instantly. As long as it's not solved instantly, then I can rush over with the Flying Thunder God technique. From now on, the 6 of you are divided into 3 groups. Chase 3 of the Hidan. I'll tell you their location over the intercom. And I chased the remaining 2 Hidan. The grouping situation is decided as such for the time being. Naruto and Sasuke were in a group. Little Sakura and Ino are in a group. Shikamaru and Choji are in a group. Do you have any opinions? No. Hearing everyone's voices, Biho nodded with satisfaction. Intercoms have a limited range, so, the speed must be fast. Set off. Whoosh whoosh, along with Biho's voice fell. The 6 people immediately divided into 3 groups and rushed out in 3 directions. And Biho. There was no rush to follow, instead, they first adjusted their positions through the intercom. Then he bit his finger. Summoning technique was used directly. Bang. Along with a plume of smoke rising, a fat and huge dragon appeared in front of Bijuu. Kuailong, let's go, arrived fast. Then he sat on Kuailong and chased one of the Hidans fiercely. Have to say, the speed of Kuailong is fast. Just a moment later, Biho caught up with one of them Hidan. He didn't get off Kuailong either. Instead, he directly raised his hand and squeezed hard. Immediately, the sand binding core activated, the principle of Tulongin technique. It uses chakra to turn the soil into fine sand, make the caster burrow and advance underground like an earth dragon. And at this moment, the newly created sand grains were all out of the control of the caster, and in turn, they were violently pressed towards the caster. Puff. Accompanied by a soft sound, one white Zetsu died. Is it a fake? Biho patted Kuailong and then threw it towards another Hidan. Arriving a few moments later. Then there was another, sand-bound coffin. Puff. With a soft sound, another white Zetsu died. What bad luck, Biho shook his head helplessly. And this time, there was also good news on his walkie-talkie. Hidan's true identity was found. Chapter 136. Tragic Hidan, Inoshika chose revenge. 3 updates, please subscribe and ask for automatic. I found the man. On the intercom, came Shikamaru's calm voice. At the same time, all other people following him stopped. Start rushing towards Shikamaru's location. Biho cancels summoning. Then using the Flying Thunder God technique, he came directly to Sakura and Ino. I'll take you there first, hold on tight, Biho said. He immediately hugged one of them with one arm. Use the Flying Thunder God again. Came directly to Shikamaru. Well done. I will be left with a complete head later. Biho simply praised Shikamaru, then he pulled little Sakura back. The battlefield was given to the Ino-Shika Cho trio. After all, with Hidan's strength, it's simply not enough to get him out of the way. Let Shikamaru and the others get their revenge first. Hidan can't die anyway. After being chopped off by Shikamaru and the others, only their heads were left. It's too late for him to use illusions again, hateful. Hidan looked at the 5 people in front of him. He focused his attention on Biho for a moment. Don't think you can kill me just because you surrounded me. I am immortal. Even if the body is shattered, even if all the flesh on the body disappears. Even if only the head is left, even if the whole body turns into powder. I won't die either. The glory of the evil god religion is everywhere. The evil god cult was wiped out by the black organization. Shikamaru said coldly. Hidan's tone paused. Kid, I remember you. You were the 35 million subordinate. Hee. At the beginning, that 35 million was cursed to death by me. The evil god cult was wiped out by the black organization. Looking at your age, you should be the 35 million student, right? Taught by that kind of garbage. You can't be any more powerful, right? The evil god cult was wiped out by the black organization. Hidan's face has turned a little dark. He turned to look at Choji. Hello, fat pig. Are you also a disciple of 35 million? Have to say, with the money we exchanged for those 35 million heads, we ate a lot of good things. A-hole. Choji's face suddenly turned red, and he took a step forward to rush out. Advertisement however, Shikamaru grabbed him. The evil god cult was wiped out by the black organization. A-hole. Hidan was completely angry. He found the kid in front of him very annoying. She actually stabbed him in the heart every time. That's his belief. The destruction of the evil god religion was the biggest pain in his heart. Die. Hidan brandished the 3-month sickle and rushed towards Shikamaru. But, after running halfway, he suddenly slashed at Choji with the March scythe. Seeing this, Choji quickly took out a small shield. Ever since I learned about Hidan's information, he specially bought such a shield. The purpose is to deal with Hidan. Dang. Dang dang dang. Accompanied by a series of crashes, Choji was knocked upside down by Hidan's chop. Although Hidan is not very strong, But that is also the result of comparison with other members of the Akatsuki organization. In terms of pure physical skills, Hidan can blow up Choji. If Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique hadn't trapped Hidan in time, Choji will definitely be killed directly by Hidan. Kid, this is what it is. Shadow imitation, right? Hidan quickly distanced himself. He smiled and looked at Shikamaru. I heard what Kisame said, this is an annoying jutsu. But, as long as we keep the distance, it won't matter. Say it. He threw his March sickle directly, and through the rope, the position of the March sickle is controlled. I want to use this method to attack one of Ino Shika-cho. The next moment he found out depressedly, these three people actually brought a shield each. Can perfectly block your own attacks. Damn, after the information was exposed, it was indeed very difficult. Hidan looked at this scene. I could only curse the black organization again in my heart. Suddenly, Hidan saw Choji take out a small box. And swallowed a strange green pill. What is that? Are there pills that can increase strength? When Hidan saw this, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. He saw hope of killing the enemy, original, when seeing Bijou. He was a little desperate, after all, advertisement. Please give me flowers, Bijou is really too strong. He had no chance of winning at all. But, after seeing that Bijou did not take action and Choji swallowed the forbidden drug again, he understood immediately. Bijou is preparing for Shikamaru and the other three to seek revenge on him. This gave him hope. He felt that if he was lucky, he could definitely kill one of them. Then, he hesitated no longer, directly P*K his own palm with the black spear. Then he used blood to draw a curse array on the ground. Prepared in advance, it is convenient for him to use the curse directly in a while. He then looked at Choji who was charging towards him while waving the Mitsuki Kama. The speed has improved, but it's still not enough. He commented silently in his heart. He waved the March sickle and wanted to order some lettuce. But Choji suddenly took out a scroll. He opened it, threw it to the ground, then formed a seal and stepped on it violently. Next moment, Hidan felt his feet weaken. The whole person slid towards the ground. Broken, he didn't have time to jump up. He felt that his body was no longer under his control. At the same time, Ino also fell to the ground. Her heart turned to technique, a success. Choji! Shikamaru shouted quickly. At the same time, he used the shadow imitation technique to control the opponent. And just when he had Hidan under control, Hidan has also broken free from technique. But, there was no use trying to break away, he is already under control. Wait until your body is blown away, fat pig, what are you doing? But he is not stupid. Damn fat pig. Choji quickly finished pasting the detonating charm. He could only watch helplessly as Choji attached the detonating charm to his body. With a slight grin on his face, he clung to Hidan crazily. But he took out another detonating talisman, boom. He will not be too angry to push Hidan out of Shikamaru's control. But, extremely angry in my heart, kill me if you can. I'll kick your head in like a ball. Choji's face turned red. Then he quickly retreated and at the same time threw a kunai with a detonating talisman tied to it. Fat pig, fat pig. Chapter 137 by How who sneaked into the secret meeting of Shao organization. 4th update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Bai Hao looked at the violent explosion. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Really, it's so beautiful when people explode. Art is an explosion. Looking at Hidan who was completely blown away, the three Shikamaru people had obvious happiness and sadness in their eyes. They succeeded. Half of Asuma's revenge was avenged. I believe that the other half is not too far away. Bai Hao. Thank you. Shikamaru walked slowly towards Bai Hao. He knows, if there is no Bai Hao, he wants revenge. I'm afraid it will take at least 2 years, after all. His current strength is really too weak. Take the victory over Hidan just now. If it weren't for Bai Hao being here to act as an invisible restraint, there is absolutely no way Hidan would fall into a trap as simple as Choji's. By then, I'm afraid it won't be Hidan who gets killed, but them. You guys did a great job. Bai Hao smiled and nodded. Continue to practice. I believe that it is not far away from you killing Kakuzu. Shikamaru nodded. Ino and Choji who followed him also nodded. We will work hard to kill Kakuzu before the Akatsuki organization is destroyed by the Black organization. Their expressions at this moment were very determined. Bai Hao smiled and nodded in affirmation of their determination. Then he walked quickly towards Hidan's head. He then used illusions. Soon, I got the Akatsuki organization's plan from Hidan. He actually doesn't know the base of the Akatsuki organization? Bai Hao was slightly startled after getting all the plans. However, I was not disappointed by this, because he has other ways to get the location of Gaara's stronghold. How about it? Shikamaru came over curiously. The Akatsuki organization obtained the one-tailed Jinchuriki and the two-tailed Jinchuriki. Now, it has been moved to other strongholds, but Hidan does not know the location of this stronghold. Everyone was stunned at the same time. What should I do? Don't panic. Bai Hao shook his head. I have other ways. I'll go get Naruto Sasuke first. Just now, he was trying to prevent Shikamaru and others from having an accident. Advertisement, so there was no rush to pick up Sasuke and Naruto. Now it's time to start new action, therefore, they must be picked up. Next moment, he then directly cast the Flying Thunder God technique. Picked up Naruto and Sasuke. How is it going? As soon as Naruto came over, he asked aloud. Don't worry, everything goes well. Bijou didn't explain much. He sealed Hidan first, then he came back with Hidan's Akatsuki ring. I'm now going to sneak into the Akatsuki organization's stronghold. You stay where you are. Be alert at the same time. If someone invades, call me immediately, everyone agreed. Then he looked at Bijou with some curiosity. I saw. Bijou used transformation technique. It turned directly into Hidan's appearance. Then he put on Hidan's ring, sitting there, after waiting for a while. He began to form seals. Next moment, he arrived at the Akatsuki organization's stronghold. In phantom projection mode, Akatsuki's method of organizing parties is usually by pain using the slide body technique. Receive missing waves, sent by members of the Akatsuki organization. And amplify these waves of thoughts, then it appears in a specific place in the form of an illusion. And this ninjutsu is achieved through Rinnegan, so. Bijou, who also owns the Rinnegan, is also very familiar with this ninjutsu. He copied White Zetsu's transformation technique using the Dream Card skill. And used White Zetsu's transformation technique directly. Transformed into the form of Hidan. This way, his chakra also became the same as Hidan's. After, he injected chakra into Hidan's ring, this ring. That's Pain receiving chakra's launcher. After injecting chakra, Pain will feel it immediately. After a while, Pain's side sensed the chakra of Hidan. So he directly pulled Hidan into the chat room. Ever since, Bijou successfully invaded the Akatsuki organization's new stronghold. Hidan, I didn't expect that you could actually run out. It seems that learning my Earth Dragon hidden technique was not in vain. Advertisement Deidara sees Hidan appear. He immediately smiled and said hello. The four of us just used the Earth Dragon Gakuin technique together. In the end, they all escaped. Sure enough, my ninjutsu is great. Deidara, if White Zetsu hadn't transformed and helped us escape, at least one of us is going to die. Scorpion spoke slowly in a low and hoarse falsetto. That Bijou, too strong, it's really strong. Bijou nodded shamelessly. Huh? Kakuzu gave Hidan a confused look. Hidan, it's rare to see you commenting on people like this. The main reason is that Bijou is too strong, Bijou said in a Hidan tone. It took a lot of effort for me to escape. Let's get started, after waiting for it to be over. I must kill someone and sacrifice it to the evil god. This period of time has been so frustrating, let's start. Pain responded. I agree with Bijou's suggestion. Several people used the Magic Dragon 9 seals at the same time. Start to continue extracting the seal one tail, at the same time. They were still chatting while extracting the tailed beast. The strength of this Bijou far exceeds our expectations. Black Zetsu said slowly. I feel that there is something wrong with him. Maybe it really has something to do with the Black Organization. I agree. Scorpion responded. 4.3 He was the one who initially suspected something was wrong with Bijou. He said slowly. He is so strong. After all, Bijou is Konoha's ninja. But, he once again recalled the fear of being dominated by wood style. Even if it is found that he is related to the Black Organization, what will happen? Can easily kill a strong man. My heart is filled with joy. After he discovered that Bijou was so powerful. I still feel that there is something wrong with Bijou. Need to check again. Kakuzu responded, indeed. So, now he is trying his best to help Bijou speak. Strength is not the key to everything. The reason why the problem was never detected last time. Black Zetsu shook his head and continued, as long as you use the conspiracy well. It's not easy to deal with, maybe it's because he's too strong. Chapter 138. I'll come, I'll see, I'll copy. The people of Xiaoxiao are extremely quiet, please subscribe for the 5th update. Conspiracy? Kakuzu sneered. With absolute strength, all conspiracies are nothing but bubbles. It breaks when you poke it. So, want to deal with the Black Organization, or the very mysterious Bijou? We need strong power. Kakuzu's fear of the first Hokage has always been there. Therefore, he also understands. Under absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are just a joke. The Black Organization is very strong. Every member is very strong, not to mention they're all Jinchuriki. Their boss, it has never appeared since the beginning. Who knew how scary the person could be? Well. Black Zetsu couldn't help but sigh, Kakuzu's words. He also understands, but he couldn't find a very powerful helper. The only thing that can be counted on now is Uchiha Madara after resurrection. But, this Uchiha Madara is an unstable factor, once the Black Organization tells his secret to Uchiha Madara. So, Uchiha Madara might give up on her original plan. Once Uchiha Madara abandoned the Eye of the Moon 19 plan. So, he had been planning this for so long, it's all over. No, I have to find a way. Find a way to improve the strength of your organization. Find a way to ensure that my plan will not be aborted. With a sigh from Black Zetsu, Everyone in the Shao organization also fell into silence again. Everybody knows that black organization is really terrifying. And that Biho is also terrifyingly strong. If you want to make a comeback, you have to collect the tailed beasts quickly. 10 tails was synthesized as early as possible, just when everyone in the Akatsuki organization fell into silence again. Biho suddenly stopped the Magic Dragon 9 sealing technique. Not only that, he also forcibly interfered with the tailed beasts' extraction process. The extraction of tailed beasts was forced to be interrupted. Hidan, what are you doing? Deidara immediately shouted angrily when he saw this. But the other people showed solemn expressions. Advertisement and Pain directly wanted to kick Biho out of the group chat. But he failed. Who are you? Pain looked at Biho solemnly. He couldn't understand. Why did my ninjutsu fail? Little did I know. The reason why Biho waited until now to launch the attack. It's because he secretly used the Rinnegan's power. His wave of thoughts directly appeared here in an imaginary form. That is to say, he used Pain's magic lantern body technique to let the missing wave come to this stronghold. And knew the location of this stronghold. Then, cast your own magic lantern technique with Rinnegan. Using Pain's magic lantern body technique as a medium. I present my wave of longing here, and quietly merged with the wave of thoughts gathered by Pain. Because Pain's focus at that time was on extracting the tailed beast. Others are completely unaware of this level of ninjutsu. So, Biho successfully completed the integration. Then he started taking action directly. Pain's kick out of the group chat operation was actually successful, but not completely successful. Because what he kicks out is only the part of his embodied missing wave. Biho's own embodied wave of missing cannot be kicked out. Therefore, only then will such a situation occur. Biho said his name coldly. What? When Pain heard this, he was shocked and angry. Other members of the Akatsuki organization felt the same way. None of them expected it. Biho is the enemy. He actually appeared among them without anyone noticing. This kind of elusive ability, it's really shocking. How did he do that? Everyone was dumbfounded. But Black Zetsu was the quickest to react. He saw Biho's movements. The first reaction is stop Biho, because he is the only one who has physically come to this stronghold. So, after Pain's method didn't work, only he can stop Biho. Stop, Black Zetsu shouted angrily. Advertisement. Then he directly attacked Biho with wood style. However, Biho at this moment is in the form of missing wave. His wood style is useless. This, Black Zetsu was stunned when he saw this. For a while, he had an impulse. That's straight out of White Zetsu. Rush to Biho's missing wave, and use spiritual fusion to control and stop Biho. But he hesitated, because this is one of his biggest trump cards. Once exposed, there will be no chance of surprise the next time you use it. Under the current situation, he didn't dare to expose his trump card rashly again. And just when Black Zetsu was hesitating, Biho has already walked to Gaara. Used his Skysen technique modified by Flying Thunder God technique. Gaara was sent out without any injuries. Subsequently, he looked at the two-bit teak door again, and began to perform the surgery. Prepare to use ninjutsu to send the other party away as well. 747. But at this time, suddenly, a burst of space fluctuations appeared, interfering with his spell. Uchiha Obito. Biho raised his head and looked at the place where the spatial fluctuations appeared. As a result, Obito suddenly appeared from the space. He just glanced at Biho, then used Kamui directly to quickly remove the two-position teak door. Biho was interrupted because of space ninjutsu. It has suffered backlash and is temporarily unable to teleport. I could only watch as Obito took away the two-bit teak door. Then quickly disappear again. Kamui really has a good ability. Biho had a weird smile on his face, because he has already used the Dream Card skills at this moment. Directly copied Uchiha Obito's Kamui. I'll come, I'll see, I'll copy. Although your Kamui is very strong, however, my copying skills are stronger. Biho laughed secretly in his heart. Then the missing wave was cancelled directly. Immediately, his figure disappeared from the Akatsuki organization's stronghold. He didn't use Kamui to do anything, because at this moment, he came in the form of a wave of missing. So, there are many abilities that he cannot use at all. For example, just copied Kamui's skill, looking at Biho's slowly disappearing figure. There was silence within the Akatsuki organization. Chapter 139. The heavy atmosphere of the Akatsuki organization, Gaara's rebirth. Please subscribe for the first update. How did he get in? Deidara said a little cutely, and could Hidan be dead? Died, it should be sealed. Uchiha Itachi said slowly, that guy, it's a little difficult to kill him. Even if the dog eats him, he won't die either, it's just that I continue to live in a different form. Everyone. Wouldn't that mean that we changed from humans to dogs and shit? Deidara said cutely, yeah, it smells so bad. Possible. Itachi was in a good mood now, after he discovered that Biho had actually sneaked into this stronghold in an incredible way. My mood improved, because he feels No matter how powerful the Akatsuki organization is, no matter how powerful the Black organization is, Konoha can still be saved, there's hope, and, more importantly, Biho is Sasuke's friend, it can also be said to be a teacher. The two of them felt like both teachers and friends. This made Itachi very happy, having such a good friend. My stupid brother, you won't let me down again, right? Please confirm Hidan's matter. Pain said slowly, this stronghold has been exposed. Now, let's move our base immediately, continued to seal. Everyone said nothing after hearing this. The atmosphere in the stronghold is a bit heavy. The one tail hasn't been completely pulled out yet, does it really matter? Kisame suddenly asked worriedly, or should we go get that Jinchuriki back? No need. Obito shook his head, we have extracted a large amount of one-tail chakra. That's enough. Now move to another place to extract and seal the two tails. Then, discuss how to deal with Biho, and things about the Black organization. No one objected, after hearing what Obito said, then they left that stronghold one after another. Waiting for Pain's next call, at the same time. Biho also broke away from the slideshow technique. He slowly opened his eyes, and then heard a burst of chirping and shouting around him. Gaara, Gaara, wake up, advertisement wake up. Little Sakura, how is he now? Biho turned around and looked. I saw. Naruto lay next to Gaara and kept shouting. Little Sakura and Ino are beside Gaara. They're constantly treating Gaara with the medical ninjutsu they learned. However, Gaara's injuries healed slowly, and people have no intention of waking up. Biho. When Shikamaru saw Biho woke up, he quickly asked. What happened? I just sneaked into the Akatsuki organization's stronghold. Use the slide body technique method. Slide body technique? Yes, this is a ninjutsu used by members of the Akatsuki organization during secret meetings. You can let the waves of thoughts gather somewhere. Presented there as an illusion, and this illusion can use ninjutsu. I see. Shikamaru showed a thoughtful expression and then looked at the ring on Biho's hand. All Akatsuki members wear this ring. In order to sneak in, you also wore this ring. Apparently, that technique is realized through this ring, right? Good. Biho released the transformation, took off the ring and threw it to Shikamaru. This ring is no longer useful. In order to counter-track, Nagato will definitely cut off all ties between himself and the ring. Show me Gaara. Okay, Sakura and Ino quickly moved out of the way. Biho, please. Naruto also looked at Biho expectantly. Biho just nodded slightly when he heard this, then start checking Gaara's status. Gaara's condition at the moment is very bad, belongs to a state of near death. After all, the one-tailed chakra on my body was basically drained. But, it still retains a little bit in the body. It is precisely because of this little-tailed beast chakra that Gaara did not die. He won't die for a while, but it's hard to say what the future will look like. Biho said slowly, most of his tailed beast was taken away. After recovery, he will not be able to transform into a tailed beast. But, this kind of thing may be a good thing for Gaara. He is considered an ordinary person now, Biho said. At the same time, he took out a few chakra pills and stuffed them into Gaara's mouth. This chakra pill can permanently increase the user's total amount of chakra. Advertisement he got it in a lottery, although the amount of improvement is not much. But it can also make Gaara feel better, and get out of your near-death state. Subsequently, he also modified Gaara's sealing technique. Dispersed the one-tailed chakra in Gaara's body, and completely preserved the vitality of the other party. Start from here. Gaara will no longer be one-tailed Jinchuriki, but an ordinary ninja. The reason why Jinchuriki died after losing the tailed beast. Mainly because Jinchuriki's chakra has been fused with the tailed beast's chakra. Once the tailed beast is taken away, then all of Jinchuriki's chakra will be taken away. This way, without chakra, Jinchuriki will naturally die. The reason why the Uzumaki clan can live for a while longer. Mainly because of my tenacious vitality, I had a period of reflection. And as long as all the tailed beast chakra is not taken away, then Jinchuriki can still live. Just like in the original work, 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer B. When 8 Tails was taken away by Madara, a tail was left specially for him. Therefore, only then could he avoid death. Gaara's state just now was almost like this. But, because Gaara's condition is so bad, moreover, because the seal was broken. In addition, Gaara is not a perfect Jinchuriki, and has not reached a friendly relationship with One Tail. So, One Tail's remaining chakra went berserk, if not saved. So although Gaara can live, she will die after a while. Then, Biho then changed the opponent's sealing technique. While breaking up the remaining one-tailed chakra, he saved the opponent's life. Make it a normal ninja. This kind of thing seems simple. But only Biho, who has Rinnegan and knows a lot of knowledge, can do it. Okay, the mission is over. We can go. Gao stood up slowly and glanced into the distance. The Flying Thunder God technique he left at the Akatsuki organization stronghold just now has disappeared. It can be seen from this, that stronghold must have been bombed. This was just as he expected. The Akatsuki organization wanted to prevent him from being tracked. All clues will be cut off. Good. Lu Shaoqiang nodded together when he heard this. They've accomplished their mission. also lost the clue to continue tracking. There is no need to keep the dog here anymore. One day later, Biho and his party met their reinforcements in the Country of Fire. Chapter 140. Mission completed perfectly, Kage level strength. Second update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Hurry up. We need to hurry, Might Guy ran quickly and shouted passionately. The current speed is not enough, if we go late. Something might be going on with those kids, so. We must go faster. Okay teacher Guy. Rock Lee also shouted passionately. Today's him. After surgery and recovery, I have fully recovered. He once again became the young man full of youthful passion. I suggest we go faster. Try to reach the border between Taki Country and Fire Country before tonight. Okay. Guy immediately gave a thumbs up after hearing this. Plum. Your advice is great. Let's speed up again and rush. Okay. Teacher Guy. Looking at the two hot-blooded green-clad freaks, Tianshan and Neji were both speechless. But, they have already become accustomed to this kind of mission. But there is another person who is not used to it. Have they always been like this? Uzumaki Kushina rolled her eyes and looked at those two thick eyebrows. Don't you have any opinions? Tianshan spread his hands helplessly after hearing this. Have no idea. Alas, Kushina 127 sighed, but he didn't say anything. Because she also wanted to see Naruto soon. Originally, Konoha did not arrange tasks for her. But, she was a little worried about Naruto, so I just used the transformation technique and made up a fake name. Let the consultant count her among Guy's team. I don't know how they're doing now. Besides, those two old guys are real too. How could Naruto be allowed to participate in such a dangerous mission? Because Naruto didn't tell Kushina about the mission content. So, Kushina thought Naruto was just out on a small mission. Result. But unexpectedly, they learned that they were going to participate in such a difficult mission. But, really didn't expect that. The one who summoned 9 tails in the first place. It's actually Obito. Kushina suddenly thought of the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Obito. At the beginning of 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato had 3 disciples. And Uchiha Obito is her favorite disciple, although it is a crane tail. Advertisement but. The people are really nice, but what no one expected was. He actually did such a thing, if I could see him. I must have a good talk with him. Kushina made a decision silently in her heart. Woof woof. Just at this time, the ninja dog they brought with them suddenly barked. Neji noticed something unusual and quickly opened his eyes. Explored around, however, I just opened my eyes. He saw a group of very familiar figures. Huh? I saw Biho and the others. What? Guy stopped immediately after hearing this. The other people also stopped on the branches. They looked at Neji together. In that direction. Very close to us. Did they see that the enemy was too strong, so they retreated? Lee asked with some confusion. That's just right. This time, it's up to us to deal with those difficult Akatsuki organizations. I guess it's no longer necessary. Neji rolled his eyes. Staring into the distance blankly. Now, his eyes were full of shock. Because Gaara has been rescued. Not only that, he is actually running behind Biho and the others. It seems like nothing is wrong, their mission. Perfectly done. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They didn't think that the Akatsuki organization would release the Jinchuriki they had obtained. I don't think Jinchuriki can still survive after being whipped with a tailed beast. So, there is only one truth. Gaara must have been snatched out by Biho. This, BJBI. How is this possible? For a time, everyone was doubtful about life. Such a powerful Akatsuki organization. Then an Akatsuki organization composed entirely of S-class rebellious ninjas from each village. How could you give up so easily? How could he be defeated so easily by a group of genins who had just graduated? Just when everyone was a little confused, Biho and his party also rushed over. Yo, teacher Guy. Biho greeted Guy. Advertisement. Are you here to support us? Yes. Yes. Guy turned to look at Gaara. After discovering that the other party is really normal. After there were no injuries at all, he finally couldn't help but speak. Where are the people from the Akatsuki organization? Here, Naruto smiled and lifted up the cube he was carrying on his back. When everyone heard this, they immediately looked over with some confusion. Then I discovered that there was a seal on the lump of earth. Then he turned around and looked at the strange sealed bodies carried on the backs of the others. Suddenly, they thought of a certain member of the Akatsuki organization. Could it be Hidan? Guy exclaimed. Yes, Naruto smiled and nodded, then looked at Kushina. Thumbs up very happily. Kushina couldn't help but blink when she saw this. She felt a little confused. She couldn't understand why these kids were so strong. Then, he couldn't help but look at Biho. Could it be? The counselor was not being reckless in getting these kids to act together. But to be confident? Okay, let's go back to the village and hand in the mission. Good, Guy and the others nodded in confusion. But, they still followed Biho and rushed towards Konoha together. At the same time, as he hurried on, he asked about the specifics of this mission. Correct. Where are Baki and the others? Such a terrifying battle. His friends didn't seem to be following. The battle that once exceeded Kage level still left many traces here. The three of them swallowed together. You haven't met? Although there is no one here. They haven't recovered from their injuries yet, so they came to find you. But, Baki and his party were looking at everything in front of them with shocked expressions. Is this the eternal number one? The original location of the Akatsuki organization's stronghold? Guy looked at Gaara with some confusion. Gaara suddenly thought of such a question. Somewhere in the country of Taki, at the same time. Someone else's number one genin is actually a cage-level strongman. Chapter 141 Baki's Concerns, The Five Shadows Conference, 3 updates, please subscribe and ask for automatic. It's so terrible, Tamari couldn't help but sigh. This is definitely caused by the battle between Biho and members of the Akatsuki organization. I know he's going to be strong. Otherwise Konoha wouldn't be able to let them have a group of genin who just graduated. And a ninja who had just become a Chūnin came over. Kankuro looked complicated, but I didn't expect. He is actually so strong. Let's go, Baki sighed. It seems, we sense that they are heading towards Konoha. Not that they were ready to abandon the mission, and they've accomplished their job. The clown turns out to be ourselves. Well, he sighed. He strode towards Konoha, after taking 2 steps. He couldn't help but sigh again. I feel like times are about to change. Shao organization, Black organization, appeared one after another. And such a terrifying monster appeared in Konoha Village again. I really don't know what the future will be like. And we Sanagakure, probably the weakest among the 5 great ninja villages. I really don't know when the wave of the times will sweep over me. What will happen to our village? Kankuro and Tamari were silent for a while. They are also confused, especially after seeing how powerful the village next door is. Take a step and see. Baki sighed, then he continued to lead people towards Konoha. Iron Country. In the National Conference Room, it was a rare occasion for the 5 shadows to gather together. In response to Tsuchikage's call, the 5 cages have gathered here today. I'm in charge, Mifune. Mifune, a warrior from the Kingdom of Iron, looked at the 5 shadows not far away and said slowly, the 5 shadow talks will begin now. I'll say it first. Chio slapped the table and stood up suddenly. I just got the news. The one-tailed Jinchuriki of our village has been captured by the Akatsuki organization. If the Akatsuki organization doesn't find a way to target it, in the future they will harm the entire ninja world. Grandma Chio originally didn't like to care about these things. But, after experiencing the destruction of the village and the murder of senior officials, she could not ignore the pleas of the poor villagers. Then, he can only come out and shoulder the burden of Feng Ying. Advertisement, I agree. 4th Reikage responded. His face was very ugly. I also received the news. The 2 teat doors of our village were also captured by people from the Akatsuki organization. What a bunch of lawless bastards. We must think carefully about how to deal with these people. Certainly. And those black organizations, those people from the black organization are all careless guys. Good. Tsuchikage nodded. Jinchuriki was captured. According to the regulations, usually, the ninja village takes it back by itself. If you can't get it back, it can only be said that the ninja village is incompetent. But, the situation is a little different now. The purpose of the Akatsuki organization to snatch the tailed beast. It is to synthesize 10 tails and create the 10 tails bottle. And resurrected Uchiha Madara. Use the infinite Tsukuyomi Genjutsu to make everyone in the world fall into the Genjutsu. They are going to destroy the world, so, we absolutely cannot let it go. If only the tailed beast was taken away, Tsuchikage Onoki would not initiate such a meeting. Even if the tailed beast from their own village was snatched away. After all, having the tailed beast taken away is not a big deal. Controlling a tailed beast is no simple matter, but things are a little different now. First of all, the Akatsuki organization has the ability to control tailed beasts. Not only can it be controlled, it can also be synthesized. Secondly, he once had a chance encounter. Uchiha Madara, who almost scared him to death, is about to be resurrected. This is something he cannot tolerate, because he knows the strength of Uchiha Madara. At last, if Uchiha Madara himself, plus 10 tails, then it can definitely destroy the world, as a Mizukage. I admit that we are too passive, Terumi Mei slowly said, whether it is the Akatsuki organization. It's still the black organization, they are all acting recklessly in our village. First came the black organization, they actually came to rob us. After that came the Akatsuki organization, they actually secretly killed dozens of our elite ninjas. This is simply intolerable, please give me flowers. Good, advertisement we absolutely cannot tolerate such an organization. Onoki nodded. We already know the mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization and its fundamental purpose. But, the source of the intelligence was the black-clad organization, which was even more mysterious than the Akatsuki organization. According to our analysis, this information should be accurate. But the problem came again. How did the black organization obtain this information? What is the purpose of the black organization exposing this information? What is the fundamental purpose of the black organization? As far as I know, the black organization can create artificial tailed beasts. Can also perfectly control tailed beasts. There is no need to spend time getting used to the tailed beast. This is quite a terrifying ability. 0. So, I recommend. Let's all think of some solutions together. Completely eradicate the Akatsuki organization and the Black organization. Everyone was silent for a while. They all knew that Onoki's words were right. These two organizations are simply time bombs in the ninja world. The ninja world may be blown up at any time, I agree. Kage nodded. That ninja flying in the air, it put a lot of pressure on him. And, after reading the intelligence, he became even more afraid of the Black organization and Uchiha Madara behind the Akatsuki organization. So, we urgently want to eradicate these two organizations. 1212. Mifune suddenly coughed twice. As a neutral country, let me say a few words. The Akatsuki organization and the Black organization. Grasp the trend of the times. But, same, this will make us stronger. We will also participate, it can also create a new era. Even, allied ninja army, it can also increase our probability of winning. At last, strengthen the ties between major ninja villages. We can deal with the Akatsuki organization and the Black organization. How can you know that a blessing in disguise is a blessing in disguise? Ying was silent for a while after hearing this. Maybe, a new ninja village model will be born soon. The 5 major ninja villages can join together to form an unprecedented 5 major ninja alliance. And the threat it brings to us is also huge, certainly. They are very powerful. Chapter 142 The Decision of the 5 Shadows and another investigation by the Akatsuki organization. 4th update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Regarding the formation of a ninja alliance, in fact, their ideas are very complicated. That is, I want to do it, after all, with such a coalition. It is much easier to deal with the mysterious and powerful Black organization and Akatsuki organization. But he was worried about forming such a ninja coalition. After annihilating the Akatsuki organization and the Black organization, what bad impact will it have on their village? Then, the 5 shadows were silent for a moment. Mifune saw this. Not surprised. Before people are forced into a hurry, they often like to care about their own gains and losses. Although the Akatsuki organization is very threatening now. But after all, it hasn't become a trend yet. Uchiha Madara was not resurrected either. It's very simple to destroy, although the Black organization is mysterious and powerful. But he never showed any side that harmed the ninja world. It's hard to hate these people. 073, so. On the surface, everyone said they wanted to deal with the Akatsuki organization and the Black organization. But Distance is in a situation where he wants to destroy these two organizations at all costs. There is still some distance to go. I agree with this proposal. Hokage Tsunade said slowly, although these two organizations seem somewhat harmless now. But this happens to be the best time to destroy these two organizations. If missed, then there may be endless trouble, although the Black organization may be a salvation organization. But, they are too mysterious, have to guard against it. If you can, it would be better to wipe out such organizations. I agree with the Hokage's proposal. Terumi Mei nodded. Agreed to Tsunade's proposal. Me too, Chiyo also agreed. Their 2 villages are relatively weak. At the same time, he is an ally of Konoha. He has the strongest hatred for the Black organization and the Akatsuki organization. So, the 2 of them agreed to Tsunade's proposal without hesitation. I think it's better to leave the matter of the Ninja Alliance aside for the time being. I crossed his arms and shook his head slowly. I recommend. Let's share information first for now, then build a strategic alliance. It would be better to deal with these 2 organizations together. I agree. Onoki nodded and agreed with Raikage's suggestion. He summoned the 5 shadows for a meeting, which actually had such a purpose. For him, as long as we can pull other ninja villages to deal with these 2 organizations, that's it. As for forming a ninja coalition, let's wait until the situation becomes more critical. Advertisement, 3 of you, what do you think? Mifune looked at Tsunade, Terumi Mei and Chiyo. In that case, then let's do this for now. Tsunade was silent for a moment, then made a decision. The reason why such a decision was made, mainly because of the combined strength of Tsuchikage and Raikage. It was already stronger than her and the other 2 ninja villages. Surrounded by foreign enemies, there is no need to quarrel over such trivial matters. The most important thing right now, it's about uniting everything and being united to the outside world. I also agree with the Hokage's suggestion, me too. Terumi Mei and Chiyo nodded together, in that case. That's it for now. Mifune nodded slightly. Next, let's discuss the specific cooperation plan together. At the same time, the Akatsuki organization finally completed the sealing of the second tail. The reason why it is so fast, mainly because of the fear brought by Biho, they did not dare to continue the trail. In addition, Obito, a strong man, can use his full strength. So, it took only a few days to complete the sealing of the second tail. After completing the seal, the crowd did not disperse. Instead, they got together and had a meeting, for Biho's matter. I think further investigation is needed. Pain looked at Zetsu. Focus on the relationship between him and the Black organization. Last time, you didn't get any useful information. Maybe he was misled, so, be sure to pay attention to this time. Rest assured. Black Zetsu responded grimly, to be honest. He is more anxious than Nagato. This time, the sense of oppression brought by Biho was too strong. He actually defeated Madara. In addition, there's a black organization watching closely. So, Black Zetsu is desperate for a breakthrough. Investigating Biho is also a way to find a breakthrough. That's right, Deidara suddenly thought of something. He said, since the black organization can use flyer tactics. Can we come too? Print some flyers. Right, Biho is the leader of the black organization. Then I scattered the empty Vice Admiral flyers everywhere. It must be fun, you will be targeted and killed. Advertisement Kakuzu said very coldly, people from the black organization. Always looking for us outside. Good, Itachi also spoke quickly. As far as I know, the black organization's Hyūga has been staying at Rain Shinobi Village. Supervise the leader at all times. Good, Pain nodded. To be honest, he is very upset now. Yi Kang and Hong Lien have already targeted him. And, just in Rain Shinobi Village, the work is above board. What made him even more depressed was, Yi Kang's strength is too strong. It was really hard to fight her, if the two really fight. Rain Shinobi Village will definitely disappear from the ninja world. So, he also endured it for the time being. Deidara. Your flying speed is not as good as Lin Yuri's. There are many people in Iwagakure who know your details. Scorpion also spoke slowly. So, once you show up, you will definitely die. Okay. Deidara raised his hands. He gave up the plan with a look of helplessness. Let's investigate first and then think of a solution. Okay. Pain saw that everyone was quiet, and he spoke again. Hunt 3 tails immediately. Capture 4 tails simultaneously. The meeting is dismissed. It's 4.4. After the meeting, Obito and Zetsu gathered together again. Obito, I'm going to find Orochimaru, he slowly said. My skills are still very good. Through space ninjutsu, Obito arrived at Konoha Village easily. Kakashi, things are different now. I would like to ask you to investigate Biho first. Then he nodded slowly. I hate you even more, it's a pity that you don't know. I want to drag him back to the Akatsuki organization. His mood was extremely complicated, especially after thinking about 2 people. You must be blaming me, right? So, are you hating me? Obito was silent for a moment, looking at this familiar yet strange village. Good. Investigating Biho. Chapter 143 Clues, the Otsutsuki clan is a hidden danger. As soon as I update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Uchiha Obito looked at Konoha Village and slowly took out a diary. This is exactly what Kakashi wrote and placed in Kamui's space. I just know how to write boring things all day long. Obito snorted coldly, then he threw the diary to the ground. Directly burn it to ashes with a fire style, Kakashi. So many years, you still haven't changed at all. It's always the same. Pity. What a pity, this world is a hell-like place. Only with infinite Tsukuyomi can this world be purified. Over there. Everything is there. Obito muttered silently to himself for a while. Then Hollow disappears directly, when he appears again. We have arrived at a remote corner outside Konoha Village. He went straight to a transformation technique, then he strode into Konoha Village and started to inquire about the news. Now White Zetsu has spread all over the 5 major ninja villages. I believe we can definitely catch clues about those people. Project Tasuki no Mi, it must not be destroyed at 19. Obito first inquired whether Biho returned to the village. After finding out that Biho had not returned, he sneaked directly into Biho's bookstore. Still the same as before. Looking at the bookstore that is still the same as before. Obito frowned slightly, then, he began to use every method to dispel the illusion. In his opinion, if there really is a problem here, then they must have used very clever illusions to interfere with their feelings. However, it turned out to be of no use at all, in his perception. There is no illusion here, he couldn't undo any illusions either. In that case, then I'll take some things to look at. Thinking like this, Obito directly used Kamui to collect some books in the warehouse. Then quickly returned to Kamui's space. It turned out that those were indeed just books. Then, he put those things back. Why are there still no clues? Could it be advertisement? Is he really just a very innocent young genius? Obito was very confused, and when Obito started to inquire about Biho's information. In a secret stronghold in the Kingdom of Earth, a middle-aged man wearing glasses looked at the information in his hand and laughed. Did not expect that black organization is so powerful. He actually spread information about the Akatsuki organization all over the world. It's really awesome, he sighed and took out a leaflet. It was the same one that Ringo Yulisha had not too long ago. The ninja world is in chaos, it seems. Shion should also take action. I need to collect information about the Shell organization as soon as possible. Then pass it on to others. Pity. The black organization is too mysterious. I couldn't find any trace of them. Otherwise, I will definitely pass this information on to them. Amado pushed up his glasses with a weird smile on his face. What a pity. I remember when I got off the big ship from the land of snow. It seems that he has seen 2 people from black organizations. If only I had known this back then, I took the initiative to establish relationships with them. What a pity, but I can put out a bait for fishing. Amado worked quickly on the keyboard, and with his operation. Somewhere in the Fire Nation, the big iron gate of Kage's secret stronghold suddenly opened a gap. Wisps of strange mist spread out from this gap. All surrounding animals that inhale this mist will be instantly killed. At the same time, wisps of dazzling light came out from this gap. Let this secret stronghold suddenly become no longer so secret. Such a strange thing, he was soon discovered by a villager. The villager was afraid and told others about the incident. Others listened curiously. He treated this matter as a legend and told it to other people. In this way, 1 spreads to 10, and 10 spreads to 100. The news was quickly revealed. It soon reached the ears of Lin and Ringo Yuri, who were looking for traces of the shell tissue. Yuri Lin after completing the delivery of flyers. Then he continued to follow Lin, searching for information about the shell organization throughout the ninja world. However, the shell tissue is really hidden too deep. So, advertisement they gained nothing at all. Therefore, as soon as they hear something strange happening, they will go check it out. Then, after getting the information that there is a strange story somewhere, they came to this place decisively, start exploring that stronghold. Although this place has a strange poisonous smell. However, for Lin and Ringo Yuri, none of this is a problem. They used the antidote bombs given by Biho to easily purify the poisonous gas inside. Then, Lin Jiaoyu conveniently entered the stronghold directly and began to explore. Lin and Ringo Yuri are the most suitable people to explore the ruins. Because Yuri Ringo can fly, good for escaping, Lin can travel through time. Even if something happened to Lin Yuyu, Lin can also go back in time and give Lin Yuri an opportunities. Then, under the efficient exploration of the two people, the secret of this stronghold was quickly discovered. This 777 is actually the secret base of the shell organization. After the two women got such information, all excited, they searched for a long time and finally found relevant clues. This makes them very motivated. Very good, notify other people immediately and tell them the good news. After a while, such good news spread throughout the Elf Pavilion. Biho also knew the news. For such a thing, he was indeed happy. After all, for now, Otsutsuki Kage can prevent the opponent from resurrecting as long as he holds down Black Zetsu. But the Otsutsuki style is not easy to handle, if he doesn't take the initiative to do something. This guy could be a danger. I remember, in the original work, the shell organization emerged after World War IV. I really don't know why it's advanced now, knew it. This man is a hidden danger, and those few Otsutsuki who didn't come. The Otsutsuki clan is a hidden danger, Biho thought so. Then he ordered the Elf Pavilion to continue carrying out the mission about Akatsuki except for Yi Kang and Gurren. Others focus on investigating the shell organization. In a certain stronghold in Orochimaru, suddenly a Jew emerged from the ground. Orochimaru. Chapter 144. Orochimaru returns to the Akatsuki organization. Obito's investigation. Second update, please subscribe and automatically. Absolutely. Look at the half-black and half-white figure. Orochimaru sneered. He first stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Then he said in a slightly mocking tone, "It's a rare visitor." Orochimaru. Black Zetsu glanced at Orochimaru with a complicated expression. To be honest, at first he looked down upon this man. In his eyes, Orochimaru is an eccentric scientist who studies the forbidden technique. His style and temperament, he is completely out of tune with the group of evil killers in the Akatsuki organization. But, the situation is a bit complicated now, so he wants to win over everyone he can, gather strength, give the black organization a fatal blow, and this time, Orochimaru, who studies forbidden technique, is very useful. Don't say anything else. The Impure World reincarnation alone is very good. Black Zetsu's Impure World reincarnation was stolen from Orochimaru. Except Impure World reincarnation, Orochimaru's other forbidden technique, Black Zetsu, is also of great interest. For example, the way Orochimaru escaped from the clutches of the Tathagata God, the leader of the Black Organization, the Holy Lord. It is for these reasons. That's why Zakai came to invite Orochimaru to return to the Akatsuki organization. Come back, Shao organization needs talents like you. I reject. Orochimaru sneered and shook his head. The Akatsuki organization cannot continue to provide me with any help. What reason do I have to join the Akatsuki organization? The Akatsuki organization today is different from the past. Black Zetsu instantly transformed into the HR of the Akatsuki organization. Begin to introduce your own organizational advantages. In order to better improve the strength of Akatsuki organization members, we decided to create a dedicated ninjutsu research department. This department will be headed by you. The purpose is to develop new ninjutsu for each member. Be more powerful. After all, our opponent is the black organization that almost beat you to death. There is no need to use such a cheap provocation. Orochimaru sneered upon hearing this. The black organization doesn't want to kill me. Otherwise, I simply can't have a leisurely chat with you here. Instead, he lives an ignoble existence in a corner. As for me, he was not in the mood to hold grudges against the black organization. After all, I'm not as strong as them, therefore, it is normal to be defeated after a conflict. You don't have to tell me anything about them, I only care a little bit. Speaking of which, advertisement. Orochimaru paused slightly. A sneer appeared on his face. What can I get? The blood of all good ninjas. Black Zetsu said in a deep voice. As long as we can get it, we will definitely give it to you. The same goes for Akatsuki members. I know you must be very interested in this. Indeed. Orochimaru nodded. He is very interested in the blood of strong men. For example, Uchiha Itachi. Pity. Those strong men are too strong. He had no chance of getting their blood. So, the conditions mentioned by Black Zetsu are still very tempting. And, Black Zetsu continued, if we can get ninjutsu or information related to the Black Organization, all can be left to you. Besides, if the secret base of the Black Organization is discovered, we can also explore with you, and let you study everything in the stronghold. How about it? To know, they have the technology to create artificial tailed beasts. Sounds very tempting. Orochimaru smiled when he heard this. Good, I agree to return to the Akatsuki organization. But, Xiao internal conflicts within the organization. You have to be mentally prepared, you don't have to worry about that. Black Zetsu replied coldly, then he went straight back into the ground. You work on your turf. I'll be your connector. You first think about how to increase the power of Impure world reincarnation. What information is needed? Also think about how to design a powerful forbidden technique for members of the organization. We will talk about other things in detail when we meet next time. Watching Z's slowly disappearing figure, a sneer suddenly appeared on Orochimaru's face. It seems, the pressure on the Akatsuki organization is really too great right now. Otherwise, you won't even come to invite me, Black Organization. Orochimaru looked out the window. His interest in the Black Organization is far greater than that of the Akatsuki organization. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any clues about the Black Organization. Gurren, who originally had high hopes, he also completely failed him. This made Orochimaru feel very disappointed. At the same time, it also makes him crave power even more. Orochimaru, who was thinking wildly, suddenly froze. Advertisement, my curse mark has been completely removed? Orochimaru turned his head and looked in the direction of Konoha Village. He is quite confident in his curse seal. I never thought that this curse mark would be removed. Interesting. Orochimaru suddenly licked his tongue. It seems that I need to go to Konoha. Look how far that Sasuke has grown. Also see who it is. Remove the curse mark from Sasuke. At the same time, Sasuke looked over his shoulder with a pleased expression. There was a curse seal that originally existed there. It has disappeared now, thank you, he nodded towards Bijuu. Fine. Bijuu shook his head. In fact, he had already thought of the method to remove the curse seal. But, because I have been using Sasuke's curse seal to study the principle of this curse seal. That's why I never helped Sasuke remove it directly. Now, he has completely understood Orochimaru's curse seal. So, there is no need to keep it anymore, let's go. We speed on our way. I think we can return to Konoha Village tomorrow morning. Those lovely girls have already completed exploring the base of the Shell organization. Although no clues about Shisui were found, but a lot of information was discovered. He plans to go back early to receive the information. Then study it carefully. I originally thought that the Akatsuki organization would investigate me this time. It will still be Obito and Zetsu acting together. But I didn't expect it. Only Obito came. I don't know where Z ran to. Bijuu thought silently in his heart, although he is not in Konoha. But, he could only focus on Hinata. Then there is a high probability that they are people from the Black Organization. The characteristics of the Black Organization. Obito's recent investigation has made no progress. And, they all have tailed beasts. At least he is a cadre. There is no connection at all with the Black Organization. As long as Hyūga Hinata has a tailed beast, this made him very irritated. Then, the Black Organization seemed to appear out of thin air. And Bijuu is definitely from the Black Organization. And Bijuu looks like a very ordinary Konoha shinobi. So, he can still feel it, can't find any clues at all. Everything that goes on in his bookstore. Advertisement Chapter 145 Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sasuke and Orochimaru meet again. 3 updates, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Uchiha Obito's idea is very simple, also very effective. If you want to test whether a person is a Jinchuriki, there is a very simple method. That is to force the other party into a desperate situation. If the other party is Jinchuriki, after being forced into a desperate situation, the trap will definitely be revealed. But, who should I approach to do this? Obito suddenly fell into deep thought again. His information has now been completely exposed, so, if he were allowed to test it himself, then it will be easy to be targeted. I thought about it for a long time. Obito can't think of any suitable candidates. What a headache. Hyūga Hinata is really too strong. Ordinary ninjas are no match for her. This is really difficult to handle. After thinking for a long time, Obito decided to wait until Zetsu came over. Discuss it carefully with him. Bijuu arrived at Konoha Village the next morning. Then he directly led the team in the sealed Hidan to the Hokage office to hand in the task. This. Mitokado Homura and Udatane Kaharu look at the details of Bijuu's mission statement. Then he looked at Gaara, who looked very normal not far away. There is also the Hidan, who was sealed in batches. There is a nagging feeling in my heart that I want to vomit. But he didn't dare to vomit. Is this the Jonin level strength that Tsunade said? This is really F********G Jonin and above, but isn't it too much? The two complained in their hearts. Then I looked at the mission statement again. But the more I looked at it, the more ridiculous it became. Biho used wood style without any problem, because he once taught Hinata Chakra attribute fusion method. I also taught Ino such a fusion method. Everyone knows that Biho has such a secret skill. So, it's not surprising that he fused wood style himself. But he actually used such terrifying moves as true several thousand hands and Buddha on the top. This is a bit unexpected and shocking, even more unimaginable. He actually used such a sage art, killed Uchiha Madara from Impure World Reincarnation. Advertisement. If you couldn't tell by the handwriting on the assignment sheet, it was written by Shikamaru. And Shikamaru would not lie in such a mission statement, BJCC. They will all think this is nonsense at this moment. But, after seeing the lively Gaara, they finally accepted the fact that Biho is as powerful as first Hokage. You have done a hard job, take a break first. Uchiha Ikaharu smiled very kindly and friendly, after seeing Biho and his party leave. She looked at Mitokado Homura with a serious expression. Homura. Let's go find Hiruzen. This matter is really too big and I must talk to him about it. Good. Mitokado Homura nodded upon hearing this. For such a thing, he also felt that he needed to have a good discussion with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Talents like Biho, we absolutely cannot let him sit in a bookstore like that. That's the way it is. When Uchiha Ikaharu and Mitokado Homura told everything about what happened, Sarutobi Hiruzen also fell silent. He was also shocked by Biho's strength. But after a while, he came to his senses again. This can be considered a reasonable thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen took off his pipe and blew out a smoke ring gently. After all, the Hinata he taught is so powerful. It's normal for him to be more powerful than Hinata himself. Only, what is unexpected is, he is actually so strong. Yeah, Mitokado Homura nodded. The current situation is turbulent. The Shao organization and the Black organization are causing trouble outside. Our village urgently needs talents like Biho, so I don't think he should be allowed to stay in that small bookstore anymore. But he continued to refuse to take the Chūnin exam. He also refused to continue to be a ninja, so we came to you to discuss this matter. Uchiha Ikaharu said, very embarrassed. He was always reluctant. We can't force him. I don't know what he was thinking. He has such great strength, but he doesn't want to be a ninja at all. Advertisement. I think maybe he doesn't want to be a ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen blew out a smoke ring. He said slowly, maybe he is just afraid of trouble. Otherwise, like this mission, there is also the last mission in the Snow Kingdom. He won't go at all, too. Uchiha Ikaharu and Mitokado Homura heard this and nodded. In fact, we don't have to do anything more at all. When you have a special task, just ask him directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen sees things very clearly. There's no need to make him an elite Jonin or anything. Just think of him as a very special mercenary, and Biho can also be used as a trump card in our village. With him here, our village is not afraid of many dangers. That makes sense. The two nodded together after hearing this. Back to Biho in the bookstore. I was not in a hurry to read the information about the Shell organization. Instead, he sensed Uchiha Obito first. It turned out that the other party was not in Konoha Village at all. This surprised him. However, I didn't care, in his opinion. This should be because Obito didn't find any clues, so he gave up the investigation. Then, he began to check the Shell organization's information. But what Biho didn't know was Orochimaru, at the same time. Relatively speaking, it is still very easy to capture. 4 tails and 5 tails next. Pain said slowly. These two Jinchuriki are both from Iwagakure. Sasuke, who had just arrived at the training ground and was about to continue practicing, met an old acquaintance. Instead, he temporarily went to participate in the sealing of 3 tails. We need to take advantage of their Tsuchikage's absence. Sasuke looked at the figure not far away coldly. Sealing has also become extremely simple. His expression was solemn, without the slightest hint of panic. At the same time, no more Jinchuriki restrictions. Obito has not given up on the investigation. 3 tails is currently in a wild state. Grab these 2 Jinchuriki quickly. Iwagakure's strength is relatively strong. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization did not spend much effort to completely seal 3 tails. Chapter 146 Sasuke's progress again. 4th update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Sasuke-kun, long time no see. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips strategically. I want to put pressure on Sasuke, however, but it had no effect. The way Sasuke looked at him was still so cold and calm. Sasuke today. He was no longer the same Sasuke that Orochimaru had first met during the Chūnin exams. Although the time that has passed is not too long. But, during these times, Sasuke has learned many things. And, I have seen many things, especially high-end combat. For example, the battle between Biho and Madara. This kind of battle scene is much scarier than the battle scene between Orochimaru and 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. So, after getting used to various high-end battle situations. At this moment Orochimaru is in Sasuke's eyes, he's just a more powerful ninja. Orochimaru. What are you doing here again? Sasuke didn't even take out a kunai this time. Because in his opinion, kunai is of no use to Orochimaru. And he also felt that he would no longer need this ninja tool to fight. If you want to continue planting curse seals on me, I advise you not to waste your time, because it's of no use. Your growth has exceeded my expectations. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, looking at Sasuke with a greedy look on his face. But it just illustrates my vision, you are indeed very good. It is very suitable to be my reincarnation tool. Orochimaru, stop being so wishful thinking, Sasuke sneered. I have no intention of chatting with Orochimaru anymore. He began to think about how he could turn on Sage Mode. After this period of his practice, the time it takes for Sage Mode to be on has also been slightly reduced. Sage Mode can be turned on within 20 seconds, although it can't be compared with a freak like Bijuu who can activate Sage Mode instantly. But it's still good progress. But, I want to get 20 seconds of free time in front of a strong person like Orochimaru. But it's not easy, continue to hide yourself with Earth style? Sasuke felt a little worried, although when facing the 4 sound ninjas, he succeeded with this move, advertisement, but that doesn't mean anything. Because the 4 sound ninjas are only at Chūnin level. After activating the second form of the curse seal, it is just the experience of an ordinary Jonin. There is no way he can compare to a strong man like Orochimaru who surpasses elite Jonin. No, if that is the case, maybe discovered. For clone technique, no. Because he should be able to see through my doppelganger. So, Sasuke suddenly thought of a good idea to try. Then, he stopped talking, instead, he just bit his finger. Then he slapped the ground hard, summoning technique. Following Sasuke's spell, a huge eagle suddenly appeared in front of the 2 people. This is Sasuke's summoning mon. Original, he has no summoning beast. But, after seeing the summoning beast in Bijuu, Naruto moaned and wanted one. The other saw Naruto and screamed for summoning mon. Also asked about related matters. Bijuu promised that if he saw suitable summoning beasts, he would give them the opportunity to train them. Later, on the way back they encountered a group of eagles. This group is very suitable for summoning beasts. Then, Bijuu asked them to try to conquer each other. In the end, Sasuke naturally won, got the opportunity to sign with these eagles. Then, this time Sasuke summoned the eagle, prepared to fly into the air with this move. You actually got summoning mon? Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. And, it's still a bird? Don't you know? Snakes are for food? This is an eagle, and eagles eat snakes, Sasuke snorted. Then he stood directly on the back of the eagle, let the eagle fly into the air. Interesting. Orochimaru couldn't help but smile when he saw this. Then his neck craned sharply, a long sword also came out of his mouth. Just like that, he turned his head into a weapon and stabbed Sasuke violently. However, the eagle nimbly dodged it. Orochimaru saw this and pulled his head back. Then also used the summoning technique, advertisement. A slightly larger ordinary giant python was summoned. Please give me flowers. Then he controlled the giant python to bite Sasuke in the air. At the same time, Orochimaru's lower body transformed into a snake's tail. Follow the giant python and swim towards the air. Wait until it reaches the python's head. Orochimaru spit out his sword again. He stretched his neck and stabbed Sasuke. Upon seeing this, the eagle quickly accelerated, trying to dodge Orochimaru's thrust. However, it was because Orochimaru was too fast, there was no flashing past. Just when the eagle was about to be stabbed and injured, suddenly, a burst of smoke appeared from the eagle. Sasuke, on the other hand, burst out of the smoke. He quickly formed seals with his hands in the air. After a while, Chidori condensed, and seized this opportunity, used Chidori to attack Orochimaru's neck. Orochimaru was so fast that he didn't even have time to pull back his neck. So, I could only watch as my neck received this blow. Sasuke slashed Orochimaru's neck with one blow. He calmly landed on a big tree from the air. But, his expression did not relax, because he knows that Orochimaru can't be killed like this. Really, after a while, Orochimaru's body suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke. Then it turned into 2 pieces of wood. It's the body replacement technique. Sasuke, you have grown a lot. Orochimaru's gloomy voice suddenly came from the big tree under Sasuke. Then he suddenly rushed out of the tree, stabbed towards Sasuke. However, Sasuke was already on guard. The main body transformed into a feather and hit on the eagle, preparing to give me a fatal blow at the critical moment. Have the clone stand on the eagle and escape. You actually used summoning to escape to attract my attention. At the same time, but, if you become stronger. Yeah? He sneered at Sasuke. Maybe it can cause some harm to me. His clone in the air and summoning mon also disappeared instantly. He left the place instantly. Orochimaru emerged from under the earth. You misjudged your own strength. Turn on thunder mode directly. When Sasuke heard this, he immediately laughed. This tactic is very good. At the same time, I took the opportunity to use the clone technique. Sage mode, ready to exit. Chapter 147 The Tyrannical Sasuke, Orochimaru fled. As soon as I update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Oh, Orochimaru suddenly frowned when he heard this. He sensed something was wrong. Sasuke suddenly felt an energy wave that was very familiar to him. That is a kind of fluctuation called natural energy. Could it be Sage Mode? Orochimaru's expression suddenly changed. He thought of Sage Mode, a special ninjutsu. Where on earth did he learn such ninjutsu? Besides, he actually has the qualifications to learn magic? Isn't this really incredible? Orochimaru was extremely shocked. For now, there are only a few places where you can learn magic. But it is extremely difficult to get those holy places. I want people from those holy lands to teach magic. That's even harder. 530, he didn't think Sasuke could learn Sage Mode from so many places. And Sage Mode learned in these places, but they all have face makeup. For example, in the Sage Mode learned at Mount Myoboku, a part of the face makeup of a toad will appear on the face. Even people who are born with the ability to harness natural energy. For example, it's Jugo, when he turns on Sage Transformation mode. There will also be some physical changes, but Sasuke has nothing now. Could it be? Is this a Sage Mode that I don't know about? Orochimaru's curiosity suddenly aroused, as a ninja scientist. He loves studying various ninja sciences more than fighting and killing. You used Sage Mode? Orochimaru asked directly out of curiosity. Good. Sasuke responded with a smile. Then the Thunder and Lightning mode was turned on directly. Also use Sage Art Thunder Spear, after finishing the preparation work. He also stopped talking nonsense with Orochimaru. He rushed directly to Orochimaru and stabbed him with a spear. So fast, Orochimaru's pupils shrank suddenly, he wanted to dodge. But because of his initial negligence, he couldn't get past it. There is no way. He was forced to use the Orochimaru Ryu body replacement technique. Zila, advertisement. There was a sound of thunder and lightning. Orochimaru's body was stabbed with a big hole by the Thunder God's spear. At the same time, Orochimaru's body was constantly flashing with electric light. The whole person seemed unable to move. However, Sasuke did not relax his vigilance when he saw this. It also didn't feel like I had killed Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru is an existence that forcibly connects the Black Organization's Holy Master with one palm to make him immortal. And just as Sasuke expected, just when Orochimaru's body was shaking due to the stimulation of electric current, his mouth suddenly opened. A new Orochimaru rushed out of the old Orochimaru's mouth. Run towards the distance. Finally out, Sasuke's figure flashed again and rushed to Orochimaru's side. Then it was stabbed with a spear. Bang, Orochimaru suddenly turned into a piece of wood. Body replacement technique? Sasuke was startled, and then he felt something moving behind him. So he dodged again and quickly left the original place. Then he saw the place where he had just stood. At this moment, a head suddenly rushed out from the ground. It was Orochimaru's head, and there was a sword in his mouth. Good chance. Sasuke ducked and appeared next to Orochimaru's neck. Just stab it out with a spear. Next moment, Orochimaru's body suddenly turned into a bunch of small snakes. Those little snakes turned around quickly and started to wrap around Sasuke. Seeing this situation, Sasuke didn't panic at all. With a pinch of his hands, he scattered the Thunder God's spear. It turned into a sky full of lightning surrounding himself. The terrifying current continued to move around, turning into a gorgeous dress that shone with lightning. Kill all those little snakes instantly, Sage Art Thunder God's clothes. Sasuke then raised his hand to grab it. Then he grabbed the thunder and lightning in his hand again, and then pulled it into the Thunder God's spear. Got you. Next moment, Sasuke's figure appeared behind Orochimaru. Sasuke thrust out the Thunder God's spear, hit Orochimaru again. When Orochimaru was forced to use the body replacement technique helplessly, the afterimage of Sasuke just leaving suddenly disappeared. So fast, a trace of cold sweat appeared on Orochimaru's forehead. He felt he had miscalculated. Advertisement, why is he so strong? The so-called martial arts in the world are all about speed. When the speed reaches a certain level, it's really a headache. And Sasuke also has a Thunder God spear in his hand, which is condensed with Thunder attribute chakra. This Thunder God spear has powerful attack power. Want to deal with such an opponent? Orochimaru can only rely on experience to predict where the enemy will attack. Then he dodged and attacked, but this effect is not very good. Because Sasuke owns Sharingan, you can see through his movements. So it was just a blink of an eye. Orochimaru was forced to use the body replacement technique many times. No, this cannot go on. Orochimaru felt like he was fighting Raikage. In Sage Mode, Sasuke's speed and strength would have increased. Then the Magic and Lightning mode was added. This directly brought his speed to a level close to that of Raikage. Then, Orochimaru couldn't bear it anymore. Sasuke, I didn't expect you to grow at such a speed, as expected of Uchiha. We'll see you soon, Orochimaru said harshly, then he retreated directly. Sasuke didn't continue chasing, because it's time for his Sage Mode in 4.3. After exiting Sage Mode, in the original work, I wonder what it would be like to fight Itachi with my current strength. This feeling of power. Call. It only took Sasuke a month to reach the level that took Rock Lee several years of hard training. Sasuke was in a good mood. Then he laughed. Recently, Sasuke has been practicing hard in taijutsu. His good mood disappeared instantly. Wait until tomorrow and ask by how. Plus Sage Mode, plus Thunderflash Mode, plus the powerful Thunder God's Spear. Very nice. Sasuke feels that he is qualified to fight against 5 Kages. His physical skills improved greatly, but the next day, Sasuke couldn't help but let out a long breath. Today is no exception. Chapter 148. The Role of Shell Tissue Materials, The Decision of the 5 Shadows. Second update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. What? Even with my current strength, I can't defeat that person. Sasuke looked at Bijuu in surprise. Yesterday he defeated Orochimaru. So very excited, then I came to show off to Bijuu this morning. After showing off, he also asked himself in passing whether he would win if he had a duel with Uchiha Itachi. Result. Bijuu told him very coldly, he will lose. You don't understand it right. Bijuu shook his head. Then he looked at Sasuke seriously. I mean, you will be beaten badly. Isn't this the same as me losing? Sasuke was stunned. No, the same. Bijuu shook his head, you will lose. It is the result of an equal duel between the two of you. You will be beaten badly, it's because of the unequal strength between the two of you. And the result of being bullied unilaterally. Sasuke looked at Bijuu. A moment of depression. Am I just that far behind him? 19? I've already defeated Orochimaru. Sasuke has always been cool in the eyes of others. But he can't always put on a cool expression around Bijuu. Sasuke understood. I sincerely put Bijuu in the position that Uchiha Itachi once held. It can be regarded as the status of teacher, friend and brother. Although initially, he did not have such feelings for Bijuu. But, during this period of practice, his feelings for Bijuu are also slowly changing. Now it has completely become such a state, but, not only does he not want to change this relationship. On the contrary, I still want to maintain such a relationship. Orochimaru's fighting ability is not too strong. He is good at ninjutsu and scientific research, rather than fighting. Bijuu shook his head. You have Sharingan, there is a lightning flash mode. There is Sage Mode. Relying on strong speed, you can deceive and defeat the opponent. But actually, this is only superficial. If it weren't for Orochimaru not wanting to alarm the top brass of Konoha, you were definitely going to get bitten by him again yesterday. Advertisement, there's no way he can be defeated. You mean, he still has some energy left? Sasuke was stunned when he heard this. Certainly. Bijuu nodded. He knows a lot of forbidden technique. But yesterday when you were fighting, but he didn't even use the most commonly used Impure world reincarnation. Do you think he really used his full strength? This? Sasuke couldn't help but froze when he heard the words. The joy that just rose in him, at this moment, it disappeared in an instant. But you are still pretty good. The improvement in strength is obvious. Bijuu smiled and praised Sasuke again. Don't forget, how long have you been practicing here with me? Work hard. It won't take long before you are better than that person. Hearing Bihu's compliment, Sasuke immediately laughed. I'm going to practice first, go ahead. Bijuu watched Sasuke leave. Then he took out the Shell Organization's information again and looked at it. Through his review, we also have a lot of information about the Shell Organization. For now, the Shell Organization is indeed a new organization that has just been born. There seems to be a genius scientist in the organization. It's in the direction of scientific tools. This is pretty good. This information can be transferred to the Land of Snow. In this way, the scientific and technological achievements over there will be even higher. Besides, this time the Shell Organization's stronghold was exposed. Could it have been caused intentionally? After thinking for a while, Bijuu did not get any useful analysis results. Then, I gave up and continued the analysis. He passed some information on scientific ninja tools to the Land of Snow. Let Feng Hua Xiaoshui find someone to conduct research. And use this information to improve the scientific and technological path of the Snow Country. With this information, I'm afraid it won't be long before mobile phones will appear in the Land of Snow. Bijuu looked at the information that was sent away. I couldn't help but smile. At the same time, one by one, the flying eagles delivering messages quickly flew to the Kingdom of Iron. Subsequently, pieces of intelligence also fell into the hands of the 5 shadows. Lao Zi and Han were all arrested. Tsuchikage Onoki slammed the table and stood up. He looked at the information in his hand and was shaking with anger. So to say, they have already obtained 5-tailed beasts and are about to capture 6 tails? Advertisement. Onoki was running around anxiously. He was really afraid that Uchiha Madara would be resurrected after gathering all 9-tailed beasts. The original Uchiha Madara was already terrifying. If he is allowed to carry another 10 tails, so. Onoki feels that no one in the ninja world will be Madara's opponent. No, we must meet again. When Onoki got the news, other actors received different messages. Hokage, Mizukage and the Kage received information from Konoha Village. The intelligence illustrates Bihu's power, and their successful completion of the mission. Although he lost his tailed beast, he saved Gaara. Look at this information. The 3 of them were silent for a long time. They only have 3 thoughts at the moment. Biho is really strong. How did Biho do it so that Jinchuriki could continue to survive after losing its tailed beast? The Akatsuki organization has become even more terrifying. Kage received a piece of information that made him a little angry. Bai escaped 603, tore the intelligence document into pieces. That idiot, doesn't he know that powerful organizations outside are very rampant now? To actually run away at such a time, I'm furious. No, I need to find him quickly. The 5 shadows gathered together again for various reasons. The Akatsuki organization has collected 5 tailed beasts. We must find a way to restrain them quickly. Onoki suggested straight to the point. I suggest it. Each village sends an elite team. These people combine to form a whole. Rely on the intelligence network in each village to hunt and kill members of the Akatsuki organization. I agree. Kage heard this and agreed directly. Now he really wants to destroy the Akatsuki organization as soon as possible. Because he knows that younger brother of mine has a weird personality. He is addicted to rap all day long, and he also likes to hold concerts. Such people, sooner or later, he will be captured by the Akatsuki organization. Therefore, it is better to destroy the Akatsuki organization first. I agree too. Agree. The 3 shadows of fire, water, and wind also raised their hands in agreement when they heard this. Then, the resolution was passed quickly. Then, we have to consider how to choose people next. Onoki slowly looked at the other 4 people. You all tell me how to choose. Chapter 149 5 Shadows return to the village. The person chosen by Obito. 3rd update. Please subscribe and ask for automatic. I need to go back to the village to discuss the selection matter. Kage Wenyen said directly. I suggest we each return to the village. Then select the right person. Let these people gather in one place again. Discuss among yourselves and then start joint action. The 5 of us don't have to run back and forth. How? I agree. Tsunade nodded. We should focus now. Quickly resolve matters organized by Shao, instead of wasting time doing other things. Good. Shio nodded. She now desperately wants to go to the village. Look what the village has become now. And Sanagakure's strength is simply too weak. If you want to send some core ninjas as a joint army. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't figure out who she could send out. I agree too. Terumi Mei also nodded. In that case, let's go back to the village directly. Onoki nodded. I am not surprised or troubled by such a result. We will use letters to communicate when the time comes. Please do not tell other people the password to decrypt the letter. Their time in the Iron Country is not just about discussing the terms of cooperation. A new intelligence code was also specially developed. This intelligence code, it will only be circulated among the 5 shadows and will not be leaked. This is to ensure the confidentiality of the information. In that case, so be it. When Mifune saw the 5 people, they had already made their decisions. So, he slowly stood up and said, I declare, this 5 shadows conference ends here. If the situation changes, please feel free to convene a new 5 shadows conference. After the 5 shadows decided to evacuate, soon they each rushed towards their respective villages with their guards. Because we have to discuss things. So, Granny Chio and Terumi Mei followed Tsunade. Let's rush towards Konoha together. Kakashi, who do you think we should send this time? Tsunade asked Kakashi as he hurried on. This advertisement. Kakashi was silent for a while after hearing this. For a while, he really couldn't think of whom to send to join such a coalition. If you are looking for a weak one, then he might die if he meets the Akatsuki organization. If you are looking for someone strong, I'm afraid only Biho and Tsunade can steadily defeat those members of the Akatsuki organization. But neither of these people can do it. Tsunade is a Hokage and cannot possibly participate in such an event. Biho guessed that he was unwilling to participate in such an event. So, Kakashi really couldn't figure out how to send people. You still need to go back and look at Jonin's information for this. You're right. Tsunade sighed helplessly. She suddenly discovered that Sleepy Leaf's top combat power was still too little. It seems that after returning to the village, I need to talk to Biho again. There are also other high-level officials in Konoha who will hold a joint meeting together. See if there is a back door for Biho. Let him just become Jonin. With the end of the 5 Shadows Conference, some shocking information. They were also spread from the Kingdom of Iron. For example, the 5 Shadows are preparing to unite to deal with the 2 secret organizations, the Akatsuki organization and the Black organization. For example, the Akatsuki organization has collected 5 tailed beasts. Great improvement in strength, because Lin Yuri once sent Akatsuki intelligence leaflets all over the world. So, everyone in the ninja world is familiar with the Akatsuki organization. Then, after learning that the Akatsuki organization had successfully collected 5 tailed beasts, some people started to panic. Among them are the former Kirigakure ninjas, 6 Tails Jinchuriki, Bubble, who later defected because they could not stand the policies of the Blood Mist. As well as the young leader of Takigakure village, Shibaki. 7 Tails Jinchuriki of Takigakure, Kage. The bubble began to move around, hiding itself. I want to use this method to avoid being pursued by the Akatsuki organization. Shibuya from Takigakure village wanted to take Kage to Konoha for refuge. Takigakure was originally the most powerful ninja village outside the 5 major ninja villages. It is also the only ninja village with a tailed beast besides the 5 major ninja villages. But, after experiencing Kakuzu's defection incident, Takigakure village was completely defeated, although there are still some strong people in the village. However, it is much weaker than other villages, so they can only ask for help from Konoha, who has the best relationship. Advertisement at a time when everyone in the ninja world was panicking. Uchiha Obito was very happy, because he finally found the best plan executor. Is this where it is, outside a secret stronghold? Obito and Zetsu, one appeared out of thin air and the other suddenly emerged from the ground. The two came to this place very strangely, not bad. Obito nodded upon hearing this. I've checked it out. This is where Bilyuhu's base is located, Bilyuhu. Black Zetsu nodded upon hearing this. He had some impression of the name. I remembered. Is the original Konoha shinobi. He has a good relationship with Konoha Sannin. But later he defected. He is a ninja obsessed with forbidden technique research. But much weaker than Orochimaru, whether it is strength or scientific research capabilities. Are you sure such a person can complete the task? Sure. Obito nodded, although his overall strength is not as good as Orochimaru's. But there is no problem in using him to deal with Hyūga Hinata. The most powerful place of Hyūga Hinata, it's her speed, strength and supercilious eyes. These abilities can all be restrained by Bilyuhu's ability. Besides, Beiruhu can also absorb ninjutsu, even if Hyūga Hinata uses the roar of the Thunderflame Dragon again. He can also absorb it completely. Therefore, there is no problem in using Beiruhu to deal with Hyūga Hinata. But, want to successfully deal with her, still need to do some tricks. You mean? Black Zetsu quickly understood what Obito meant. Let White Zetsu transform into a high-ranking Konoha executive. Then he will issue tasks to Hyūga Hinata and his team. Just ask them to investigate here? Good, Obito nodded. Otherwise, if Bai Hao is attracted here, it will be troublesome. Good. Black Zetsu nodded upon hearing this. Then do it. Chapter 150 The Conspiracy of Black Zetsu and Obito, 4th update. Please subscribe and ask for automatic. What do you think about my proposal? Tsunade looked at Konoha's 2 advisors, an elder and a root leader. After she returned to Konoha Village, first, I discussed the alliance with Chiyo and Terumi Mei. Then they took advantage of the 2 of them to rest. All 4 senior officials of Konoha were called out. Focus on the things she cares about most. No, I object. Tsunade just finished speaking. Danzo said directly in a cold voice. Rules are rules. It is impossible to change it just because he is strong. If Bai Hao wants to become a Jonin, he must follow the rules and pass the exam step by step. Once the rules are broken, then don't even think about standing up again. These are special times. Tsunade immediately retorted upon hearing this. War can break out at any time. Could it be? Do we want Bai Hao to carry out tasks under the name Genin? What's the problem? Danzo retorted coldly. Even if war breaks out, special things need to be done. That would not make the promotion of Jonin special. Only the conditions for leading a team will be dealt with in a special way. So, I don't agree with Bai Hao's direct promotion to Jonin. I remember saying this 713 times. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a drag on his cigarette. Then he slowly blew out a smoke ring. Let's not discuss Bai Hao's promotion to Jonin for the time being. This matter is actually not too important. Good. Mitokado Homura and Udatane Kaharu nodded simultaneously. Snort. Tsunade stared at the 4 of them with some annoyance. This went on for a while. She snorted very angrily. Then he walked away. Tsunade still likes to have a tantrum as much as he did when he was little. Udatane Kaharu sighed when he saw this and said, but I think Bai Hao can be cultivated. I looked up his ancestry. Found nothing found. There are only 2 possibilities. 1. His ancestors were ordinary people who migrated from outside. 2nd. His ancestors were from the Senju clan. Look at him with such a terrifying talent. He also realized the ultimate meaning of wood style on his own. I think he is from the Senju clan. Advertisement such a person is very suitable to be our 6th Hokage. I think so. Mitokado Homura nodded. I don't agree. Danzo immediately refuted again after hearing this. How could that Bai Hao suddenly be so strong? I doubt. He is related to that black organization. Need to be investigated carefully. Danzo, sometimes you need to accept others with a tolerant heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Danzo upon hearing this. Besides, I suggest you don't do any petty tricks. Bai Hao is much stronger than you. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very aware of Danzo's frequent petty tricks. He always likes to do some clever tricks. The results are often self-defeating. And this time the target is a talented boy like Bai Hao. Hope for Konoha's future. So Sarutobi Hiruzen directly gave Danzo a shout. I'm not stupid. Danzo gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a cold look. Then he strode out. He has the ultimate trump card. HMPH, I have Shisui's eyes. There are so many Sharingan that can perform Izanagi. I'm not afraid of anyone, however, Danzo didn't notice as he strode outside. A few white Zetsu spores were quietly on his body. Everything is ready, somewhere on the outskirts of Konoha. Z slowly emerged from the ground and looked at Obito not far away. I have absorbed some of all the chakra from the top of Konoha. Now, White Zetsu can already transform into a high-ranking Konoha executive. When do we start planning? Tomorrow morning. Obito looked into the distance and said slowly. However, BJBG, this investigation of Biho is really useful. Black Zetsu said slowly, because I found out that Black organization seems to have a different kind of affection for Konoha. They first took the Chūnin exam, protect Sasuke from being planted with a cursed seal by Orochimaru. After, and when Orochimaru was about to kill the third generation, the leader steps in to save the third generation. After that, they gave another bottle of medicine to Uchiha Itachi, Konoha's spy. From now on, Uchiha Itachi no longer has to worry about his health. Besides, that third Hokage isn't dead at all. Advertisement. The people in the Black organization don't know what they did. It directly helped him survive. Quietly, what a special treat. To know, the Black organization destroyed Sanagakure. Went to Kirigakure twice more and had trouble twice. Such a comparison, it is enough to explain a lot of problems. Good. Obito nodded. This is one of the reasons why I have always wanted to investigate Biho. TTT. I doubt. The mysterious leader of the Black organization. Maybe he was born in Konoha. Or, he is a character who is somehow related to Senju Hashirama. This. Black Zetsu immediately started to think deeply after hearing this. But, no matter how hard he thought about it, he could never think of that person meeting such a condition. No matter how he thought about it, he thought he was the mysterious leader of the Black organization. He must be someone related to the Otsutsuki clan in some way. Let's investigate first. Black Zetsu couldn't figure it out. So I gave up thinking. I will follow the plan. Let Hyūga Hinata go to Beiruhu to investigate. Obito. You need to take away the kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique from Hyūga Hinata. Otherwise, when the time comes, Biho will go directly. Our temptation is in vain. Rest assured. Obito nodded. Of course he knows this. I've finished switching packages. Early the next morning, Tsunade suddenly appeared in front of Yuhi Kurenai's house. Tsunade-sama. When Kurenai Yuhi saw Tsunade suddenly visiting, she didn't know what was going on for a while. What's the matter with you coming here so early? Good. There is a confidential mission here for your class. Tsunade took out a mission statement. The target is a very powerful person. Recently, ninjas with blood inheritance limits have been missing from major ninja villages. We suspect he did it when you conduct exploration. Be sure to pay attention to safety. Yes, Yuhi Hong didn't notice anything unusual. Hearing the sound, he nodded in agreement. We promise to get the job done. Chapter 151. The Arranged Class 8 is on a mission again. As soon as I update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Tsunade nodded slightly upon hearing this. Well, thank you for your hard work. Say it. She turned and left. When she walked out of Yuhi Hong's perception range, suddenly it went into the ground, then it disappeared. At the same time, an Anbu ninja suddenly appeared in the Hokage office. He quietly revised the mission manual, then he left quietly. Wait for half an hour after the Anbu ninja leaves. Tsunade just walked in with a yawn. Being a Hokage is really hard work. Tsunade sat in his seat with a dazed look on his face. She was in a daze for a while, then he rubbed his face. Started work. I feel like I don't have any strength at all. After reading only 2 pages of the document, Tsunade began to doze off. Bang! Suddenly, there was a hasty push on the door. Scared away Tsunade's sleepyheads, the whole person became energetic instantly. But, her mood became extremely bad. Shizune, what are you doing? Tsunade-sama. Oh no. Shizune took out a letter and handed it to Tsunade in a panic. Tsunade hasn't had time to look yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked in quickly. Tsunade. It was a secret agreement, it must be dealt with urgently. Secret agreement? Tsunade was stunned, then he picked up the letter and read it. The results become more shocking the more you look at them. Is this from the Earth Spider Clan? Good. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. During the Third Ninja War, the leader of the Earth Spider Clan. The power of a technique inherited by E.G. Shingzi is really too strong. That technique can easily destroy a large village. Because this technique is too dangerous, therefore, I asked them to seal this technique as forbidden technique. In exchange, when the Earth Spider Clan is in danger, Konoha will rise to the occasion. Save them immediately. I see. Tsunade nodded upon hearing this. She still had some impressions about this matter. Advertisement because that technique was indeed too terrifying back then. Even more powerful than the tailed beast bomb. Let me see today's mission and the list of ninjas who have no missions yet. Thinking like this, she quickly flipped through the ninja mission roster. Hong is already on a mission? I'm still thinking about asking her to do the mission together? Forget it. If not, let Kakashi go. The traveler should not be dead yet. Call for help at this time. It seems that the warriors can no longer hold on to the Earth Spider Clan. Then, those people just want to go over and grab forbidden technique. Kakashi is here, and Shikamaru, a smart little guy. There should be no problem with this mission, can. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. regarding Kakashi's strength. He still agreed very much, after Tsunade decided on the candidate. No more hesitation. Summoning Katsuyu directly, after briefly explaining the matter. Tsunade then used Katsuyu's space transformation technique. Katsuyu was directly transported to Kakashi's side. Details of this mission will be conveyed by Katsuyu. Kakashi, who receives the mission, will set off immediately. This is only done when the task is more urgent. How do you deal with the matter at Mizukage? After seeing Tsunade complete the affairs of the Earth Spider Clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen was in no rush to leave. Instead, he asked about Terumime's request for Konoha's help. The Six Tails Jinchuriki of their village killed his master not long ago. Defected from Kirigakure, the Akatsuki have captured the Five Tails Jinchuriki. Next target. It's that Six Tails Jinchuriki, bubble. Mizukage entrusted us with help. Join forces with Tsunagakure to find the whereabouts of the bubble. This task is quite difficult. Yes, Tsunade felt dizzy. She felt that Biho would not accept this task. Because this kind of search task is like finding a needle in a haystack. He will definitely be disliked by Biho, except Mizukage's request. Not long ago, Takian village also sent a request. He said that he would bring Seven Tails Jinchuriki to our village for refuge. They were afraid of meeting people from the Akatsuki organization on the road. So, I want us to pick it up. Let Biho do this task. Please give me flowers, advertisement that mission to find bubbles. How about just leaving it to Guy's class? I think it's okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. With Guy's strength, even if he meets the Akatsuki organization. We can also fight. Well, that's how it's arranged. Tsunade breathed out. Start scheduling tasks, after lunch at noon. Biho walked slowly to the gate of Konoha Village. Standing there quietly waiting for the three people from Class 7 to arrive. They received the mission. Prepare to go to Takigakure to protect the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. Have you caught 5 already? Biho looked into the distance. He was still very surprised by the efficiency of the Shao organization. 0, as expected of the Akatsuki organization. Did not expect. Not only did they start planning 3 years in advance. And, it's progressing so fast, it seems like it's all my fault for forcing them. Just when Biho sighed, Might Guy rushed over with his students running fast. Yo, Biho. When Guy saw Biho, he quickly stopped and started jogging on the spot. Got a mission? Yes, go hard. Guy gave a thumbs up after hearing this. His white teeth sparkled brightly in the sun. Don't stay in the bookstore all day. Spending more time doing tasks is what young people should do. Try harder, young people, this is youth, say it. He turned to look at his students. This mission is not urgent. So, we need to spend more time practicing, good. Li Wenyan immediately pumped his fist in agreement. If you can't find the bubble today, you'll have to run 3,000 meters as a penalty. Yes. Guy was very satisfied and waved his hand. Start towards the goal. After that, he rushed out of Konoha Village. Li Yi yelled and rushed out. Neji and Tianshan greeted Biho helplessly. Then he also rushed out. You're so energetic. Biho shook his head, and then slowly left the big tree he was leaning against. Because the 3 people from the 7th shift finally arrived at work. Chapter 152 Obito is in action. The S-level skills taught by Biho. Second update. Please subscribe and ask for automatic. Coming. Biho turned to look at the 3 people in Class 7. Because of the improvement in strength. So the 3 people in Class 7 are all very energetic at the moment. That one. Naruto saw Biho and immediately ran over excitedly. Biho. I succeeded. The shadow clone practice method you gave me is really effective. Practicing in that way is really fast. I've mastered Sage Mode. Very good. Biho nodded when he heard this. During this mission, I can teach you some new moves. Great. Naruto shouted excitedly upon hearing this. Great. Little Sakura also shouted excitedly. Great. Naruto and Sakura were suddenly startled. Then he looked at Sasuke, who looked excited. I was a little confused for a while. Ahem. Sasuke felt a little embarrassed when he saw this. He was used to relaxing in front of Biho. 163. I couldn't control it for a while, so he also called out. We should go. Seeing this, Biho smiled and helped Sasuke change the subject. Yep. Sasuke nodded quickly and rushed out first. Sasuke. You've changed. Naruto frowned and said with a look of disgust. Then he also rushed out. No, you can't, right? Sakura looked at Sasuke and remained calm. Another personality in my heart suddenly appeared and started crying. Sasuke this B********. D. Are you planning to steal a man from me? Unforgivable. She roared in her mind. Then he tensed up and followed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Biho and Team 7 disappeared in Konoha Village. Biho was leaving. Just at this time, an ordinary-looking passerby quietly glanced at Biho's leaving figure. If I'm not wrong, he should have gone to Takigakure to pick up Seven Tails Jinchuriki. This passerby is the clone of White Zetsu. His role is to monitor the situation in Konoha Village at all times. This is not a good time, he muttered in his mind. Then he quickly sent the information to the main body. Obito. White Zetsu's true form is currently with Uchiha Obito. Problem occurs. Bijuu has now gone to Konoha Village, preparing to pick up Seven Tails Jinchuriki. They are also moving too slowly. Obito's tone darkened upon hearing this. Advertisement, Six Tails Jinchuriki hasn't been caught yet? No, White Zetsu shook his head, that Six Tails Jinchuriki was hunted down by Kirigakure's assassination force not long ago. Ran away directly, so, I can't find his location now either. We can only wait for him to show up again, these damn Kirigakure ninjas. Obito's tone suddenly became extremely cold when he heard this. He has always had a strong hatred for Kirigakure. Let Kakuzu move, quick capture of Seven Tails Jinchuriki. They must not be allowed to meet Bijuu after Hidan was sealed. Kakuzu has no one to cooperate with now, I go. Obito said in a deep voice, then the hollow ability was used. Zetsu, keep an eye on Hyūga Hinata, rest assured. Black Zetsu responded, regarding finding clues to the Black Organization. He is more caring than Obito, everything is okay now. But, it will be difficult when Nine Tails is captured. Black Zetsu looked at Obito's disappearing figure and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Nine Tails Jinchuriki has always been with Bijuu. Want to catch Nine Tails Jinchuriki, then you must pass the Bijuu level. It seems that when the time comes, we need to let Orochimaru perform the perfect Impure world reincarnation. Naruto, look around, this is the wind-style spiral shuriken. Somewhere in the Fire Nation, Bijuu took advantage of the rest time. Showed Naruto the new ninjutsu he was going to teach him. The reason why is still the trick that Naruto knows in the original book. It's because Naruto's talent is limited, I can't learn too complicated moves at all. It's more suitable for him to make meatballs, so. Bijuu used this wind-style spiral shuriken, amazing. Naruto looked at the huge Rasengan in Bihu's hand. My eyes were straight, then I saw Bijuu throw the spiral shuriken out. Boom. Terrifying explosions echoed continuously in the valley. For a long time, the three of them were stunned for a while. Me, I want to learn, Naruto immediately became excited. Quick, teach me again, I didn't see clearly just now. You first learn to use wind-style chakra and then you can use this move. Moreover, when using this trick, Sage mode must be turned on. Otherwise, it's hard to fully grasp, if you can't fully grasp it. You can't throw this Rasenshuriken at all, you can only push it with your hands like Rasengan. Advertisement this will attack the enemy at the same time. Causing huge harm to oneself, said. Bijuu then made a move. Suddenly a bunch of leaves flew into his hand, he took one piece off and placed it in his hand. No matter how hard he applied, the leaf broke into two halves. This is the chakra of the wind attribute, try it with leaves first. When we have finished practicing, we will continue to the next round. Good. Naruto took the leaf. Full of energy, I went to practice aside. Seeing Naruto leave, both Sakura and Sasuke looked at Bijuu expectantly. Bijuu looked at Sasuke first. Sasuke, your control over lightning style is very good. This time, I will teach you lightning style, Bijuu said, and directly used the fire style fire dragon technique. Shoot into the sky to create thunderclouds, wait until the thundercloud appears. He once again uses the Chidori to attract lightning. And control the huge thunder and lightning that was drawn down. It formed the appearance of a huge ferocious beast. Then he pushed the beast forward violently, boom. Suddenly, there was another huge explosion in the valley. And countless thunder and lightning flashing with dazzling light. Wait until the smoke disappears. Everyone discovered the many rocks and trees in the valley that had been shattered by the wind-style spiral shuriken. It has been vaporized at this moment, too horrible. Sasuke was stunned when he saw this. The power of lightning in nature is difficult to control. If I don't control it well, I'm afraid I'll be doomed. Good. Bijuu nodded, it's really difficult. However, it is very strong once you practice it. 3.8 I'm going to practice now. Sasuke nodded happily. He was already imagining how terrifying this ninjutsu would become with the addition of Sage mode. For a moment, only little Sakura and Bijuu are left here. Thereby protecting Bijuu, after discovering that Bijuu is a very terrifying strong man. She didn't care what kind of ninjutsu Bijuu would teach her later. The reason she became stronger in the first place was because she wanted to become a stronger ninja. Now she wants the purpose of practice. The three of you are very powerful. This time, I will also teach you an S-level ninjutsu. Have more say in the village, but, little Sakura is not in the mood to practice new ninjutsu. She doesn't care, this mentality of hers has gradually disappeared. So, Bijuu is careful, thus, but, I just simply want to stay by Bihu's side. Jun Bijuu, Chapter 153. Obito acted quickly, Hinata fell into the trap. Please subscribe for the third update. S-level ninjutsu. Little Sakura was stunned when she heard this. Then he looked at Bijuu expectantly, although she didn't care much about ninjutsu. But, S-level ninjutsu is quite tempting. You should have seen Xiao Li's forbidden technique, right? Bijuu said, and directly opened the door of 8 inner gates technique. That's it. This, Sakura was stunned. She didn't expect that Bijuu could even do such a forbidden technique. I will teach you this forbidden technique now. As long as you strengthen your physical skills practice, you can use this technique. Biho said and closed the 8 inner gates again. For little Sakura, the most suitable technique for her is 8 inner gates. After all, she didn't have the same bloodline as Sasuke and Naruto. Even if he studied under Tsunade, it's impossible to reach Tsunade's level of strength. But, with such an 8 inner gates technique, her strength must be greatly improved. Although, 19 little Sakura probably won't be able to open the 6th gate. But, it is enough to be able to open 5th gate. As long as she learns Tsunade's yin sealing technique again. At that time, 2 forbidden techniques will be opened together with Sage Mode. It must be able to explode with terrifying power. Okay. Little Sakura nodded upon hearing this. She also knows what she is good at. If you have such a forbidden technique by your side, when encountering danger in the future, you can also have one more opportunity. And just when Biho was teaching new ninjutsu to the 3 people in class 7, something big happened in Longyan Village. Former Takigakure ninja, Kakuzu, with Uchiha Obito. The 2 of them directly killed most of the ninjas in Takigakure Village. Then he left directly with 7 tails Jinchuriki Fung. Shibaki, the leader of Takigakure Village, forced himself to suppress his injuries. Head towards Konoha Village. Prepared to ask Konoha Shinobi for help in retrieving 7 tails Jinchuriki. A few days later, Yuhi Hong and his party also arrived outside Bilihu's secret stronghold. Is this right here? The 4 of them looked at the eerie Mount Sumeru not far away. I have some fuzzy feelings in my heart, really. The task assigned by Master Hokage is indeed not too simple. Red frowned. Then he looked at Hinata. Advertisement. Hinata, take a look. Good. Hinata nodded, and then opened her Byakugan directly. This place is huge. Moreover, there seem to be many mechanisms inside. This is definitely a secret base of some organization. Oh, when Hong heard this, his expression suddenly became serious. Could it be that this is a secret stronghold of the Black Organization or the Akatsuki Organization? Hear Hong's words. The other 3 people became nervous at the same time. Hinata naturally knows, this can't be the secret stronghold of some Black Organization. Because she herself is considered a member of the Black Organization. But she was afraid that this was the secret base of the Akatsuki Organization. Certainly, if only she was herself, she's not afraid of anything. After all, the worst case scenario is to transform directly. One-tailed beast bomb can teach them how to behave. But, here are her teachers and companions, if you want to protect them without exposing yourself. There is only one way. That is, Hinata was suddenly startled. Because she discovered that the kunai with the Flying Thunder God spell given to her by Biho was missing. That kunai in her pocket, he was actually replaced. Broken. Hinata's pupils shrank, she felt as if she was being plotted against. Teacher Hong. Something might not be right. Hinata, what's wrong? Kurenai saw Hinata take out a kunai and then her expression suddenly changed. Suddenly I felt a little weird. My kunai has been replaced. This is not the kunai with the Flying Thunder God spell that Mr. Biho gave me. Hinata was very angry, she was annoyed with herself. How could you be so careless? Even the things Biho gave her would be stolen. At the same time, also secretly afraid, the enemy could actually kill her without her knowing it. It can be seen from this, the opponent's strength is indeed very strong. And, the enemy must have some agenda for scheming against her like this. Swapped. Advertisement. The 3 of them were stunned again when they heard this. They also know what this sentence means. Let's go. After Hong thought for a moment, he made a decisive decision. The mission given to us by Tsunade-sama is to investigate the owner of this place. It is said that the owner of this place is related to the disappearance of ninjas in the blood succession of major ninja villages. And we have now completed our preliminary investigation. It's obviously very weird here. Moreover, Hinata also encountered strange things. So, we can also go back and report. At that time, please ask more people to investigate together. Good. The other 3 people all nodded when they heard Hong's words. Agree with Hong's decision. In that case, let's evacuate first. However, Hong's voice just finished, then they heard a huge explosion coming from not far away from them. Follow closely. Then I saw a strange big bird flying out from the Yamanaka stronghold. And on the back of that big bird, at this moment there was a man with strange tattoos on his face. The 303 tattoo looks very much like the number 3. Not good. We're being targeted. Red looked at the enemy in the sky. His expression was unusually solemn, no matter when. For ninjas, enemies in the air are the most difficult. And the 4 of them have no good way to deal with enemies in the air. Then, the 4 of them could only evacuate in the direction of Konoha. But just as they were preparing to retreat, the enemy in the air was the strange big bird controlling his feet, releasing countless feathers. Those feathers were like bombs. The moment it hits the ground, it will explode immediately. The 4 Hinatas could only retreat while using various ninjutsu to defend themselves. And just as they were retreating and fighting at the same time, suddenly there was a shaking under my feet. Immediately afterwards, a man with a tattoo of the word, Yi, on his forehead suddenly rushed out from the ground. Not only that, a woman with the word, 2, tattooed on her face. He also rode 2 strange big dogs and chased him from behind. 3 people. 1 on top and 2 on the bottom. Hinata and her group were surrounded. Since you are here to cause trouble, don't even think about leaving alive. 2. Ms. swung the whip in her hand, he said with a cold face. Chapter 154 The Terrifyingly Powerful Hinata. Fierce Battle at Bijuu Stronghold. 4th update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Teacher Hong, what should we do now? Inuzuka Kiba looked at the 3 people around him and asked with a very solemn expression. These 3 people are not very nice to each other. Especially the one in the air. Indeed. Hong nodded upon hearing this. I'll hold the one in the air. Hinata, you go deal with that woman. The remaining man. Ya, Shino, I leave it to you. Whoever gets rid of the enemy first will help the others. Good. The 3 of them nodded at the same time. Such an arrangement for Hong, they still feel it's feasible. It was up to Hong to hold off the most difficult one. Then Hinata, who has the strongest fighting ability, will take care of the one who seems to be the weakest. The rest are held by Toga and Aburame Shino, this way. As long as Hinata can get rid of that woman quickly. Then you can help them get rid of these enemies, be careful not to get hurt. Hong warned again. These 3 people are obviously the subordinates of the master of the stronghold. Once they are defeated by us, then the stronghold owner is likely to appear. So, must be careful. Good, the 3 of them nodded at the same time. Then separate quickly. Rush towards their respective goals. Hinata's opponent is the 2 lady, although I don't know how strong this enemy is. But, Hinata wants to get rid of the opponent faster. This way you can get away and help other companions. Then, he immediately turned on the escape mode. Along with it, streaks of flames and lightning appeared around her. Her speed also suddenly increased, just for a moment. She then walked through most of the battlefield and came directly to the woman. So fast, the woman was shocked when she saw this. He quickly waved his whip, trying to block Hinata's attack. However, an attack of this level is too slow for Hinata at this moment. She just flashed slightly. Advertisement he dodged the woman's attack. Then directly use, Sway Dun 8 trigrams 64, palm. A chakra of fire and thunder suddenly appeared in her hands. Every time it is tapped on the enemy's acupuncture point, part of the Sway Dun chakra will be driven into the enemy's body. In this way, when the 64 palms are finished, that, too, lady's whole body suddenly erupted with terrifying flames and thunder and lightning. Just for a moment. Just kill it completely. Hinata didn't even look at the woman's condition. She turned on the escape mode again. He rushed towards Mr. 1, who was fighting Kiba and Shino. I saw. At this moment, Mr. 1 is launching a fierce attack on Kiba and Shino. Various snake-like monsters rushed out of Mr. Yi's body one after another. Go towards Ya and Shino. As for Kiba and Shino, they were completely suppressed by such a disgusting attack. From the beginning of the fight till now, the 2 of them were breathless. If you don't get help again, they'll get hurt in no time. And at this time, they heard explosions and screams not far away at the same time. Then, together they turned to look at the position of the 2nd lady. As a result, Hinata, flashing with fire and lightning, rushed towards us. Hinata. The 2 of them were overjoyed, but Mr. 1 suddenly frowned. He felt an ominous premonition. Then, he quickly turned around and started attacking Hinata. However, his attacks were of no use to Hinata, after turning on the escape mode. Hinata's speed has reached extremely fast levels. It's simply not something someone of his level can beat. Then, Hinata was in Mr. 1's frightened eyes. He rushed over quickly, and directly on his body came a set of Sway Dun 8 trigrams 64 palms. Then, after a while, Mr. 1 instantly became the same charred corpse as Ms. 2. So strong. Kiba looked at Hinata, who was once again flashing with lightning and fire. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It had been a long time since he'd seen Hinata use her full strength. It seems now, Hinata's strength seems to have improved a bit compared to the past. Advertisement, however, Hinata had no time to pay attention to Kiba and Shino. Because Yuhi Hong is now cornered, Kurenai Yuhi, although she is a Jonin. But, what she is best at is illusion, not other abilities. And illusion. You often need to get closer to the enemy before you can use it. But, this time her enemy was too difficult to deal with. Not only did it fly high, it also made it impossible for her to use illusions. And, you can also keep throwing feather bombs downwards. Various feather bombs exploded, making her unable to withstand them. Teacher Hong. After Hinata turned on the escape mode again. Then he came directly to Yuhi Hong. At the same time, he used Sway Dun Revolving Heaven to knock down all the feather bombs falling from the sky. Teacher Hong. Let me do it, Hinata said. He didn't wait for Hong to respond. Jumped directly into the air, although the height of the jump is not high. But it can be regarded as a little closer to Mr. 3 in the air. At the same time, she slapped Mr. 3 fiercely in the air. 8 trigrams air palm serial strike. Air bullets flashing with fire and lightning were instantly shot out of Hinata's hand. Hit Mr. 3 in the air. Such a continuous offensive. Mr. 3 was a little overwhelmed by the beating. The hit Mr. 3 turned directly into a fireball flashing with lightning. A figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Want to leave? However, control the big bird and dodge wildly in the air. Because she knows. Just when Hong's voice finished. Call, he got tricked after all. Now these 3 minions have been killed. It fell from the sky. Withdraw, in this continuous attack. Hinata breathed out. Then, the owner of this stronghold is also going to appear. Slowly he put away his palms. Hong shouted quickly when he saw this. Really? Chapter 155 Hinata. I didn't expect him to be so weak. Please subscribe for the first update. It was a short, strange man with bandages all over his body. Konoha? The man glanced at Hinata's forehead protector. Then a look of reminiscence appeared on his face. I really didn't expect it. This time the person who came was actually a ninja from Konoha. After he finished speaking, he looked at the 3 dead brothers not far away. And the strength is still very strong. The 3 of them have not yet used their strongest abilities. I was instantly killed by you, said. He then looked at Hinata. You were the one who killed me instantly, the little girl of the Hyūga family. I really didn't expect that. Hyūga's family can actually have such a powerful ninja. I always thought the strongest pupil technique in Konoha should be from Sharingan. Who are you? Sunset Red stood at the front of the team. He looked at the man cautiously. Bijuu, a ninja originally from Konoha Village. Bijuu whispered. Maybe, you don't know such a name at all. Because when I was in Konoha, not famous at all. But, that's a thing of the past, it won't be long before I can become a true god. Bijuu opened his arms, his face was full of joy. Say it. He took a few steps back suddenly, then he looked at Hong with a slight smile. You are Zhenhong's daughter, right? Did not expect. Zhenhong's daughter has grown so big, but, now that you already know that I am from Konoha. Why couldn't you guess that I knew you were good at illusions? Besides, the Inuzuka over there and the kid from the Aburame family. Things you were good at, I know it all, do it. Hong felt a chill in his heart when he heard this. Then he gave the attack order without hesitation. Hinata and the 3 immediately started fighting after hearing this. Inuzuka Ga directly used Gado Ga, conduct exploratory attacks. I want to test the strength of my opponent, advertisement. Aburame Shino controlled the insect and quietly approached Bijuu. And Hinata. Then he took a step back, get started with Sage Mode. Because she had just mastered this Sage Mode, so. It still takes some time to turn on. BJBC, Hong quickly approached Bijuu. Be prepared to use the illusion directly to control the opponent as soon as you enter the distance where the illusion is activated. When Bijuu saw the actions of the 4 people, he just smiled. Then he quickly formed seals with his hands. First, quality escape to remove the cavity wave. Accompanied by Bijuu's technique, a dark thundercloud suddenly appeared around him. And under the control of Bijuu, with a terrifying thunderlight, it violently earth coiling towards the surroundings. Zila, accompanied by the sound of electric current hitting the human body. The 2 people who were attacking Bijuu all flew back. And those bugs controlled by Shino, they will all be killed instantly. Second, swift style. Physical skills are ineffective against me. Bijuu's words had just finished, his whole person disappeared. Next moment, then I heard a bang 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 sound. Ya and Hong, who had just been knocked away, were knocked out again. At the same time, Bijuu's figure suddenly appeared next to Hinata. Kick out at the same time, snapped, Hinata's hand blocked the opponent's attack. But, Hinata's originally prepared Sage Mode also failed to activate. Lightning style? Bijuu felt numb all over his body? Then he took a step back suddenly, and at this time, the kunai that Shino threw to force Hirohu to leave Hinata has finally arrived. Third, Hongtangwa, Bijuu sensed the opponent's kunai attack, but did not panic. Instead, he directly activated Steel Escape. Take the opponent's attack head on. Dang dang dang. The 3 kunai hit Bijuu accurately. But there was a sound of steel clashing. The Steel Escape I possess can ignore all sword and hidden weapon attacks. Say it. Bijuu took off the bandage on his hand. And aimed his hand at Hinata. And this time, Hinata also turned on the escape mode. Facing Bijuu is a series of Sway Dun 8 trigrams air palm. Advertisement air bombs flashing with fire and thunder. Bijuu was immediately enveloped. However, Bijuu was not afraid at all. He kept changing the position of his hands. Make sure you can catch each air bomb with your palm. Fourth, the underworld sucks holes. Bijuu absorbs Hinata's attack. While speaking calmly, dark style can absorb chakra and invalidate all ninjutsu. Well, suddenly, Bijuu's body trembled, his tone also faltered. Because he found out, my body was actually numb without even realizing it. What's happening here? I have absorbed all her ninjutsu. Why is there still a thunder attribute chakra attacking me? Because I was too surprised. In addition, the body has begun to feel a little numb. Therefore, Bijuu's movements could not help but slow down slightly. Hinata, on the other hand, seized this opportunity instantly. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hinata slapped away Bijuu's hand that was used to absorb the ninjutsu. Then he continued to drive the Sway Dun chakra into the opponent's acupuncture points. Every slap, there will be a lot of flashes of fire and lightning. Wait for the 64 palms to end. Bilyu's entire body was enveloped in thick flames. In this flame, there were still flashes of lightning. The terrifying thunder attribute chakra constantly destroys the opponent's body veins. Because these Sui Dun chakra are directly penetrated into the opponent's acupuncture points in the form of 8 trigrams 64 palms. So, after the flames and thunder and lightning disappeared. Although Bilyuhu is not dead yet, but it's completely ruined. So strong. Yao swallowed hard. He found out that since Hinata started learning ninjutsu from Biho, it becomes stronger and stronger. Such an enemy is impossible for them to deal with. Hinata solved it so easily, he didn't even use the ultimate move he had used before, the roar of the Thunderflame Dragon. I didn't expect him to be so weak. Hinata lowered her head in embarrassment upon hearing this. I originally wanted to just open Sage Mode and have a good battle. Result: a basic set of attacks takes away the enemy. Underground. White Zetsu has been monitoring the situation here. His eyelids couldn't help but twitch. What kind of rubbish did Obito choose? Chapter 156 The Unexpected Discovery of Black Zetsu. Second update. Please subscribe, please automatically. Obito. White Zetsu, who was looking for clues about the Black Organization beside Obito, suddenly paused. Then he looked at Uchiha Obito with a complicated expression. The person you chose this time, it's really rubbish. Hyūga Hinata actually didn't even use the Thunderflame Dragon's roar. That Bilyuhu died. Obito was stunned when he heard this. Then he looked at Zetsu in disbelief. Bilyuhu is actually so weak? He has absorbed 4 blood inheritance limits, and create a person who can combine the forbidden technique of various blood inheritance limits. Yet, that's what it is. Black Zetsu's voice was slightly cold. With the continuous successful collection of tailed beasts. Not only did Black Zetsu not feel happy at all, instead, I became more and more anxious. Because he always suspected that the Black Organization was planning something. Otherwise, their tailed beast collection work cannot be so fast. This made Black Zetsu wonder if the Black Organization was interested in 10 tails. Wanted after they synthesized 10 tails. Come right over and grab it. I see. After Obito was stunned for a while, he regained his composure. It seems that we need to try another way. I'll leave this matter to you. Black Zetsu suddenly lost the idea of continuing to plan this kind of thing with Obito. Because he felt it was of no use, even if they really find out that Biho is related to the Black Organization. So what? With their current strength, not only can Biho not do anything to the Black Organization, let alone use the Black Organization to launch any conspiracy against Biho. So, investigate whether Biho is related to the Black Organization. For now, it has no meaning, so, Black Zetsu decided to go alone to find some ways to deal with the Black Organization. At the same time, he felt that he needed to think about it too. How can we let Obito and Madara know the truth of everything? And he continues to work hard for him. I'm so busy. Black Zetsu sighed silently in his heart, then he said goodbye to Obito. He embarked on the road to find a solution to the Black Organization alone. Black Zetsu's thinking is very clear. He knows, want to deal with the Black Organization. Then you must have strong combat power. Possessing combat power that far exceeds that of everyone in the current Akatsuki organization. But, advertisement, it is really difficult to find someone with such fighting power. So, it can only be made in some other way, Onimaru technique? Actually, this technique is pretty good. Black Zetsu had a faint sneer on his face. He quickly approached Mount Sumeru, and here I met the white Zetsu clone who had stayed here a long time ago. Is the mission accomplished? It's here. The white Zetsu clone handed over a scroll. This scroll. It was when he was taking advantage of Bilyuhu to go out to deal with the enemy. The stolen Onimaru technique, not bad, Black Zetsu nodded with great satisfaction. Then it burrowed directly into the ground and disappeared. He plans to collect some terrifying forbidden technique, and then give all of these forbidden technique to Orochimaru. Let Orochimaru develop an even more terrifying forbidden technique. This Kyaro technique suits Hidan very well. Black Zetsu suddenly thought of Hidan. If Hidan had immortality, the words that merged with countless terrifying blood inheritance boundaries were all at once. Will he become invincible? The more Black Zetsu thought about it, the more likely it seemed. It seems, Hidan also has some rescue value, after a while. Black Zetsu arrived at Orochimaru's stronghold, and handed the Onimaru technique to Orochimaru. Onimaru technique? Did not expect. Bilyuhu actually created such a technique. Orochimaru couldn't help but sigh after watching Onigaro technique. I haven't seen you for many years, his progress is still obvious. This technique, still very useful, I can look into it. Orochimaru, then I leave this matter to you. Black Zetsu took out a few more tubes of blood. These are the blood of the strong for you, you can do research. Okay, I am very interested. Orochimaru couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips. Regarding forbidden techniques research, he was still very interested. Next time we meet, I will bring more forbidden technique. But I also want to see the results of your experiments. Do not worry, Orochimaru responded with a smile. However, after Ju left, advertisement he instantly showed a playful expression. Please give me flowers. I don't know if the Akatsuki organization after acquiring my forbidden technique will be a rival to the Black organization. Black Zetsu after leaving the Orochimaru stronghold. Then started working with White Zetsu, wandering underground. At the same time, I continue to perceive places full of strangeness. Because in the past time, he was only interested in the chakra of Ashura and Indra. After all, this is the key to resurrecting Otsutsuki Kagaya. So, his focus was entirely on these two reincarnations of chakra. Not caring enough about the world, therefore, after this investigation, he suddenly discovered many interesting places. For example, he discovered a very mysterious high-tech stronghold. He couldn't even enter this stronghold. This immediately made Black Zetsu interested. Could it be? Is this the secret stronghold of the Black organization? Black Zetsu started his journey of exploration with some curiosity. Time passes slowly. This day, Shibuya, the leader of Takigakure village, is finally about to leave the country of Taki and enter the country of fire. Because he was seriously injured, so it's very slow. This made him very helpless, but, in order to meet Konoha shinobi as soon as possible. Let the Konoha shinobi save their village's Jinchuriki. He could only persist, but, because the injury was too serious. He finally fainted on the road. I don't know how long it took. He slowly woke up. Then he saw a pink-haired girl wearing a Konoha forehead protector beside him helping him heal. There was also a boy with blonde hair. Minato looked beside him and kept looking at it. "Kr. You are finally here." Shibuki sat up with a surprised look on his face. Then he suddenly looked around in confusion. Huh? Have I arrived in the fire country? No, Naruto said with a smile. This is still the country of Taki. Right where you passed out, the country of Taki. It shouldn't be. I remember that there was a huge lake where I fainted. Such a big lake, where has it gone now? Hearing this, the three members of Team 7 of Konoha couldn't help but look at Bijuu not far away. Chapter 157. What about our huge lake? Track 6 Tails Jinchuriki, 3 updates, please subscribe and ask for automatic. After Shimu saw the three people's reactions, he immediately looked at Bijuu with some doubts. But no matter how hard I looked, I couldn't see why. Then he asked with some confusion, where's our lake? What about our huge lake? Are you lying to me? It must be. This must be the land of fire, otherwise, it's impossible for such a big forest to appear. Actually, that, Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. That lake of yours, accidentally ruined by our friends. Then it turned into a forest. Shimu was stunned. Then something suddenly occurred to me. He looked at Bijuu with a shocked expression. Wood style. Could it be? 937. Are you the one who rescued Sanagakure's one-tailed Jinchuriki? Aang. Yes. Naruto smiled and nodded. Say, little brother. Why did you faint here? Correct. Only then did Shimu think of serious matters. Oh no. Our village's 7 tails Jinchuriki was robbed. The enemy is Akatsuki. I was injured by them, as expected. Sasuke nodded beside him. For such a guess, after the 4 of them saw him fainting here, they already guessed it. Please help us rescue her, even without the tailed beast. As long as people are still there, Shemu said and looked at Bijuu again. Bihu's reputation. When Gaara was saved, the news had already spread. Severe damage to the Akatsuki organization. Defeat Madara. Save Gaara. Wood-style user. As soon as various names were spread, his reputation was greatly shocked. Only, Shibuki didn't expect it. That legendary ninja is actually so young. He looks like a genin who just graduated from ninja school. It's a bit difficult to rescue. Bijuu heard this and said slowly, of course. Advertisement. It's not that the battle is difficult. But it is more difficult to find the Akatsuki organization. The Akatsuki organization is really good at hiding. It's not easy to find them. I found Gaara because she had a scent left behind. If you can look for it through smell, that would be easier to handle. But, I guess Akatsuki will not make the same mistake twice. Well, Shenmue nodded helplessly when he heard this. You were right. This time, it's Uchiha Obito. He directly sucked people into a different space. If you want to find it by smell, not realistic at all. Said, he sat down on the ground very weakly, alas. It seems, there is no other way this time. That's not necessarily the case. Bijuu shook his head, based on the intelligence. The Akatsuki organization must follow the order to seal the tailed beast. Want to seal 7 tails, then 6 tails must be sealed first. So, we just have to find 6 tails Jinchuriki. Then he took action directly when people from the Akatsuki organization captured 6 tails Jinchuriki. So, you can catch the tail of the Akatsuki organization. Return. Is this still possible? Shenmue was delighted when he heard this. Great, then let's act together. Bijuu shook his head. You don't have to go. Just go directly to Konoha and wait for the news. Leave the rest to us. This, Shenmue was a little reluctant. But, seeing the lush forest around me, after thinking that this was once a lake, he decisively followed Bihu's suggestion. Good. This time, I leave it to you. Don't worry, Bijuu nodded. After Shenmue disappeared, they were ready to start the mission again. Bijuu, how should we find that person? Naruto looked at Bijuu worriedly. He is a nine-tails Jinchuriki. In my heart, I actually sympathize with the experiences of those Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki living in this world is not easy, they have to bear the filthiness of this world. Advertisement to endure loneliness. To endure the torture from the tailed beast. It is extremely difficult to gain recognition from your peers. It was hard to survive, it's hard to get recognition from some people. As a result, he was arrested by the Akatsuki organization again. Just thinking about it makes people feel desperate. Go to Teacher Guy first. Their mission is to find Six Tails Jinchuriki, the bubble. As for Teacher Guy's position, then I need to go back and confirm. Go back? Naruto was stunned. Idiot, Sasuke sneered, Flying Thunder God. Well, Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment. The Flying Thunder God technique is really useful. Pity. I can't learn it no matter what, don't be discouraged. Flying Thunder God technique, many people cannot learn it. Bijuu smiled and shook his head. You guys wait for me here. Say it. He directly sensed the farthest Flying Thunder God spell and then teleported away directly. Flying Thunder God technique. Theoretically there is no maximum distance limit. As long as the user can perceive the Flying Thunder God spell. And if you have enough chakra, then you can make a space jump. The further the distance, the more chakra is consumed. With Bijuu's current strength, he cannot jump directly from Takino country to Konoha Village. This is not because he has insufficient chakra, it's because the distance is too far. He couldn't sense the Flying Thunder God spell over there at all. So, he can only jump multiple times, past the 4.0 spell left on the road. Travel through the land of fire in an instant, timing. After 2 days, so fast, the four of them galloped along. Let's briefly talk to Tsunade about the situation of this mission. Then he used the Flying Thunder God technique again and returned to the three people in Team 7. Naruto looked at Bijuu who suddenly appeared, then he started to rush over there. If he hadn't already tried the Flying Thunder God technique it would be very difficult to learn. But, good, the three of them responded at the same time. He will definitely pester Bijuu to learn this technique again. They were near the border of the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Water. Let's go. At this moment, Guy's class encountered some minor troubles. After returning to Konoha, Bijuu and his party finally found Guy's class. I couldn't help but admire. Chapter 158. The Anxious Guy, the bomb he had planted finally exploded. 4th update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. On the border of the Kingdom of Fire, close to the direction of the Kingdom of Water. There is a small town called Jinchūriki. People in small towns live a plain and happy life. However, where there is sunshine, there will be shadows. And in this small town, there are 2 underground gang organizations that are constantly active. They live by collecting protection fees and extortion. Leaders and cadres all endured it, so I occasionally take on some bounty missions. And not so long ago, the 2 gang members simultaneously discovered the Six Tails Jinchuriki bubble that Kage was offering a reward for. Then, the 2 parties immediately became interested in seeing the money. Followed directly behind Bubble, you want to know the situation of the other party so that you can exchange information for money. However, because most of them are ordinary people, and Bubbles is a powerful Jinchuriki, so, it didn't take long for those who were following the bubble to be discovered. But, Bubble has no intention of killing anyone, just knock these people out. He left quickly, however, Bubble's escape was not an uneventful one. 19 due to injury, so his speed is not very fast, after escaping for a short time. Then he was directly caught up again by the 2 gangsters. And this time, the gangs are no longer targeting ordinary people. But an all-ninja lineup encounters such a difficult enemy. And they are all ninjas. The Bubbles were suddenly no longer kind. Instead, he directly used powerful moves to fight those people. When the battle is over, the party chasing the Bubble was all defeated. Bubble himself was also seriously injured. While those people were already fainting, there was no time to follow. Then he ran away directly, and when the gangsters woke up. But it was an unexpected discovery, although the Bubble is gone. But they got an unexpected harvest, the legendary White Zetsu. This White Zetsu is a very weak clone. The purpose of coming here. It is to help the main body find Six Tails Jinchuriki. The result was unexpected. During the war, it was accidentally affected. Then it was torn off directly because it was too weak. And the true form of White Zetsu, because the distance was too far, we didn't rush over to pick up the body. Then, this White Zetsu clone was picked up by those gangsters. Advertisement for such an unexpected surprise. Those gangsters are quite happy. Because what they picked up was White Zetsu, the legendary ginseng fruit. Ever since Bijuu opened such an open class, the name of White Zetsu's ginseng fruit spread. And the more it spreads, the more mysterious it becomes. From the beginning, Bijuu's mouth can increase the chakra. Those who fall into the ears of these gangsters can live forever. I don't know how many versions have been derived. It is precisely because the more rumors spread, the more mysterious it becomes. Plus, Bijuu was desperate to prevent Black Zetsu from getting too desperate. So run away directly. Therefore, a certain amount of protection was added to Zetsu's information on the leaflets. Let the secret of Black Zetsu be preserved. At the same time, it was also very surprising that everyone who saw the flyer would not connect the Akatsuki organization's secrets with the legendary ginseng fruit. In the end, these gangsters saw White Zetsu's clone. His eyes immediately lit up. They think they have found a treasure. With such a White Zetsu clone, then the value is much greater than that bubble. And chasing the bubble Jinchuriki is very dangerous. And selling this White Zetsu clone, but the risk can be controlled within a reasonable range. Then, these people were very excited and started fighting there. At last, the winning side takes away White Zetsu. Start selling in secret. However, the gangster on the losing side arranged for the mole in the gang on the winning side to be a little unwilling. Then, he quietly let the news out. Suddenly, it attracted countless underground forces to gather in this small town. They all came for this White Zetsu. The whole town was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Tensions are rising among countless underground forces. One fuse away from the war, and when Guy's class came to this town, we encountered such an embarrassing situation, because word spread about White Zetsu. So, many people know that the two gangsters were originally chasing the bubble. This ginseng fruit, I picked up, then, this leads Guy to ask about the bubble. Will be regarded as an enemy who wants to seize the ginseng fruit. So, they stayed here for a long time, but never got any clues. Say, after eating this ginseng fruit, is it really possible to increase the talent of controlling chakra? Xiao Li is sitting in the hotel. Holding his chin with one hand, he looked into the distance and fell into reverie. If I eat this ginseng fruit, maybe you can get the gift of controlling chakra. Advertisement. Then I can use ninjutsu, thought of this. Rock Lee couldn't help but feel a little excited. He inherently lacks the talent to control chakra. So cause. He has chakra though, but he couldn't use any ninjutsu at all. And this is also the pain in his life. So, if ginseng fruit can solve this shortcoming, he felt that he would not be able to resist this temptation. Xiao Li. Tianshan immediately rolled his eyes when he heard this. Why are you so naive? When Bai Hao first spoke, there is no such benefit from eating White Zetsu. He said that after eating White Zetsu, it can only increase the total amount of chakra. Other things. These are all rumors spread by outsiders. 790. I can't believe it, D. Li Wenyan couldn't help but sigh. I know too. I was just thinking, while talking. Li suddenly saw Guy and Neji pushing open the door and coming back. He immediately stood up with some anticipation. Teacher Guy. Neji. How is the situation now? Not good. Guy shook his head in distress. The battle in the town has officially broken out. We can't ask for any information at all now, so I can only track it myself. Everyone was depressed for a while. But at this time, they were suddenly stunned. Suddenly a familiar voice was heard. I saw two ninjas rushing toward them with swords on their backs. Bai Hao. Just when Guy and his group were preparing to fight. Then he turned his head and looked not far away at the same time. After a while, kill, Bai Jia asked with some confusion. The four of them saw Bai Hao and Team 7, Rasengan. But he just finished speaking. Otherwise, you will definitely come to grab ginseng fruits from us during the day meeting. What happened here? Boom, Lousy wants to kill you first. Konoha Guy. Then he saw the four people in Guy's class looking at him with very strange eyes. Then they saw the two people who attacked them being knocked away by Rasengan. Chapter 159 Bai Hao's Perception Technique, New Speculations, please subscribe for the first update. There was an awkward atmosphere at the door of the hotel. However, just when 8 people were facing each other with 16 eyes. Suddenly an old voice came from not far away, you ninjas of Konoha. You guys who came from a large village shouldn't come to rob us, right? Several people turned their heads when they heard the sound. I found that the person who came was an energetic old man. Bai Hao can sense the chakra in the opponent's body. Apparently, this is a ninja. Of course not. Guy immediately smiled when he heard this and said, we have no interest in that White Zetsu at all. What we're here for, really just want to track the bubble. If you could tell us where the bubble is, then we can promise to leave immediately. White Zetsu. When Bai Hao heard this, he immediately understood why the 4 people in Guy's class looked at him like that just now. Did not expect, they actually got a White Zetsu? Even more unbelievable is, these people actually believed my nonsense. Bai Hao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. For these people, White Zetsu is regarded as ginseng fruit. All he could say was, so brave, I don't know if they will have diarrhea after eating White Zetsu. Just when Bai Hao was having malicious thoughts, Guy over there also finished asking questions. We can go, Guy said as he walked to Bai Hao. Bai Hao. Why did you come here suddenly? Our mission objectives. 7 Tails Jinchuriki was taken away by the Akatsuki organization. So come find you. I want to find traces of members of the Akatsuki organization for such a clue as 6 Tails Jinchuriki. 7 Tails Jinchuriki was taken away. Everyone's expressions suddenly changed when they heard this. Information about the Akatsuki organization, everyone is very clear about it. Therefore, it is natural to understand what would happen if they lost 6 Tails Jinchuriki this time. That is equivalent to saying that the Akatsuki organization captured 2-tailed beasts at once. Also explain. The Akatsuki organization is getting closer to its big goal of gathering 9 tails. Once the Akatsuki organization gathers 9-tailed beasts, then the world will suffer unprecedented catastrophe. It seems we have to act quickly. The expression on Guy's face was very solemn. Let's go. Biho nodded. Advertisement. The group did not hesitate. Rushed directly towards the mountain range where the bubble disappeared. Not long after, 8 people appeared at that mountain range. Looking at the mountains that have been destroyed beyond recognition. Several people frowned, because it has been destroyed like this. Even if they want to track it, there are no clues for them to follow. And just when a few people were exploring the surroundings for traces, Biho closed his eyes. Start using your own perception ability to perceive your surroundings. He currently has multiple sentient abilities, the most commonly used among them. There are only 2 kinds. One is from Kagura's Hard Eye. This ability is very good, the scope is very large. The perception is also very precise, very useful. Especially when targeting people you know, another kind of perception. It comes from Grudoka's Power of the Earth ability. As long as he stands on the earth, that is the god of the earth. This ability can be used not only for attacking, it can also be used for perception. He can sense everyone standing on the earth within a certain range. And people hiding underground, for example, White Zetsu. The White Zetsu underground cannot be sensed with Kagura's inner eye. But the power of the earth can be felt, although the range of perception of the power of the earth is not as wide as Kagura's heart. But when looking for White Zetsu, still very useful. So, if you don't need to look for White Zetsu, he will use Kagura's Hard Eye, which has a wider range of perception. And when you need to sense White Zetsu, he will directly use the Power of the Earth ability. Now, he is using the Power of the Earth to perceive. Because he is ready to find the bubble by looking for White Zetsu. After all, although the perception range of Kagura's Hard Eye is relatively large. But, if you want to use it to find strangers, but it is very difficult. It's better to just use Power of the Earth to find White Zetsu. Found it, after a while. A smile suddenly appeared on Biho's face. He found the White Zetsu hidden underground around him. Advertisement. These White Zetsu, some gathered in Jinchūriki town. It looks like they are preparing to recover the body of the White Zetsu clone. Others are Yamanaka scattered not far away. These look like they are looking for bubbles. It can be judged from the fact that the opponent is still moving very scatteredly. These White Zetsu should not have found bubbles yet. Then, Biho directly uses the power of the earth. Take advantage of earth style, started to shuttle quickly underground. Sensing everyone and everything on the ground at the same time. Just for a moment, he then explored the area surrounded by the White Zetsu. However, the result surprised him. Nothing? Biho was slightly stunned. These White Zetsu were too inferior. He was actually fooled like this. Biho couldn't help but shook his head in disappointment. Then get past those White Zetsu, search further afield. But just a moment later, he accidentally discovered Kakashi and Team 10. Is this the territory of the Earth Spider Clan? Biho frowned slightly. I couldn't help but think of some things in the original work. In the original work, that Six Tails Jinchuriki foam is the master of Hotaru, the successor of forbidden technique of the Earth Spider Clan. Money. So, could that bubble be due to plot inertia? Came here again? Biho didn't know whether his guess was correct or not. After making a decision, then everyone acts together. Just full of energy, returned to Guy Ban and others. Young people, you said you found traces of foam over there? Tell Guy and the people in Class 7 about the situation. Guy immediately raised his thick eyebrows when he heard this. We run with all our strength in the direction Biho said. But before going, he needs to go back first. Show your white teeth. Walk. Biho used the Flying Thunder God technique directly. Those white teeth sparkled in the sun. Then he made some changes to his findings and told everyone about them. Then gave a thumbs up. He was still ready to take a look. Chapter 160. Kakashi's Surprise, Plot Inertia, Second Update. Please subscribe and ask for automatic. The group of people walked quickly. It didn't take long. Following Biho's directions, he encountered Kakashi and Team 10. Kakashi and the 4 members of Team 10 saw the sudden appearance of Biho and Guy. They were all a little confused. They don't understand. 3 classes perform 3 tasks respectively. Why do they come together? But, after listening to the explanations by Biho et al., he finally understood. I see. Kakashi nodded slightly. You are looking for bubbles. But, we haven't found any clues about the bubble here. Biho didn't show any surprise when he heard this. Because when he got here, I have already sensed that the bubble is no longer here. Just when he wanted to ask Kakashi about the situation, Naruto spoke first. That one, Teacher Kakashi. How was your mission? Said, he began to look around. Why are you the only ones? Where is the client? Our mission here is going well. After hearing this, Kakashi briefly talked about their situation. After all, 307. For a task of this level, there is no need to keep it secret. Something happened to the Earth Spider Clan. A letter of request for help was sent to Konoha. So we came over. Turn out, it was some thieves who discovered that the leader of the Earth Spider Clan was about to die. So I took the opportunity to start the forbidden technique idea of the Earth Spider clan. But, we arrived just in time. Deal with those thieves. The mission can be considered completed, but, the leader of the Earth Spider clan died because he resisted those thieves. Therefore, the Earth Spider clan has no powerful ninja for the time being. For their safety, we now need to observe in the dark for a while. As long as the descendants of the Earth Spider clan no longer encounter danger. Then we can go. Naruto had a slightly disappointed look on his face. So your mission is so simple, our task is really too difficult. The Akatsuki organization actually captured the person we wanted to protect in advance. Advertisement we made our trip in vain. Heard this. Biho stopped listening to the conversation between Kakashi and Naruto. He began to use his senses, aware of everything around you. He makes himself the center of the circle, constantly sensing outwards. However, nothing was discovered. The perception ability is still not easy to use. Biho couldn't help but complain in his heart, his perception now. It can only be used to find acquaintances you have met and to guard against enemy encirclement. If it's a stranger you haven't met before, then even if you sense it, you can't judge whether that person is what you are looking for. And his way to find Six Tails Jinchuriki, but he doesn't need to have seen the other person. He just needs to find someone with a lot of chakra around him. But, there was no one around who had a lot of chakra. The possibility of causing this phenomenon, there are only two. 1. It's the bubble that's not around. 2. It was Bubble who was seriously injured and consumed too much chakra. It is precisely because it is possible that the bubble is not far away from Biho. But it couldn't be sensed because the other party was seriously injured. So, Biho couldn't help but complain about this kind of perception ability in his heart. But, he also understands, there is no perfect ability in this world. This perceptual ability has such a shortcoming, this is also normal. And if you want to overcome this shortcoming, then he would need to sneak underground and search the surroundings carefully. Certainly, the focus was on the ninjas he sensed. Let me explore the surroundings first. Biho talked to the other two captains. Then use the power of the earth directly, sneaking underground. Tien, BJBI, began to sneak into the earth. So strong, Kakashi's pupils shrank suddenly when he saw Biho's movements. When Biho sneaked into the ground, he actually couldn't sense any whereabouts of the other party. It feels like Biho just disappeared. The future life is terrible. Guy looked at the ground with a somewhat complicated look in his eyes. Because of all the earth style currently, while moving into the soil, there are traces to follow, as long as the other ninjas paid attention. Advertisement, then the other party's whereabouts will definitely be discovered. It's like the Toryugen technique, when using the ordinary earth dragon hidden technique. All need to create some movement to attract the enemy's attention. Then take advantage of the opportunity when the opponent's attention is drawn away, use ninjutsu and escape quickly. It's like a magician performing a magic trick. First divert the audience's attention. Then take the opportunity to use your super fast hand speed to complete the magic show. But Biho's earth style, but there are not so many fancy operations. He just used it so plainly and directly, straight into the soil. Disappear directly, but it is invisible to all viewers. If the Toryu Gakuin technique of ordinary ninjas is magic, then Biho's earth style, that's magic, except Kakashi and Guy. Several other, little strong, also noticed Biho's power. But, they are all used to it, after seeing Biho's true several thousand hands, and Buddha on the top. What is this earth style? Biho didn't know that his inadvertent and random actions would shock Kakashi and others. Now, he was confirming the suspicious objects he had just found using his perception one by one. Sure enough, he found the bubble at the moment. Sure enough, he was seriously injured. Not far from the tombstone of the former leader of the Earth Spider clan, E.G. Shingzi, he was lying in a coma. Finally found you. A smile suddenly appeared on Biho's face. Everything was exactly as I suspected. The plot of this world has a certain inertia. With some joy. No, fortunately, Biho is handsome. Good. At first they thought Biho was the pursuer who came to kill Bubble. As a result, he was startled by the sudden appearance of Biho. Biho nodded. Biho came out directly from the ground. He needs to be taken away. I'm afraid the other party will treat me as a monster. Then he pointed at the bubble not far away. After hearing what Biho said, Ying immediately stopped in front of Biho. Otherwise, Biho, after seeing Biho's forehead protector, Ying and her entourage Dunbingwei breathed a sigh of relief. Ying, a descendant of Ji Xingzi, the leader of the Earth Spider clan, was originally going to save Bihu. I'm here to see this guy. Are you, Konoha Shinobi? Chapter 161. Ying seeks apprenticeship. White Zetsu is a step too late. Please subscribe for the third update. I want him to be my master, so, please don't take him away. Ying stopped in front of Biho. He said firmly. Aren't you Konoha Shinobi, trying to protect us? Aren't we allies? So, please agree to my request. Miss. Seeing this, Dunbingwei ran over quickly. Then he smiled sheepishly at Biho. I'm sorry. What Our Lady just said is indeed a bit excessive. But, you also know our current situation, as at this moment. It is true that a powerful ninja is needed to guide the young lady. Otherwise, she might even be targeted by thieves. This is easy to handle. Biho pointed to the foam on the ground. Just go to Konoha with him, if you join Konoha Village. Then it will be much easier to learn any ninjutsu. No, Ying heard this and shook her head repeatedly. I am the heir to the Earth Spider Clan, it's impossible to join Konoha Village. Then there's nothing we can do. Biho shrugged and pointed to the bubble again. You don't even know who he is, so you want him to teach you ninjutsu? He is powerful. Ying heard this and said quickly, I saw a fight between him and some thieves not long ago. He is so awesome, just simply blew a few bubbles. Just kill all the enemies, so, even if other thieves come to the door. He is definitely capable of dealing with them, innocent. Biho couldn't help but shook his head when he heard this. He is a Kirigakure rebel nin, being chased by Kirigakure. But, now this is nothing. Kirigakure had given up chasing him. Certainly, this wasn't because Kirigakure showed mercy and let him go. But because he offended a more powerful enemy than Kirigakure. Shao Organization. Akatsuki Organization, Ying and Dunbei exclaimed at the same time. Thanks to Yuri Ringo's flyer, the Akatsuki Organization was immediately known to everyone in the ninja world. There are even many people with mental problems who make the same clothes as the Akatsuki Organization. Dress struttingly all day long. Naturally, Ying and Dunbei also knew about such a major event that shocked the world. Advertisement therefore. After hearing Biho say that the enemy chasing bubble is the Shao Organization. Both of them were dumbfounded. So, Dunbei was experienced, and he immediately thought of something. He looked at Bubbles in disbelief. He's a Jinchuriki. Good. Biho nodded. If he was just an ordinary wandering ninja. I won't care about such things, however, he is a Jinchuriki. So, if he really stays with you, you all may die. Like this. Ying heard this. The light in his eyes disappeared instantly. Her little head also hung down weakly. His face was full of loneliness. Biho didn't speak when he heard this. Instead, wood style is used directly. Taking advantage of the big tree not far away, one more trapped person was found. And let wooden golem carry the bubble. Ying was startled by the sudden appearance of wooden golem. But the Dunbei beside her was startled, then a look of shock suddenly appeared on his face. Wood style ninjutsu in Konoha Village. But it's a world-famous high-level bloodline, after all. At the beginning, first Hokage relied on his wood style to defeat all the invincible players in the world. Whether it's a ninja or a tailed beast, all can be suppressed with wood style. However, ever since the first Hokage died, there was no news of anyone inheriting wood style. So much so that everyone thought wood style was completely extinct. Dunbei thought so too. But what he didn't expect was, I actually saw a legendary wood-style ninja today. And, although this wood-style ninja is not very old, but the strength is absolutely powerful, because he doesn't need any seals to perform ninjutsu. Then, the little idea in Dunbei's mind suddenly became active. He didn't care about anything else. He immediately knelt down in front of Biho with a pop sound. Grown-ups, I beg you to teach Miss Ying some self-defense techniques. You saw it too. The forbidden technique of our Earth Spider family is in the lady. And there are countless people who peek at our family, forbidden technique. But Our Lady is still a person without much strength. There will definitely be a lot of trouble in the future. Advertisement, please give me flowers, so, please teach us some self-defense techniques. You should ask Kakashi, who is in charge of you, about this. Biho didn't look back, he said as he walked forward. Master. Just at this time, Ying suddenly rushed in front of Biho. Then he knelt down directly, please accept me as your disciple. After experiencing the recent crisis, Ying became more and more hungry for power. So, after realizing that Biho is a powerful ninja, the idea of becoming a disciple immediately arose. You are a Konoha shinobi, therefore, according to the agreement, we need to protect our clan. And our current strength is very weak. If you leave, we are under attack. If you die directly, doesn't it invalidate the previous agreement? So, how about you teach me some self-defense techniques? In this way, I will be safer. You can be considered as fulfilling the agreement between the third generation project and us. Say it. She raised her head and smiled at Biho. Yes, master. Biho was speechless when he saw this. Then with a thought, the soil in front of him rolled rapidly. After a while, then a big stone was rolled out from deep underground. And automatically stood in front of Biho. Okay, so awesome. Ying's eyes lit up. Master, how should this move be performed? Biho did not answer, but instantly condensed a Rasengan in his hand. Gather the chakra and spin it at high speed in the palm of your hand. If you can learn this, then push it towards the enemy. Biho took the wooden golem directly into the earth. I'm a step too late. Jinchuriki was captured by Biho. But there was absolutely nothing he could do to stop it. At the same time, I can consider taking you on as my apprentice. He pushed Rasengan onto the big rock, broken, said. White Zetsu also poked his head out. Say it. With a loud noise, the big stone was directly smashed into pieces by Biho's Rasengan. After a while, it completely disappeared. He saw Biho's movements. Boom. So strong. Chapter 162 Hidan is lost. Important information about Jiraiya. Fourth update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. No, we need to tell the main body the news quickly. The white Zetsu clone thought so and quickly left the place. Not long after, the main body of white Zetsu got the news. Six Tails Jinchuriki was snatched away by Biho? The voice of white Zetsu's body was a little surprised and a little depressed. Because he knows, once Six Tails Jinchuriki was snatched away by Biho, then there is basically no possibility for them to get it back. One of the things I was most worried about finally happened. Black Zetsu's voice was a little calm. It's not because he's big-hearted, but because he might have already thought of this. But it doesn't matter. Wasn't it just that a Jinchuriki was robbed? Let's suspend our plans first. Black Zetsu looked into the distance. His eyes sparkled with excitement about Biho and the mysterious black organization. My 647 already has a solution, waiting for my plan to succeed. Mom can be resurrected very smoothly. Black Zetsu thought about his recent discovery. My heart became more and more excited. He believed that as a wily conspirator like himself, he would definitely succeed. Just wait and see. Master is so awesome. Ying's face turned red. She looked at the place where Biho disappeared. His eyes were filled with excitement. Dunbingwei, you say? Can I learn that ninjutsu just now? If it's a lady? Then it will definitely succeed, Dunbingwei said with a smile. Miss. Your master's strength is quite terrifying. You must learn the ninjutsu just now. Then follow him to learn more and more powerful ninjutsu. So, we, the Earth Spider Clan, can pass on everything. Ying nodded vigorously. I will work hard, say it. She came to a big tree and started practicing Rasengan. Just when Ying started practicing, Biho also returned to the temporary camp in Konoha Village. Biho, come back, what's the situation? Well, Guy hasn't finished speaking yet. Then I saw the foam carried by the wooden golem behind Biho. Have you found your target? Kakashi gave him a confused look. Then figure it out quickly. The injuries on Bubble's body were not caused by Biho. Suddenly, I felt a lot more relieved. Advertisement. Biho nodded. Little Sakura, give him a simple treatment. Good. Little Sakura responded, then ran over and started to treat the foam. And Ino saw this. Not to be outdone, he followed and started treatment. So good. Guy looked at the scene in front of him. Suddenly I felt like the big stone in my heart had fallen to the ground. Now that we've found Six Tails Jinchuriki, so, even the Akatsuki organization's plan has failed for the most part. Yeah, Kakashi nodded. The eyes are extremely complicated. Ever since I found out that Obito and Uchiha Madara were in cahoots. And she was also the real culprit behind the Konoha Nine Tails incident. Kakashi completely hated Obito. He doesn't blame Obito for following Uchiha Madara's lead. He only blames Obito for destroying most of Konoha Village. They only blame Obito for killing their master and mother. But, thinking of Obito's kindness to me, Kakashi's heart became complicated again. He really has a love-hate relationship with Obito. Has a very complicated feeling. Okay. Biho saw that the basic treatment of the bubble over there had been completed. Then he spoke again. Now that the task here has been completed. Then we'll leave first. Yes, Guy nodded. Kakashi. Let's go back in hand in the mission first. Be careful yourself. Do not worry. Kakashi nodded. Then he raised his hand and greeted several people. Goodbye. Swish swish. Kakashi just finished saying hello. Biho and his party walked away together, seeing that there were only 3 people from class 10 left around him again. Kakashi couldn't help but sigh. He thought about Asuma, who was killed by the Akatsuki. Thought of Obito again. I felt extremely uncomfortable. Then, he took out the little yellow book and started reading it. Sure enough, reading is still fun, just as Biho and others were rushing towards Konoha Village. But something big happened suddenly in Konoha Village. Hidan was stolen without anyone noticing, after Tsunade received such news. Suddenly he became furious, began to order a strict investigation in Konoha. Countless Anbu were dispatched at the same time. Look around for any traces that the Akatsuki organization may have left behind. She suspected that someone from the Shao organization did this. Advertisement, isn't it said that members of the Shao organization are prepared to take advantage of each other? Tsunade stands in the office. Look out the window and think quietly. Her face was full of confusion. Why would anyone come to rescue Hidan, a useless person? Snort. It's all that old B********* D Danzo's fault. I can't even look at anyone. Because Hidan has immortality. This immortality is a pretty incredible ability. So, on Danzo's suggestion, Konoha Roots got permission to study Hidan. A research team began to be secretly formed to study Hidan's body. Result. We haven't had time to study it yet and come up with any results. People are lost. This really annoyed Tsunade, the old guy who succeeds more than fails. Who are you scolding? Just when Tsunade was sulking. Suddenly a very familiar voice sounded. Follow closely. Tsunade saw the familiar figure landing next to the window. Jiraiya. Why are you back? Of course I came to see you for a drink. We haven't seen each other for a few days, but I really miss drinking with you. Don't be so talkative, Tsunade glared upon hearing this. At the same time, give the window a gentle pinch. Suddenly, that window shattered. I am in a bad mood. Jiraiya smiled awkwardly upon seeing this. Then he coughed slightly. Talk about getting down to business. You know too. 4.4 I have been outside investigating the affairs of the Akatsuki organization, the Black organization, and Orochimaru. I also got a lot of useful information, but there is an intelligence. You must be very interested. What? Orochimaru comes into contact with people from the Akatsuki organization again. They set up a secret laboratory. We are doing some secret experiments. Jiraiya looked very solemn. They merged some people and animals. Finally, a person was formed who combined the abilities of animals. Combined with this Hidan loss incident, I doubt. The Akatsuki organization may want to use Hidan to integrate some other abilities. This will train Hidan into a very terrifying monster. What? Tsunade was shocked when he heard this. She thought about what Yuhi Kurenai and her group had seen and heard just now. Chapter 163. The Horror of Kyoto Technique. Jiraiya's decision. Please subscribe for the first update. What did you think of? Jiraiya asked with some confusion when he saw Tsunade's expression. Jiraiya, do you remember Baruhu? Bilyuhu? Jiraiya was stunned. Then I thought of the unsociable follower I once was. I remember, he was researching the forbidden technique and was discovered. Then defected. Could it be that? Good. That forbidden technique you were talking about. It's the Kiara technique developed by Bilyuhu. Tsunade nodded. His face was a little solemn. Not long ago, a very strange phenomenon occurred. Yui Hong suddenly received a strange mission. Let her take Team 8 to explore a secret stronghold. When they arrived at that stronghold, but I found that there were many secrets hidden there. They feel that with their strength, it is very difficult to complete the exploration. So, just prepare to go back to the village to ask for reinforcements. However, just when they were about to leave, an explosion suddenly occurred inside the stronghold. Then, the enemies in the stronghold rushed out. There was a fight with Hong and the others. After cleaning up those minions, Hong met Bailuhu in that secret stronghold. And there was a battle with Bilyuhu, finally killed Bilyuhu. He also explored the stronghold and brought back some of the information inside as well as Bilyuhu's body. In that stronghold, they discovered the forbidden technique that Bairuhu was secretly researching. It's Onigaro technique, and the most powerful thing about this technique is you can strip away the target's blood inheritance limit and integrate it into your own body. What? Jiraiya exclaimed when he heard this. It never occurred to him. This technique was more terrifying than he imagined. He originally thought, Orochimaru prepares to borrow Hidan's immortality. Prepared to synthesize an immortal ultimate monster. But I didn't expect it. This technique can actually deprive the target of the blood inheritance limit. This is very scary. Even scarier than Hidan turning into a monster. Once Hidan combines countless powerful blood succession limits. #BA. Hidan is really clueless. If Hidan and Kakuzu fuse. Jiraiya suddenly couldn't help but swallowed. He felt a little cold in his body. Kakuzu's weakness is his heart. Advertisement if the attack is not on the heart. He can use his amazing abilities. Sew up the broken parts of yourself as before. And Hidan's weakness, it's just that you can't move after being shattered. So, once the abilities of these two people are merged together, Hidan is invincible. If the Akatsuki organization frantically puts together all the terrifying blood succession limits. No, we must stop them. Jiraiya's eyes suddenly became firm. I'm going to explore the secret experimental base. No, too dangerous. Tsunade quickly stopped. If the Shao organization does this, the Black organization will definitely find out and take action. You don't have to take any chances. Don't pin your hopes on an organization like that. Jiraiya shook his head, although the two organizations are seemingly hostile. But who can say for sure about this kind of thing? Not long ago, I went to Rain Shinobi Village. I want to explore the situation in the Akatsuki organization's home base. Turn out, the situation there was completely different from what I imagined. After the people of Rain Shinobi Village learned that there was a terrorist organization such as the Akatsuki organization in their village. Not only was there no fear of running away, on the contrary, it is more cohesive. Why is this happening? They believe that such rumors are maliciously spread by someone. Because in their eyes, the Akatsuki organization is a group of people who are just like angels. They protect them from war, unexpectedly. Is there such a thing? Tsunade was stunned when he heard this. Good. This reminds me of what Konan and Nagato looked like in the past. So, I think they may be conflicted now. Jiraiya nodded. What's even funnier is, I also found people from the Black organization in Rain Shinobi Village. They live in Rain Shinobi Village every day. From time to time there would be some fights with Nagato and the others. But in order not to hurt the people, so, the battles between them were very restrained. Isn't it surprising? Two secret organizations that scare outsiders. There is such a tacit agreement on protecting the people. This shows that their nature is not bad, not bad? Jiraiya couldn't help but sneered when he heard this. Advertisement, I conducted a more detailed investigation into the Akatsuki organization. Then found out, there are actually many villages that secretly have some dealings with the Akatsuki organization. For example, former Kage Rasa, current Tsuchikage Onoki. They all once hired the Akatsuki organization to wage war. I don't know how many people have hired the Shao organization behind the scenes. Before being exposed, the Akatsuki organization is a mercenary organization that wages war everywhere. The people they killed, more than several rain shinobi villages combined. Do you still think they are not bad? You cannot judge good and evil by looking at just one place. People's hearts are complicated, Jiraiya sighed. So, never place your hopes on others. Check out the secret laboratory in Orochimaru. It must be done. No, Tsunade refused again. That place is too dangerous. They established this secret institute for the purpose of 727. It must be to fight against the black organization. In order to prevent black organizations from causing trouble in the past. They will definitely take the highest level of precautions. Therefore, it must be very dangerous over there, it's like you're going to die. Then, it's almost time to set off. Why don't you wait until Bijou comes back and you can act together? Haha, Jiraiya smiled and shook his head. After all, I am also Nagado's master. The apprentice made a mistake. No matter what the master says, he must teach him lesson. As for Bijou, he is still young, it is the hope of Konoha. Let him stay in Konoha and cultivate more strong men. Hello. Looking at Jiraiya's back as he prepared to leave, Tsunade couldn't help but stop him. Go back alive. If even you die, will you cry for me? Jiraiya turned around with a smile upon hearing this. I'm very happy then. If you die, I will set off firecrackers to celebrate. Upon hearing this, Tsunade slammed the table and said angrily, 100,000. Ha ha. Jiraiya smiled heartily and then strode away into the distance. Hello. If something happens, you must use a toad to spread the news. Jiraiya didn't look back after hearing this, just waved his hand. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Tsunade looked out the window and remained silent for a long time. Chapter 164 Plan Ahead, Bijou's Rescue Jiraiya Mission, second update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Time passes slowly, after traveling for a while. Bijou and his party finally returned to Konoha Village. However, they had just handed in the task when they heard news that shocked them. Hidan was rescued. The 4 people in Guy's class and the 3 in class 7 all stared wide-eyed. No one expected such a situation to occur. Yes. Tsunade nodded helplessly. This matter is too big. I can't hide it at all. So, she took the initiative to tell Bijou when he came back. Because Danzo wants to study Hidan's immortality. So I left it to them to conduct root research. Result. Not so long ago, Hidan was suddenly rescued without anyone noticing. Our initial suspicion is that it may have been done by Uchiha Obito. After all, only he can do this so easily. Uchiha Obito? When Guy heard this, his eyes were very complicated. He couldn't remember Obito's name originally, but Obito died, after Kakashi got an extra Sharingan. He just remembered the name. I really didn't expect it. He would actually become like this. Bijou. After Tsunade said that, he looked at Bijou. You stay for a while. I have something to tell you. Good. Bijou nodded. Tsunade waved his hand, signaling Guy and the others to leave first. When only Bijou and Tsunade were left in the office. Tsunade slowly spoke. Bijou, not so long ago. Yui Hong and the others encountered a strange thing. Someone turned into me and directly issued a task to Hong. White Zetsu. Bijou frowned. Good. Tsunade nodded. White Zetsu, too, I guess. Did anything happen to them? Fine. Tsunade shook his head, but I still can't figure out the Akatsuki organization's plan. There are so many Konoha shinobi. Why is the Akatsuki organization targeting Hong and the others? And, now that we have our eyes on Hong and the others. So, Hong and the others go out on a mission, advertisement. Why didn't anything happen? This makes me unable to figure it out. Bijou didn't reply when he heard this. He could guess what the Akatsuki organization was thinking. These people. Maybe he just wanted to test whether Hinata was a member of the black organization. Result. Overturned. Hinata is so powerful, correct. Where were they deceived? Bilyuhu is a tolerant who lives at the same time as us. Later, it was exposed due to research on forbidden technique. Defected from Konoha Village and became a rebel ninja. Hong and the others were going to Bilyuhu's secret stronghold. Bijou nodded slightly when he heard this. However, the plan to eliminate the Akatsuki organization has been advanced in his heart. At first, he has no idea about the Akatsuki organization. After all, next to him is 9 tails. As long as the people in the Akatsuki organization want to collect the tailed beasts. Then you have to come and fight him, by the time. He directly destroyed all those who came, which was regarded as clearing up the Akatsuki organization. This is much easier than taking the initiative, after all. Both Black Zetsu and White Zetsu are very capable of running. Once he reveals his murderous intention, maybe Black Zetsu and White Zetsu will disappear. This can make things very troublesome. At the same time, this was also the fundamental reason why he did not take the initiative. But, this time, people from the Akatsuki organization were targeting Hinata. Now that the Akatsuki organization has targeted Hinata this time, then there might be a next time. in order to prevent Hinata from being in danger. He felt that it would be better to move forward the Qingqiao Shao organization plan. In addition, when Bai Hao was thinking about how to lure Black Zetsu out, Tsunade spoke again, after Hong and the others wiped out the small organization established by Bei Luhu. Much has been discovered from within their stronghold. Bilihu is actually conducting secret research on forbidden technique there. And that forbidden technique can actually deprive the blood succession limit ninja of the blood succession limit. And integrate it into your own body. Make yourself the owner of multiple blood inheritance boundaries. And this terrifying forbidden technique, it's called Onigaro technique. Bai Hao nodded slightly when he heard this, for this Onigaro technique. Of course he knows. Jiraiya received news not long ago. Tsunade continued. Orochimaru has joined the Akatsuki organization again. Not only that, the Akatsuki organization got the Onigaro technique from Beiruvu at some point. And gave it to Orochimaru. Let Orochimaru do the research. We are afraid of one thing now, advertisement #BT. Orochimaru adapted Onimaro technique, and use it on Hidan? Bai Hao answered directly, right. Tsunade nodded. Hidan is immortal, if it is combined with a bunch of terrifying blood inheritance limits. That was absolutely terrifying, it's nothing. Bai Hao shook his head. With his strength, even if Hidan has integrated countless blood inheritance limits, he cannot be his opponent. It can make Bai Hao feel puzzled, only the Otsutsuki clan. No matter how many blood inheritance limits Hidan has merged with. Weaknesses can all be found, don't worry about this. And, I also have the strength to deal with it. Good. Tsunade nodded, she is still very relieved about Bai Hao's strength. In addition, Jiraiya has already gone to the stronghold established by the Akatsuki organization for Orochimaru to investigate. By the time, you may need some support, Jiraiya? Bai Hao frowned, he still has a good impression of Jiraiya. In the original work, he died while exploring Rain Shinobi Village and was directly killed by pain. Isn't it because of plot inertia? Is he still going to die? It seems that a rescue is needed. Asuma's death came too quickly. There was no way he could rescue him. Moreover, he has no feelings for Asuma. Nuo Mose, so he didn't use his ability to help the other party resurrect. But this Jiraiya, it's not something that can be saved. Don't say anything else, there should still be plot points. Tell me the address over there. What a bold bunch of people. The reason why he took the initiative to ask for such a task. Okay, Bai Hao shook his head, do not worry, this time nephew. I'm here, no problem, it will be too late by then. After Bai Hao received the task, he walked out of the Hokage building. Not just because he wants to save Jiraiya and earn some plot points. You can wait for him to send a message asking for help. I took class 7 directly there. Tsunade was stunned. No one dares to move. So fast. Tsunade hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. It was also because he wanted to take the initiative and deal with those Akatsuki organizations who dared to touch Hinata. At the same time, Chapter 165 Hinata Tenseigen Training Plan, Black Zetsu and Otsutsuki 1 Style. Free updates, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Bai Hao after walking out of the Hokage building. First, I went to notify the 3 people in class 7. Give them a short break, and meet at the village gate 2 hours later. Instead he went straight to Hinata, and he had only one purpose in going to Hinata. That is to strengthen Hinata's strength again. Bai Haojun. You. Why are you here? I saw Bai Hao coming to find me. Hinata immediately started to stutter. I came to see if you were okay. Bai Hao smiled and patted Hinata on the head. I heard that you were plotted by White Zetsu? Yes, it is. Hinata blushed and nodded, but nothing happened. I know, if something had happened, I wouldn't have the same expression as I do now. Hinata blushed and lowered her head when she heard this. This is for you, Bai Hao said, then he took out a pill. It was the Otsutsuki clan chakra energy pill that he drew in a lottery not long ago. This kind of thing. For him, the effect is actually the same as the ordinary chakra enhancement pill. It has no special function, but, for Hinata, it has other effects. That is the final form of opening the Byakugan 180 Tenseigen. Therefore, after he accidentally got such a useless thing, just keep it specially, ready for Hinata to use. Let her eyes evolve, let her strength skyrocket again. Bai Hao believes it. Hinata already has a terrifying chakra and a diamond level, Pikachu card. After having Tenseigen, the strength will become quite terrifying. Let alone protecting yourself in front of the Akatsuki organization. Even when facing people from the Otsutsuki clan, you can also fight without fear. Oh, upon hearing this, Hinata stupidly took the elixir. Then he held it tightly in his hand. Don't you even want to ask what this thing is? Seeing this, Bai Hao poked Hinata's forehead helplessly. If you hold on a little longer, the elixir will probably melt. Then I eat it, advertisement, eat it, oh. Hinata responded quietly, then he drank the elixir directly. From beginning to end, she never asked what exactly Bai Hao gave her. Bai Hao was speechless for a while. BJCF, if it's not him who comes this time. But the words of him transformed by White Zetsu, then, the consequences are obviously very serious. Fortunately, White Zetsu didn't know that Hinata would become so silly in front of Bijuu. Otherwise, they would never let go of such an opportunity. This is something that makes your eyes evolve again. During this time, you will feel some unusual changes. But don't worry, this is the normal process of eye evolution. After waiting for a while, after your eyes turn sky blue. Even if the complete evolution is completed, after the evolution is over, you can feel how much stronger your strength has become. By then, no one can ever threaten your safety again. Such a good thing. What are you doing for me? Hinata heard this and immediately looked at Bijuu with some complaints. Because it's urgent, so the speed of speaking became faster for a while. Silly girl. Bijuu touched the other party's head. This thing suits you better, not useful to me, alright. I go first. There's a mission. Let's talk when I get back. Say it. Bijuu waved to Hinata, then he walked quickly outside. Oh, goodbye. Hinata looked at Bihu's back and murmured softly. Then he looked at his hands in confusion, he touched his head again. Then he was in a daze for a while, until Bihu's back completely disappeared. Then he walked back with a blushing face. Bijuu didn't know Hinata's little moves. After he left the Hyūga family, he returned directly to his bookstore. Then I took a quick shower, and issued a new mission to all members of the Elf Pavilion to search for the location of Black Zetsu. For the Akatsuki organization, advertisement Bijuu doesn't really care. What he really cares about, it's just Black Zetsu, a 1,000-year-old monster. If you can't get rid of this guy in time, who knows when Black Zetsu will prank him. So, let's kill this Black Zetsu first, it would be better to deal with the Akatsuki organization then. When Bijuu issued an all-out mission to find Black Zetsu succeeded in meeting a somewhat unexpected person. I feel my mother's breath in you, who are you? He looked at the monk in front of him with a shocked expression. That monk had an aura that he was very familiar with. Are you Kaguya's will? Ji-shion, also known as Otsutsuki Ashiki, glanced at Black Zetsu. A very strange smile appeared on his face. It surprised me that. This is how we will meet. It seems, you didn't get too many memories of Kage. Who are you? Black Zetsu still looked at the person in front of him very cautiously. Then let me briefly introduce myself. Otsutsuki smiled. My name is Otsutsuki Ashiki. He is a member of the Otsutsuki clan who came to this planet together with Otsutsuki Kage. Your mother, Otsutsuki Kage, it's my follower. We are here to cultivate 10 tails into a sacred tree and bear chakra fruit. Original. I should have sacrificed Kage to 10 tails as planned and let it come to fruition. But, Kage actually betrayed me at the most critical moment. She attacked me and seriously injured me, and sacrificed me directly to 10 tails. You want to use me to replace her who was supposed to be the sacrifice. Then, she was half successful. I did have half of my body eaten by 10 tails. But, in the end, I escaped with serious injuries. Hiding in the monk's body, Jiyu Yan was still breathing. But, what I didn't expect was, Kage actually got his comeuppance so quickly. She wanted to protect herself from the Otsutsuki clan. So he became violent and wanted to take back chakra and create White Zetsu as an army. In the end, he was sealed by his own son. This is so ridiculous. You are mom's boss. Black Zetsu was shocked when he heard this. Chapter 166. Black Zetsu and Otsutsuki cooperate together, and the new 7th class sets off. 4th update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Yes, Otsutsuki had a strange smile on his face. Looking at the Black Zetsu on the ground, he was reduced to a pile of fright. He continued to say slowly, look at your appearance. You seem scared, fear. Black Zetsu was indeed scared. But, the surprise in his heart. Fight fear. He had long known that the Elf Pavilion was secretly investigating a mysterious shell organization. Only, he didn't know what kind of force this shell organization was. Original. His plan was to unite the shell organization. Let's deal with the Elf Pavilion together. What he didn't expect was the result. The leader of this mysterious shell organization turns out to be his mother's boss, Otsutsuki Ashiki. This is really an unexpected surprise, because after having such a strong support, Black Zetsu is even more confident about his plan. Just a moment later, Black Zetsu adjusted his mood. At the same time, he began to make plans in his mind, wanting to trick Otsutsuki. How could I be afraid? I just think you and I are somewhat in the same boat. I share the same problem with you. Otsutsuki immediately became a little annoyed when he heard this. Are you worthy? He looked extremely proud, as a core member of the Otsutsuki clan. He himself is a very arrogant person. I simply look down on the indigenous people in this world. Although Black Zetsu is the incarnation of Otsutsuki Kaguya's will. But, Otsutsuki Kage was originally his subordinate. So, naturally, he looked down upon this subordinate's incarnation of his will. Hey, Black Zetsu laughed twice, and then continued, the situation is different now. Ever since that black organization appeared, you must be very troubled, right? Otsutsuki snorted coldly. No words were spoken, on scheming and calculation. He's actually not that great, after all, if it is really powerful. Nor would he be almost killed by his subordinates. So, when Black Zetsu asked such a question, he didn't hide the depression on his face. He was indeed very troubled by the emergence of the black organization. It is precisely because of the sudden appearance of such a black organization. So, that's why he suddenly planned ahead. Advertisement. Actually, I am also very troubled by that black organization. Black Zetsu saw Otsutsuki's expression. Suddenly I felt happy. He saw it. Otsutsuki Ashiki has a grudge against the black organization. As long as there is hatred in the other person's heart. So, he is sure to make the other party jump into the trap he has set. In that case, how about we cooperate? Cooperate. Right. Black Zetsu smiled and nodded. We are together. Exile that black organization from the ninja world. In this way, it will be much easier to do what we want to do. Oh, Otsutsuki's eyes suddenly flashed when he heard this. He now has two goals. The first is complete resurrection. Instead of parasitizing in other people's bodies in the current, wedge, situation. His current parasitic Shishion is not compatible with him. Therefore, he fell into a long sleep. If you want to be completely resurrected, you need to find a new, Lu, that is completely suitable for him. It's just that he hasn't found such a device yet. The second is to plant the sacred tree again, then recover the fruits of the sacred tree. However, after seeing Black Zetsu, suddenly there was a new goal in his mind. That's swallowing Otsutsuki Kagaya. Swallowing Otsutsuki Kagaya can not only avenge the past. You can also strengthen yourself at the same time. It can be said to be quite a refreshing thing. Tell me first, your purpose? My goal is of course to resurrect my mother. Black Zetsu didn't hide this reason. Not only that, he also looked at Otsutsuki Ashiki very innocently. He spoke very innocently. I believe, hatred between people can be resolved. You and your mother are both members of the Otsutsuki clan. They should complement each other. There is no need to hate each other. Engage in internal fighting. This will expose flaws and lead to defeat by local ninjas. You are right. When Otsutsuki heard this, he immediately smiled and nodded. He thinks Black Zetsu is very naive, very easy to talk to. This is very helpful for his plan. In that case, let's discuss a detailed cooperation plan. Okay, Black Zetsu nodded very innocently. Then, the two conspirators, who had their own hidden agendas, began to negotiate the content of their friendly cooperation. Please give me flowers. Broken, Amado is outside. Advertisement. Although I couldn't hear the conversation inside, I had already thought of many things in my mind. It seems, Otsutsuki Ichiki is going to cooperate with Zetsu from the Akatsuki organization. How can I get this news out? He was a little worried. At the same time, I was also a little depressed, because the news he sent out last time did not directly reach the hands of the black organization. Instead, Juju got it unexpectedly. This made him afraid to try rashly again. That one. At the entrance of Konoha Village, Naruto looked at Biho with a depressed look. Biho. We just got back and I haven't had a chance to eat a bowl of Uncle Ichiraku's ramen yet. Zero, why did you just call me out? What happened? Sasuke thought more than Naruto. He knows, if it weren't for an urgent mission, Konoha will give a certain amount of rest time to ninjas who have just completed their tasks. This time, they have just completed a difficult task. Theoretically there will be 1 to 2 days of rest. Result. He had just rested for a while when he was called away again. There is only one explanation for such a situation. Then something happened, after hearing what Sasuke said. Little Sakura also looked at Biho with some anxiety. Biho nodded. Something happened to Jiraiya. Let's go over and have a look. The enemy is the Akatsuki organization. Please be safe. Besides, we are the first action force. Behind us, there are reinforcements. So, for the time being, the main focus is on saving people. Something happened to Pervy Sage. Naruto's lazy demeanor suddenly disappeared. Shouldn't he? If you walk faster, then nothing will happen. Then let's set off quickly. Upon hearing this, Naruto shouted impatiently. Although he didn't spend much time practicing with Jiraiya. But, the relationship is extremely good, and Jiraiya also gave him a summoning beast, Toad. This also made him more grateful to Jiraiya. He has already regarded the other party as his master. Let's go. Biho nodded, then he rushed out directly. Chapter 167 Jiraiya's Exploration, Orochimaru's God-making plan. As soon as I update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. There is a sea between the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Water. This sea is huge. There are not only large islands like the Country of Waves on it. There are also countless uninhabited islands. Jiraiya is currently resting quietly on an uninhabited island. We're finally here. Jiraiya looked into the distance with a very solemn expression. The Akatsuki organization gave it to Orochimaru's research institute this time. It is on an uninhabited island in this sea. There are few people here. Very safe. Even if someone accidentally enters here by mistake. You can also capture them directly and use them as test subjects. So it was never exposed. But, a place like this cannot be hidden from Jiraiya. He accidentally discovered this place while monitoring Orochimaru. So, he observed the surroundings for a while, then I got some very important information. But, 7 or 80, he didn't investigate further. Because he knew it was too dangerous inside, but This time he had to conduct an in-depth investigation. Orochimaru, what exactly do you want to do? Jiraiya stood up slowly and looked at the uninhabited island in the distance. He whispered to himself, no matter what, I have to stop you. Say it. He directly used summoning technique. A special toad was summoned. Then he jumped into the toad's mouth and let the toad take him to swim towards the small island not far away. Although toads are freshwater, but this special toad can swim in seawater for a short period of time. And this period of time is enough for Jiraiya to arrive near the island over there. Not long after, the toad returns on its own. Jiraiya carefully sneaked onto the island. Then moved forward quickly. It didn't take long. He arrived at the place where he sneaked in last time. There are no changes here for the time being. Is this because they don't pay attention to it? Or is there another conspiracy? Jiraiya felt a little confused. Because this infiltration was as smooth as the last one. Then, he moved forward more cautiously. After a while, he suddenly saw a huge stone door. There is also a talisman stuck on the stone door. Enchantment. Advertisement. Jiraiya was stunned when he saw this. He knows this kind of enchantment. This kind of barrier is formed by combining several talisman papers. If all the talismans are not removed at the same time, it is basically impossible to break the stone door with brute force. No wonder their defense on the outside is weaker. Jiraiya was a little embarrassed at the moment, because he is only one person. It is simply impossible to uncover several talisman papers at the same time. And, even if he has enough manpower here, you can't just uncover all these talismans and break the knotted ghosts. After all, this kind of movement is really too big. Once he does, then it becomes a forced break-in. The meaning of infiltration is completely lost. There must be a way to bypass this barrier. Jiraiya thought for a moment, then he came to this conclusion. After all, this is a large secret laboratory. It is necessary to constantly transport materials inside and experimental waste outside. So, this door cannot remain closed. I'll wait here quietly for a while. Thinking like this, Jiraiya hid in the dark and waited quietly. Inside the secret laboratory of the Akatsuki organization, not too far from Jiraiya. Now, Orochimaru was experimenting with Yakushi Kabuto. And Hidan was stolen. He was standing not far from Orochimaru at the moment. How is experimental subject number 12? Orochimaru asked Kabuto without looking back while conducting experiments. Experimental subject number 12 is in line with our expectations. Successfully learned Earth Resentment in you. Kabuto pushed up his glasses. There was a little excitement in his eyes, because they are doing a very great experiment. As expected, Orochimaru smiled and nodded. He showed an expression that said he had everything under control. At first, he seeks immortality. Many secret techniques have been found. And this Earth Resentment in you secret technique is one of the secret techniques he has ever found. But he has never used this secret technique. He didn't even practice this secret technique himself. Because he knows, this secret technique has its limits. Not truly immortal, completely different from what he pursues. At the same time, the appearance of this secret technique was completely inconsistent with his aesthetics. Therefore, this secret technique has been treasured by him ever since. And to no avail. But, recently he took it out. This is mainly because he is going to let Hidan use the Onigoro technique to swallow the Earthly Resentment U secret technique. The Forbidden Technique is a combined forbidden technique. It's not just about swallowing blood inheritance boundaries. Kai can swallow some secrets, and Hidan does not have the qualifications to practice Earth Resentment U. So, you can only train a ninja who can use Earth Resentment. Then let Hidan devour the ninja. Alright, our first round of integration is complete. Orochimaru opened the isolation door. Release the Hidan within. Hidan, how do you feel? Unprecedented fun. Hidan immediately laughed when he heard this. I feel like I can kill a lot of people right now. As he spoke, he took out a bone knife from his shoulder and swung it twice in the air. This is Dead Bone Pulse from Kimimaro, Orochimaru. This forbidden technique is really good. I want to kill all those black organizations now. And that by how? Don't worry, Orochimaru looked at the excited Hidan. I also felt a little proud in my heart. Wait until you get a few more abilities. You is the next one to devour the earth. With Dead Bone Pulse and Dead Bone Pulse. You don't have to worry about physical attack 5.0. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, his face full of excitement. The current maximum swallowing limit of Onimaru technique is 4. When Orochimaru said this, form a bloodline trap. There has never been a chance to realize immortal. I will make you devour Sharingan. Finally, it was a white eye. He thought he could give it a try, plus Bloody Snare, Sharingan and Byakugan. His eyes were filled with excitement. His real purpose is to create gods. After, the final chakra that fuses all attributes. What kind of monster will be born from this, however, after having Onigoro technique? This was an idea that had always been in his mind. These 5 blood inheritance limits can make up for all your shortcomings. Chapter 168 Orochimaru's Secret Experiment, Kakashi's Surprise, second update, please subscribe, please automatically. In Orochimaru's vision, if a person has all the attributes of chakra, and fuse all the chakras of all attributes to become the blood successor snare, It will definitely make an amazing difference, and I am very much looking forward to that kind of change. Hidan, you take a rest first, then continue to integrate new abilities. Orochimaru said slowly, then he took Kabuto out with him. They are ready to conduct new experiments, Pocket. Go pick out a new batch of experimental subjects. Okay. Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto responded, then we parted ways with Orochimaru. He walked quickly outside alone. Soon, he came to the stone door guarded by a barrier. However, he did not use any method to open the stone door. He didn't go out directly through the stone gate. Instead, it changed direction directly. Go to the right side of the stone door. Soon, he came to a very special room. In this room, there is a strange talisman paper taped to all four walls. 19. Kabuto casually took out a wooden sign and placed it on the wall. Then use Earth style directly to leave this room. Next moment, he went directly to the outside of the island, took the boat, and rushed towards an island not far away. That island over there, this is where they store various experimental subjects. Why hasn't anyone come yet, while taking a boat to a nearby island? Jiraiya is still hiding in the dark. Wait for lab staff who may show up at any time. At the same time, Uchiha Obito quietly appeared in Konoha Village. White Zetsu wanted to better monitor Biho's movements. So, several clones were specially created and came to Konoha. Directly transformed into several inconspicuous characters in Konoha. And use these people to monitor Biho's every move. Because the transformation technique of these white Zetsu clones is really powerful. Biho hasn't seen through their transformation technique yet. So, the white Zetsu clones succeeded, they successfully monitored Biho. And not long ago, the news of Biho leaving Konoha Village was delivered to the white Zetsu body. Then the white Zetsu body passed the message to the king. Advertisement. Then Obito rushed over quickly. Be prepared to come over and take a look at the situation. And plotted a plan to snatch away the Six Tails Jinchuriki bubble. Kakashi is not in the village, just arrived in Konoha. Obito sensed Kakashi's position first, after discovering that Kakashi is not in Konoha. He didn't know why he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he began to command those white Zetsu clones to collect intelligence in Konoha Village. Not long after, he got the information he wanted. The strong person that Konoha needs to pay attention to right now is Tsunade. Might Guy, and third Hokage. It surprised me that Sarutobi Hiruzen is not dead yet. After getting such information, Obito couldn't help but shook his head. There was some sigh in my heart. Life is so hard. This time is different from the last time I came to capture Hidan. After all, Hidan is in a sealed state, it won't make any sound. The Six Tails Jinchuriki bubble is a living person. In very good condition. Strong. They simply don't have the ability to take each other away silently. Anyway, they all have to fight each other, but the problem came again. If they really had a fight in Konoha Village, the Black Organization will never ignore it. By the time, I am afraid that countless experts will be lost within the organization. Unless we find a way to transfer Tsunade and Might Guy away. Otherwise, Six Tails cannot be obtained. Obito quickly came to a conclusion. But this matter is also very difficult to handle. After all, Tsunade is Hokage, if nothing serious. There was no way she could leave her village, either. We can only wait for Orochimaru to succeed. After Wei Wei thought for a moment. Obito made his decision quickly, evacuate first. Let's wait until Orochimaru's Hidan transformation is successful. And when Obito left Konoha Village with some troubles, Kakashi was looking at the girl in front of him in confusion. Hello. Konoha's one-eyed uncle, advertisement Kakashi. Where is my master? Your master? Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Hotaru with some confusion. Yes, Hotaru nodded, then looked behind Kakashi. After seeing the three people from Class 10, he immediately looked at Kakashi with a disappointed look on his face. That's my master, I don't know who your master is. Kakashi was a little depressed. You're the ninjas of Konoha. Kakashi. He felt a little weak. The girl in front of me seemed a little naive. He told me, as long as I can master this ninjutsu, I will start teaching me various ninjutsu with all my heart. Firefly said, then a Rasengan was instantly condensed in his hand. This is the ninjutsu he taught me a few days ago. Seeing that the other party was very casual, he rubbed a Rasengan with one hand and took it out. Kakashi couldn't help but feel a little shocked, at the same time. He 630 also thought of more, in this period of time. The only person who knows how to Rasengan and could possibly come into contact with her. There is only one Biho, and, calculated based on the time when Biho left. And Biho's subsequent attitude, judging from the fact that the girl didn't even know Biho's name. I'm afraid Biho didn't teach the other party at all. Just cast a genin technique casually, #D, learned it directly. But it's a very difficult thing. Kakashi couldn't help but feel a little shocked. But I don't even know how to use ninjutsu, he can learn it easily. Kakashi couldn't help but sigh, but he knew the details of the girl in front of him very well. What kind of monsters are these? Simple because the principle of Rasengan is very simple. The descendant of this Earth Spider clan. This is genius. It is difficult to say because the chakra is concentrated and rotated at such a high density. Have to say, it's amazing that you can learn Rasengan in such a short period of time with just a few hints. Nowadays, isn't genius valuable? As long as you have high enough chakra controllability, you can easily learn it. It's because he controls chakra so well. Rasengan is easy to say and difficult to say. Such a person. 5CJ Chapter 169 Biho's Genius Apprentice. Jiraiya's Sage Mode. 3 updates, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Biho returned to the village. Kakashi sighed silently in his heart for a while. Only then answered Ying's question. But, did he really promise to accept you as his disciple? Certainly, after hearing this, Hotaru immediately looked at Kakashi with great dissatisfaction. One-eyed uncle, take me to see my master quickly. Kakashi. Puff, Ino on the side couldn't help laughing. She felt that Kakashi's nickname was quite appropriate. Kakashi gave Ino an annoyed look, then he looked at Shikamaru. The meaning is also very clear. I just want to see what Shikamaru has to say. I think it's okay. When Shikamaru saw Kakashi's eyes, he immediately understood what he meant. Then think about it for a moment. He began. Since Biho is willing to show Rasengan in front of her. That means Biho actually has no ill intentions towards her. And, if she followed us back to Konoha, safety is also ensured. There is no need for us to stay here any longer, at present. The Akatsuki organization may start a war at any time. The true purpose of the Black organization has never been clear. It was also a good thing that we returned to the village early. So, I think we can take her back. Kakashi nodded. Agreed with Shikamaru's analysis, then he nodded at Hotaru. In that case, then you can follow us back to Konoha. Good. Ying's mood at this moment is completely different from when she just met Biho. When I just met Biho, she wholeheartedly wanted to take Bihu as her teacher. At the same time, it is unclear what Konoha Village's attitude is towards the bubble. So, when Biho was about to take Bubble back to the village with her. Only then did he reject Biho's invitation, didn't go to Konoha with Biho. But now the situation is a little different, her current master is Biho. So, going to Konoha was like meeting the master. Therefore, she didn't have the slightest objection to going to Konoha. Advertisement. In that case, let's go. Kakashi waved his hand nonchalantly. The group went to say goodbye to Dunbei, then we headed directly towards Konoha Village. As time goes by, Jiraiya's patience was gradually exhausted. At the same time, he also increasingly felt that there was something wrong with this place. There seems to be something wrong here, Jiraiya thought as he slowly backed away. Based on my last observation, I found that supplies here are constantly coming in and out quite frequently. It won't be like this for a long time without any movement. So, the reason why this happens, there are probably 2 possibilities. First, I was looking in the wrong place. This is not the door for them to enter and leave the experimental base. Second, it is because of my arrival, it caught the attention of people here. And the defensive strength here is insufficient, so I chose the turtle tactic. Jiraiya quickly analyzed 2 possibilities, and be prepared to try the first possibility first to see if it is correct. Then, he quietly slipped out of the experimental base. Hide on the edge of the island and observe quietly. Time passes slowly. Jiraiya didn't know how long he had been waiting. Finally he got the result. There's a boat. Jiraiya was shocked. Then quietly looked into the distance, subsequently. Then he saw the man standing on the bow of the boat. That's Orochimaru's assistant, Yakushi Kabuto, sent into Konoha as a spy. *+. Then he hid his body even more secretly. Kabuto didn't notice Jiraiya's surveillance. Because the Black organization is too powerful. The Akatsuki organization did not dare to directly confront the Black organization. So, the Akatsuki organization built this secret stronghold very uniquely. In this stronghold, not only does it not have the high-end combat power of the Akatsuki organization, and there are no defensive measures. There is only Orochimaru, and countless poor people who can be used as sacrifices for the Impure world reincarnation. Once the stronghold is exposed, then Orochimaru will immediately cast Impure world reincarnation. Summon a large number of departing characters to fight against the enemy. Advertisement at the same time, quickly transfer all important data in the stronghold. It is for this reason, so Jiraiya has been sneaking in for so long without anyone discovering him. Sure enough, there are other entrances, Jiraiya observed for a moment. Finally got the answer he wanted. I saw Kabuto not far away, leading a group of ignorant people, slowly walking to an ordinary open space. Then, Kabuto took out a few talisman papers, posted in the 4 directions of the open space. And just enough for those talismans to surround a group of them. Next moment, a flash of light flashed. Kabuto disappeared together with those people. It's Earth style. Jiraiya quickly analyzed the method used by Kabuto to disappear. However, it doesn't have much effect, because he doesn't have those talismans at all. It seems there is no other way, after Jiraiya knew this information. Let out a long sigh, then he gave up the secret infiltration directly. Even if I got the talisman, it is also impossible to know how to use those talismans. It seems that we can only force our way through. Jiraiya thought so and took a deep breath, came to a remote place and started brewing sage mode. After turning on Sage Mode, he immediately summoned Toad Fukasaku and Toad Shima. Boy, why did you, lead to how? Summon us to the beach. Damn it, I hate this smell. Besides, little Jiraiya. What happened to you here? Toad Fukasaku and Toad Shima were lying on Jiraiya's shoulders. While looking at the surrounding situation, he talked to Jiraiya. I'm so sorry to bother you so much after a long time no see. Boss, eldest sister. Boy, you're not saying that girls won't like this. So you don't want to become like this? Now is not the time to worry about these things. Jiraiya's tone was very serious, because it's good to have the information leaflet from Zhang Xiao's organization. So, he attaches great importance to the Akatsuki organization. So much so that the strongest mode is turned on directly when you come up. I am now going to explore a secret stronghold of the Akatsuki organization. It's dangerous here. I hope you too can help me. Chapter 170 Jiraiya's Wonderful Journey, Orochimaru's Battle of Wits and Courage with the Air, 4th update, please subscribe automatically. Little Jiraiya, you should also learn to transform into Sage Mode alone, right? Toad Fukasaku said slowly, compared to the two of you, I'm just a little baby. Jiraiya said helplessly, besides, if I turn on Sage Mode myself, the duration will be short, it doesn't take as long as if there were two people helping me. I feel, this time it will be a protracted battle. So, please give me a helping hand, Jiraiya said as he walked forward. Because there is no hidden trail this time, so, he soon came to the huge stone door. The enemy is very strong this time. You too, I'm going to prepare for a strong attack. Please cooperate with me fully, Jiraiya said, then he took a deep breath. Then a super large Rasengan was condensed directly in his hand. Massive Rasengan, Jiraiya growled, then he pushed massive Rasengan directly onto the stone door. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A teeth-searing friction sound suddenly sounded. Massive Rasengan is at loggerheads with the barrier on the stone door. Time passed by minute, I don't know how long it took. Jiraiya's massive Rasengan 397 finally broke the barrier. And at the same time smashed the stone door into pieces. It's about to happen, Jiraiya whispered, then he concentrated on walking towards the inside of the stronghold. At the same time, Orochimaru also sensed the movement on the other side of the barrier. Broken. The Black Organization is here, Orochimaru was shocked. Although he guessed that the Black Organization would definitely come over. But I didn't expect that the Black Organization would arrive so quickly. No, we need to evacuate quickly, for that mysterious Black Organization. Orochimaru actually has a certain psychological shadow. Therefore, after feeling that the person coming might be a Black Organization, he made such a decision very decisively, pocket. According to the plan. Evacuate, Lord Orochimaru, why don't we fight them? Kabuto was a little confused, now Hidan has some strength. Advertisement we can definitely fight each other. If it's a normal battle, you can also try to hit it. But, those people from the Black Organization, every one of them uses Tailed Beast Bomb whenever they disagree. You don't understand the horror of Tailed Beast Bomb. Orochimaru shook his head, the Tailed Beast Bomb in Ninetale's strongest form. If only one at a time, I can still defend myself. But if two appear at once, I really can't help it. Not even Hidan. He couldn't stop it at all. You know, every time the Black Organization takes action, there are two people working together. So, we must leave immediately before the other party shows his true strength. Kabuto saw Orochimaru speaking very firmly, so I didn't continue to refute. He quickly went to call Hidan. The group prepares to evacuate. Although Hidan's strength has been greatly improved. But, he didn't lose himself because of it. He is very aware of the gap between himself and the members of the Black Organization. So, after receiving the evacuation notice, he followed Orochimaru very decisively. The group of people were scared away by the name of the Black Organization. Then, when Jiraiya came to the stronghold with a serious look on his face. Then I saw a laboratory that was in a mess, but without any key figures. What's happening here? Jiraiya was stunned when he saw this. He didn't understand what was going on here. Why are there no Akatsuki members here? There are no defensive measures. Orochimaru, the head of the stronghold, was not even seen. There are only a batch of abandoned experimental subjects. Could it be? Enemies hide in the shadows. BJCE, you want to wait for me to let down my guard and then sneak attack me? Jiraiya suddenly thought of such a possibility, then. He immediately became more cautious. I turned on Sage Mode and found no trace of these people. It seems, these people are really an amazing group of beings. With such an idea, Jiraiya then continued to explore this stronghold. Because he was on full alert, so go very slowly. Advertisement so much so that when he discovered the cave that Orochimaru and others used when retreating. There is no way to track it anymore, they ran away. Jiraiya stared blankly at the hole in the ground. After all this time of exploration, he also had some guesses about the enemy's behavior. The enemy must have been at the moment when he started attacking the barrier. An evacuation plan was decided. Then, they just took everything of value with them. Leave directly from this cave, and after leaving, the cave was completely destroyed. Even if he wanted to track it now, he couldn't track it at all. Although everything is figured out, but, Jiraiya still couldn't figure it out. Why did these people leave so suddenly, little Jiraiya? Where are the enemies? Toad Fukasaku, who had been preparing for a long time, was a little confused at this moment. Boy, where are the enemies? Toad Shurjin also asked loudly and impatiently. You must have made a mistake, right? The people here. I ran away when I saw you. Such enemies, you would actually say that they're very strong. I think I'd better go home. There's still a pot of worms stewed on my pot. This. Jiraiya was also a little embarrassed. There might be something unexpected here. You two, please go back first. Wait until I figure out everything here. Shima and Fukasaku responded at the same time. Then they disappeared together, then turned around and left. The Black Organization is nothing more than that. As expected, those people from the Black Organization did not catch up. Orochimaru whispered, it seems that our plan was successful. Let's go to the next base to continue testing. Otsutsuki Toneri on the moon suddenly sensed something. At the same time, Orochimaru looked at the secret passage behind him. All have a little sense of accomplishment. Only Jiraiya was left there who was still confused. Gone. After a battle of wits and courage between the three of them. This makes them very satisfied. Why did Orochimaru and the others run away? A smile appeared on his face, finally escaped. Hidan and Kabuto also smiled after hearing this. Chapter 171 The changes brought about by Hinata Tenseigan, by How arrives. As soon as I update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Tenseigan. Otsutsuki Toneri suddenly frowned. I felt unusually doubtful in my heart. Because just now, he actually felt the aura of the reincarnated eye. How can this be? Want to turn on Tenseigan, then you must have chakra from the Otsutsuki clan. But, how is it possible for a member of the Hyūga family to possess the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan? Otsutsuki Toneri felt very puzzled. Want to turn on Tenseigan. Then you must have the Byakugan and the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan. Both are indispensable, however, in today's ninja world. There is no longer any Otsutsuki clan. Naturally, it is impossible for the pure chakra of the Otsutsuki clan to appear. It is precisely because of this reason, so Otsutsuki was surprised. The world is really getting more and more chaotic. Otsutsuki Toneri has always been monitoring the ninja world. Knows many major events happening in the ninja world. I also know about the Akatsuki organization and the Black organization. I also know that the ninja world is in great chaos now. The fourth ninja war is about to begin, therefore. He deeply agreed with the prophecy of his ancestors. The world created by Sage of Six Paths is indeed a failed world. Let me first see how the world will develop next. If it is really unsatisfactory, so, I will follow the wishes of my ancestors. Destroy this failed world. Is this the power of Tenseigan? Hinata looked down at her hands. I closed my eyes again and felt the moon that I couldn't see during the day. She discovered that she could actually feel the gravity of the moon. At the same time, she also discovered that she had many abilities that were unimaginable before. With a wave of her hand, she can attract the cup not far away from her. This kind of power is so amazing. Hinata put the cup down. Then he came to the mirror and looked at his current eyes. She found that her eyes were prettier now than before. The original white eyes turned into the current blue eyes. And, I can feel the fetal movement in these eyes. Tenseigan's evolution is not completely over yet. Hinata covered her eyes, because she felt her eyes hurt slightly. But, she didn't panic, because Biho said, this is the manifestation of Byakugan evolving into Tenseigan. Hinata. Advertisement just at this time. Hyūga Hinata suddenly walked in. Master Hokage said he wanted to meet you, say it. He glanced into Hinata's eyes again. I want to tell you about your eyes. Okay, Hinata nodded upon hearing this, for such a situation. She wasn't surprised. After all, the change in her eyes was too obvious. As soon as the change occurred, it was immediately discovered. Then, she told Hyūga Hinata the general story of the matter. Certainly, it's a simplified version. Hinata did not say that the change in her eyes was caused by a pill given by Biho. But he said that he didn't know why his eyes had changed. At the same time, it feels like this change is a good thing. Therefore, only then did Tsunade call her over. Hinata hasn't met Tsunade yet though. However, you can already guess what Tsunade is planning to do. Presumably, Master Hokage must be planning to check my eyes, right? With such an idea, Hinata soon arrived at the Hokage office. And Tsunade did just check Hinata's eyes, however. Tsunade couldn't see anything at all. Hinata, do you feel anything strange? Tsunade looked into Hinata's eyes, feeling a little depressed. She felt so useless. I actually can't see the reason for this change at all. Hinata nodded. She didn't hide her improvement in strength. So, she raised her hand and waved. A cup not far away immediately flew into her hand. I suddenly realized a lot of abilities, such as this gravity. In addition to controlling gravity, I can also control repulsion. Tsunade was stunned when he heard this, then he blinked blankly. I actually became stronger. #B4. Hinata saw what Tsunade was about to say and lowered her head slightly embarrassed. He said weakly, my white eyes seem to have evolved. But, it is still in a state of evolution. Wait until the eyes have fully evolved. I feel like I'm going to be very strong, yes, really? Asterisk. Tsunade really felt like he had learned a lot at this moment. Advertisement lived so long. This was the first time she knew that Byakugan could evolve. I'm afraid this is the first time in the history of the Hyūga clan? Tsunade couldn't help but sigh. Hinata, do you know why your eyes evolved? I have no idea, alright. Tsunade nodded helplessly. She has great trust in Hinata. She didn't expect that Hinata would lie to her. Maybe it's because your talent is relatively high. After all, you are the strongest person in the Hyūga clan. Hinata's face turned slightly red when she heard this, and then she lowered her head. No words were spoken. Alright, Zero, you go back first. I won't give you any tasks for the time being. Wait until your Byakugan completes his evolution. Yes, Hinata responded and left quickly, back to the family. Watching those tribesmen looking at themselves with respect and admiration, Hinata couldn't help but blush even more, but her heart was filled with sweetness. Because this is the respect she has always wanted. Since childhood, all she saw in her people's eyes was disappointment. However, since he shined in the Chūnin exam, all this has changed. And it's time for today. These changes reached their peak in an instant. She is now, because her eyes have evolved again, her status in the Hyūga clan is equal to that of her father. He couldn't help but turn his head and look into the distance. I don't know how he is now. When you're hungry, you'll eat some Bing Liang pills, and when you're sleepy, you'll just sleep in a sleeping bag in the forest. They finally arrived at the island location provided by Jiraiya. The island became bumpy. You can tell at a glance that a fierce battle has taken place here. Hinata suddenly thought of Biho, so there was no stopping along the way. He didn't hesitate and rushed directly towards the ruins of the island. After they came to this place, but unexpectedly found that the battle here has ended. However, all this was given by Mr. Biho. Naruto immediately became anxious when he saw this. The group rushed to save Jiraiya. Pervy Sage, and in such a hurry. Chapter 172 Jiraiya leaves again. Biho's disciple. Second update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Pervy Sage. Naruto yelled and rushed into the ruins. Then he saw Jiraiya sitting on a big rock in a daze. Pervy Sage? Naruto was stunned when he saw this. He was a little confused. What's wrong with Jiraiya? Normally, if Jiraiya completes the exploration of this secret stronghold, you will definitely have a confident smile. If Jiraiya had not completed the exploration of this secret stronghold, then he should have been killed long ago. It is impossible to sit here peacefully. However, currently Jiraiya is in a state between these two states. Could it be that his exploration was successful, but not completely successful? Naruto couldn't help but think. Oh, Naruto, Jiraiya seemed to have finally come to his senses. He looked at Naruto with some confusion. 043. Why are you here? Biho heard from Grandma Tsunade that you took the risk to explore the Akatsuki organization's stronghold. He is a little worried about you, so he brought us here to take a look. That's it, Jiraiya nodded, then turned to look at Biho and others who were walking over slowly. Tsunade is also true, he actually didn't follow my advice. Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh, but there was still a warmth in my heart. The feeling of being cared about is actually very good. What happened here? Biho walked over slowly and asked the doubts in his heart. What happened here? It was also beyond his expectation. Originally, he thought Jiraiya would have a fight with the people here. If it weren't for such a reason, he can't run so fast. But what he didn't expect was, Jiraiya has never experienced combat at all. He saw this from Jiraiya's state. If Jiraiya had just experienced a fierce battle not long ago. It's definitely not the way Jiraiya behaves now, so. Jiraiya definitely didn't fight anyone here, but in this way, problems arise. How did Jiraiya drive away the Akatsuki people without fighting? Biho is a little confused. I actually don't know exactly what happened. Jiraiya shook his head, then he recounted his experience. Then he sighed. Tell the truth. Advertisement, this is the first time I have experienced such a bizarre thing. After those people left, I asked again about the people who were abandoned here and who were originally planned to be used as test subjects. It turns out these people don't know anything at all. I see. Biho nodded when he heard this. I also had a guess in my mind. Possible. They thought Jiraiya was from the Elf Pavilion. So, not wanting to conflict with the people in Elf Pavilion, I had no choice but to evacuate decisively. Biho roughly understood what happened, but he didn't say so. I think they may be at a critical moment in their experiment. Can't be disturbed. Then, Orochimaru then had people escort him out of the secret passage. Possible. Jiraiya sighed. I accepted this explanation. You guys go back to the village. Jiraiya stood up slowly and pointed to a pile of documents not far away. I sorted it out over there. Something more useful. You take it back to Konoha. I'm going to continue to look for traces of those people. Biho heard this and did not persuade the other party. Because he knows, there was no way Jiraiya would listen. Because that's who Jiraiya is. So, Biho took out a kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique. This kunai, he had just created it recently. It is a special kunai. The material is the same as the Akatsuki organization's ring. The principle is to use his Rinnegan perception, once the chakra is infused. No matter how far apart the two are, as long as it's not in a different space. Then he can accurately perceive the opponent's position. This way, as long as the holder injects chakra, so no matter how far the distance is, he can now use the Flying Thunder God technique to perform space jumps. This is a kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique. Please accept it. If you encounter danger, just inject chakra into it. I can feel it. Okay, Jiraiya nodded upon hearing this. He did not refuse Biho's kindness. Take care. Pervy Sage. Be careful. Advertisement Naruto did not persuade the other party. In his eyes, Jiraiya is performing a mission. How can a ninja not be dangerous when performing a mission? So there is no need to persuade. Anyway, Biho has already given Jiraiya a kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique. In Naruto's opinion, there should be no danger. You should also practice well. Jiraiya smiled and patted Naruto on the head, then he nodded to Biho. Put away the kunai, turn around and stride away. Biho and his party watched each other leave, then a wooden golem is summoned. Let wooden golem carry the information. The group of people rushed towards Konoha. At the same time, Kakashi and his party returned to Konoha Village with Hotaru. Is this Konoha Village? Hotaru looked around curiously. She was very curious about such a prosperous village like Konoha Village. Where is my master? First come with me to see Lord Hokage. Kakashi glanced at Hotaru helplessly. He felt that this girl was a bit naive. Firefly nodded. Then he followed Kakashi and his group to Hokage's office. Kakashi explained the matter simply. Upon hearing this, Tsunade looked at Hotaru in slight shock. A descendant of the Earth Spider clan actually wants to be Biho's apprentice? Yes, Kakashi nodded. Then you have a discerning eye. Tsunade looked at Hotaru with a complicated expression 5.0 glances. Because she thought of the three former Nagato, Yahiko and Konan. I hope there won't be another white-eyed wolf. Tsunade complained silently in his mind, then he looked at Kakashi. Take her to Biho's bookstore first, you can meet Biho after she returns from her mission. Good. Kaka responded, and then took him to Biho's bookstore. This is Master's bookstore? Firefly looked around the bookstore curiously. I will definitely take good care of it, thank you, one-eyed uncle. DB. Kakashi smiled awkwardly, then I'll leave. Firefly responded, and then started cleaning very diligently. Then, when Biho handed in the task and returned to the bookstore. Then I discovered that my bookstore had been renovated. Chapter 173. Reduced plot points, new diamond cards, 3 updates, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Master. When Ying saw Biho coming back, she immediately greeted him happily. You're finally back, looking at the firefly that suddenly rushed over. Biho couldn't help but feel a black line, he felt that this girl was a bit naive. Look, I learned this ninjutsu, Ying said, and directly rubbed a Rasengan out with one hand. Then he looked at Biho with a joyful expression. Master, you said it, as long as I can practice such a ninjutsu. You can accept me as your disciple. When Biho heard this, a row of black lines suddenly appeared on his forehead again. The reason why he said that in the first place, the main reason is that it is impossible for Hotaru to learn Rasengan without guidance. But what he didn't expect was, this idiot actually has such a good talent. You can actually learn Rasengan so quickly, what a gift. I sighed silently in my heart, then Biho accepted this disciple by default. After all, Firefly is a little bit silly, everything else is pretty good. Both appearance and talent are very good, it's okay to be accepted as a disciple 19. In that case, then you can follow me from now on. Biho nodded slightly, acknowledging the relationship between the two. I will teach you some ninjutsu, before you learn. You are not allowed to leave this village, okay. Ying was overjoyed when she heard this, then he knelt down and performed the apprenticeship ceremony. Master. Biho nodded slightly, you go buy some chakra paper and come back. Before teaching you ninjutsu, I need to test your chakra properties. Okay. After hearing this, Ying rushed out immediately. I came here for a long time before rushing back, master. Ying's face turned red and she said with some embarrassment, I forgot to bring my money. Biho took out a wad of banknotes with a speechless expression. You can buy some ninja tools if you have extra, thank you, master. Firefly responded with a smile, then he rushed out again. Looking at the other party's back, Biho couldn't help but shook his head. Then, advertisement he started the lottery, it's been a long time since we had a draw. I don't know if I can get a diamond card this time. Thought of this, Biho couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Plot points are becoming increasingly rare these days. Ever since he drastically changed the plot, he was embarrassed to find out. Plot points suddenly become extremely rare, this also proved his original conjecture. It seems that once I change the plot significantly, it will directly affect subsequent income, a truly sustainable approach. Just slightly change the plot, let the direction of the plot remain unchanged. But the details change dramatically, in this way, you can get more plot points. Unfortunately, the plot has completely changed now. The Akatsuki organization has already started planning in advance. I'm afraid, it won't be long before I can kill Black Zetsu. Successfully restored peace to the ninja world, Bijuu sighed silently. At this moment, he couldn't help but want to go to other worlds to harvest plot points. No way. Ever since the Akatsuki organization's intelligence flyer was distributed, there are many things he does that have no plot points. This made him very helpless, but, can I go to other worlds? While Bijuu was drawing cards, he began to think about how to leave the Hokage world. Go see other worlds, if we can successfully transform the world. So the most likely way, it's through space ninjutsu. And, it's still a very powerful space ninjutsu. At the very least, it needs to be 6 paths level. What a pity, I am still some distance away from that state. While sighing, while drawing the lottery, he quickly used up all the plot points. And this time, there is still no diamond card, but I got a lot of other things, such as various ninjutsu and various things that enhance strength. Although these things are no longer of great use to Bijuu. But, better than nothing, I've almost saved up a wave of ordinary cards. It can be synthesized, advertisement thinking like this. Bijuu began the synthesis. After a while, he synthesized a diamond card. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations, you got the Suicune diamond card. Close black lens bracket. Suicune diamond. After using it, you can get the Water Army Fairy and become Suicune Jinchuriki. Special effect. Riding the wind, as the incarnation of the North Wind, you can use the power of the wind to greatly increase your speed and agility anytime and anywhere. Skills. Purification, can purify sewage, purify the mind, purify all negative effects, purify malice, purify the enemy's buff status, purify the enemy's special power, etc. This is the ability to purify everything. Amplification. Greatly increase the total amount of chakra, greatly increase chakra controllability, and greatly increase physical strength. Matching people nearby. Firefly, it's actually Suikunika. However, this ability seems to be possible. Bijuu looked at the card and nodded slightly. In Pokemon, Suicune is one of the 3 holy beasts resurrected by Ho-Oh. Has the ability to purify sewage, it is considered a relatively weak mythical beast. But, this diamond card is pretty good, is it suitable for Hotaru? By 707 Hao thought for a moment and then decided to give this card to Ying. He still has 3 diamond cards in his hand. They're Kyogre, Gopalion, and Victini. He has not given away these 3 cards yet. Kyogre is because he has never met a suitable candidate. And the remaining 2. A Gopalu Wang is suitable for the face of Mao Yu Shi. Pity. Mao Yue Xian is not suitable for Elf Pavilion. Nor did he get a chance to test it. A Victini special effect is a bit tasteless. Being able to have a 50-50 split with everyone makes him a little bit unwanted. Let's wait to discuss these 3 cards. Use the Suicune card first. Just when Bijuu was thinking this, Firefly ran back with a smile. Master, I'm ready. Bijuu results chakra paper and helps the other party test the chakra properties. Turn out, Hotaru possesses chakra with both water and wind attributes. Ying, I will teach you a very powerful secret skill now. Do you want it? Willing? Firefly nodded repeatedly. However, after you accept this secret skill, everything about this secret technique needs to be kept secret. I know. This is the basic principle, Hotaru continued to nod. Okay, come with me. Chapter 174. Apprentices Shock, Black Zetsu and Otsutsuki collaborated to achieve it. 4th update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Bijuu took Ying directly to the room where cards were given to organization members. This time I'm going to give you a secret technique. In fact, he is a tailed beast who is both a teacher and a friend. Tailed beast? Both a teacher and a friend? Ying was slightly startled when she heard this. She didn't understand what Bijuu meant, in her opinion. The tailed beasts are all very terrifying beasts. No matter how much you think about it, it is impossible to equate a tailed beast with being both a teacher and a friend. You should have heard of the legendary Black Organization, right? Bijuu spoke slowly, asked softly, heard about it. Firefly nodded repeatedly. There was still a hint of excitement on his face. I've heard of them. I heard that the members of the Black Organization are all girls. They act chivalrously and righteously, rob the rich and give to the poor. And each one is highly powerful. It's really very exciting. That Akatsuki organization information was released by them. I think they are really cool. Bijuu nodded slightly when he heard this. Actually, the so-called Black Organization, it has a name. The name is Elf Pavilion. Each of them has an elf within them that is as powerful as 9 tails. Huh? Firefly was a little surprised when she heard this. Master, you know so much, you are worthy of being my master? Black lines appeared again on Bijuu's forehead. He felt that his apprentice was really stupid. This time I am going to give you a tailed beast that is both your teacher and your friend. In fact, it is an elf. The same elves as those members of the Elf Pavilion. Really? Ying was overjoyed when she heard this. His face was full of excitement. Master, you are very nice. It's so awesome. Actually, even the elf that can only be owned by members of the Black Organization can be owned. Well, Firefly, who was excited, suddenly realized something. Suddenly he looked at Bijuu with a look of horror. Master, have you not, When Bijuu saw that the other party finally understood, she couldn't help but nodded with great satisfaction. Good. Advertisement, are you a member of that elf pavilion? Bijuu almost laughed out of anger. Isn't this girl too naive? I remember that she didn't seem so naive in the original novel. Could it be? Is it because she was like this when she was a child? That's why it wasn't so silly in the original plot. It was because she and Dunbei were running away while living. Beaten by society? After thinking about it, Bijuu could only come to this conclusion. I am the leader of the elf pavilion. After sighing in my heart for a while, Bijuu told the secret. The reason why I told Hotaru this secret. Mainly because the other party is his apprentice. He didn't want to hide some things from the other party. There is no need to hide it from the other party. Secondly, it's because Hotaru is quite reliable in the original work. Bubble has always been very respectful and loyal to her master. And the last reason, that means his identity no longer needs to be kept secret. Because with his current strength, even if the identity is really exposed, there are no problems. It is precisely because of all these reasons. So, he chose to go directly to his eldest disciple, Lei Pai. Teacher, Master, Kr, you are actually the leader of the black organization. Ying's eyes widened when she heard this, and her mouth couldn't help but open. He showed a standard stunned expression. Oh my god. My master is actually the leader of the black organization that I have always admired. This is simply great, Hotaru shouted excitedly. Bijuu was speechless for a while. Correct, after Ying was excited for a while. Something suddenly occurred to me. He quickly looked at Bijuu nervously. Master, have you heard of the forbidden technique of our Earth Spider clan, right? Good. That forbidden technique is inside my body. She said as she spoke, while turning his head, his back faced Bijuu. Take off your top at the same time, showed his back in front of Bijuu. I saw a very ferocious protrusion on her white back. And in the center of that protrusion is the place where the forbidden technique is sealed. It looks very strange. There is an indescribable alternative beauty. Advertisement, Master. I can't give you this forbidden technique. Because I promised my grandpa that I would pass on this forbidden technique and not leak it to anyone. Fine. Bijuu shook his head for such a forbidden technique. He actually wasn't that interested. Then, he directly controlled Ying with his mind and asked her to put on her clothes. Master. What happened just now? I feel that my body no longer obeys my command. Ying suddenly panicked. This is a usage of ideas. If you want to learn, I can teach you if I have the opportunity. Great. Hearing this, Ying returned to her naive look again. Master. Will this forbidden technique in my body affect my ability to absorb that spirit? There's no impact. Bijuu shook his head. Okay. You prepare yourself. I will seal the spirit into your body now. Good. Nod when you see the other person. Bijuu took out the Suicune card he just got. It was thrown directly into the opponent's body, after Firefly received such a huge chakra. Like other Elf Pavilion members, passed out directly. Bijuu put the other party on the sofa and covered her with a quilt. Then he walked downstairs slowly, the reason why he didn't teleport directly downstairs. Mainly because he wanted to think about some issues. I haven't seen the Akatsuki organization come out during this period of time. The girls in the Elf Pavilion have not been able to find any clues about members of the Akatsuki organization recently. The Shell organization has since found a stronghold outside. Didn't get any more clues. I seem to have entered a certain bottleneck stage. If he changes the plot enough, in a secret stronghold of the Shell organization. The two conspirators looked at each other with ulterior motives. I don't know what these people are planning, and completed all planned detailed steps. I just don't know what kind of fate will come back to me. And he did change enough plots. Black Zetsu has officially reached a cooperation intention with Otsutsuki. Then the backlash from fate will be quite powerful. A pleasure to work with. So, I don't know what Black Zetsu and the others are doing. Regarding these, Bijuu is still quite vigilant. Because he knows. At the same time, look at that perfect plan. The subsequent backlash of fate will be extremely severe. Chapter 175. Black Zetsu's worries, introducing Hotaru to the organization members. As soon as I update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. All the best. Black Zetsu left the Shell organization stronghold with a smile on his face. This time the plan went very smoothly, everything was going according to his expectations. As long as we wait for a while to prepare, we can send Bijuu and all the members of the Black organization away. Black Zetsu's plan this time is very simple, in his opinion. Since it can't be beaten, then just send the person away. In this way, it is really foolproof, although the Akatsuki organization has not really fought against the Black organization yet. But, judging from the results of Deidara's battle with Scorpion and the Black organization, what if the Akatsuki organization and the Black organization went to war? The unlucky one in the end must be the Akatsuki organization. After all, the zombie clothes organization is really too cunning. Let's not talk about anything else for now, just the ability to turn back time is terrifying. There is also the mysterious boss of the Black organization, who has never shown his face. Therefore, Nagato and Obito were the only ones who always stopped the head-on fight between the Akatsuki organization and the Black organization from happening. Just send them all to the otherworld, then even if they have the ability to reach heaven, it is impossible to come back in a short time, and, if I'm not wrong, their ability to travel back in time cannot be used in Otherworld. After all, there is Otherworld. The style is completely different from ours in 563. And I will take advantage of the time they leave. Resurrection of Mother directly. Wait until Mother is resurrected. No matter how powerful these black organizations are, he can't be our opponent anymore. Black Zetsu thought of this. He couldn't help laughing immediately. The only problem now is, how can I survive this period of time calmly? Thought of this. Black Zetsu fell into deep thought. Recently, he unexpectedly discovered that the Black Organization had begun to mobilize all its members. A large-scale search for Akatsuki Organization members or Akatsuki Organization strongholds. This gave him a bad feeling, because this means that the Black Organization has started to get serious. Also means, when members of the Akatsuki Organization are on the move, it may be very dangerous. I want to grow obscenely for a while at such a point in time. But it is a very difficult thing, in that case. Then give up the Akatsuki Organization. Soon, Black Zetsu made a decision. The Akatsuki Organization has no use value now, it's better to just give up. Advertisement only Nagato or Obito is left. It can be used to resurrect Uchiha Madara at the most critical moment, BJCI. Everyone else can die. Thought of this, Black Zetsu was immediately full of confidence in the future. This way, things will be much simpler, however. He had just breathed a sigh of relief when he suddenly thought of a key question. Wrong. Both Obito and Nagato have hidden dangers. Nohara Lin has been resurrected, although I don't know why she never found Obito. But once she found Obito, Obito may undergo some unknown changes. And if the Black Organization resurrects Yahiko, it might also have some unknown impact on Nagato. These two things have to guard against it. Just when Black Zetsu was thinking about how to prevent problems between these two people, Obito came to Konoha Village again. Since this time, Kakashi has written him countless letters, and he was dismissive from the beginning. Gradually I would take a look occasionally, but look at it this way. He felt a deep sadness, because what Kakashi wrote in his letter were all memories of the two of them when they were children. Therefore, he only gets it on a whim. Suddenly, I secretly returned to Konoha Village and prepared to take a sneak peek at Kakashi. Shui Shui Carrot. You are always so naive. Obito uses the transformation technique and transforms into an ordinary passerby. Hiding in the distance, he quietly looked at Kakashi who was eating with D. Shungban. This is a cursed world. This is a world that can never have peace. As long as someone exists, there will always be wars. It can never stop. Want to make this world change? Then you must use illusion to control everyone in this world. So, only then can we create an ideal world without war and eternal peace. Then, Lin will be reborn in such an ideal world. Everything will become extremely beautiful. What a pity. Kakashi, you will never understand this. Obito sighed softly. You're just an idiot drowning in memories. There's never any progress. After he sighed for a while, then he turned around and walked towards the memorial monument. Advertisement after all. Come all come. Always going to see Lin's. At the same time, Nohara Lin and Lin Yuyu returned to Biho's bookstore through the teleportation array. Certainly, they weren't the only ones coming over. There are also other organizational members, but members of these organizations came in batches, and the purpose of coming here. I just want to get to know Biho's disciple, Ying. After all, Ying is now Biho's disciple. He is a very special person within the organization. After all, she is just a disciple of Biho, but has not officially become a member of the Elf Pavilion. Otherwise, that would be tantamount to Biho blowing up his identity. So, Firefly cannot wear the ring of the Elf Pavilion and cannot contact the members of the Elf Pavilion. Therefore, she needs to gradually organize the members in batches. It is convenient to contact you in the future. Hinata's situation is similar to Hotaru's, but not the same. Biho didn't want Hinata to be exposed to these things. Moreover, Hinata has not established a relationship with him. There is no reasonable identity to meet the many members of the Elf Pavilion. So, he didn't let Hinata meet these members. I really didn't expect that the Holy Master would actually accept such a disciple. Lin Yuli bared her teeth and looked down. As a result, I can see my feet very smoothly. Obviously she is not very old, but why can't she see her own feet? This, Lin didn't know what to say for a moment. Maybe he's gifted. How abominable. Therefore, she witnessed the cruelty of war early on. Because I remembered that today is the death anniversary of my parents. Lin Yuyu said angrily, if I were on her scale, maybe I could become the disciple of the Holy Lord. Lin took the initiative to change the topic. Okay. Also, what are you doing because of the cemetery? This depends on fate. Lin shook her head helplessly. By the way, little apple. Let's go to the cemetery. So he decided to become a ninja. Lin sighed quietly. Lin Yuli bared her teeth and shouted angrily, don't call me little apple. Her parents were ordinary people who died in the war. Lin Yuyu nodded. In order to stop Yuri Lin from continuing to complain. Chapter 176. Nohara Rin sweeping the grave. Heavy fog in Konoha. Second update. please subscribe, please automatically. In Konoha Village, there are two different types of cemeteries. One is a commemorative monument for fallen ninjas. One is a mass cemetery where ordinary people are buried after their death. Nohara Lin's parents are ordinary people, therefore, they were naturally buried in this collective cemetery. In order to avoid being discovered and causing agitation. So, the two first used the teleportation array and left Konoha Village. Then, Lin specially asked Lin Yuyu to take her and flew over from high altitude. Because Lin Yuli flies very fast, so when the two arrived at the mass cemetery. In fact, not much time passed. Wait for me, Lin Yuyu placed Lin in the cemetery and then smiled at the other party. Then he flew into the air again. Soon, Lin Jiaoyu flew back again. But there was a bouquet of flowers in her hand. Thank you. Lin saw that the other party had gone to get a bouquet of flowers for her. I couldn't help but feel grateful in my heart. You're welcome. Lin Yuyu smiled and shook his head. I'll wait for you over there. Said, she walked not far away, at the same time. She also threw in a mist shinobi technique. Let this cemetery and a large area around it be shrouded in thick snow. Because Yuri Ringo's chakra is strong enough, so this thick fog even extends to Konoha Village. Not only that, she also specifically controlled thundercloud. Let the thunderclouds become thin, like ordinary clouds. It shrouded the entire area around Konoha Village. The originally clear sky became gloomy. At the same time, it also made this heavy fog look like it was caused by heavy rain somewhere near Konoha. Became a little more reasonable, at least it wouldn't make the ninjas of Konoha suspicious. Lin silently watched everything Ringo Yuri did. I couldn't help but feel a little moved in my heart. However, he didn't say anything, she just sighed silently in her heart. Then he continued to stare at his parents' tombstones. Slowly speak the words in your heart to the air, at the same time. The changes in Konoha's weather have also attracted the attention of many people. Ordinary people glance at the sky and ignore it. In their opinion, this was the heavy fog caused by nearby rain. Weak ninjas. Just a little more wary, wait until you find that there is nothing unusual around you. Advertisement then gradually relaxed. Think this is just ordinary heavy fog. In their view, this is Konoha Village. Is there another lunatic who dares to come here to cause trouble? As for the powerful ninjas, they have more wives. This mist seems a bit like mist shinobi technique. Tsunade stood in front of the office window, quietly looking at the mist outside. But, after a while, her brows wrinkled. Wrong. This fog is really too light, it's not like mist shinobi technique caused it. No ninja could create such light mist, after all. If the mist is so light, what good can it do? Tsunade stood at the window and watched quietly for a while. After not finding any issues, then he sat back down. Continued to correct the document. Biho naturally felt the sudden appearance of the fog. But, he just felt it slightly and discovered the source of the fog, Lin Jiaoyu Yuri. And Nohara Lin not far from Lin Yuri's side, cemetery? Biho quickly thought of the location of the two of them. Then I thought of Lin's parents. Then we roughly understood the purpose of the two people. No more care. Why is there a very cold chakra filling the air? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was practicing calligraphy at home, suddenly stopped what he was doing. He put the brush aside. Then he flashed out of the room and quietly felt everything around him. Something's wrong. There's something wrong with this chakra. Something is definitely wrong. As Dr. Ninja, he knows a lot about ninjutsu. At the same time, his perception ability is also very strong. The moment he was summoned by Obito in Nine Tails, he sensed Nine Tails' alien chakra in time, so, he felt that something was very wrong about the sudden appearance of mist and the suddenly cloudy weather. But he couldn't determine what was wrong, then. He rushed directly towards the Hokage rock. Arrive at the Hokage rock. He began to observe all the changes around Konoha. But no trace of the enemy was found at all. 53. Advertisement. Is it because I am old and feel wrong? Sarutobi Hiruzen scratched his head helplessly. Then he returned to his home and started practicing calligraphy. This fog, Hinata, who was resting at home, suddenly frowned. She sensed something was wrong around her, then. She went directly to the highest place in the family. Open your eyes. Look for suspicious people around Konoha Village. Nothing was found. This made her feel very confused. Could it be not an enemy? Or some people studying ninjutsu? 0. In front of the commemorative monument, we are recalling the past and looking forward to the future. Suddenly I felt this light mist, and there seemed to be something wrong with the suddenly cloudy weather. Mist shinobi technique. Obito frowned. It feels like things are not simple. Who will attack Konoha at this time? Kirigakure. Impossible. Kirigakure's rebellious ninja. They don't have the courage. Shao organization? Impossible. So, is it a black organization? Obito quickly thought of this. Then, he rushed directly towards the core of the fog. This is a good opportunity. I can take the opportunity to observe the members of the black organization this time. Because, this shows that the people hiding here are ready to leave. Soon, he arrived at the center of the fog, because he knows where this place is. But he didn't have time to think about this problem. He felt that the fog around him and the clouds in the sky began to dissipate. Obito frowned slightly. With such an idea, why do people from the Black Organization come to Konoha's cemetery? But, understand, want to leave? Think beautiful mountains. Just when he got here, he frowned again. It's also a cemetery for ordinary people in Konoha. Is this a cemetery for ordinary people? He moved forward quickly. Chapter 177, The Encounter between Uchiha Obito and Nohara Lin. 3 updates, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Obito slowly chased the 2 people in front, in order to be able to follow for a longer period of time. Discover more secrets of the Black Organization, so. Obito followed cautiously, while maintaining a considerable distance. This prevents him from being discovered by the enemy. Follow. He discovered many things, for example. The 2 people in front didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. The speed of walking is very slow, seems very laid back. Even, the 2 also hunted in the forest, made fires to cook, and enjoyed delicious food. This confused Obito. Why are these 2 people so leisurely? Although very puzzled, but Obito is still observing secretly. Someone's following us. Lin Yuyu stirred the ingredients in the pot with a spoon. While smiling, he said to Nohara, 170, Lin, although I don't know who he is. However, he seemed quite cautious. Let's take a look first and then talk. Lin is washing rice and preparing to cook it. Neither of them are sentient ninjas. So, as for who the person not far away is and what kind of power he has. None of them knew anything, if it weren't for their strong strength and large amount of chakra. It was impossible to sense that anyone was following them. Don't alarm the other party yet. Okay, Lin Yuyu nodded when he heard the words. She fully agreed with Lin's suggestion, because they are so laid back. Just for fishing, now. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization went into hiding. No matter how they searched, they couldn't find any clues. This made them very helpless. Then I thought of a very good way. That's fishing. They wandered around the world pretending to be nonchalant, while looking for clues left by members of the Akatsuki organization. While turning himself into bait. Attract all forces who want to explore the intelligence of the Black Organization. They believe it. With the characters of the members of the Shao organization, it is absolutely impossible for them to endure the aggrievement all the time. Their lawless character. Definitely going to do something at some point. So, this fishing method may be one of the few ways to find those Akatsuki organizations. The 2 of them chatted and cooked leisurely, while observing the stalker's every move. Advertisement, however. Until they finished their meal, the stalker behind them didn't move. This made them a little helpless. Should we take action directly? Lin Yuyu looked at Lin impatiently. Lin thought for a moment. Then he nodded. She thought she could try it. After all, she has the ability to travel back in time. Regardless of whether there will be any surprises in this trial. She could go back to this moment and do it all over again. Good. Lin Yuyu nodded when he heard the words. Then the 2 looked at each other. They rushed towards Obito from 2 different directions at the same time in perfect agreement. However, although the speed of the 2 is very fast. But Obito is no ordinary ninja either. So, at the moment when the 2 of them had just taken action, he had already sensed it. Has it been discovered? Obito's heart tightened. Subsequently, he directly used Kamui's ability to absorb himself. Let your body slowly disappear from where it was. Because of this enemy, there is a high probability that it is a Black Organization. When facing such a mysterious organization that seems to know everything, he felt that it was better for him to be more cautious. However, Obito's Kamui takes longer to absorb itself than it does to absorb external objects. And Lin Yuyu are very fast, so, before Obito completely disappeared, Lin and Yuri Ringo had already arrived at Obito's side. As expected, he is from the Black Organization. After Obito saw the 2 people's costumes, immediately I realized that my guess was correct. Because both of them were wearing bamboo hats, so there was no way Obito could see all the faces of the 2 of them. But, although Obito couldn't see all the faces of the 2 people. But, because he is too familiar with Nohara Lin. So, after seeing Lin's chin and movements, his whole body froze instantly. He felt that the person in front of him was very familiar. There is a feeling of Lin. Could it be that I missed Lin so much that I had hallucinations? Then, advertisement Obito rejected his guess in his heart. Really, Lin is dead. How could you join such a Black Organization? Although Obito denied his guess in his heart, but soon he thought of Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Spring. This is a person who is already dead. But he appeared in front of Itachi alive, became a member of the Black Organization. Therefore, the Black Organization can resurrect the dead. It's no longer a secret. Therefore, at this moment, he thought of a possibility very unsatisfactorily. Could it be that? Obito couldn't help but swallowed. Could it be that Lin was also resurrected by them? And then he became a member of the organization. Such an idea just came into his mind. Another thought appeared uncontrollably. And it took root in his mind, never to be forgotten again. How about I stay and take a look? Anyway, there is nothing to lose. I can run away anyway. I still have a Sharingan that I can use to cast Izanagi to save my life. With such an idea, the holes in Obito's body are getting slower and slower. Eventually it even stopped, and started to go backwards. At the same time, Lin and Ringo Yuri also discovered who the person in front of them was. 5.1 The two of them were stunned at the same time. For Uchiha Obito in the Akatsuki organization, at the same time, he raised his head slightly. One person's eyes were full of shock. Everyone inside the elf pavilion knows this very well. One person's eyes are complicated. She desperately didn't want to see Obito. After seeing Obito, an extremely complicated emotion arose in my heart. And Obito happened to look over. Lin's mood at the moment was very complicated. At the same time, he looked at Lin, then, and began to exit from the alien space. He couldn't help but slow down his steps, eyes facing each other. But, I saw Nohara Lin also stop slightly at this moment. She couldn't help but stop. Lin Yuri stopped Hollow's progress when he saw Obito. Because this was Lin's former teammate. Chapter 178 Lin. Obito, I don't want to see you anymore. 4th update, please subscribe automatically. Lin. Lin? Uchiha Obito's eyes suddenly widened. He seemed to want to use this method to see clearly the appearance of the person in front of him. It is very convenient for him to judge. Is this girl actually Nohara Lin? I saw. The girl in front of him still looked the same as he remembered. Still looking like he is about 12 years old. Her face is still so beautiful and delicate. The only change, it's her dress. Girls are no longer dressed like they used to be. Not wearing any forehead protector, at the same time. I no longer have the purple oil paint I used to paint on my face. This made Obito feel very familiar, but also a little strange. Lin, is that you? Obito's voice trembled slightly. It never occurred to him. I would actually meet Lin in such a place, in such a way and with such an identity. One of the two is the mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization. One is a core member of the Black organization, a hostile force of the Shao 19 organization. Have to say, such a deviation. Obito's mind went blank for a moment. Obito. Lin's tone was very complicated. She had not originally wanted to meet Obito. Unexpectedly, the two of them actually met in this way. I was a little confused for a while. I thought about it for a long time. Finally, he choked out a sentence. Haven't seen you for a long time. Haven't seen you for a long time. Obito repeated Lin's words with some confusion. For a moment, I didn't know what to say, because he suddenly felt a little ashamed. What kind of force is the Black organization? He knows it very well. So, naturally, he also knew that all members of the Black organization knew his secret. Therefore, Lin also definitely knew his secret. This made him feel very ashamed. After all, he did a lot of wrong things, at the same time. There was still a trace of embarrassment in his heart. Because he wants to let everyone enter the world of illusion. I want to meet Lin in a peaceful world without war. No matter how you look at it, this looks like an act of madness. And, advertisement, there is a high probability that the other party still knows this idea. How does this not embarrass him? That, I thought about it for a long time. Obito couldn't hold back a word. Obito, I'm very disappointed in you. Lin sighed softly. In that period of time just now. Her mood also stabilized. Then, she was prepared to count on the friendship of acquaintance. Slowly persuaded. Why did you summon 9 tails and destroy Konoha? Obito was speechless for a moment. Don't know how to explain it. You can't always tell. It was because he heard Kakashi say that Kushina was pregnant. So he wants to take the opportunity to take revenge on his master and his wife, right? And the reason for revenge on both of them, it seems a bit ridiculous to think about it now. Because he wanted to take revenge on the two of them. One is because he feels resentful towards Namikaze Minato for not saving Lin in time. Second, it was because of Lin's death. As a teacher, Minato was angry that he was still in the mood to reproduce the next generation with Kushina. Third, it's because he hates this world and Konoha Village. Because of this world, this Konoha Village, Lin was killed. Made him feel Ultimate's pain. So, he wants revenge on the world, on Konoha Village. After, Obito found out that Kushina was about to give birth. So we directly inquired about the location of production. I made a big move on impulse. As a result, most of Konoha Village was destroyed. Master and mother-in-law also died. This reason simply made it impossible for him to express it. You can't say it, can you? It's because of the reason you do it. Is it just to vent your anger? Lin was a little angry when she saw this. Do you know, because of your impulse, how many people died? How many of them have you helped? And the old lady who gave you gifts and greeted you. Do you know the look on these people's faces when they find out what you did? Obito suddenly felt his eyes were moist. Thinking about it now, he indeed ignored those lovely old ladies in the past. Advertisement to know, when he was still in Konoha. But I often help these old ladies, so much so that I will be late every day. Missed the graduation ceremony, missed many classes. I even almost missed the Chūnin exam once. Result. Because of his own impulse, he killed all these old ladies. Obito originally wanted to tell everything. However, when the words came to his lips, he lost his courage again. Just like before, until death, he did not express his feelings to Lin. Inexcusable. Obito, you are really disappointing. Can you take revenge on the whole world just for the resentment in your heart? But do you know, what I cherish most is that village. That village called Konoha. What I long for most is peace. It is peace for the whole world. Do you really think that so-called illusion can bring peace to people all over the world? Wake up, Obito. That's illusion. Have you ever thought about what would happen if people all over the world fell under the spell of illusion? How do they eat, drink, and rest? Have you thought about it? No, you didn't think about it, because you have been blinded by hatred. But, I can tell you, after they fell under the illusion, we'll die, we'll become white Zetsu. Good, it's the kind of white Zetsu that's right next to you. So, Obito, wake up, but I really want to build a completely peaceful world. In such a cursed world, if we don't use such illusions to create peace, there can never be peace, after Obito was told by Lin. Suddenly the courage came. He directly spoke out loud what was in his heart. Lin was stunned when she heard this, then he stepped forward and slapped Obito on the face. Obito, I never want to see you again. Chapter 179. Obito's conjecture, Black Zetsu panics. First update, please subscribe, please automatically. Walk. After Nohara Lin slapped Uchiha Obito, she turned around and left. Lin Yuri glanced at Lin, then he followed directly. She didn't care too much about Uchiha Obito, although Obito is a member of the Akatsuki organization. And Bai Hao also assigned the task of annihilating the Shao organization. But, Bai Hao also said it at the same time, there are two people in the Akatsuki organization who do not need to be killed for the time being. Of these two people, one is Uchiha Itachi, the other one is Uchiha Obito. The reason why Bai Hao keeps Uchiha Itachi is simple. Because Uchiha Itachi is not a real member of the Akatsuki organization. After all, he is actually a Konoha shinobi. The reason why Uchiha Obito is not moving for the time being is because Bijuu wants to keep the king. Fish for Black Zetsu. Bai Hao knows, within the Akatsuki organization, there are two people whom Black Zetsu values the most. One is Nagato, and the other is Obito. And the reason why Black Zetsu values these two people so much, mainly because these two can use the Rinnegan to perform the Rinne Tensei technique. Resurrection of Uchiha Madara, in Black Zetsu's heart. Uchiha Madara is an indispensable vehicle for the resurrection of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Because of these reasons, that's why Rin and Ringo Yuri let Obito go. However, Obito doesn't know the cause and effect of all this. He looked at Yuri and Lin Jiaoyu who were gradually moving away, their backs gradually disappearing. His eyes gradually became confused. Lin. Did I really do something wrong? Obito didn't think carefully about why Lin and Ringo Yuri didn't take action against him. Because his head is really a mess right now. Wrong? No, that's right. No, I was wrong, because the ball was angry. No, I'm not wrong, because only by letting people all over the world fall into illusion can this cursed world enter a peaceful era. Etc. Obito suddenly remembered not long ago. Lin said something to him. Lin said, if people all over the world fall into illusion, then everyone will die and become white Zetsu. What does it mean? Obito's mind was in a mess just now and he didn't think carefully about what Lin said. After calming down a little now, then suddenly I thought of this sentence. At the same time, the more he thought about it, the more panic he felt. Could it be that advertisement a lot of the things Uchiha Madara said to me were all lies to me? Obito always thought, after using infinite Tsukuyomi, everyone in this world will be controlled by them. Whatever they ask these people to do, these people will do it. This way, you can create an ideal world without war and eternal peace. Then, he can borrow the power of this illusion, have Madara cast it on him. So that Lin exists in the illusion world where he lives. Thus, he can reunite with Lin in the fantasy world. But, now after listening to Lin's words, he suddenly felt that he had been cheated. This infinite Tsukuyomi, it's not an illusion to control others, but the forbidden technique that makes white Zetsu. Through Lin's words, he could completely deduce the principles of this illusion. Then he came to a conclusion that made his hair stand on end. Where did the current white Zetsu come from, if white Zetsu is the product of infinite Tsukuyomi? So, has anyone cast infinite Tsukuyomi in the past? The reason why I can't see any relevant information now. Did someone hide it? So, what secrets are hidden in this? Could it be that someone wants to use such a technique to resurrect someone from ancient times? But the next moment, he felt something was wrong. It's not right. If that's really the case, doesn't that mean Madara was also deceived? The more Obito thought about it, the more terrible he felt. He found there seems to be some creepy big secret hidden in infinite Tsukuyomi. And this secret, it seems that there are only black organizations. And the man behind Madara knows. This is a game between the leader of the black organization and the real leader of Xiao Xiao organization. It seems that black organization is really a salvation organization. Their purpose, it was to find out the mastermind behind this and kill him. Stop their plot. Lin, on the other hand, was resurrected by them and participated in such a plan together. But, why did the black organization choose Lin? Obito couldn't figure it out, but he was too stimulated today. There are too many things that I can't figure out. Advertisement, so it doesn't matter. He decided to ask Black Zetsu first. After all, Black Zetsu is the incarnation of Uchiha Madara's will. See if he knows who might be the mastermind behind this. Then, Obito went directly to the place where he had arranged to meet Black Zetsu. Waiting there quietly for Black Zetsu, I don't know how long it took. Zetsu finally emerged from the ground. Obito. Are you going to Konoha again? Black Zetsu looked at Obito with some dissatisfaction. He now wishes Obito could stay at home all day, after all. As long as Obito is active outside, there will be a high probability of meeting Lin. Once Obito meets Lin, the entire plan will undergo irreversible changes. How? Obito frowned upon hearing this. Can't I go to Konoha? Sure. But now, we have to focus on planning. Plan? Black Zetsu. You are the embodiment of Madara's will. So let me ask you, have you discovered the big conspiracy hidden in this, good, plan? Black Zetsu was stunned when he heard this. Big conspiracy? Of course, and it's quite big, and he is the mastermind behind the scenes. But, although I think so, it came so quickly, how did he meet Lin? Damn it. Black Zetsu felt extremely flustered. Obito, what did you encounter? How so? But there was no admission in his mouth. What conspiracy? Did not expect. Why does such a question arise? Black Zetsu's eyes widened when he heard this. What he feared most finally happened. But, I knew this day would come sooner or later. I met Lin. Oh, was she resurrected by the Black Organization? But it didn't show. Chapter 180 Obito's Analysis, Black Zetsu's Deception, second update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Good. Lin was resurrected by the Black Organization. Uchiha Obito nodded. There was a little doubt in his eyes. Then we met by chance. She scolded me hard, then he told me a lot of things. For example, Infinite Tsukuyomi is a scam. Once Infinite Tsukuyomi is really displayed, then everyone in the world will die. It is then transformed into White Zetsu. It's not like what Madara told me at the beginning. The purpose of illusions is to control humans, so I suspect there is a huge conspiracy in this matter. Is there such a thing? When Black Zetsu heard this, he immediately had the urge to curse. What worries him the most? It finally happened. Obito already knew something at this point. And, it seems that there is also some desire for change. If he rebels before the plan is actually implemented, then it will have a huge impact on his plan, so Black Zetsu thinks he needs to fool Obito as soon as possible. Black Zetsu, what do you think about this matter? Obito looked at Black Zetsu with a solemn expression. Behind this huge conspiracy, there must be a mastermind. This is what the mastermind behind the scenes planned. 473 is definitely not a trivial matter, I doubt. What this mastermind wants is to resurrect an ancient being. Why? Why do you think so? Black Zetsu felt cold all over at this moment. It never occurred to him. Obito is so smart, such a shocking truth was guessed so quickly. Because Lin told me, Infinite Tsukuyomi will make everyone die. And will transform these people who are under the illusion into White Zetsu. Then here comes the problem. Where did the current White Zetsu come from? Could it be that a long time ago, someone used Infinite Tsukuyomi? What is it made from? So another question. Who uses Infinite Tsukuyomi? What is his purpose in using Infinite Tsukuyomi? From the current results, many things can be inferred. For example, our world is not falling apart. Advertisement. Everyone is still alive. This insinuates that person used Infinite Tsukuyomi. But he was interrupted. Then, only a small batch of White Zetsu was made. Not all humans are transformed into White Zetsu, but another problem appeared again. That is, why can't such a big thing be seen in any history books? Could it be that someone deliberately concealed this matter? So who is this person hiding? What's his purpose? Could it be that the person who concealed everything was the one who cast Infinite Tsukuyomi in the first place? His purpose for doing this is probably not simple. After all, if you want to exterminate all mankind, it is not necessary to use Infinite Tsukuyomi. Just use the 10 tailed beast bomb to blast it a few more times. Since he must use Infinite Tsukuyomi, transforms all humans into White Zetsu. Then there must be his purpose. According to my guess, there are two possibilities for this purpose. 1. He wants to use these White Zetsu as the most obedient soldiers to attack a powerful existence. 2nd, using this method, an entity can be resurrected. Black Zetsu, since you are Madara's will, so you should know something, right? Can you talk to me? Black Zetsu felt his body shaking slightly at this moment. This is not fear, but he was angry, this Black Organization. Why? Why are you always having trouble with me? Besides, why did this Obito have no IQ when Madara lied to him? Now suddenly my IQ is online, aren't you kidding me? Black Zetsu calmed down silently, then while his body was still shaking, he pretended to be shocked. It looked like he was trembling from shock just now. What you said makes sense, but this is predicated. Black Zetsu said slowly. The premise is that Nohara Lin did not lie to you. Lin won't lie to me. She is no longer the Nohara Lin she used to be. After she was resurrected by the Black Organization, who knows if she will be brainwashed by the Black Organization? If she has been brainwashed, or advertisement, she is simply a monster with Lin's body but someone else's soul. So, What she said is probably all false, it's meant to deceive you. And the reason why I need to lie to you, mainly because you are the core of the Akatsuki organization. Once you have a problem here, so, there will be problems with the entire Akatsuki organization. So, Obito, you need to calm down. Think about whether the other person is lying to you before speaking. The only thing I can tell you is, Madara is the caster of this infinite Tsukuyomi. You feel, would a magician not understand his own magic? This. Obito also hesitated when he heard this. Indeed, it is impossible for the caster to not understand the effect of his ninjutsu. But, the next moment, he thought of another possibility. Uncertain, Madara is currently unable to perform that technique. What if this technique was given to him secretly by the man behind the scenes? Then it is indeed possible that he does not know the true function of this technique. You still don't want to doubt Lin. Black Zetsu couldn't help but shook his head after hearing this. Then let me ask you, currently, the Black Organization and our Akatsuki organization have a hostile relationship. That being the case, why didn't the people from the Black Organization kill you at all when they saw you? Because Lin is reluctant to let go, unwilling? Black Zetsu couldn't help but smile when he heard this. She is reluctant, but what about her companions? Don't tell me, she acted alone. This. Obito was stunned when he heard this. Indeed, even if Lin wanted to let him go, it is impossible for Lin Yuri to let him go. As long as the leader of the Black Organization gives the order. It was impossible for them to disobey, so, there is only one truth behind their failure to deal with him. That is, he is more valuable alive than dead. They really have a conspiracy. Lin may have changed. Obito's eyes gradually dimmed. Black Zetsu was immediately happy when he saw this. Then he quickly pursued the victory. Continue to lie. Chapter 181 Black Zetsu. No one understands Uchiha better than me. Free updates, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Nohara Lin has not changed. Don't draw conclusions so early yet. We need to analyze rationally. Black Zetsu met after Obito hesitated. Then he quickly continued, but, one thing can be concluded now. That is, they tell you this, there is definitely a purpose. So, you need to think it through first. What is the purpose of these people from the Black Organization saying this? Then think about other things. What's the purpose? Obito nodded upon hearing this. To be honest, the reason for his hesitation was because he still didn't want to doubt Lin. And Black Zetsu's words, it also made him feel a lot better. After all, Black Zetsu was seriously analyzing things with him. Instead of trying to discredit Lin, but, he actually told Lin and him that these words had a purpose. Fully agree. Lin scolded me first, and then told me about it again. Definitely hoping I can turn around and be safe. Get out of this dark Uzumaki. Become a person who protects this world. Black Zetsu heard Obito's words. Obito couldn't help but give a like in his heart. He thinks what Obito said makes sense, and, he also believed that this should be Lin's true purpose. But, this is completely contrary to his purpose. If Obito really thinks so, then it would be completely against his interests. So, he had to correct Obito's thinking. If you think so, there's nothing wrong with it. But, if Lin really wants to help you, to wake you up and escape from this so-called dark vortex. Why did I wait until now to come to you? And, still in such a passive situation. That's right. Obito couldn't help but nodded when he heard the words. He suddenly felt that what Black Zetsu said made sense. If Lin really does it for her own good, if Lin really cares about herself. So, why didn't Lin come to him earlier? Advertisement. He didn't believe that if people from the Black Organization wanted to find him, they wouldn't be able to find him. The easiest way is to go directly to Kakashi. Ask Kakashi to write a letter and put it in Kamui space. Once he saw the news that Lin wanted to see him, no matter how difficult it is, he will come over to see Lin. Pity, Lin did nothing. Could it be? Did she really say these words to me with some purpose? She must have some purpose in saying these words to me. She has changed, however, it is normal. It is absolutely impossible for the leader of a Black Organization to accept a subordinate who does not obey orders. So, in order to make his subordinates obey orders, then it is completely normal to brainwash your subordinates or use the ninjutsu of hypnosis. So, have I fallen into a trap? Obito unconsciously. He was directly led astray by Black Zetsu, and the reason why this happens. Mainly because Obito instinctively didn't believe that the gentle Lin in his heart would say such a thing to him. To know the reason why he did it, but it's all for Lin. So, because of this main reason, plus Black Zetsu's guidance from the side. In the end, Obito's thoughts went astray. Damnable Black Organization. After thinking through these things, Obito's voice also became extremely angry. Now, his hatred for the Black Organization has reached its peak. I must destroy that evil organization, save Lin from the fire. Why do you understand it this way? Black Zetsu was obviously very satisfied when he heard this. But it didn't show on the surface. Instead, he also stood on the opposite side of Obito and provided the most ingenious guidance. Because Lin has changed. The person she is now is completely different from the person she was in the past. Obito's voice was very gloomy. It's because she has changed. So, that's why I think she's not the same person she used to be. She must have been brainwashed. This matter requires careful observation before we can draw a conclusion. Black Zetsu continues to persuade Obito. No, there is no need to continue to observe. Obito shook his head, based on my understanding of her. The truth of this matter must be this. Okay, Black Zetsu. Advertisement, please give me flowers. I'm going to investigate the black organization. Say it. Obito disappeared directly from where he was. The Uchiha clan, Black Zetsu looked at the place where Obito disappeared and couldn't help but shook his head. Then Vice Admiral finished the half-sentence he didn't finish in his heart. It's really easy to lie, Black Zetsu thinks. The Uchiha clan are the most deceptive people in the world. Because every member of this family is very paranoid. The so-called paranoia, just extreme and stubborn. They love deeply and deeply, like Uchiha Itachi, who directly killed his entire family for the sake of the village. Only one brother remains. Like Uchiha Madara, for the sake of my past obsession, I kept doing things. In the end, he was successfully deceived. Zero like the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. Indra. It's because he is not recognized by his father. Then directly under the instigation of Black Zetsu, he completely hated his younger brother Hashirama. Then, this is how the 1,000-year-long battle began. Like Uchiha Shisui, for the sake of the village, I had to swallow my anger. Not only did they not pursue the matter of having their eyes gouged out. Instead, he directly committed suicide to fulfill Uchiha Itachi. And Uchiha Obito in front of me, he kept fighting for Lin. It even collapsed immediately after Lin's death, from Namagatama Sharingan to Mangekyo in an instant. Under the trend of strong hatred, he became a vengeful devil. Summon 9 tails directly and destroy most of Konoha. HMPH, such tranquility. Naturally it is impossible to get any results. Formed a joint force of the ninja world. Obito's investigation of the Black Organization. Black Zetsu couldn't help but feel a little proud. Their mission is to clear out the Akatsuki organization and the Black Organization. I am very experienced in provoking the Uchiha clan. Then, because he found out, join other villages. The ninja world also became peaceful because of the temporary shrinkage of the Akatsuki organization. I am the most experienced, but it's like the calm before the storm. The 5 shadows quickly selected a team to represent their village. To deal with such an Uchiha, all those in power can feel the storm hidden in the tranquility. But, no one understands Uchiha better than me. Chapter 182 Ninja United Force. Information provided by Anko. 4th update, please subscribe automatically. As the village with the most ninjas at the top of the ninja world, Konoha Village naturally sent out a group of the most powerful ninjas in the village. This time the list of ninjas. It was decided after discussions among Konoha's top brass. These ninjas also represent many forces in Konoha. There are members of the Konoha Anbu elite. The wood-style ninja who represents the Konoha Shinobi village and the will of many advisors and elders is Tenzo, whose alias is Yamato. There are Konoha root members. The elite ninja who represents Danzo's will, Sai. There is a new generation of leaders in Konoha. Nara Shikamaru is an elite ninja who represents all the ninjas under the sun of Konoha and the interests of many famous families in Konoha. There are Konoha medical ninjas. The elite ninja who represents the will of Hokage Tsunade, Shizune. Later, several high-level officials in Konoha felt that such a 4-person team was somewhat lacking in aggressiveness. So, after some discussion, let the former Anbu member and Konohagakure swordsman Azuki Yugo join the team. In this way, this is how Konoha's team was formed. The captain is Yamato. A group of 5 people rushed towards the gathering place agreed upon by the 5 great ninja villages. Regarding the news in the ninja world, Biho naturally knew it too. But he was in no mood to care about these trivial matters. The most recent of him. Every day I just train the apprentices and then train the 7th class. Occasionally I read various miscellaneous books. Ask about things inside the Elf Pavilion from time to time. Pay attention to the research progress of the Snow Country Research Laboratory. In this way, my little life was very leisurely, but on this day, a somewhat surprising customer came to his bookstore. Mitarashi Anko stood at the door of the bookstore carrying a gift. He smiled sheepishly at Biho. Biho. You want to remove the curse mark on yourself, right? Biho glanced at the other party. Immediately I understood what the other party meant. Right. Anko nodded sheepishly, after I heard about Sasuke. He also wanted to remove this curse mark on his body. If it's not too much trouble, advertisement, can you please help me remove this curse mark? This is simple. Biho nodded. For such a small thing, he did not refuse. Sit on the ground and I'll help you solve it, okay. Anko nodded and quickly put the gift away, then he sat cross-legged in front of Biho. Biho didn't bother with anything, he put his hand directly on Anko's neck. That's where the curse seal is, then turn on Sage mode. Controlling the magical chakra enters Anko's body. Quickly find all of Orochimaru's chakras, and wrap it up. Then pull hard, then the curse seal was completely eliminated. The whole process took no more than 3 seconds. Alright. Biho took out a scroll. Orochimaru's chakra was sealed inside. Then put the scroll in place. This, so fast. Anko looked at Biho in confusion, as a disciple of Orochimaru. She still knows a lot about curse seals. That's something quite difficult to remove. Did not expect. In the hands of Bijuu, it can be solved so easily. Certainly. This kind of thing. Once you know how, it's very simple. If not, even if it takes 10 years of hard work, it may not be possible to remove it. Bijuu said casually. He was in the beginning. There's no way to remove the curse mark on Sasuke. But, later, after fully understanding the principle of this curse seal, he can solve this hidden danger instantly. Thank you so much this time. Anko pulled up his clothes and thanked Bijuu with a smile. Right, this time I went out on a mission. An Orochimaru stronghold was discovered. I don't know if it will be of any use to you, Anko said. He took out a scroll from his pocket. I have recorded the location of that stronghold in this scroll. If you need advertisement, you can go and see it directly. Okay. Bijuu nodded when he heard this, after Anko thanked him and left. He just opened it. I saw. Inside the scroll is a map of the world. And somewhere on this map is circled by a red pen. Apparently, that place is the Orochimaru stronghold that Anko mentioned. Original. Bijuu was not very interested in this stronghold. But, after seeing that the stronghold was very close to the stronghold where he rescued Jiraiya last time. But he suddenly became interested, as this stronghold somehow related to the Akatsuki organization stronghold last time? Bijuu knows. Compared with the original work, the Akatsuki organization launched its plan about 3 years earlier. So, since it can be done in advance, why does the original work have to wait about 3 years to start planning? Come to Bijuu. This should be because of the early days of the Akatsuki organization. Not prepared for many things. For example, strongholds in various places. The Akatsuki organization seals the tailed beasts every time. They are all sealed in the nearest stronghold. It can be seen that they have many strongholds. So, after starting planning 3 years in advance, there is absolutely no way they have more strongholds than in the original book. Therefore, this is quite a nice place, and ask Lin and Quan, who were closest to there, to go over and take a look. The Scientific Research Institute of the Land of Snow has finally developed some new experimental results. It is also a secret laboratory where he and the Akatsuki organization conduct joint experiments. A brand new smartphone. Bijuu told all the members of the Elf Pavilion about this location. So, after assigning the task, just like that, he was born in the Land of Snow. It's probably the new location after Orochimaru's last migration. Bijuu originally planned to continue working as a salted fish in the bookstore. In Bijuu's opinion, 5.0 thinking like this, Anko gave him such an Orochimaru stronghold location. However, over at the Snow Country Laboratory, good news suddenly came. They most likely don't have a spare stronghold, as well as a laboratory for Orochimaru. I can have someone come over and take a look. Chapter 183 Hokage's Magical Technology Tree, the exploration plan of the new stronghold. Please subscribe for the first update. Once, Bijuu has always been very fascinated by the technology line in the Hokage world. You can watch movies in some places. During the Fourth World War, big names from various countries were able to hold meetings via video conferencing. TVs, refrigerators and various home appliances are also available. There are trains and cars, but, when the daimyo went out, he still made an ox cart. Sometimes, people are even used to carry the sedan chair. The way of transmitting news in major ninja villages is still the very ancient, flying pigeons to pass messages. Such a strange situation, it made him feel very confused. But, after traveling through time, he does have a certain understanding of the technological lines of this world. The technology in this world is actually very advanced. Guns, ships, computers, planes, trains, walkie-talkies and high-tech laboratories all exist. But, in addition to high-tech laboratories and high-tech medical equipment, other things do not exist in major ninja villages. Because in all major ninja villages, what all Ninja 19 pursues is to become a stronger ninja. I want to become a stronger ninja, then you need to practice continuously. Cultivation of body, cultivation of will, instead of enjoying life. So, you can't see any high technology in the village. As for things like mobile phones, it has actually already appeared. However, because the number of base stations is too small, so mobile phones didn't completely catch on, and mobile phones are also the oldest form of Big Brother. The reason why the Land of Snow can develop a brand new smartphone. Mainly because of Bijuu's idea, the technology of the Shell organization, and the Snow Country's already strong technological foundation. It is precisely because of these 3 reasons, so smartphones will be born in the Land of Snow, but although smartphones have already appeared, but it will take some time to promote this brand new thing. After all, there are no satellites in this world, and there are only a few signal-based stations. Only after the signal-based stations are covered in most places. Only then can this brand new smartphone be officially promoted. Such a thing, for Bijuu, it is more important. But there's nothing to rush about, more important. Advertisement is because once this base station is spread all over the world, everyone starts to use mobile phones. It would be extremely easy for him to find whomever he wanted. It won't be like this anymore. It's so hard to find a member of the Akatsuki organization. By the time, if you haven't dealt with Black Zetsu or Otsutsuki 1 style yet, he could use such a device to find their approximate location. Then let people go over and search focused, but because the amount of engineering work involved in laying base stations is relatively large. So he won't be in a hurry. For him, the most important thing at the moment is still earning plot points. It's so bald, since the plot has undergone major changes. It's hard for me to get plot points. Sad, Bijou sat in the bookstore, pulling his hair worriedly. Just when he was a little worried, suddenly Tsunade strode in. Bijou, didn't you take them to practice today? Tsunade sat across from Bijou with a smile. No matter how you look at it, you feel that the purpose is impure. No, Bijou shook his head and said, Master leads me in. Success depends on oneself. I have already taught everything I need to teach. Can you become stronger? It's up to them. That makes sense. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Are you free tonight? Let's sit together. Bijou rolled his eyes immediately after hearing this. Tsunade, tell me what you have to say, haha. Tsunade smiled slightly awkwardly when he heard this. Actually, I want to ask you to teach at the ninja school. Times are turbulent now. I'm afraid war is not far away. If Konoha's overall strength can be improved to a higher level, it will be much easier to face this catastrophe, and you are a gifted teacher. Taught so many powerful ninjas, the original 7th class. On Kakashi's side is an ordinary ninja team, but after training under you for a while, it immediately became an elite team. It can be seen from this. How talented you are in training ninjas, not going. Bijou shook his head. Advertisement he leads Team 7 because Team 7 is the protagonist group. There is a plot point in teaching them, not too much though. But mosquitoes are still meat when they're young. If you were to teach the students at the ninja school, there is really no benefit to him at all, this way. Why should he suffer like this? All right. Regarding Bijou's answer, Tsunade actually had already guessed it. But, for Konoha's sake she still needed to give it a try. After all, she is Hokage, correct? Tsunade's expression suddenly became serious. Anko came to see you just now, right? You want to talk about that Orochimaru stronghold? Good. Tsunade nodded. We doubt. This Orochimaru stronghold may have become a stronghold of the Akatsuki organization. It is a very dangerous place. 043 So, I want to ask you for a kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique. Who are you going to send to find out? Bijou asked as he took out 3 special kunai with Flying Thunder God technique. Currently, the only one that is more convenient is Guy's class. Tsunade sighed slightly. She found that there was really no one available now. That's very good. Bijou nodded slightly when he heard this. There are not many opinions on such a matter, after all. He has already sent people from Elf Pavilion to explore. Therefore, there is a high probability that people in Konoha will not find anything. Nothing was found, so naturally there was no danger. After talking about the business, the two of them chatted for a while. After chatting like this for a while, Tsunade said goodbye and left. Bijou continued to read miscellaneous books, at the same time. Kaori and Uchiha Izumi, who were ordered to explore the stronghold, finally arrived at their destination. Is this right here? Xianglin looked at the unremarkable island not far ahead. Slowly closed his eyes. I started to use Kagura's inner eye to try to sense it. As a result, her perception was blocked by a barrier. Didn't succeed in sensing what was going on inside. There is indeed a problem over there. What do we do now? Chapter 184. Hidan and Kabuto, with their self-confidence soaring, start a battle. Second update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Old rules. When Uchiha Kwan heard this, he said with a normal expression, I will attack. You take cover outside, if anyone comes to support. Just stop the other person. If someone escapes, you just deal with the other party easily. If there is something that needs to be communicated, then communicate directly with the ring. Good. Xianglin nodded after hearing this. She is quite familiar with such an offensive routine. Be careful. Be safe, don't worry, Kwan smiled and nodded. Then he strode towards the small island. She stepped on the sea all the way. Soon we reached the small island that might be the new base of the Akatsuki organization. There was no danger during the entire journey, to this. Izumi was not surprised. After all, if you want to hide an island, then you can't place too many traps around an island. Because in this case, it will be very easy to be exposed. Here, Kwan quickly found the barrier node on this island. Look at this style. If I'm not wrong, this is really the stronghold of the Akatsuki organization. Look at the talisman paper posted on the wall in front of you. Kwan couldn't help but shook his head, through perception. She found this barrier and wanted to break it. It is necessary to uncover 5 identical talisman papers at the same time. And, once these 5 talismans are peeled off, then 4 dummies with the same ability as the person who took off the talisman will appear. Prevent the person who took off the talisman from moving forward. And such an enchantment, it is one of the barriers that the Akatsuki organization often arranges. It seems that it needs to be opened with brute force. Izumi examined the barrier for a moment, then we came to this conclusion. After all, it's impossible for her to find a few more people to help now. It's faster to use brute force. Then, she slowly took a step back. Then put your palms together. Start condensing natural energy and prepare to turn on Sage Mode. Advertisement: the Sage Mode obtained by Biho is an improved version. Compared to the sage mode of the 3 holy places in the world, you will be more eager to learn, and the threshold is low. So, after he obtains such a technique, just put it in the organization's group files folder. Make learning free for all members of the organization. So, Quan naturally knows such a technique, but her sage mode is still unable to reach the state of instant opening. It takes more than 10 seconds to brew before it can be turned on. Soon, Izumi turned on sage mode, then he reached out and condensed a wind-style spiral shuriken in the palm of his hand. In terms of destructive ninjutsu, wind-style spiral shuriken is indeed the most cost-effective one. Along with her throwing the wind-style spiral shuriken, throughout the space, a huge storm suddenly appeared. A terrible storm swept around. Soon, that barrier will be completely destroyed. At the same time, inside the stronghold, Orochimaru suddenly turned his head and looked back. At the same time, a very excited smile appeared on his face. They're here again, but it couldn't have come at a better time. Yes, Kabuto next to Orochimaru also laughed when he heard this. These people from the Black Organization came at the right time. Just in time to try out my new abilities. Hidan suddenly spoke and said with an arrogant expression, "The revenge for destroying my evil god cult must be avenged today. Then, it depends on the performance of the two of you this time." Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. With a little excitement on his face, he strode towards the place where the experimental subjects were kept. "I will use Impure World Reincarnation to summon a few helpers to help you." "No need." Hidan shook his head. He has now integrated Sharingan and Wood style. It can be said that the strength has greatly increased. Self-confidence also swelled. He felt that he was qualified to fight against the members of the Black Organization. "Lord Orochimaru," Kabuto on the side also said, "you should first take a look at the results of our battle." Kabuto at this moment, it's completely different from the past. It seems that due to the stimulation of various factors, he became extremely hardworking. In this period of time, he is constantly learning. Advertisement, it is also constantly getting stronger. Now, not only have I learned Sage Mode, and I even practiced Beiruvu's Onagora technique. And absorbed a Sharingan, a Wood style, it can be said that the strength has also skyrocketed a lot. Onaioro technique is indeed a good secret technique. Orochimaru looked at the two of them and couldn't help but sigh. If I had such a technique back then, I won't do so many Wood style experiments anymore. But, I still want to thank you for that experiment. I have collected so many Wood style and Sharingan materials. Orochimaru sighed, then don't worry about it anymore. Just hide in the corner. Get ready to watch the battle for a while. After a while, the three of them heard a loud noise. Then they saw a girl wearing the standard uniform of the Black Organization, appearing in front of them. "Huh? You didn't run away?" Quan looked at the three people in front of him, slightly surprised. "It seems. You seem to be very confident, of course." The moment the three of them saw Uchiha Izumi, it's all a tight feeling in my heart. Because the opponent is Uchiha, they must beware of each other's illusions. Although Hidan and Kabuto also melted into each other, good, Sharingan. But, their three Magatama may not be able to guard against Izumi's Mangekyo. In that case, then let me see what you are capable of. Quan said lightly, then he whistled softly, next moment. Then she saw two senbon made of special materials and rushed out of her ninja tool bag. Attacks Hidan and Kabuto. It is impossible for an attack of this level to hurt me. Hidan gave a low drink. Then he pulled out a bone knife directly from his shoulder. Open Sharingan pregnancy. Footstep on Wood style vines. He rushed towards Quan. Oh, integrating so many blood inheritance limits? Quan was slightly shocked when he saw this, but then he started laughing. I don't know if you've heard a word of it, it's called learning more than learning well. Chapter 185 Fierce Battle. The Power of Fusion Hidan. 3 updates, please subscribe and ask for automatic. After Uchiha Quan said this, his pupils suddenly shrank. The precognition ability of Mangekyo Sharingan's right eye activates instantly. At the same time, open the third form of Susanoo in seconds. Susanoo directly grabbed Hidan with her hand and threw him up. After Hidan was thrown away in such an instant, I was suddenly shocked. It never occurred to him, the members of this Black Organization are actually so powerful. It only took a moment to repel him, and he understands. The other party did not attack him directly, mainly because he knew that he was immortal. It's not that the other party can't attack you, so. The purpose of her throwing me up, is it to use illusions on me? After going through so much, Hidan has grown up. So, at the moment of being thrown away, he guessed such a possibility. Then he quickly closed his eyes. He still knows a little bit about how to fight the Uchiha clan. The first of these is, never look at Mangekyo Sharingan. However, Hidan, who had just closed his eyes, could see things immediately. He found, he actually floated in the air inexplicably. And, the violets are blooming all around me, and these 993 violet petals are constantly floating in the air. Finally merged into one person. It's Quan. Why am I under an illusion? Hidan is shocked when he sees this, then he quickly dispelled the illusion. However, he failed. The illusion was obviously very advanced, but he failed to remove it successfully. Really, The Uchiha clan is really difficult. Hidan felt depressed, but he wasn't afraid or anything. After all, he is an immortal existence, however. Just the next moment, he suddenly felt that the surroundings suddenly became dark. At the same time, all 5 senses have been restored. He found that he was still falling in the air. The illusion has been solved. Advertisement, Kabuto, well done. A smile immediately appeared on Hidan's face. Because it has long been known that Uchiha is among the black organizations. So, he and Kabuto had already discussed the tactics. That is the tactic of helping each other and dispelling illusions. And just now, it was Kabuto who came directly to help him remove the illusion after seeing something was wrong with him. Pocket, Izumi is concerned about the unraveling of his illusion? Didn't care. Now, all her attention was on Kabuto. Because today's Kabuto has changed a lot, not only is Sage Mode turned on, it looks extremely weird. There seemed to be a big snake growing on my belly. It looks evil and ferocious. At the same time, he actually turned on Sharingan too. And you can use wood style too. This situation immediately reminded Izumi of Kiaro technique. He also practiced the Kiaro technique. Quan looked at the other person who looked like a human, a ghost or a ghost. He couldn't help but shook his head, at the same time. I am also looking forward to this battle even more. Since the resurrection, she never really fought with all her strength. Perhaps I can fight with all my strength today? Just when Quan was thinking this, but Hidan and Kabuto suddenly held hands. Then used the remaining hand together to start the mudra. That posture is quite weird. Sage art wood style the tree world is coming. Next moment, a terrifying chakra wave suddenly burst out from the 2 bodies. Big trees suddenly appeared on the ground. The big tree grows rapidly. Just a moment later, this secret stronghold was breached and the entire island turned into a forest. So strong chakra. Quan's pupils shrank, she found. After the other 2 entered this special state, the power of ninjutsu has been greatly improved. What Quan didn't know was, this kind of combined ninjutsu. It was modified by Orochimaru based on Onimaru technique. It can be used by 2 people who practice the Kiaro technique at the same time. Have a brief union, once combined, then the abilities of the 2 people will merge instantly. And, advertisement in one body, there will be 2 consciousnesses. As well as 2 different strands of chakra, thus. Don't be afraid of any non-special illusions, but Hidan and Kabuto didn't directly use that special combined ninjutsu just now. Instead, he used the primary stage of that combined ninjutsu. Initial integration. 2 people can perform the same ninjutsu at the same time. And double the power of this ninjutsu. Then there was the scene just now. See the big trees all over the ground. Izumi didn't panic. Instead, Susanoo's 3rd form was directly transformed into the 4th form. Suddenly, the already huge Susanoo, it became even bigger. Moreover, it also has a lower body and legs. The fountain of Susanoo, the 4th form, was opened. She wasn't afraid of the vines and branches that were wrapping around her. She brandished Susanoo's sword, cut off the surrounding vines. Then the great sword disappears, it turned directly into a big bow. She aimed at Hidan and Kabuto, drew her bow and shot. The moment the arrow is shot, she took out the sword again. He moved his legs and rushed towards the 2 of them. Boom! The arrow formed from chakra was directly blocked by Hidan and Kabuto's wood style. Subsequently, they saw the spring rushing towards them. No more hesitation, complete integration was performed directly. Suddenly, then he swung his sword and slashed at the combined Hidan. But it was Susanoo who directly opened the full form. However, after seeing such a technique, Quan, and the plants will bloom with huge flowers, which will release pollen to stun the opponent. A strange man with a Hidan appearance and a giant python wrapped around his body appeared in front of Quan. Fusion Hidan did not panic. It's actually possible to combine? A huge vine can be created in a very short time or even an instant. This wood style. The whole person flew up instantly. She didn't think much about it, still swinging the sword very firmly. But, directly used wood style flower and tree realm advent. Good things are hard to avoid. Quan couldn't help but feel slightly nauseous when he saw this. Sage art wood style the world of flowers and trees is coming. Because it is extremely fast and very toxic. Chapter 186 complete Susanoo, Kabuto panics, 4th update, please subscribe, please automatically. Complete Susanoo. Because it flies directly. Therefore, it completely avoided the pollen attack coming from the flower and tree world. Although this made Hidan a little disappointed, but it didn't surprise him too much. After all, the opponent is the black organization. Being strong is normal. Did not expect, she is so strong. Hidan said to Kabuto somewhat depressedly, she still has a tail, the beast Tama is useless. I feel like we're just too moved. The opponent is an Uchiha who possesses Mangekyo Sharingan after all. There was no surprise in Kabuto's tone, after discovering that the member of the black organization who came here this time was Izumi. He had already guessed that he might be going through a tough battle. After all, this is Uchiha with Mangekyo Sharingan. And, it can be seen from Izumi Susanoo's state that the opponent has used Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power to its ultimate. I don't know what the abilities of her 2 eyes are. But, Just don't look into her eyes, rest assured. I know, Hidan said with some dissatisfaction. Of course he knew that he should never look into Uchiha's eyes. Seeing that Quan's attack was coming soon, he was no longer in the mood to continue talking nonsense to Kabuto. I saw him forming seals quickly. After a while, wood-style wooden golem jutsu was cast. A huge wooden golem instantly stood up from the forest, heading towards Uchiha Izumi's sword. Subsequently, Hidan's formation of seals did not stop, just for a moment. He turned on the earthly resentment mode. A total of 4 dark monsters appeared beside him in an instant. And together they released 4 advanced ninjutsu with different attributes towards Quan and himself. At the same time, he also used an advanced ninjutsu with the only missing attribute on Izumi. Suddenly, 5 advanced ninjutsu with different attributes attacked Quan at the same time. The power is amazing. Saw this attack. Quan also had a faint smile on his face. Subsequently, she directly controls the 2 senbons that were released not long ago. It quietly came into Hidan's sight. Follow closely. She put Susanoo away. Advertisement also used the Flying Thunder God technique. He jumped directly in space and arrived next to the 2000 books. Then he pointed his Mangekyo Sharingan into Hidan's eyes. Tsukuyomi, activate. This was exactly a while ago. Izumi is from Uchiha Itachi, and I copied it using the Dream Card ability. Next moment, Hidan felt like he was in a bright red mysterious space. And, tied to the cross, what is this place? I'm under an illusion. Hidan was shocked when he saw this. Suddenly I thought of not long ago. Quan jumped directly in space and came to the thing in front of him. You actually know the Flying Thunder God technique. Hidan was filled with shock and depression. If he had known earlier that the other party would have such a technique. He will definitely be more careful. However, it's a little late now. Quan didn't say much nonsense. Directly control scenes in Tsukuyomi. He showed the scene where he and Shan Lin destroyed the evil cult. This is. Hidan saw such memories. I was stunned immediately. This is the evil cult. You actually let me watch the scene of the destruction of the evil god cult. Are you a devil? Hidan immediately became angry. As a devout cultist, the destruction of the evil god cult has always been painful. But what he didn't expect was this pain. He actually had to go through it again and again soon. Let's take a good look at the scene of the destruction of the evil god cult. Quan said expressionlessly. She knew what Hidan was capable of. As an immortal, frequently used the curse ability to curse the enemy to death. So, such people's resistance to pain is quite high. She then gave up the Tsukuyomi mode Itachi used on Kakashi. It turned into a memory playback mode. Let Hidan watch the scene of wiping out the evil god cult all at once. Not only that, in front of Hidan, there are also several springs. They were stabbing Hidan in the heart. Please give me flowers. Although Hidan is more resistant to pain. Advertisement. But, continuously stabbing the heart can make Hidan's heartache feel more intense. So, Quan used such a method, in Tsukuyomi space. Time passes both long and fast. Hidan was directly tortured by this memory for a long time before finally breaking away from Tsukuyomi's space. Just left Tsukuyomi space. Hidan can no longer maintain the fused state. Kabuto was directly separated. It seems, the combined ninjutsu reveals whose appearance it is. That will be who absorbs the main damage. Quan just took one look and guessed the subtlety of this technique. She then went to kill Kabuto. Kabuto is different from Hidan. For Hidan, an immortal who possesses the secret technique of earth resentment and you want to kill him, you can only choose the overall seal. This is no easy task, but Kabuto is different. Kill it directly and everything will be over. Hidan is under an illusion? Kabuto glanced at Hidan. It turned out that Hidan had suffered a mental breakdown. Suddenly I felt panicked. Now, he was really helpless against Quan. His Sharingan is only a 3 Magatama 1, directly suppressed by Mangekyo Sharingan. His wood style is not too powerful, for a strong person like Quan. His wood style really scratches the itch. Orochimaru? Somewhat scared. The result was discovered. Orochimaru actually came to save people with 1st generation, 2nd generation and 4th Hokage. But at this time, he felt the breath of death. Orochimaru shouted nervously. Follow closely. Kabuto turned around subconsciously. Then a huge wooden golem appeared in front of Kabuto. Kabuto didn't hesitate when he heard this. Suddenly a wave of chakra fluctuations came from behind him. A smile appeared on Quan's face. Run quickly. Just take Hidan and run away. So, Kabuto was really panicking at this moment. Blocked Quan's attack. Chapter 187 A Fierce Battle. The strength of the Akatsuki organization increased greatly. As soon as I update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Orochimaru had to admit, he once again underestimated the strength of the Uchiha clan. At the same time, he also underestimated the strength of the Black Organization. Originally, he thought that Kabuto and Hidan could fight with the people of the Black Organization. Maybe they can even repel the Black Organization completely. But what he didn't expect was, Hidan and Kabuto both used the combined secret technique. But Kakuzu didn't even touch the enemy's clothes. Such a psychological gap. Orochimaru felt like cursing for a moment. I will never be allowed to strengthen the members of the Akatsuki organization. Use this method to deal with the black organization. He said that as long as the members of the Akatsuki organization have my secret technique, you can defeat the members of the black organization. I actually believed his lies at that time. I'm really out of my mind. Orochimaru felt like such a fool at this moment, but although he is very 940 annoyed now, but he didn't panic at all. As a Frankenstein who is very afraid of death, his life-saving methods can be said to be endless. So, although he had confidence in Kabuto and Hidan defeating the members of the black organization, he still left many ways to escape. Burst, Orochimaru quickly formed seals. First, it spit out countless small snakes to contain the enemy. Then he let out a low explosion. Suddenly, a huge collapse occurred on the ground where the three of them were standing. Swallowing three people directly, Earth style? Quan, whose body was shrouded in Susanoo, simply ignored those little snakes. She looked intently at the position where the three Orochimaru left. I couldn't help but feel a little surprised, because she can't sense the three Orochimaru people anymore. This is very unscientific, because she has Kagura's heart. What secret technique is this? What Quan didn't know was Orochimaru to prevent accidents, especially for Kabuto to fuse a white Zetsu. This way, Kabuto owns white Zetsu's Mayfly technique. And the reason why Orochimaru returned to save Kabuto and Hidan. Just because I want to use Kabuto, let him use the Mayfly technique to escape with him. Mayfly technique is very powerful. Once used, you will become one with the earth, and can move to any place at high speed. During the activation of the ninjutsu, all breath is cut off, except for those who have the power of the earth with the effect of Groudon. No one else will notice the user's aura. Advertisement. If Quan had the power of the earth, she can definitely sense Orochimaru and the others. Pity, she doesn't know the power of the earth, although her fantasy card can copy all abilities. But special effects from elf cards, she cannot copy. Only skills from elf cards can be copied. Do you really think you can run away like this? Quan looked at the three Hokages around him who were constantly attacking him. Closed his eyes slightly. At the same time, the skill from Celebica was directly activated. Time travel, accompanied by Quan's spell. The surrounding time and space suddenly began to flow backwards. Just for a moment, she then returned to the moment when she first entered this stronghold. Quan let out a long breath, feeling slightly tired. Sure enough, the ability to copy. Not only is the effect not as strong as my own when used, and the consumption is also relatively large. Quan couldn't help but sigh. If this time travel was performed by Nohara Lin, it will not consume so much chakra. I can use it again. If used too often, it will affect my fighting ability. Izumi silently felt the remaining chakra in him. Then he strode to the stronghold. Hidan saw Izumi walking in. Suddenly he smiled confidently. Still like last time, he attacked Quan directly. Quan did not make any more probing attacks. Instead, the complete body Susanoo was opened directly upon coming up. After predicting Hidan's actions, he slashed it with a sword. Bah! There was a light sound. Hidan's body was cut in half. Izumi then ignored Hidan, who was splicing his body with Earth Resentment U. Instead, he turned and attacked Kabuto, according to her analysis. The reason why Orochimaru came back to save people. The main reason must be to use Kabuto or Hidan's ability. And based on her observations, possessing the kind of ability that allows for near total invisibility underground. It must be Kabuto, so she decided to get rid of Kabuto first. Oops. Kabuto didn't expect that the enemy would use such a powerful move right away. Advertisement but he didn't panic, because at this moment he has turned on Sage mode. So, not too afraid of Quan's attack. Sage Art Wooden Golem Jutsu. Kabuto instantly used Wood Style, then retreat quickly. When facing Uchiha, he didn't dare to get too close to the other party. Otherwise, you will definitely fall into an illusion. Why was Uchiha Shisui so intimidating in the first place? Isn't it because he is very fast? It can instantly shorten the distance between you and the enemy. He is also good at illusions. This way, the enemy will be directly affected by the illusion without knowing it. Then it's over. Izumi was not surprised after Kabuto's move. She calmly controlled her Senbon and shot towards Kabuto. Get ready to use the Flying Thunder God technique again. Jump to Kabuto's side and use illusion to kill the enemy. However, the spells in her thousands of books were discovered by careful Yin. Then, Kabuto quickly used Wood Style to control Yumoto. At the same time, he backed up again and distanced himself from Izumi. And at this moment, Hidan also completed his body reorganization. Real or fake? So strong, Hidan couldn't help but complain. Then he rushed over fiercely. Seeing this, Izumi swung his sword and struck Hidan again. However, this time Hidan was prepared. 4.5 therefore. He made a bone shield in advance and blocked Quan's attack. Although he was still knocked out, but he didn't suffer any injuries. So difficult. Quan couldn't help but frown, then directly control all the Senbon she can control. They ejaculated towards Hidan and Kabuto together. These spirits are controlled and flying in the air. There is only one purpose, That is to get close to two people. But Kabuto and Hidan both knew there was something wrong with these senbon. So both men started using wood style. I want to control those senbons in the sky. However, just when they were forming seals, but suddenly I felt hot inside my body. The newly condensed chakra was also scattered. This is exactly what Izumi used Groudon's temperature regulating skill. Chapter 188 The Backlash of Fate. Nagato's Decision, second update. Please subscribe and ask for automatic. Not good. Kabuto and Hidan were both shocked at the same time. They know, this is what Scorch style is capable of. Although I don't know why Quan actually knows Scorch style. But they don't have time to think about these details. They can only control chakra while resisting the power of this Scorch style. While retreating frantically, prevent Quan from suddenly flashing in front of them. Just use illusions to control them. Combined, Kabuto's mind is relatively flexible. After seeing the situation suddenly change, he directly decided to merge with Hidan. Hidan didn't bother with anything, after hearing Kabuto's voice. He rushed over immediately. The two quickly completed the integration. The reason why we are merging at this moment is mainly to prevent Quan's illusion attack. However, at the moment when the two of them had just completed their union, Orochimaru rushed out with 3 Hokage, retreat. As the overall commander of the battle, once Orochimaru found out that the situation was not conducive to them, will rush out immediately, take cover and escape with them. After the battle just now, Orochimaru has judged that Hidan and Kabuto 19 are no match for Izumi. If you continue to fight, it won't take long, both of them will be killed. So, you must take advantage of this opportunity to leave immediately. Here we go again. Izumi was prepared for Orochimaru's appearance. She directly controlled those senbon and flew towards Orochimaru. However, these 1,000 books were directly blocked by Hashirama. Immediately afterwards, Senju Tobirama rushed over. 4th generation's Minato followed Tobirama. While condensing the Rasengan, he charged forward. The 3 Hokage completely entangled Izumi again. After seeing Quan being entangled, Orochimaru immediately took Kabuto and Hidan to evacuate using the method just mentioned. The 3 people were seen disappearing underground again. Quan was completely helpless. So cunning, I actually can't kill them at all. She let out a long sigh. Orochimaru and the others really didn't give her a chance. Just give her one more minute, she was sure to kill Kabuto. Advertisement in this way, the situation will be solved. Pity. Orochimaru's grasp of fighter planes is really great. She couldn't kill these 3 people at all, if it happens again. It should also end like this. Quan couldn't help but sigh. Her chakra has been depleted a lot, although it is absolutely possible to fight again. But, it's no longer necessary, because even if she fights again, it will still end like this. Huali, the enemy has escaped. Have you sensed the enemy? Izumi turns on the ring's communication ability, start talking to Shanglin. Ah. Shanglin was stunned when he heard this. She had Kagura's eyes open the whole time. However, I felt nothing at all. I didn't sense anyone. All right. Then come in. We'll clean this place up and then retreat. All right. Shanglin felt a little disappointed when she heard this. She felt like such a waste, as a sentient ninja. Unexpectedly, he didn't sense the enemy's movement at all. This is such a failure. It didn't take long. Bai Hao received the mission report from Shanglin and Quan. Look at the mission report. Bai Hao couldn't help but frowned. The Akatsuki organization has become stronger, for such a situation. He was actually not surprised at all, after all. That's the Akatsuki organization. The characters inside are all top ninjas. Later, a powerful scientist like Orochimaru joined. So, it was expected that they came to become stronger. But, what he didn't expect was, the Akatsuki organization has become stronger so quickly. Perhaps, is this the backlash from fate? Bai Hao can often sense the fate of many people in this world. For example, the original 3rd generation. No matter how he saved it, the 3rd generation's fate was to die after the collapse of Konoha. But, later, he used the elf card to forcefully change his fate. Advertisement but retribution came soon. That's Asuma. As the son of the 3rd generation, Asuma was supposed to die a few years later. However, but because of the backlash from fate, in the end, Asuma met his fateful enemy in advance. Directly died. I didn't know after I changed so many plots. What kind of punishment will the fate of this world give me as a troublemaker? Bai Hao looked at the sky. I couldn't help but smile. I wish I could leave this world directly, change the world and collect some plot points. Because of the plot points of this world, it's almost reached its limit. Just when Bai Hao was thinking wildly, Orochimaru has also passed the information back to the Akatsuki organization. After reading the information, Nagato, he handed that information directly to Obito and Zetsu. Really, you're not even a match for the Black organization. After Ju 130 saw the information, he couldn't help but sigh. But, fine. Much stronger than before, if it was the past. I'm afraid the Orochimaru 3 are already finished at this moment, right? Now, he actually has a certain ability to resist. And can escape calmly. It can be seen that my method is still good. Orochimaru needs to be allowed to continue developing new ninjutsu. Let the Akatsuki organization become stronger. Obito looked at the information. But he was meditating. He was thinking, how can we destroy this black organization and rescue Lin? Pity. No matter what he thought, he couldn't think of a good way. In his opinion, the only way is to find the leader of the black organization first. Only in this way can you have the opportunity to do other things. Pity. The leader of the black organization is really hard to find. What do you think of the black organization? Nagato doesn't have so many messy thoughts. He just wants the world to feel the pain, instead of feeling aggrieved yourself. So, he couldn't wait to start a war. I want to declare war directly. Nagato said slowly. We are too passive now. Good. Black Zetsu nodded. However, before the war begins, there is one thing that needs to be done. Chapter 189 Black Zetsu's Troubles. Great Toad Sage's Prophecy. 3 updates. Please subscribe and ask for automatic. Everyone else looked at him when he saw him. Black Zetsu continued. Let Orochimaru customize a forbidden technique for everyone. Orochimaru. Nagato frowned when he heard this. He didn't have a very good impression of Orochimaru. This feeling, part of it comes from his teacher Jiraiya. Part of it comes from Orochimaru's performance in the Akatsuki organization. After Orochimaru joined the Akatsuki organization, he focused all his attention on the secret techniques of his Rinnegan and other members. Orochimaru, this person, he has extreme curiosity about pupil techniques and all kinds of weird ninjutsu. Often gets into trouble with other organization members. Therefore, Orochimaru's popularity within the organization is not good. Scorpion just wants to kill Orochimaru, sometimes. Orochimaru will also do some of his own things during missions. For example, destroying a village conveniently, or if you see a good seedling, you can directly recruit it. Orochimaru also secretly built his own secret strongholds in various places. Therefore, Nagato doesn't have much of a good impression of Orochimaru. Good. Orochimaru. Black Zetsu nodded upon hearing this. Of course he knew that Nagato didn't have a good impression of Orochimaru. Then, he quickly continued, I know Orochimaru's reputation is not very good. But, his knowledge of forbidden technique, but the strongest in the world. Hidan's performance this time also illustrates many problems. That's fine. Nagato thought deeply for a while. Then he nodded. This is mainly because of their personal details and weaknesses. All have been exposed by the black organization. The whole world knows their detailed information. So, there was no need to continue hiding their information from Orochimaru. Another reason. But Hidan has indeed become a lot stronger. After integrating various blood inheritance limits, Hidan's strength has reached an incredible level. It can be said that if the opponent this time is not a person like Quan who is good at illusions, but a perceptive ninja like Xianglin. So, he can defeat Xianglin directly, after integrating with Kabuto. There is even a chance to kill Xianglin. This is Hidan's progress. And the role of Orochimaru. In that case, then let's start directly. Obito stood up immediately after hearing this. In fact, he could not wait to destroy the black organization and rescue Lin from the big devil, the leader of the black organization. Presumably, advertisement the other members of the organization have been exhausted during this period, right? Obito said. Hollow the body on one side. After a while, he disappeared from here. I take it you were suffocated, right? Black Zetsu complained silently in his mind. But, complaints are complaints, he was very satisfied with such a result. Good. Finally, a hidden danger was solved. Black Zetsu began to look toward the future with great satisfaction. Hopefully everything goes as smoothly as it should. This way. Just wait until our plan succeeds, then all the black organizations can be sent away. But, we still need to find the leader of the black organization. Thought of this question, Black Zetsu had another headache. At first, he thought that the leader of the black organization should be a member of the Otsutsuki clan. Otherwise, it is impossible to be so strong and know so many secrets. But, after meeting Otsutsuki Ishiki, but he suddenly discovered it. The leader of the black organization can never be a member of the Otsutsuki clan. After all, the Otsutsuki clan who first came here. Only Otsutsuki One Style, and his mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, are just 2 people. If the other Otsutsuki clan comes, it is absolutely impossible to play such a little trick with them. They just come right to your door, kill them all. So, the leader of the black organization, could it be that he is a descendant of Hagoromo? Black Zetsu thought of such a possibility, but after a while. This conjecture was denied again. Impossible, he will not be a descendant of Hagoromo. So, who will it be? How should I find that person? When Black Zetsu was very troubled, Jiraiya is also very troubled. After he broke up with Biho, so he went to track Orochimaru alone. However, haven't tracked it for long yet, he was directly called to Mount Myoboku by the Great Toad Sage. Originally, Jiraiya thought Great Toad Sage would have something important to tell him. Then, he immediately gave up on tracking Orochimaru. Advertisement went directly to Mount Myoboku. Great Toad Sage actually fell asleep again. Make him wait for several days. He had been waiting very anxiously these days. He also wanted to hear what the Great Toad Sage wanted to tell him. I don't want to miss tracking Orochimaru. Then, he was like an ant on a hot pot. Walking around the room all day long. Alas, when will the great toad sage meet me? Jiraiya sat on the ground and looked at the sky, a look of despair. Little Jiraiya. Just at this time, Gamabunta suddenly ran over. Little Jiraiya. The big boss wants to see you. Oh, is it finally here? Jiraiya felt happy when he heard this. Then he followed Gamabunta and walked towards the place where the great toad sage was. Soon, Jiraiya came to the great toad sage. Are you looking for me? Jiraiya is still very respectful. It's finally here, it's finally here. Great toad sage's eyes were half open and half closed. The sound was very hazy, it's like he didn't wake up. Who are you? My lord, it's Jiraiya, Jiraiya. Zhao Qian is good, Fukasaku Toad quickly reminded from the side. Oh, right, you have grown up, really. It was obviously you who asked him to come, why did you forget it again? You demented old man, Shurjin Toad said very irritably. FK the kid, why are you such a demented old man? The demented old man is, okay, don't quarrel. Husband and wife should live in harmony. Great Toad Sage still looked very squinting. Say, that guy over there, who are you? Jiraiya. Although he is used to it, but a set of such operations must be performed every time. He was really speechless. Jiraiya, Fukasaku Toad said impatiently, little Jiraiya. The great master dreamed about something about this ninja world. As you know, this is prophecy. Chapter 190 Jiraiya's Deep Thoughts, 4th update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Then I'll say it, the great Toad Sage finally got down to business. In my dream, a shooting star appeared. Meteors streaked across the sky and hit the earth. Meteors hit the earth and created a huge energy zone. The auspicious clouds that originally appeared were instantly dispersed. Darkness once again appeared in the sky over this land. Let the world fall into darkness, and you, although he is still a lustful idiot. But in this dark era, it has played an unimaginable role. This is my dream. A lustful fool. Jiraiya's forehead was suddenly covered with black lines. Although I have been criticized like this before. But now I'm being criticized like this again, he still felt very uncomfortable. And, this time the dream of the great Toad Sage. It's just as confusing as last time, I said it last time. He will take on apprentices in the future. The apprentice will bring changes to the world of Ninja 493. As for whether it is a good change or a bad change. Great Toad Sage didn't say much, and this time too. What is an unimaginable effect, Great Toad Sage? What does it mean to have played an unimaginable role? It's about turning the tide of the battle. Let the whole world turn from darkness into light. You will be a key figure, yeah? Jiraiya immediately became excited after hearing this. He felt more and more important, at the same time. He also felt that the burden on his shoulders was heavier. Great Toad Sage. Advertisement part of your prophecy has been fulfilled. A disciple I once accepted, he became the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Prepare to destroy the world. Talk about this. Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart. He originally wanted this change to develop in a good direction. But what he didn't expect was, this change has actually gone in a bad direction. Hoo. After falling asleep again while watching Great Toad Sage. Jiraiya's eyes suddenly turned white, little Jiraiya. Fukasaku Toad glanced at Great Toad Sage, you have to keep working hard. The world of ninjas may soon be in chaos, this is probably the darkest time in the world. And you, it's the turning point between darkness and light. Okay. Jiraiya nodded upon hearing this, then he took a deep breath and relieved the pressure in his heart. Say goodbye to a few toads. Jiraiya returned directly to the real world. He once again set out on the road to find the Akatsuki organization or Orochimaru's stronghold. But, he was thinking about it as he walked. The Great Toad Sage's prophecies have a 0 error rate. So, this time the prophecy will obviously come true. I really don't know what kind of gesture I will take to reverse the situation in this world. Jiraiya sighed. I thought of the previous prophecy again. Last time, Great Toad Sage said, one day, BJCC, I will be forced to make a big choice. This choice will determine the changes the world faces. This prophecy, it doesn't seem to be quite accurate. Because I haven't made any decision yet, Nagato has already begun to make the world develop in a bad direction. Advertisement I just wanted to ask this question. As a result, Great Toad Sage actually fell asleep again. It's really depressing. Jiraiya sighed, then keep walking forward. He planned to put this issue aside for now. The current focus is to find traces of the Akatsuki organization or Orochimaru. Just when Jiraiya was looking for traces of Orochimaru, Guy leads his men, came to the stronghold given by Anko. Looking at the stronghold that had become ruins, the faces of Guy and the others were very solemn. It seems, this is indeed the stronghold of the Akatsuki organization. But, this place was destroyed first, Guy said as he walked. It should be the Black organization. Neji added, the level of destruction here. I'm afraid only people from the Black organization can do it. I just don't know if they captured or killed anyone from the Akatsuki organization. Not sure. Guy shook his head, record the situation here. Start discussing what to do next. I think we need to elect a captain first. Karui from Cloud Shinobi Village asked loudly. The voting began. At the same time. Then, Shikamaru hid in the corner and couldn't help but sigh. Then reported to Hokage-sama, everyone feels that this team needs a captain. Everyone comes together. People from several other villages also agreed. What a troublesome thing. The Ninja World Alliance organized by the 5 major ninja villages finally gathered all the members. However, under this calmness, it became increasingly unstable. Yes. First, he felt that such a task was really boring. The peace in the ninja world continues. Chapter 191. New results of Orochimaru's research. New mission? As soon as I update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Orochimaru. Zetsu suddenly arrived at Orochimaru's new base. Looking at Zetsu who suddenly emerged from the ground. Orochimaru couldn't help but frown. Absolutely. When you come, can you make some noise? If I were doing an experiment. If you do this, my experiment will fail. Orochimaru at this moment. He has regained his former calmness. It's no longer like the way he was when he was frantically avoiding Uchiha Izumi's pursuit not long ago. I'll pay attention. Black Zetsu replied nonchalantly. Orochimaru. This is some of the blood and flesh that was promised to you. Black Zetsu said as he took out a few bottles of blood and took them out. Some of these are the blood of members of the Akatsuki organization. Some are the blood of other strong men collected from other places. As for the pieces of meat, they came from the corpses of strong men who had died. The blood of some members of the Akatsuki organization is not available. So, let's wait and see what happens later. Orochimaru nodded upon hearing this. He knows it too. It is impossible for some members of the Akatsuki organization to hand over their blood. After all, there is a person like Hidan in the organization who can kill people with blood. If you hand over the blood, that is tantamount to putting your life in the hands of others. This kind of thing. Those strong men would rather die than do that. Besides, how is the forbidden technique that I asked you to study now? After Black Zetsu gives the thing to Orochimaru, then he asked about the business. He still values the forbidden technique developed by Orochimaru very much. How could forbidden technique research be so fast? Orochimaru smiled and shook his head, but, after my research. Now a forbidden technique has been developed. What forbidden technique? Forbidden technique. Forbidden technique. Black Zetsu was stunned. Some people don't understand what kind of forbidden technique this is. But, it sounds very strong. Good, Orochimaru nodded. There was a slightly excited smile on his face, then he couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips. This is the forbidden technique I got from Hidan. Advertisement after using it, you will become immortal like Hidan. If such forbidden technique users are cultivated in large numbers, and combined with Onigaro technique, then countless terrifying strong men will be created. Certainly, the success rate of this technique is not high. I experimented with several people. As a result, no one successfully performed this technique. These people all exploded and died. I see, Black Zetsu nodded. For such a situation, he wasn't surprised, after all. If this technique is really that easy to succeed, it is impossible for the evil god cult to be destroyed so quickly. In that case, then the research on this technique will continue to be with you. Let's research everyone's matching forbidden technique as soon as possible. We have decided to go to full-scale war. Say it. Bijuu then burrowed directly into the ground and disappeared again. Orochimaru left without caring. He picked up the pieces of blood and flesh and began to examine them carefully. What a pity, it doesn't seem to be a good material. When the Akatsuki organization continued to act secretly, the United Ninja Army also ended the election of captains amidst a commotion. The one who finally became the captain was Darui from Cloud Shinobi Village. This is not only because Darui is strong, at the same time, it is also because Darui's reputation is higher than other people. After all, Darui now has the title of Raikage's second right hand. It can be said that he is the most famous person in this improvised team. And after selecting the captain, the combined army of the ninja world began to take action. The purpose of forming their team is to find the Akatsuki organization and the Black organization. Originally, the 5 shadows were planning to use this force to destroy the Akatsuki organization and the Black organization. But, later I found that the risk of doing so was too great. It can easily lead to human sacrifice, and, among the 5 great ninja villages, there are not enough people with strong strength. There are only so many powerful core ninjas. If something unexpected happens when we are sent out, then the gain outweighs the loss. So, the 5 great ninja villages finally decided to slightly modify the purpose of this team. The purpose is to find the base of the Akatsuki organization and the Black organization. Please give me flowers, and, after finding the target, full tracking. Advertisement then report the enemy's location at any time. In the end, the 5 major ninja villages jointly launched the attack. This way, this will minimize the losses to the 5 great ninja villages. When the world begins to turmoil, in Konoha Village, it is still very peaceful. What everyone was doing before and what they are still doing now. It was as if he was not affected by external disturbances at all. But if you experience it carefully, but it can be discovered. The ninjas in Konoha Village are under great pressure at the moment. Sasuke is the most stressed one among them. Not enough. Not enough. He ran wildly on the river. This not only exercises your physical strength, but also exercises your chakra control ability. Now, have been running for 2 hours, he felt like he was reaching his limit. But, he didn't want to give up like this, things that Xiao Li can do. Why can't I? Sasuke ran like crazy, I don't know how long it took. Finally he couldn't hold on any longer, it fell directly into the water. Gululu, he swallowed several times in a row before finally waking up. After struggling desperately, he came to the shore. Then he lay on the ground like a dead dog and kept panting. I lasted 3 minutes longer today than yesterday. Sasuke took out his watch and took a look at it. A look of relief immediately appeared on his face. Continue to do this for a while, I can definitely kill that man. Sasuke. Just when Sasuke was taking a rest, suddenly a familiar voice came from far away. Get closer to him quickly. Naruto. Sasuke knew who was coming as soon as he heard it. He couldn't help but frown slightly. What happened again? Sasuke. Naruto quickly reached Sasuke. Problem occurs. Mother-in-law Tsunade said she has a big mission for us. Oh, Sasuke's expression suddenly became serious. Is the war about to begin? No, but that's about it. Chapter 192 Prelude to the 4th Ninja War. The mission of Class 7, second update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Sasuke was stunned when he heard this, he looked at Naruto with some confusion. What's going on? I don't know, Naruto smiled innocently upon hearing this. At the same time, he scratched his head, it doesn't matter what kind of enemy you are. I want them to try my new trick. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead with a smile. Because I saw the progress of Sasuke and little Sakura. He was greatly stimulated, so this time, he practiced very hard. After waking up every day, they will all come to the training ground built for him by Biho to practice. And I still use Sage Mode and multiple shadow clone technique to practice. Therefore, his cultivation progress is astonishingly fast. In a short time, this completes the training of Wind-style Spiral Shuriken, 3, 4, 7, doesn't matter. On the way to practice, he has caused Nine Tails riots many times due to excessive consumption. But because Kushina has been training by Naruto's side. So, Nine Tails didn't make any waves, there was just some movement. It was directly sealed back by Kushina. Nine Tails is so angry that he often roars angrily. Have you mastered that technique? Sasuke couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard this. At the same time, a strong feeling of jealousy also arose in my heart. After all, he was once the second child of 10,000 years and Naruto was the last one of 10,000 years. Now, he, the second child in 10,000 years, is probably going to be overtaken by Naruto, the last one. How could this not make him jealous and depressed? Naruto. When there is time, let's discuss it, shall we? Inexplicably, Sasuke developed a very strong fighting spirit towards Naruto. Okay. Naruto responded innocently, to be honest. He had wanted to fight Sasuke for a long time, wait until this mission is over. Okay, Sasuke nodded, the mission is coming soon. He needs to be at his best, so I didn't choose to spar with Naruto at such a time. The two of them walked forward. Soon, we returned to Konoha Village. However, advertisement after arriving in Konoha. Both of them were a little stunned, because of Konoha Village at this moment. It's completely different from when they left Konoha Village at this moment. Everyone is moving quickly. Ninjas gathered like crazy. It seems that he is preparing to rush to the battlefield. Ordinary people are hoarding food, some people are preparing to move. The whole village seemed to be in a state of preparation for war. Naruto was in a daze, it seems that war is really coming. Sasuke said in a slow and deep voice, although I have known that this day would come. But I didn't expect it, it came so quickly, my strength has not been greatly improved yet. War. Seeing this situation, Naruto couldn't help but squeeze his fists hard. I must stop this war. The two stood on the big tree and watched quietly for a while. Then he moved on. Soon, we arrived at the Hokage office. Now, there were quite a few people in Hokage's office. Kakashi, whom Naruto and Sasuke had not seen for a long time, appeared here again. There is also Ino and Choji that Kakashi is currently carrying. Yo, Naruto, Sasuke. When Kakashi saw the two people coming in, he smiled and waved hello. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto shouted excitedly when he saw Kakashi. Are you going on a mission with us this time? Sasuke remained expressionless. He put his hands in his pockets, he nodded to Kakashi and stood aside. Good. Kakashi responded with a smile and didn't care. After all, it's not surprising. By how won't you follow us? Naruto scratched his head in confusion. By how is not on assignment for the time being. Tsunade answered Naruto's question instead of Kakashi. As the most powerful person currently. Moreover, he is also a person who possesses the Flying Thunder God technique and can support him everywhere. Of course, it would be safer to stay in Konoha, after all. The war has begun, although this time it was not a war caused by the Akatsuki organization. But, no one can be sure whether the Akatsuki organization will take the opportunity to intervene. Moreover, the people who started the war this time and the army this time are also extremely terrifying. FFLX. Advertisement let Biho be placed in the village. Always ready for support. But Tsunade did not explain these things to Naruto and the others. Instead, he directly talked about this mission, not so long ago. We were contacted. The demon sealed in the underground palace has been resurrected. And the sprites have taken control of the ghost army and started a war. Our country has begun to launch joint operational emergency plans with the other 4 major countries. Prepared to fight together. The newly formed Ninja United Army. At this moment, he was also rushing towards the front line. At the same time, all major ninja villages have dispatched troops and rushed to the front line to fight. Tsunade briefly introduced the current situation. Naruto took the conversation away. Good, I see. Let's go to the front line and beat those enemies to pieces. You don't have to go to the front lines, Tsunade said very coldly. Naruto was startled when he heard this. Oh, what are we going to do if we don't go to the front line? This mission is to protect an important person. What is this? It's a new ninjutsu I've learned so hard. Naruto. Seeing Naruto wanted to continue complaining. Little Sakura immediately punched Naruto in the head angrily. Accompanied by a "dwang" sound, Naruto was honest. 4.6. Fortunately, we formed the Ninja United Army in advance. And this time the change happened. It was discovered by the United Ninja Army. Because it was discovered earlier, so we can also prepare in advance. This time, the important person you protect is very important. Because the target is closest to us in Konoha. That's why Konoha asked us to send people there. What kind of important person is that? Sasuke asked a little confused. That is after hearing this, Tsunade began to talk in detail about this important person's information. Miko from the land of ghosts, according to legend. Only she can seal the monster this time, so you must protect her. Monster? Miko. Naruto exclaimed when he heard this. Chapter 193. The Disaster of Monsters. The Akatsuki organization is ready to take action. 3 updates. Please subscribe and ask for automatic. Not bad. Seeing the surprised Naruto, Tsunade nodded slightly. Then he began to talk about this enemy in detail. The enemy this time is a monster. That's a monster from Otherworld. What? Naruto trembled when he heard this. I'm most afraid. The best horror story ever. Once, Tsunade ignored Naruto's fear. He continued. Ninjas who want to dominate the world use the power of monsters and sprites. Created an immortal legion. Monsters lead legions and ravage all countries, pushing the entire continent to the brink of destruction. This is the true face of the ghost army currently threatening the world. Then, Miroku, the shrine maiden of the demon country, uses powerful ninjutsu. The soul of the demon was sealed in the underground palace of the kingdom of ghosts. And the monster's body was sealed in the ancestral hall of the swamp country. This way, this disaster was finally put to rest. 19. But, this time someone broke the seal on the demon's soul. After being resurrected, the ghosts led the ghost army and entered the kingdom of ghosts. They want to attack the kingdom of ghosts, kill the current Miko Shiin. Because the current Miko Shiin is the only one who can seal the monsters. Once she's dead, then the monster will be impossible to kill. He will destroy this world, Tsunade said very solemnly. So, demons want to rule the world for themselves. The witch must be killed first. Your mission is more important than going to the front line. Because you might face a monster. Oh, this kind of fighting is in line with my identity. Naruto immediately became excited when he heard this. It doesn't matter whether it's a monster or a witch. I, Uzumaki Naruto, can kill them all. Tsunade suddenly had a dark look on his face when he saw this. But, she was also used to Naruto's carefree style. Alright, you take action immediately. Nothing can happen to the important person. Yes, everyone responded and then left the office together. I hope the Akatsuki organization will not get involved in this big thing. Advertisement. Tsunade looked out the window. He couldn't help but murmur to himself. A storm is coming. Boom, as if to reflect Tsunade's words. The sky in Konoha suddenly became gloomy. A storm suddenly came just a moment later. What a troublesome thing. Shikamaru looked at the group of terracotta warriors and horses in front of him, with a sun-kissed look on his face. These terracotta warriors and horses, it was the puppet army summoned by the monster. Each one has a body that is harder than steel and has terrifying power. The most important thing, these puppet armies have no souls yet. Then, these puppet armies are directly immune to most ninjutsu and all illusions. Want to deal with these terracotta warriors and horses? The best way is to use physical escape techniques such as earth style and wood style. Or use explosion style or explosion talisman to create huge shockwaves. Or fight directly with physical skills. These terracotta warriors and horses were crippled. Then use the sealing technique to seal these terracotta warriors and horses. But, because the defense power of these terracotta warriors and horses is too strong. So, most ninja attacks are ineffective. Therefore, this terracotta warriors and horses army has directly become a nightmare for ninjas. I don't know when Biho can come to the front line. Shikamaru couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the terracotta warriors and horses. If he comes, A Buddha on top should be able to cripple all these terracotta warriors and horses, right? Fortunately we found it early, otherwise, it's really troublesome this time. Shikamaru was complaining silently in his mind. Karui suddenly came to his side. I really didn't expect it. Our Ninja World Alliance army carries out its first mission. What we actually found were these monsters, not the Akatsuki organization. It's really surprising, the matter of the resurrection of monsters. It was discovered by Karui, Shikamaru and their team. Just found out about such a big event, they reported it immediately. It is precisely because they reported it in a timely manner. So, these terracotta warriors and horses did not cause too many civilian casualties. Don't be too happy too early. Advertisement after Shikamaru heard what Karui said. He couldn't help but shook his head. The Akatsuki organization will not let such a good partner go. If they cooperate with these monsters, who knows what might happen. And, there is such a thing. Karui was stunned when he heard this. At the same time, Rain Shinobi Village, inside the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization. Nagato, Konan, Obito and Zetsu gathered together again. Did you find out? Nagato looked at Zetsu indifferently. Checked it out. Black Zetsu's voice was full of helplessness. The person who unblocked the monster this time was a guy named Huang Quan. He saw that the shinobi world was in turmoil now. I feel like I have an opportunity. Then, just open the demon's seal directly. Release the ghost soul. 257 and he used his own body as a carrier to bear the soul of the monster. Summoned the undead army, prepared to rule the world. Is it possible to cooperate with us? Obito slowly asked. Have you had any contact with them? Have. White Zetsu said, after contacting them. They made it very clear that they wanted to work with us. But I feel it. This cooperation intention is probably false. Because our two sides have different purposes, they knew we wanted to perform illusions. Let the whole world fall into illusion, and their goal is to rule the world. The fundamental purposes of our two parties are different. Theoretically, cooperation is impossible, they can only use each other. So, I think, they may be trying to take advantage of our power. Let's help them kill the Miko. Thus, they are not afraid of anyone. Snort. Obito snorted coldly upon hearing this, as expected. But, it's not yet certain who will be using whom at that time. Good. Nagato nodded, but how should we use that monster? We do need to discuss it. Chapter 194. Black Zetsu's plan. Team 7 arrives. Fourth update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. That monster is only afraid of witches, then he will control the Miko. Nagato spoke his thoughts slowly, once the Miko is under control. So, we can use witches to threaten monsters. Let the monsters obey our arrangements. By the time, regardless of whether we threaten the monsters in this way, let Orochimaru use monsters for scientific research. All are very convenient, this is a good method. Obito nodded, but, I don't think I need to keep that Miko at all. By the time, we just need to let Kabuto devour the Miko. In this way, it is also convenient for us to control. What if it fails? Nagato immediately retorted after hearing this. Once we don't get the power of the Miko to seal the monsters, then everything may develop in a bad direction. I do have a suggestion. Black Zetsu suddenly said, we can arrest the Miko first. Then, let White Zetsu transform into a Miko. Kill White Zetsu who transformed into a Miko in front of the monster. Thus, the sprites will definitely think we've fallen into a trap. As a result, he became unscrupulous. We just need to hide at this time. Take advantage of the monsters to attack the 5 major villages. When the 5 major villages resisted the monsters, secretly capture the tailed beast, if I'm not wrong. The black organization would never see the sprites causing such trouble in the ninja world. By the time, they will definitely come to the rescue. This waits until the black organization appears casualties. After the 5 great ninja villages were completely crippled, we can just put on a play as a ninja from the 5 great ninja villages and rescue the Miko. Then he led the witch, sealed her mouth, and left the west. Save the world. After the demon was completely sealed. We can do whatever we want, heard Black Zetsu's words. Nagato, Konan and Obito sighed in their hearts at the same time. He is truly the embodiment of Uchiha Madara's will. It's just so scheming. Then the 3 of them nodded at the same time. Advertisement, this method is good. Nagato even laughed directly. If this plan succeeds, perhaps the world has already felt the pain without us taking action. When the time comes, just gather all the tailed beasts. And just cast Infinite Tsukuyomi. This monster really saved us a lot of trouble. Good. Obito nodded. He secretly made up his mind. If Lin is in danger, even if it causes the mission to fail, he also wants to go directly to rescue Lin, now that we have decided to use such a plan. Then let's start executing. The ninja world is in complete chaos. Biho is sitting in the bookstore, quietly watching the passers-by running around outside. The war has begun. The beginning of this war can be regarded as something that Biho had expected. But, he didn't expect that. The war was actually caused by monsters. I just don't know how the demons will be used by the Akatsuki organization. I hope he doesn't want to be stupid if necessary. It seems I need to visit the land of ghosts. For Biho, Otherworld invaders such as the sprites and the Otsutsuki clan cannot be sealed for the time being. Therefore, the witch became a being that could not die. But, he wasn't worried about the death of the witch either. After all, even if the Miko is really dead, he can also resurrect the opponent. What he was worried about was just the problem of the witch being controlled. Once the Miko is controlled, that would be difficult. Shao organization. What will you do this time? Monsters, on a mountain peak not far from the front line? Jiraiya was watching the fighting parties from a distance. He didn't rush out to attack, instead, he stood there and watched quietly. Because he knows, he is the key figure in reversing the situation. He is also a key figure influencing the direction of change in Nagato. Before he found the point where he could turn the situation around. Advertisement: he cannot die. When will I discover the big decision I need to make? When can I see it? What about the turning point from darkness to light? Alas, Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh. The great Toad Sage is also true. Every time I speak, I don't say everything, let me guess. But this is too difficult to guess, isn't it? The world is getting more and more chaotic. Inside a certain stronghold of the Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Itachi sat on the stone and looked at the sky outside quietly. They were trying to avoid being hunted by black organizations. So he hid in a secret stronghold. This kind of life made him feel very frustrated and happy. I feel aggrieved because I have no strength. As a result, there was no chance to use it at all. Happy because the Akatsuki organization can no longer continue to do evil. Konoha Village is safe, but good times don't last long. It never occurred to him. The Fourth Ninja World War was actually caused by a monster like a demon. Sasuke. I don't know how you are doing now. Has your strength been improved? Did Biho teach you some powerful tricks? All my illnesses are now cured? It is too difficult to prevent you from being stained with my blood and die by your hands. I really don't know when Qian Hao Jiao, will be able to come up with a perfect solution. I finished thinking about my brother. Itachi thought about his village again. I wonder if anything will happen to the village in such a war? Hope nothing happens. Otherwise, I can only use the power of that eye. He thought of the eye as Shisui had left for him. In that eye, there is a powerful illusion sealed, distinguished heavenly gods. This illusion may not work on Rinnegan, but seedlings. If you use it on Obito, it should still be possible. The war began like this, and in this chaotic war, Kakashi and his people finally arrived at the Kingdom of Ghosts. We're almost there, please be careful, it's okay Kakashi-sensei. Naruto shouted carelessly. Then he dashed forward. Chapter 195. Huangquan's Anxiety. Shao Organization's Actions, please subscribe for the first update. Naruto. Seeing Naruto, he rushed out. Kakashi shouted quickly. Only to find that Naruto didn't pay any attention to him. This made him feel extremely helpless, when Naruto and Biho were together. Is this also the case? No, little Sakura smiled and shook her finger. Naruto was still very honest at that time. Sasuke sneered from the side. Then he followed without saying a word, asterisk. At this moment, he suddenly felt Sasuke's strong sense of ridicule. At the same time, I also feel that the whole person is very sad. Oh, I really failed as a teacher, Kakashi-sensei, don't be sad. Ino saw this and smiled and comforted him. Bihoujun is really good at teaching people. He taught me an esoteric technique last time, now I have finally practiced. Then, I've mastered wood style, this kind of ability. But it's hard for others to have it, Kakashi continued speechless. 113. Although he knew Ino was trying to comfort him, but don't know why. He always felt that as soon as he said these words, Biho seemed stronger and he became more ordinary. Kakashi-sensei, Shoji still seemed sad to see Kakashi. Then he spoke out to comfort him. I don't know what Biho is like. But what I do know is this. Mr. Kakashi is really handsome. Haha, it's okay, Kakashi finally laughed, however. He just laughed, then I heard Ino complaining next to Choji. Shoji. You have never seen Mr. Kakashi's true face under his mask. Why do you call someone handsome? Probably. He has a pair of big buck teeth under his mask. 29. I don't know what he looks like. Shoji heard this and shook his head, but he treated us to a barbecue and paid the bill. Really handsome. You said that. Advertisement, I think it's right. 29. He suddenly felt very tired. Someone to live without masks. BJ, Kakashi-sensei, little Sakura suddenly called Kakashi. Naruto is almost gone. Should we follow? Little Sakura's words brought Kakashi back to reality. He didn't continue to think about the mask, instead, focus on the task. Of course I'll keep up. Kakashi ran quickly and whispered. The enemy's first target is our important person. If I'm not wrong, those enemies should be nearby by now. And, except for the enemy monster, we may also target members of the Akatsuki organization. Akatsuki organization. The four of them were silent for a while after hearing this. They also guessed such a possibility, therefore. At this moment, their hearts were filled with fighting spirit. At the same time, Zhu Yi has just reached a cooperation agreement with Huangquan. Both sides looked at each other with ulterior motives. Then they separated again. Akatsuki organization? Snort, Huangquan looked at Zetsu who had disappeared. He couldn't help but snorted coldly. He is very clear about the purpose of the Shao organization. Therefore, he felt that this organization might have some agenda in cooperating with him. My purpose is to rule the world. What is your purpose, Project Tasuki no Mi? Let the whole world fall into illusion, this way. Our relationship was originally hostile, how can we truly cooperate? I just don't know how they will use me. Huang Quan soon began to think about ways for the Akatsuki organization to use him. If I'm not wrong, those people may take advantage of the witch to make a fuss. What a disgusting bunch of guys, if they could control the Miko. Then I would be really passive, Huang Quan frowned. There was nothing we could do for a while, this time. He found that the entire ninja world was suddenly in chaos. I feel like I have an opportunity. Then, he went directly to release the demon from the seal. Original. What he was thinking about was if he could kill the Miko quickly. Advertisement, then he can take advantage of the current chaos and directly dominate the world. Result. It was beyond his expectation. He was actually discovered by the Ninja Alliance army in advance. The allied ninja army then sent the information back. After, not only the people in the 5 major ninja villages knew about it. Even the Akatsuki organization knew about it, if I'm not wrong. The Black organization should also know such information. So, will they come to me to discuss cooperation? For such a mysterious organization as the Black organization. Huang Quan has never understood it very well, but in his opinion, if at this time, the Black organization gets involved, it would actually reduce the impact of some Akatsuki organizations on his plans. Maybe, when the Black organization and the Akatsuki organization fought, he can also profit from it. However, to his dismay, the Black organization didn't send anyone to look for him at all. What a group of arrogant guys. No, it seems that I need to find a way on my own. If the witch cannot be killed quickly, everything will become very passive. Besides, physical problems after killing the Miko. Thought of this, Huang Quan directly divided his army into 2 parts. One part continues to attack the kingdom of demons. And another part, then he turned around and rushed towards the swamp country. He planned to let this part of the army snatch the body of the demon back first. Those 4 men probably won't succeed either. At the same time, one has yellow hair and a smile. A man with a stooped body seemed to be a dwarf. I found my target. Just when Zayuan was thinking wildly, brother, but there was a series of screams. Am I finally going to die? Z looked at the palace gate with mixed eyes. Huang Quan sighed. Then I saw 2 men wearing Akatsuki uniforms striding in from the door. These 2 people, it was Deidara and Scorpion. Then preparations began. It seems that I can only take action myself. I don't know if this world will be destroyed after I die. There is both relief and reluctance here, outside the palace where the Miko Shiin is. Chapter 196 Deidara and Scorpion, who have become stronger, have a fierce battle. Second update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Are you a Miko? Deidara looked at Shiin with a smile. How about it? Are you going to follow us directly? Or will he be beaten to death by us and then passively follow us? Deidara, why are you talking so much nonsense? Xie coldly stretched out Fei Luhu's tail and rolled it towards Zayuan. Ding! Just when Xian looked at the tail that suddenly appeared with a horrified expression. Suddenly, there was a crisp metal collision sound. Follow closely. Then I saw a very small Chinban blocking the huge Fei Luhu tail. Scorpion was stunned when he saw this. Follow closely. His eyes became serious, judging from the intelligence within the Akatsuki organization. This Senbon corresponds to a person from the Black organization, Uchiha Izumi. Really? Just when Scorpio just thought of this, then a figure suddenly appeared in the sight of the 3 people. It was after receiving the order from Biho. Uchiha Izumi has been here in hiding for a long time, waiting for the Akatsuki organization to appear. Kr. Who are you? Zayuan stared blankly at the young lady who suddenly appeared. His eyes were blank. She had no idea when this person came in. I don't know who the other party is. You are indeed here. Xie looked at Quan, his eyes solemn but not panicked. Because before coming, they guessed that there might be people from the Black organization guarding here. Haha, Deidara also laughed when he saw Quan who suddenly appeared. That's great, I don't want to hide anymore. Now that you are out, let's have a good fight. Although Orochimaru has not developed their forbidden technique yet. But, they held it in for too long, in this period of time. Every time they go out, they all need to avoid people from the Black organization. This feeling, it was so frustrating. In addition, they themselves have also developed some unique tricks to deal with Black organizations. So, they are full of fighting spirit and really want to fight. Moreover, since they had expected that the Black organization would come here to wait for them. Advertisement naturally, some preparations were made. It seems that you were prepared for something, right? Quan glanced at the 2 of them expressionlessly. Then he directly controlled all his Chinban to fly out. Shooting towards the 2 of them, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Looking at Chinban who suddenly appeared, Deidara and Scorpion both frowned. They all already knew that Izumi could use the Flying Thunder God technique. And, you can also control Senbon to fly freely in the air. This way, if you can't control the opponent's Chinban, she can use the Flying Thunder God technique at any time to give them a fatal blow. But, I want to control this kind of senbon who can fly at will. The difficulty is also too great, therefore, the two of them felt a little headache. But it's okay, before the two came, they had already thought of ways to deal with this kind of chinbon. So, although I have a little headache at the moment. But he didn't panic at all. Deidara, Scorpion said in a low voice. Then he quickly took out a scroll. A special puppet was summoned from the scroll. This is a puppet he specially made to deal with Quan. This puppet has strong defense. These 1,000 books can be completely imprisoned in the puppet's body. Make it impossible for these chinbon to break out of this puppet. It can be said that it is a puppet specifically targeted at Quan. Understood, big brother, after hearing Scorpion's voice. Deidara responded decisively, then he quickly stretched his hands out of his pockets. And threw out the things in his hands. At the same time, a seal is formed. Suddenly, the countless fleas he just threw out rushed towards the spring together. Quan frowned slightly when he saw this, then opened Susan directly. Protect your whole body. At the same time, he grabbed Deidara with Susan's hand. Izumi has the ability to predict and is very powerful. There was no chance for Deidara to escape, then he caught the other party directly. But, the moment Izumi caught Deidara, but she suddenly frowned. Because in her foreknowledge, advertisement Deidara will actually explode in the next second. Please give me flowers, is this a clay clone? Quan understood instantly. It turns out that Deidara had already performed the clone technique before coming in. Therefore, she didn't realize that the other party was a clone. And, just made fleas, and flea control people, none of them are the clones in front of them. But the real body is hiding somewhere. Drink. Izumi just threw Deidara's clone away. Then Deidara suddenly made a seal. The whole person began to swell. At the same time, those fleas are also under the control of Deidara's body. Susan rushed towards Izumi quickly. Each of these fleas exploded in the same place. It seems that they want to use this drop of water wears away the stone method. Blast a hole out of Izumi's Susanoo. See this situation. Quan could only concentrate on defense. Scorpion, on the other hand, took advantage of Quan's distraction. Quickly used the chakra line to control Izumi's senbon, making these senbon enter his puppet. And complete the seal instantly. Boom, and at this time. Deidara's clay clone also exploded. The powerful shockwave rushed towards Quan. But it couldn't hurt Quan at all, because she has now activated the complete body of Susan. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization has become stronger. Quan sighed silently in his heart. Because Zayuan was around just now, she was a little confused. Directly using the Earth Dragon hidden technique, he came to her feet. Quan then smoothly threw Xian behind him into the air. Deidara actually took advantage of her not paying attention. All these thousands of books were shot at her feet. After a while, prepare to blow her up like this. She didn't expect that, and began placing landmines at her feet. Her eyes shot open. After doing this, but, at the same time, control the remaining special senbon in the ninja tool bag to shoot together. I can finally let go and fight with you. Then he closed his eyes and began to perceive with the Kagura mind eye. Get off work. He was directly picked up by Lin, who had been waiting in the air for a long time and transformed into the Phoenix King. A cold light flashed into Spring's eyes. Chapter 197. The Escaped Akatsuki Organization, Xian's Yearning. 3 updates, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Not good, Deidara is planting a bomb underground. Suddenly he saw 3 senbons rushing towards him. The pupils suddenly shrank, then he wanted to run away. However, just at this time, Quan suddenly appeared in front of him. Flying Thunder God, damn it, this woman kept a secret. At the beginning, not all the 1,000 books were thrown out. It's over now. Deidara has experience fighting Itachi. So, after he discovered that Quan appeared, he immediately lowered his head. At the same time, he retreated quickly. He didn't dare to look at Izumi because he was afraid that Izumi had some kind of special Mangekyo Sharingan illusion. Quan couldn't help but smile slightly when he saw Deidara's actions. As expected, the people in the Akatsuki organization are very vigilant. Otherwise, 503, I just killed him with just one Tsukuyomi. Although she didn't meet Deidara's eyes, she couldn't release Tsukuyomi. But, other ordinary illusions can be cast, then. Izumi directly cast an ordinary illusion on Deidara. Then he wanted to take advantage of Deidara's illusion and kill him directly. However, Deidara had practiced defensive illusions for a long time in order to deal with Itachi. And Izumi is not a genjutsu-type ninja, so, as soon as her illusion was released, the other party untied it and ran away. Isn't it really possible? Quan sighed slightly. This can be seen from her ability of Mangekyo Sharingan. She is an Uchiha whose abilities tend to be shuriken and taijutsu type. But the attack method of shuriken, in high-end battles, it is often useless. If the physical skills did not have the powerful forbidden technique bonus of 8 inner gates. In high-end combat, it is useless. So, if it weren't for the fact that I got a fantasy card that could copy all abilities. There is no way she has such a strong fighting power. In that case, let's fight with wood style, thinking like this. Quan rushed out directly from the ground, then he clasped his hands together. While avoiding enemy attacks, while preparing to turn on Sage mode. Brother, Deidara also rushed out of the earth. He stood next to Scorpion. Advertisement. He looked at Quan with some solemnity. Do you want to withdraw? If we continue to fight, we may not be able to defeat him. That state of hers. It should be Sage Mode, and there is another person in the air. Retreat. Scorpio didn't hesitate, the decision was made directly. Use your trump card to retreat. Good, Deidara responded. Then a large amount of detonating clay was brought out. And directly made these explosive clays into his own clay clones. At the same time, his own body used the Earth Dragon hidden technique. Let the clones perform self-destruction one by one. And it is not critical that these clones self-destruct. The self-destruction of these clones is to attract the enemy's attention. At the same time, the mini Garudas hidden among these clones are hidden. This is his real trump card, the original C4 Garuda. It was the ultimate move he prepared for Itachi, but in order to deal with Quan, he specially transformed this Garuda. Transformed into a more suitable mini Garuda, although not as good as C4 Garuda. But it has a higher hit rate. Let me see the effect this time. Deidara chuckled quietly. Then he started to retreat crazily into the distance. At the same time, Scorpion took out another scroll. And summoned a brand new puppet from the scroll. This puppet. It was specially made by him to deal with the Black Organization. This puppet has extremely strong defense. It also has a remote control function. It allows him to control it from a long distance. With such a puppet, when he faces the Black Organization, he will have a higher chance of survival. After the two of them performed ninjutsu at the same time. Then he ran away directly into the distance. Quan was slightly startled when he saw the two people's actions. Run away now? She is using Sage Mode at the moment. With your hands clasped together, you cannot use ninjutsu to pursue. So, there was a slight hesitation for a moment. She doesn't know if she should continue using Sage Mode now? Advertisement, or is it better to abandon Sage Mode and track directly? Just when she was a little confused, however, Shanlin's voice came from her ring. You can retreat. The people from Konoha Village are here. Good. Quan heard the words and responded in a low voice. The original order given by Bai Hao was to temporarily avoid Konoha. So, after discovering that Konoha's ninjas were coming, to avoid trouble, they chose to retreat directly. Wood-style wood spindle wall. Izumi gave up and continued using Sage Mode. Instead, a normal wood style is used directly. Surround yourself. Then he used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the spot. Next moment, a series of violent explosions suddenly sounded. Deidara's bombs are indeed very powerful, but this kind of bomb is for those who have ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God technique. It has no effect at all. Let's go and seal the monsters. The spring and the incense meet, then he said to Zayuan. Zayuan was glaring at the moment, looking at the two women longingly. You are members of the Black Organization, right? It's really awesome. Can I join you if I want to? The fate has not come yet. Shanlin smiled and Kaido said, so. You can't join us yet, then when will fate come? Zayuan asked with some confusion. Obito suddenly said, we need to find a way. Although I guessed that there is such a possibility. He still felt very unhappy, said, didn't go into details. A group of 3 people rushed towards the Temple of Sealing. It depends on what our Holy Lord wants. Okay, let's quickly seal the monsters. When this thing really happens, the top management of Shao organization was depressed for a while. The Akatsuki organization also received information that Shion was taken away. Shanlin shrugged. Black Zetsu sighed dejectedly. Suddenly, we must not let them take Zayuan away. But, did this really happen? At the same time, Chapter 198 Summoning Uchiha Madara again. 4th update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Think of a way? Nagato heard this and looked at Obito. He didn't know what kind of method Obito would have to successfully solve this problem. But, he didn't take it too seriously, because he doesn't care whether the demon can succeed or not. Anyway, his purpose is to make the world feel pain. So, it doesn't matter who does this, if it doesn't work. He can go. No, exactly, it's me who has an idea. After Obito said that, he looked at Zetsu again. Absolutely, because Snake has optimized Impure World Reincarnation. That being the case, so why not just summoning Madara? I'm afraid he is the only one who can stop the Akatsuki organization, right? Madara? Black Zetsu pondered for a moment, in his heart. Madara's position 19 is very important, after all. Once something goes wrong with Madara, his plan to resurrect his mother will completely fail. So, if only Madara could be used, he didn't want to use Madara directly. Now, the work of capturing the tailed beasts has temporarily stalled. This is because Bai Hao is in Konoha. We can't catch Six Tails Jinchuriki at all. My final plan, it is directly the owner of the Black Organization. And Bai Hao was sent away as a variable. At the same time, we also need to find out who the real leader of the Black Organization is. This is no simple matter, and 5 tailed beasts have now been sealed. If 6 tails can't be sealed quickly, something could go wrong. So, let's summon it, soon. Black Zetsu made a decision, summoning Madara. In the current very unfavorable situation, It will be much better with Madara's help. Good. Advertisement, I think it's okay. Say it. He looked at Nagato again. Nagato, what do you think? Although there is no need for him to care about Nagato's advice. But, ever since the information about many members of the Akatsuki organization was exposed, he began to consciously pay attention to these organization members. After all, today's tasks are difficult to accomplish, and there are too few strong people willing to join the Akatsuki organization. If we lose some members of the organization, he really didn't know when he would be able to complete his plan. I think it's okay. Nagato nodded upon hearing this. He just wants the world to feel pain. Others are not important. Then, everyone quickly came to this conclusion, summoning Uchiha Madara. Let Uchiha Madara come to the rescue. Be sure to get the Miko back. After making such a decision, immediately, White Zetsu came to the place where Deidara and the others had just fought. These two White Zetsu, one serves as a sacrifice and the other performs ninjutsu. Soon, then Uchiha Madara was summoned again, because this time the method is better than the last time. So, Uchiha Madara's strength is also much stronger than last time. Why is it this way of resurrection again? After Madara regained consciousness, she looked at her body. He suddenly looked helpless. He wanted a true resurrection. Rather than being resurrected in the form of impure world reincarnation. White Zetsu, what's going on? Then, he looked at White Zetsu next to him angrily. When White Zetsu heard this, he quickly told what happened in detail. After hearing what White Zetsu said, Uchiha Madara suddenly became a little angry. Damn black organization, I really didn't expect that. These are the people who ruined my plans again. Say it. He looked at White Zetsu again. You are really stupid too. So many people are no match for that black organization. Lord Madara, they are really too strong. White Zetsu's voice was very helpless. Advertisement seeing this, Madara waved her hand helplessly. He said nothing more, because he also discovered something. This era seems to be different from the era he was in. In this era, it seems genius comes easily. The 12-year-old Biho who played against him last time. He still remembers it vividly. After all, the other party was an ordinary genin who had just graduated from the ninja school. As a result, he can be defeated directly. This is not something ordinary genin can do. Although Madara also doubted Biho for a while. But, after Shao organized multiple investigations into Biho. But found that Biho didn't know anything at all. No matter how you investigate, Bijuu is just an ordinary genin. Then, the Akatsuki organization later gave up continuing the investigation. Since you are so incompetent, then I can only do it myself. Madara whispered to herself. Then he disappeared directly from the place. Chase after Quan and Shanglin, at the same time. The Konoha group finally arrived at the location of the important person. But it turned out, this place has become a ruin. Apparently, not long ago, a fierce battle took place here. Problem occurs. Naruto looked at the scene in front of him and frowned slightly. Although he doesn't look very smart, but, just by looking at the scene in front of him, he could already guess a lot of things. For example, Zayuan may have been captured, and the person who captured her may be the Akatsuki organization or the Black organization. But, no matter which organization captured Shion. For them, it's all bad news. While Naruto was in a daze. Kakashi and his group finally caught up, but, after seeing the scene in front of them. But everyone was stunned. This, Chapter 199, The Confused Kakashi Team, The Tsunere Shion's Fantasy Journey, please subscribe for the first update. Where's the person you want? Shoji asked dumbly when he saw the scene in front of him. Were captured? Ino looked at the ruins in front of her. A look of disbelief. Just from a casual glance, I knew there was a big battle happening here. It should be a battle between the Black organization and the Akatsuki organization. Kakashi looked at it for a while before coming up with the final answer. It can be judged from the traces of battle here. In the end, it was probably the Black organization that took away the important person. The Akatsuki organization failed and escaped. The Black organization didn't pursue him for some unknown reason. Sasuke looked at Kakashi in surprise when he heard this. As expected of Jonin, surprisingly, just by taking a glance, you can get so much useful information. I looked at it for a long time, but couldn't get anything out of it. It seems. My experience is still too little. You need to continue to practice more before you can become stronger. Only then can you have a chance to defeat that man. Kakashi-sensei. Just when Sasuke was thinking wildly, Naruto suddenly asked, what should we do now? All the important people are gone. There were no clues left at the scene. How should we pursue it? Kakashi didn't answer Naruto's question. Instead, used the summoning technique directly. Summoned his summoning dog Parker. Parker, this is where I found the network security guy. Kakashi pointed to the items in the Miko's room. Parker immediately understood. Started smelling everywhere in the room. Kakashi. After smelling it for a while, Parker frowned. Untraceable. This smell only exists here. Those people may have used space ninjutsu to take the people away directly. Anyway, untraceable. Yeah, Kakashi felt disappointed when he heard this. Thank you very much, with Parker disappearing. Kakashi and his group also fell into silence. Regarding such a situation, several people were a little at a loss. Everyone, please leave here for now. Find a safe place to take a break. I will report this matter to Hokage-sama. Kakashi pointed to the forest in the distance. Then everyone rushed towards the forest over there. Prepare to take a break for now, waiting for the new arrangement from Tsunade. You got it. Biho already knew such a result before Quan and Shanglin reported it. Because the moment Xian was taken away by Shanglin, he got a certain plot point. Yes, Holy Lord. Shanglin responded with a smile. This little girl is so arrogant and arrogant. Chakra actually tastes like orange. Advertisement very interesting. What are we going to do with this little girl? Use the teleportation array to bring it back. Okay. Shanglin responded with a smile. Then the call ended. Little girl. The Holy Lord asked us to take you there. Shanglin smiled and poked Ziyuan's cheek. Snort. Ziyuan snorted coldly upon hearing this, and then turned her head away. The content of the call just now, she heard it all. Although she is also very interested in the mysterious boss of the Black Organization. But, she just didn't say it. Shanglin was not surprised by Ziyuan's reaction. I know. You are not doing well in the land of ghosts. Being discriminated against all day long, isolated. No friends, no real care. Forget it if you have a bad life. But you still have to shoulder the mission of sealing the monsters. And before passing on the mission, don't dare to let yourself have any problems. Because if something goes wrong with you, this world may be about to be destroyed by monsters. After Ziyuan heard what Shanglin said, suddenly I felt my eyes were slightly hazy. For a while, some want to cry, but, arrogant as she was, she still forced herself to hold back such a feeling. Shanglin seemed to notice Ziyuan's sadness, so he hugged the other person's shoulder very thoughtfully. Don't worry, now that you can see the Holy Lord. That's what we are destined to do. Maybe, you will also become one of us in the future. We are the strongest salvation organization in the world. After you become one of us, not only can we continue to protect the world. At the same time, you can also have several friends instantly. Who cares? Ziyuan snorted arrogantly, but he didn't break free from Shanglin's arm, for the Black Organization. She actually has some understanding. I know this is a very terrifying organization. This world can be destroyed very easily, or rule the world. But what is commendable is that this organization did not rule the world because of its strength. Instead, he also made a just move to expose Akatsuki, a terrorist organization. This made Ziyuan have a lot of favorable impressions of the Black Organization out of thin air. Advertisement because as the only Miko who can seal monsters, she has a preconceived idea. Strong people gathered. Often they either want to rule the world or destroy it. For example, the Akatsuki organization, such as the sprites. And such a comparison, the Black Organization became a breath of fresh air. Okay, Huali, Quan said slowly, stop teasing her. Here we are. This is our stronghold. There's a teleportation array hidden inside. Shanglin pointed to a mountain peak not far away that had no entrance at all and introduced it to Ziyuan. Oh 9. I don't care what your stronghold looks like. Ziyuan raised her head proudly, but his eyes were always fixed on that mountain peak. His eyes were full of curiosity. It seems that he wants to know what it will be like in this stronghold without an entrance. A group of 3 people quickly arrived at the mountain peak. Shanglin and Quan stepped forward at the same time. He pressed his ring on the 2 grooves of the mountain. At the same time infused chakra into the ring, accompanying the actions of the 2 people. A very strange blue formation appeared on the mountain peak. Gone. Quan turned his head and smiled towards Ziyuan. Her eyes were crooked and she looked very gentle. Say it. She turned directly towards the formation diagram. Follow closely. In Ziyuan's surprised eyes, walked into Yamanaka. The whole person just disappeared, so amazing. Xian exclaimed in wonder in her heart, let's go. Shanglin smiled and pushed Ziyuan directly through the mountain peak, Li's, and came to the stronghold. Ziyuan was very resistant on the surface, but the body didn't use even half of its strength to resist. The 2 of them entered the stronghold very easily. This is the stronghold. Xian looked around. I was a little surprised. Snort. There are just a few sofas and cabinets with snacks, wine and drinks. Then infuse the chakra. Don't take it too seriously. Could he be the leader of the Black Organization? I didn't care, after many transmissions, and a teleportation array. The transmission started directly, others, nothing. He directly pulled the other party to the center of the teleportation array. Xian opened her eyes again, because this stronghold is unremarkable. The 3 of them finally arrived in Konoha, in the secret room of Bijuu's shop. Shanglin and Quan ignored Ziyuan's arrogance, it's just a temporary base. Then she saw a handsome boy about the same age as her. Xian was shocked. Chapter 200. Ziyuan's surprise, Madara's decision. Second update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. So handsome. Ziyuan looked at Biho not far away, and suddenly a cautious look appeared in her eyes. This is the first time she has seen such a handsome person. Holy Lord. Just when Ziyuan was feeling a bit crazy, Xiangling and Quan knelt down on one knee and saluted Biho. He is actually the legendary leader of the Black Organization. Xian's eyes suddenly widened. The eyes looking at Bijou were full of surprise. It surprised me that the mysterious leader of the black organization is actually so young. So beautiful. Right, after all, this is a salvation organization. It is normal for the leader of the organization to have such an appearance. Ziyuan suddenly felt that the Bijou in front of her really agreed with her fantasy about the salvation organization. Bijou nodded slightly when he heard this. Okay, you can continue the mission first. Yes, Shang Rin and Quan didn't ask any more questions. After hearing Bijou's instructions, he nodded directly and left here using the teleportation array. Saw two people leaving. Bijou then looked at Ziyuan. Use the magic of sealing monsters in front of me. Ah, Ziyuan was stunned. 813 I don't understand what Bijou means. I'll use it if you let me use it, how shameless am I? As Ziyuan said this, she started to form the seals directly. Next moment, she used the ninjutsu that sealed the monster. That's all. I'll just do it once. If you don't understand, then I won't explain anything to you. Said. She stared at Bijou closely. It seemed that he wanted to see if he understood. Unnecessary. Bijou smiled and shook his head when he heard this. He has the ability of a fantasy card. As long as you look at the ability on one side, you can copy it. And the technique of sealing monsters, he has mastered it now. You can stay here for now. Bijou snapped his fingers casually. Then directly used the invincible power in the bookstore. He moved himself and Ziyuan into a bedroom. This is your temporary residence. To protect your safety, you cannot leave this room for the time being. If you need anything, please contact me. Just shake the bell on the wall. Say it. Bijou was ready to leave. Advertisement. Wait a moment. Seeing Bijou being like this, he was ready to leave. Ziyuan quickly called out to him. Where's the sprite? Now the demons are doing whatever they want in the outside world. Shouldn't we just seal him? Don't worry about that monster. Bijou shook his head. He can't make any trouble. When it's time to seal, I will naturally seal him. What? Watching Bijou disappear, Ziyuan couldn't help but widen her eyes. He said, he's going to seal the monsters. No. Impossible. This technique, even if you really learned it. If we don't have the blood of our clan, we won't be able to use it. How will he seal it then? Thought of this. Ziyuan rushed to the wall and shook the bell vigorously. Next moment, Bijou suddenly appeared in front of her. What's wrong? There is no bloodline of our Miko clan. Even if you really learn that technique, you can't seal it. Hurry up and take me to seal the demon, do not worry. I will handle this matter well. Bijou shook his head when he heard this. Besides, with my identity, how can I do it to you, in this world? There are many unknowns that you don't know. Never sit in a well and look at the sky. Ignorant and unaware, Bijou said. Then he disappeared directly from the room. This. Ziyuan looked at the disappearing Bijou, BJBA. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. She also thought of Bijou's identity at this moment. That is the leader of the most mysterious organization in the world, the Black Organization. Legend. He can resurrect the dead. You can also create the powerful existence of tailed beasts. That kind of people, if it were possible to seal monsters. Doesn't it seem untrustworthy? He seems scarier than I imagined. What kind of person is he? At the same time, outside the organization's stronghold that Shanglin and Quan first entered. Suddenly two people appeared. One is all white. The shape is very weird. Advertisement it is white Zetsu. The other one has cracks all over his body. It looked like broken porcelain, not like a human being. It is Uchiha Madara after Impure World reincarnation. After being reincarnated by Impure World, Madara immediately chased after him. But, after all, he set off a little late, when he came to the country of ghosts. There was no trace of Quan and Shanglin. There is no way. He could only call out White Zetsu, who was in charge of supervision nearby. Let White Zetsu lead him on the trail. Then, he chased him here. Did they really disappear from here? Madara pointed to the wall in front of her with some confusion. Good. White Zetsu nodded. They took out their rings. Placed in these two grooves. Open the teleportation array above this. Then he disappeared directly here. So, this should be a secret stronghold of that organization. Oh, Madara suddenly had a headache when she heard this. He can destroy this place directly with violence. But, even if it is destroyed, you cannot enter the teleportation array. It is even more impossible to continue to track Shanglin and the others. Then, things have reached a deadlock. After all, we let them run away. Madara cursed under her breath, then he looked at White Zetsu. You guys are really not careful enough. It was a good plan. It actually ended up like this, to him, then I can only take action myself. What kind of monster, what kind of witch, what kind of black organization? Madara shook her head. This is all nonsense. He left here directly. Just collect the tailed beasts and cast Project Tasuki no Mi. Mainly because they are simply too strong, Master Madara. You stay and continue to keep an eye on this stronghold. Since you no longer have the ability to continue planning. If anyone dares to stop it, say it. Okay, no need to say more. Since it can't be traced, then I won't track it for now. What he wants. Then kill whoever you want directly. Chapter 201 The changes caused by the disappearance of the witch. The wind is rising. 3 updates, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Uchiha Madara after leaving the elf pavilion's stronghold. Then we rushed all the way to Rain Shinobi Village. He was very dissatisfied with Nagato's approach, as the leader of an organization. To be surprised by a group of ordinary people, this is simply stupid behavior. And the 2 members of the Black organization, it would actually be done to prevent people from being harmed. The attack was suspended, beginning to become helpless. This is also very unreasonable. What a bunch of rubbish. Every one of them will be trapped by those common people. I really don't understand what they are thinking. Since the headquarters of the Black organization cannot be found for the time being. The witch can't be found either, then just capture those 2 Black organization members and threaten them. If you don't listen, then kill him directly, snort. Just 2 Jinchuriki with artificial tailed beasts that are about as powerful as 9 tails. He was actually afraid of becoming like this, what a waste. While on the road, the anger in Madara's heart continued to build up. He now longs for a hearty battle to release the anger in his heart. Thought of this, he couldn't help but touch the Senju Hashirama avatar on his body. Hashirama, the days without you, my life is so boring. Madara sighed, then suddenly I thought of Biho. Correct, there's that kid here too, it is said that. 6 Tails Jinchuriki is now in Konoha Village, just right. After I deal with those 2 women, just go directly to Konoha. Have a good fight with those boys, I feel. The Impure World reincarnation effect this time is very good. You should be able to use 80% of my power, right? Just when Uchiha Madara was on his way, the information conveyed by Kakashi was finally sent to Tsunade. The important person was captured by the Black organization? Tsunade looked at the information and couldn't help but slap the table. Hateful, unfortunately, I thought that organization would be a good one. Did not expect to actually capture such a key person. They definitely have no good intentions, advertisement. Tsunade roared angrily. The dolphin next to him was so frightened that he backed away repeatedly. But, what should we do now? After Tsunade roared for a while, he sat back weakly in his seat. She felt very headache, because the Black organization didn't leave any clues at all. Even if they wanted to track it, they couldn't, acts quite passively. I need to think of a solution, there's always a way. However, I thought about it for a long time. Tsunade didn't even figure out how to track down the Miko. Then, she had no choice but to pass the information to the other 4 ninja villages first. Then continue thinking about the problem, while Tsunade was thinking about what method he should use to track down the Miko. There are 4 tools under Huang Quan. He finally arrived at the palace where the Miko was originally located. Result. But the witch was not found, instead, I saw ruins. It can be judged from the extent of damage to the ruins. There was definitely a high-level battle going on here. No matter which side they faced in the fight at the time. They will all be killed instantly, because the 4 of them in the 2 fighting parties are not at the same level at all. Brother, what should we do? A toolman stepped forward and asked their boss. Let's go back. Currently, the location of the Miko cannot be sensed. Let's go back and ask Mr. Wangchen. Yes, the other 3 nodded together. Then he turned around and rushed towards Huang Quan's location. And just when the 4 toolmen were on their way, the monsters in Huang Quan's body actually had some strange feelings. I can still sense the survival of the Miko, but the Miko seemed to be in some kind of barrier, I can't sense it accurately. And I feel like I got my body back, and let soul and body merge. Be truly reborn. It is also impossible to completely sense the location of the Miko. What force did this? What is their purpose? The demon felt very confused. Please give me flowers, follow the normal routine. Advertisement at this time, shouldn't he be brought with a witch to strangle him? Why do people from that force imprison the witch directly? Then just ignore him? This directly made the monster feel ignored. At the same time, it also made him feel like he was about to be taken advantage of. This feeling, it made him very unhappy, did not expect. They actually didn't take me seriously, it's really annoying. The demon began to roar inside Huang Quan's body. In that case, then go directly to the swamp country. Fusion with my physical body, I want this world to be destroyed. Let that organization that despises me be completely destroyed. Finally, completely devour that damn witch. When various forces in the world began to become manic due to the disappearance of the witch Xian. The culprit of it all. By how? But I was quietly drinking afternoon tea in the bookstore. He read the book leisurely. From time to time, he would give instructions to Hotaru who was cleaning the bookstore. I feel like my days are very leisurely, but he knew that this kind of leisure could not last long. Because this world will be completely in chaos before long. But this was exactly what he wanted to see. He kidnapped the Miko Xian. Ignore the sprites for now, just to make the world more chaotic. At the same time, it was also to force the Akatsuki organization to show up. Look at the hurried passers-by. It directly turned the big windmill of the world. The 5 great ninja villages will be forced into the war as a result. His rampage. Just take out Black Zetsu, now the witch has disappeared. Tailed beasts have also become easier to obtain. Then the Akatsuki organization can be completely ignored. As a result, There was no time to estimate what was going on in the village. The demon will definitely go berserk. Biho took a sip of tea. He turned and looked outside the bookstore, like a gust of wind. When the time comes, your Akatsuki organization will be able to endure it. He couldn't help but sigh. The wind is blowing. I don't believe it. To be precise, Black Zetsu was forced to show up. Chapter 202 Nagato and Uchiha Madara discuss world peace. The war is coming. 4th update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Nagato and Konan are really tolerant. Hyakura and Gurren were sitting in a snack bar in Rain Shinobi Village. While eating, while chatting, I really admire them both now. To avoid us. In order to prevent the people of Rain Shinobi Village from being harmed. They just didn't come out. Gurren couldn't help but sigh. Think of it this way, they're really not too bad. Human, it's all complicated. Yikang took a sip of tea. He said softly. Everyone has a good side and a bad side. Alas, yes, Gurren sighed after hearing this. She thought of herself. She used to be, in order to complete Orochimaru's mission. Kill her savior directly. The savior's 493 son became an orphan directly. Now that I think about it, she felt like she was really a B**********. D. But it's okay, because I joined the Elf Pavilion. Because I have a great boss. The savior who was killed by her was resurrected by Xianglin. This way, it made her feel a lot better. At the same time, she was even more grateful to Biho in her heart. But, it's okay for us to wait here all the time. Gurren sighed again. I'm really tired of all the food here. There is no way. Yikang slowly took a sip of tea. He said very calmly, but it doesn't matter, I believe. The people in the Akatsuki organization can't hold on much longer. Do not forget, their purpose is to collect tailed beasts and synthesize 10 tails. Now that this plan has begun, then it would be impossible to stop. Now they have collected 5 tailed beasts. If you can't get 6 tails for a long time, this will have an irreversible impact on their plans. So, it won't be long before they take action. We need to pay more attention. Makes sense. Hanlian nodded when he heard this. I just don't know when they will start taking action. This, advertisement when Yikang was about to say something. Suddenly his expression changed. She had just sensed a very powerful existence approaching them rapidly. That terrifying chakra. That kind of terrifying speed. That cold breath. It brought her an unimaginable sense of oppression. It can be said. This person is coming here. Apart from Biho, he is the smartest person she has ever seen in her life. Who is this coming? Yikang was slightly panicked. But then a fighting spirit arose again. It's just the right time. She stood up slowly, took out some money and put it on the table. He put on his bamboo hat again. Camellia, the enemy is coming. It's time for us to take action. Oh, Hanlian was stunned when he heard this. Then he smiled. Is it finally here? She also quickly stood up and put on the hat. Then he followed Yikang out of the snack bar. Following Yikang's gaze, he looked into the distance. This is Madara, rain somewhere in Shinobi Village. Pain, who was sitting in the rain and quietly looking at the village in the rain, suddenly stood up. Then he looked towards somewhere in Rain Shinobi Village with a solemn expression. By sensing ninjutsu, he discovered that Madara actually rushed into Rain Shinobi Village from the outside with murderous intent. As for Yikang and Gurren, he actually stood up, facing Madara's location. A war seems inevitable. After all, this war cannot be avoided. Nagato sighed. Then he turned to look at Konan. Konan. Let's leave this village. Madara is here. He should have a battle with the 2 men from the Black Organization. If we leave, those 2 people will definitely follow us away in perfect agreement. So, maybe it can reduce casualties in the village. Good. Konan nodded upon hearing this. Then start arranging it immediately. Write on paper at the same time, and control these papers. Let the papers float around the village. Let the villagers start to evacuate after seeing it. She quickly left Rain Shinobi Village with Nagato. Advertisement, Nagato and Konan should have evacuated here. At the same time, Yikang saw those papers and immediately came to such a conclusion. Oh, Gurren was stunned. That's just right, couldn't we just leave the village? Choose the battlefield outside in the forest? Good. Yikang nodded. In this era, if only a few fewer people could die. Then less people will die, the 2 of them sighed. I left Rain Shinobi Village quickly, Lord Madara. White Zetsu, who was leading the way next to Uchiha Madara, suddenly said, Nagato and Konan. And those 2 people from the Black Organization. The 4 of them went to the forest outside the village. Oh, Madara sneered immediately after hearing this. In that case, then let me see their strength. Said, he also ran towards the forest. I don't know how long it took. Somewhere in the forest, 2 women wearing bamboo hats suddenly appeared. And 6 Rinnegan puppets wearing Akatsuki uniforms with various weird black sticks on their faces. It's Pen 6 Paths, this day has finally come. Nagato controlled Yahiko and said slowly, although I don't know your true purpose. But sometimes, I still have a good impression of you. But, have to say, your idea is wrong. Your thoughts at this moment are the same as our thoughts at the beginning of 3.5. I want to bring peace to the world through gentle means. This is unrealistic. This is a cursed world. want to make this world peaceful. Then the world needs to feel the pain. Only the world feels the pain. Only then can the people of this world be completely quiet. Totally afraid of war. Nagato, what you said is wrong. Along with a deep voice sounded. Uchiha Madara also came out of the forest. Pain? Ha, human beings have healed their scars and forgotten the existence of pain. They can never learn from history, they can never remember the pain. So, want to make this world peaceful? Then you have to use Infinite Tsukuyomi. Chapter 203. The concept of the Black Organization. As soon as I update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Uchiha Madara. Pain looked at the man who suddenly appeared with a very complicated expression. Relationship between them. It's not too accurate to say it's cooperation. It can only be said that they are using each other. And Nagato is still in a very passive state, looking at Madara with a cold face now. Nagato will remember the first time he met Obito. Actually, I don't really agree with your plan. Pain looked at Madara and said slowly, I think so. There is no need to let this world fall into an illusion. Just let the people of this world feel the pain, so. That's enough. If everyone in this world is trapped in illusion, all that will be false. What's the point of living like this? Oh, Madara gave Pain a cold look, did not expect. After going through so much, you are still so naive. What a surprise to me, make the world feel pain. Huh, what's the use of that? Madara said and shook her head. Nagato, I'm not expecting you to get real answers right now. Let this world feel the pain first. After we finish this, we will continue. Now, we have important things to do, said. He then looked at Yi Kang and Hong Lien. Black Organization. I really don't know where you came from. But, I think your leader should be a powerful person. Do you know when you can meet me, for the Black Organization? Madara still has some understanding. He knew that this organization was very mysterious. It is also very powerful. The leader of the organization once used a move called Tathagata Divine Palm. That power is quite terrifying, and this can be concluded based on Black Zetsu's analysis of this organization. This palm, it should have been taken casually by the mysterious leader. Secondly, this mysterious leader, it can also resurrect the dead. This is quite a terrifying ability, but, if only to resurrect the dead. Advertisement it wouldn't surprise Madara. Madara was surprised. This ability to revive people seems to have no side effects. This is shocking. To know. In this world, although there are many forbidden techniques that can bring the dead back to life. But without exception, these forbidden techniques have side effects. That side effect is sacrificing yourself, but the Black Organization doesn't seem to have this side effect. At last, the leader of this mysterious organization can actually create tailed beasts silently. And, the tailed beast created, the strength is actually not weaker than 9 tails. This is something even Madara can't do. It is precisely because of these various reasons. That's why Madara was curious about the mysterious leader of the Black Organization. He had a premonition, when he implements his plan in the future. The leader of the Black Organization must be his biggest obstacle. If the Holy Master wants to see you, you will meet. Yi Kang's voice was very calm, although the two people in front of me are both very powerful beings. But, as long as she stands on the ground, she has endless confidence. This is the confidence brought by Groudonka. Besides, I don't agree with what you said at all. Oh. Madara showed a little curiosity when she heard this. So, what is your organization's perspective, or what is your leader's point of view, for the mysterious leader of the Black Organization? Madara and Nagato were both very curious, because it's so mysterious. Although the purpose of the Black Organization has been spread outside. But, they didn't find that purpose very credible. The general trend of the world is that if it unites for a long time, it must divide, and if it unites for a long time, it must unite. War is always inevitable, so, we cannot avoid war just because we do not want to experience war. Yi Kang recalled Bai Hao's remarks, narrating slowly. Want eternal peace, then we must change the way war is fought. Oh, Madara and Nagato were stunned at the same time. They were a little surprised by such a novel point of view. Changing the way war is fought? How to change? The way war is fought today, it is the most common hand-to-hand combat. Advertisement this way of war will cause a lot of casualties. Therefore, the method of war needs to be transformed to a certain extent. Just convert it into a way that doesn't require real people to fight. Is this really possible? Madara looked at Yi Kang with some confusion. But, although he is asking this, but actually, he already felt in his heart that this possibility was still possible. But, I'm afraid it will take many years of development before such a situation appears. Of course. Yi Kang nodded very calmly, and, this way. Then one wants to use huge pain to make everyone remember the pain caused by war, and is afraid of war. A man who wants to use illusions to make people all over the world enter the illusion. It is much better to create a false peace, a girl who doesn't know anything. I didn't expect that your leader would have such naive ideas. 220 I don't know. People's hearts will change. Madara shook her head upon hearing this. I still believe in what I have seen. After all, those are the truths left behind by Sage of Six Paths. What qualifications do you, a fool who has been deceived, have to talk about our holy lord? I heard what Madara said. Hanlian immediately shouted angrily. What? Madara frowned upon hearing this and looked at Hanlian with a fierce expression. What do you mean, cheated? What were you cheated on? V3. Gurren was about to elaborate on how Madara was deceived. As a result, he was directly stopped by Yi Kang, Camellia. What do you mean? Snort. Hanlian stopped quickly when he heard this. He couldn't understand anything about the two of them. Concealing the fact that Uchiha Madara was deceived for the time being. This matter cannot be discussed for the time being. Yi Kang shook his head. Madara frowned and looked at the two women in front of her. She had just seen Madara talk like that. She also thought of Biho's order. The purpose is to draw out Black Zetsu. If you want to fight, fight. After finding and sealing Black Zetsu, only then can we discuss this matter freely. But now I have reacted. Means nothing, the Holy Lord said. I was a little anxious for a while, so I almost spilled the beans. Chapter 204. Yi Kang vs Madara, Madara's surprise. Second update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Uchiha Madara gave Hagora and Gurren a cold look, regarding what Hanlian said just now. He didn't believe it. No matter how you say it, he is still an old Jianghu. It is impossible for one's beliefs to be shaken just because of someone's casual words. Not to mention, the two people in front of him were still his hostile forces. What if Hanlian just set a trap for him, once he foolishly believes it? Doesn't that mean he really is a fool? You want to deceive me with this despicable trick? How ridiculous. Madara complained silently in her heart. Then he rushed directly towards Yi Kang. He no longer had any patience to continue talking to the two of them. And the other side. Nagato saw Madara and started to attack. But they were not in a hurry to attack together. Instead, he controlled Pain's 6 paths and retreated a certain distance together. Stand far away, watching the battle between the two sides quietly. Go it alone. This can be considered a long-standing tradition of the Akatsuki organization. And, he also wanted to take this opportunity to see Uchiha Madara's strength. Let's see if Uchiha Madara is as powerful as the legend says. At the same time, after seeing the strength of Uchiha Madara, it is also convenient for him to continue to collaborate with Uchiha Madara. And after seeing Nagato's actions, the other three had mixed reactions. Uchiha Madara glanced at Pain's 6 paths very nonchalantly. Then continued the attack. Yakura ignores Pain's 6 paths. Straight up to Uchiha Madara, Gurren took a few steps back. Always be prepared for attacks from Pain's 6 paths. Then, a battle beyond cage level. That's how it unfolded. Uchiha Madara didn't directly use any special ninjutsu, but just use ordinary physical skills. Attack towards Yi Kang. When Yi Kang saw this, he used the calendar of the earth, directly lengthening the distance between Uchiha Madara and her. Let Uchiha Madara never come over. Madara noticed something unusual instantly. He found that no matter how hard he ran, he could not get close to Yi Kang. This made him very curious. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Go by feel. This is supposed to be an earth-style ninjutsu. Controlling the earth, he was always standing still near the stage. Advertisement: never get close to the enemy. This is a somewhat interesting technique. Just when Madara was thinking this, suddenly, I realized that the land around me suddenly became unfamiliar. Follow closely. He felt his feet go weak. The whole person just sank into the earth. What an awesome earth style. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but sigh. He found Yi Kang's earth style is very powerful. It is so powerful that it no longer looks like earth style, but as flexible as if it controls the earth. But, sigh is a sigh. His movements were not slow at all. Because at this moment his legs have sunk into the earth. Unable to break free directly or jump up, so, he turned on Susanoo directly. The terrifying chakra instantly dispersed the mudfield surrounding Madara. However, before Madara could make any further moves, then I felt empty under my feet, then the whole person just fell to the ground. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Madara was stunned again. He also didn't see Yi Kang's seal, so there is no way to respond in advance. You can only defend very passively. This is actually so bottomless? If I fall, she can crush me to death with dirt at will. Did not expect such a powerful ninjutsu. She could actually perform it without forming any seals. Very strong indeed. No wonder Nagato was blocked by these two people and couldn't come out of range Shinobi Village. Madara sighed in her heart, then directly drive Susanoo to the complete body. Flying up directly from the ground, although Yi Kang still controls the earth, allowing a large amount of soil to block Madara. But, Madara's power is simply too strong. Yi Kang's obstruction had no effect at all. Madara flew into the air in an instant. Yi Kang couldn't help but feel helpless. Really, my strength is still far behind, versus Uchiha Madara. It is indeed a bit difficult. Yi Kang sighed, then he stood there quietly, waiting for Uchiha Madara's next attack. The reason why she can fight Uchiha Madara. Mainly because of the bonus of Guladan card advertisement. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would be defeated by Uchiha Madara in one face-to-face encounter. So, naturally, she also knew that she had to make good use of her advantages. Avoid all weaknesses. And her weakness is, once her feet leave the ground, her ability to control the earth will disappear. No pursuit. Uchiha Madara was stunned when he saw this. Then he showed a look of understanding, it seems. What she specializes in is earth style. It is indeed a bit difficult for earth style to attack me while I am in the air. So, she chooses to save some chakra? Huh? Wrong? Her gesture. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara saw Yikura's clasped hands. Sage mode immediately came to mind. I didn't expect that she could actually sage mode. But, it doesn't look like he's very good at it. It actually requires preparation before turning on sage mode. Madara sneered. However, consider that not everyone has the strength of Senju Hashirama. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. How can I compare this man to Hashirama? I laughed at myself in my heart. Then Madara directly controlled Susanoo to attack Zhao Nuahao, Yi Kang. So fast, Yi Kang's pupils shrank when he saw this. Then quickly controlled the earth. Huge and hard rocks instantly rose from the ground. He stood in front of Yi Kang. At the same time, the earth suddenly cracked. Very sharp thorns suddenly protruded from the ground. Stab at the sudden charging Uchiha Madara, while she was using sage mode. You can still use earth style. Madara was shocked when she saw this. He was a little confused. Why can Yi Kang do this? As far as he knows, when turning on sage mode, you cannot use any ninjutsu. Otherwise, the opening of sage mode will be forced to interrupt. HMPH, a bit interesting, but Madara didn't think much about these details. Instead, he continued to rush towards Yi Kang. At the same time, waving the long sword, it was Yi Shinwen directly towards Yi Kang. Chapter 205. Deadlock. Nagato's shocking discovery. 3 updates, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Wow. Accompanied by a soft sound, all the defensive barriers created by Yakura were cut through by Uchiha Madara with one sword. Not only that, he also directly cut a very deep crack in the earth. However, although the power of this sword is huge, but it didn't hit Yeking at all. Standing on the earth, you have the ability of the god of the earth, which is no joke. As long as Yi Kang stands on the ground, then she is an existence that cannot be defeated. Want to defeat her, she had to get her feet off the ground. However, Madara didn't know all this. He just thought that Yi Kang had just used some special earth style and ran away from his sword. Did not expect, he ran pretty fast. Madara felt a little bit troubled. The sword just now, he used all his strength. As a result, Yi Kang was still not hit. This made him feel even more powerful and difficult to deal with Yi Kang. At the same time, it also gave him an illusion that not all members of the Black Organization are so powerful. If all the members of the Black Organization were so powerful, so, how powerful should their leader be? Madara thought about what Black Zetsu once said about the abilities of the members of the Black Organization 420. I couldn't help but feel more and more that this might be true. But that's okay. Enemies like this are fun to deal with. A day without Hashirama is not lonely. Madara's eyes suddenly burned with a strong fighting spirit. He immediately changed his tactics. First, use your perception ability to sense the location of Yi Kang. Then he flew over at full speed. He wanted to get closer to Yi Kang. Then directly cast the illusion. Genjutsu may be Yi Kang's weakness. Because he found out, Yi Kang kept distancing himself from him. At the same time, Yi Kang never looked at him. This is obviously to guard against his illusion. As long as I approach you at great speed, then, you can't avoid my illusion. With such an idea, Madara and Yi Kang started a chase. However, not long after, Madara realized that she had thought wrong. After Yi Kang turned on sage mode, the speed and attack power had become much stronger. Although it still can't hurt him, advertisement but. He also couldn't get closer to Yi Kang, BJBB, then. Madara and Yi Kang are caught in this kind of tug of war where no one can do anything about the other. Yi Kang was like a slippery loach, can't even touch it. Not only that, the opponent also releases some earth style or scorch style to attack him from time to time. This made Madara very frustrated. How abominable. If only I were fully resurrected, you will never be so frustrated. Madara became more and more irritable as she fought. Although he is now resurrected in the most perfect Impure world reincarnation way. But, this would not allow him to fully utilize all his power. Many abilities cannot be used for the time being. For example, the Wheel Tomb and Border Prison are the most useful at the moment. If he can use this ability, then he is confident that he can deal with Yi Kang instantly. Pity, he can't use it for now, and, he found that as soon as he fell to the ground. Then Yi Kang will control the earth and attack him directly. This resulted in him being unable to stand on the ground. I can only keep flying in the air. In that case, let's try this. Madara's eyes flashed coldly, then I started Rinnegan directly. Wood style the tree world is coming, accompanied by Madara's spell. The ground suddenly began to tremble. Big trees suddenly emerged from the ground. Go towards Yi Kang fiercely earth coiling, because Wood style's attack range is huge. So, Yi Kang seems to be really unavoidable, however. Something unexpected happened to Madara. Yi Kang was not seen making any moves. Then the ground suddenly began to roll violently. Follow closely. The roots of those big trees that suddenly appeared broke instantly. Suddenly, those big trees became rootless trees. The large rolling earth coiling was directly pushed into the distance. Madara was stunned when she saw this. For a time, there was no means of attack. Earth style he tried. It doesn't work at all. The 4 escape techniques of water, fire, wind, and thunder are completely useless. Because you can't hit anyone at all. As for using Rinnegan to release Tengai Shinsei or something, it doesn't work at all because in Madara's opinion, it is impossible to hit anyone with this kind of large-scale ninjutsu. Advertisement for a while. The battle once again reached a stalemate. Rinnegan? Nagato opens Rinnegan's first time in Madara. Just notice this. This shocked him. He has always believed that he is the chosen one. The one who changed the world, is the reincarnation of Sage of Six Paths. Because he's the only one who owns the Rinnegan, but at this moment, he discovered that Madara also had a Rinnegan. How could this not shock him? Why does Madara also have a Rinnegan? Or Madara in Impure World reincarnation state. So to say, Sharingan's final evolution is Rinnegan? So, where did my eyes come from? Where did Madara's eyes go after he died? Nagato thought of a lot at once, but I was getting more and more panicked. Could it be? My eyes are Madara's eyes. So, who transplanted this eye to me? Nagato couldn't figure it out. I really can't beat Madara. Yi Kang was thinking about another problem at the moment. Now, her situation was very embarrassing, although she can dodge all Madara's attacks. But, her attacks are also unable to cause any damage to Madara. And, even if it does cause damage, it is useless. After all, this is Madara. No matter what kind of injury is suffered, people can recover quickly. The key is, Madara's chakra is infinite, her chakra is limited. If it continues like this, she will be finished sooner or later. It seems that we need to evacuate, Yi Kang sighed helplessly. Then he directly used the ring to deliver the message to Gurren. Follow closely. She teleported directly to Honglian. He took Honglian and ran towards the sea. Want to run? Madara was happy when she saw this, then he quickly chased after him. But at this time, however, Honglian, who had not made any move until now, suddenly raised his hand. Diamond Storm. Chapter 206. The terrifying power of the Diamond Storm, Madara's panic, 4th update, please subscribe automatically. Diamond Storm, accompanied by Honglian's spell. Very small pink diamonds suddenly appeared in the air. Countless diamonds, with the help of strong winds. A very spectacular pink diamond tornado formed in the sky. This diamond tornado instantly surrounded Uchiha Madara who was trying to chase Hyakura and Gurren. Countless little diamonds. Just like that, with the help of the strong wind. Continuously rubbing against Madara's Susanoo, although Susanoo is very hard. But it's not as hard as this special diamond. Just for a moment, the complete form of Uchiha Madara Susanoo. It was worn away by this diamond storm, but Madara is not an ordinary person either. The first moment he was attacked by this diamond storm, he directly used Rinnegan's Shinra Tensei to deflect all the diamonds around him. What a terrifying ninjutsu. Madara looked like she had disappeared. And the ground cannot sense any enemy's breath. I couldn't help but feel very shocked. If he hadn't reacted faster, the diamond storm move just now could completely wipe out his entire body. The speed is too fast and the power is too great. This technique, Hichen Dun each has his own merits. Madara commented silently in her mind, but this technique is much more powerful than Dust Release. Because there is no way to avoid this technique, and it's impossible to prevent it. Without Rinnegan, this technique can kill a group of people instantly. I don't know if it's Hashirama either. Can you withstand this move? After briefly commenting on this ninjutsu, Madara then slowly landed next to Pain's 6 Paths. This black organization is indeed very powerful. Is a strong enemy. We need to think carefully about how to deal with these people. Advertisement now. Madara was a little panicked. Because the strength of this organization is really too terrifying. The members of each organization are so strong, so how powerful will that mysterious leader be? He felt for a moment that this mysterious and unusual leader of the black organization might be more powerful than Senju Hashirama. I am afraid. Only after I become 10 Tails Jinchuriki can I kill the mysterious leader of the organization, right? Madara couldn't help but think. Good. Pain nodded, then looked into Madara's eyes. For a while, I was hesitant to speak. Madara naturally saw what the other party was thinking. But it was not made clear, because he wants to take advantage of Nagato. Let Nagato help him come back to life completely. If everything is made clear, Nagato may have some bad intentions. After this war, let Madara understand a truth, that is. If he can't be fully resurrected, then when dealing with the black organization in the future, will be extremely passive, maybe. When the time comes, he will be sealed directly by the people from the black organization. If that's really the case, it would be really embarrassing. So, he wants a true resurrection. Let's go. Let's go back first and discuss it carefully. Good. After all, Pain still didn't ask the question he always wanted to ask. Because he didn't know how to face that answer for a while. I didn't expect your diamond storm to be so powerful. Yi Kang hid underground and saw the whole scene just now. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect it either. Hanlian was also very shocked at this moment, to be honest. She herself didn't know that her move was so powerful. Please give me flowers, although she had used such a move before to test its power. Advertisement but, because they are all experiments using rocks or mountain peaks. It is impossible to fully test the specific power of this move. Therefore, she has never known how much damage this move can cause. But, after such a battle, she then understood how powerful her move was. Did not expect, the Holy Lord has been so good to me. You actually gave me such a powerful ability. Hanlian suddenly felt sweet in her heart. To know, 0 when she chose to follow Orochimaru. Orochimaru never taught her, nor was she given any powerful ninjutsu. Sure enough, the Holy Lord is the strongest man in the world. And, still the most handsome. Let's go, it's time for us to report on the current situation. When Hanlian was thinking wildly, Yi Kang was holding Hanlian's hand. Came directly to a relatively remote place. The fact that I captured the Miko made Black Zetsu a little anxious. Only, I don't know what he will do next. Bijou doesn't have many ideas. At the same time, I didn't expect Madara to be summoned so early. He had actually expected such a thing to happen. Bijou got the news. They're discussing about the Black Organization. Madara was reincarnated by Impure World. An emergency meeting was also held within the Shao Organization. At this moment, he was only curious about what Black Zetsu would do next. Soon, it seems, know everything that just happened. Oh, for Madara's Impure World reincarnation, I started to use the ring to connect with Bijou. Chapter 207. Another high-level meeting of Shao Organization, the Furious Sprites. As soon as I update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. For now, this is the only information we have on the Black Organization. The person presiding over this meeting was Bijuu. The main speaker was White Zetsu. And Black Zetsu. At this moment, he was a little panicked. Not long ago, when Uchiha Madara and Yakura fought, he hid in the dark and watched the battle. As a result, I heard half of what Gurren said. He broke into cold sweat in an instant, those words. It's really scary. Fortunately, Hanlian was interrupted by Yi Kang just halfway through speaking. Not telling the whole story, this made Black Zetsu feel happy at the same time. I also felt a little confused. Why would the Black Organization hide such a thing? Black Zetsu was confused. But, he knows. The Black Organization definitely has some conspiracy waiting for him. This organization is really weird. Know this hidden danger must be eliminated as early as possible before the 887. Otherwise I may die at the hands of this organization sooner or later. No, maybe. What big conspiracy are they hiding? For example, the reason for hiding such a secret. Is it to resurrect my mother and then do something directly to her? The more Black Zetsu thought about it, the more it seemed possible. I couldn't help but feel more and more panicked. Maybe. The leader of this Black Organization, they are some monsters from outer space. For example, the kind of monster. At first, Black Zetsu believes that the leader of the Black Organization is a strong man from the Otsutsuki clan. But, later, after meeting Otsutsuki Ashiki, he rejected such a speculation. For a while after that, he felt extremely confused about who the leader of the Black Organization was. But, the thing about the monster was a reminder to him. Make him aware. It seems that the leader of the Black Organization may also be some monster from outer space. After having such a guess, his thinking also became much smoother. Definitely is. Only monsters from outer space have such abilities. So to say, the purpose of doing all this is to swallow Mom's chakra? Black Zetsu feels that he has seen through the true purpose of the leader of the Black Organization. And just when Black Zetsu was having random thoughts, White Zetsu was still simply describing the information they currently had. First is Uchiha Spring. Advertisement: she was originally a dead person. However, he was later resurrected by the mysterious leader of the organization. And give the opponent a special artificial tailed beast. Make her very powerful. Izumi has Mangekyo Sharingan. The capabilities of both eyes are unknown. However, one of the abilities may be to control ninja tools. Knows the Flying Thunder God technique and many other ninjutsu. Strong. Next is Xianglin. Xianglin originally came from Konoha Village. Later, during the Konoha Chūnin exam, he was noticed by the mysterious leader. Became a member of the Black Organization. The leader gave her an artificial tailed beast that looked like a phoenix. Judging from the current information, she knows wood style, but her other abilities are unknown. After that came Yuri Ringo, originally from Kirigakure but was forcibly taken away by Izumi. He was given an unknown artificial tailed beast by the leader. Strength increases explosively, judging from the information currently available. She can fly in the air, can summon thunderclouds and unleash terrifying lightning-style attacks. Strong. If there is no ability to deal with air enemies. If you meet her, you will die. After that came Nohara Lin. White Zetsu paused slightly when he said this, because this person is so crucial. And, both Madara and Obito are very familiar with this person. Really, after hearing this name, Madara's expression changed slightly. Subsequently, he gave Obito a very cryptic look. It turned out that Obito's expression was very solemn. His hands couldn't help but clenched into fists. he looked very concerned and annoyed. However, there was no expression of hatred towards him and the Akatsuki organization that Madara was worried about. This reassured Madara a little. The black organization is nothing more than that. Although powerful. But, no matter how powerful they are, they can't possibly know that this is my conspiracy. Just when Madara was proud, White Zetsu started talking again. Rin was originally a Konoha shinobi, later he was resurrected by the leader. And gave her an unknown artificial tailed beast, which greatly increased her strength. At the same time, she also has the ability to travel back in time. Very strange. It's Gurren. Gurren was originally a subordinate of Orochimaru. Later, he was wanted to leave by the black organization. Then he was directly brainwashed into rebellion, became a loyal member of the black organization. Advertisement after receiving the gift from the leader, his strength increased greatly. From the current point of view, it should have slightly increased the power of her crystal style. Others are unknown. Finally, there is Yi Kang. Hyakura was originally a scorch-style ninja from Sunagakure. Be a hero, later he was betrayed by the village. After being resurrected, he received the power from the leader. Great improvement in strength, has unimaginable earth-style abilities. For now, we only know part of the information about these black organization members. As for whether there are other members of the black organization, that is currently unknown. After listening to White Zetsu's narration, several people fell silent immediately. They're thinking. Think about how we can get rid of such a huge and difficult, stumbling block, as the black organization. Pity. No matter how you think about it, haven't thought of a suitable solution. Black Zetsu has his own methods though, but he couldn't say. Because if the plan is to succeed, it cannot do without Otsutsuki's help. And the content related to Otsutsuki Ashiki, he couldn't tell at all. Otherwise, the matter of Otsutsuki Kagaya may be exposed. It seems, they can only resurrect me first, and then carry out the operation to exterminate the black organization. Madara also has a plan in mind, but he couldn't say either. After all, if he wants to be resurrected, someone needs to sacrifice his life to save him. This kind of thing requires simple planning before it can be carried out. To put it bluntly, the success rate is really low. Obito and Nagato really have no choice, because this black organization is so incomprehensible. Let me supervise the black organization first. In the end, it was White Zetsu who spoke first. 3.4, in the event of insufficient intelligence. The demon was angry. The 4 people under Huang Quan finally returned to Huang Quan. When the time comes, I want to see what those black organizations will do. We are now in a period of great chaos, maybe we can collect better information. Report their findings exactly as they were. This is the only thing that can be done now, there is no other way. Everyone thought for a moment and then nodded together. Attack the swamp country with all your strength. Take your body back first, then, I want to destroy this world. We simply cannot carry out extermination operations. We need to collect some information first. Hear White Zetsu's words. When the Shao organization was discussing this major matter. Just right. After knowing the information that the Miko was kidnapped by the black organization. Agreed with the other party's suggestion. Chapter 208. The situation changes drastically. The second 5 Shadows conference is held. Second update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. The demon was angry. Directly controlling the terracotta warriors and horses under his command, he launched a fierce attack on the kingdom of Swamp. He wanted to get his body back first, then let the soul merge with the body. Be truly reborn, and accompanied by such an order from the monster. The entire ninja world suddenly became turbulent. The troops of the 5 great ninja villages immediately began to rush towards the country of Marsh. This is not to save the swamp country, but to prevent the monster's body and soul from merging. However, the result of the battle was not very satisfactory. The 5 major ninja villages tried their best and lost a lot of troops. Nor can they destroy the terracotta warriors and horses of the sprites. It can't even stop the terracotta warriors and horses from advancing. We can only watch the terracotta warriors and horses advancing slowly bit by bit, but there is nothing we can do. And with the continuous advancement of the terracotta warriors and horses army, none of the 5 shadows could hold on anymore. The new 5 Shadows Conference was also held urgently under such circumstances. But, this time the 5 Shadows Conference. In order to facilitate the 5 Shadows, 19 can enter the battle situation as soon as possible and command the battle. So, the place chosen for the meeting was near the land of Swamp. And those who presided over the meeting were still the warriors of the Iron Kingdom. Everyone, tell me what to do. Raikage was very irritable at the moment. Because the situation is somewhat out of control. Especially the Hokage. With that said, he looked at Tsunade. It was well said at first, let you send people to protect that witch. And took the witch to seal the monster. The results of it? The witch was actually captured first by the black organization. If it weren't for your mistakes, we wouldn't be in such a state of distress. Is it my fault? Tsunade slapped the table and stood up. Glaring at Raikage, Yin said, I sent Elite Jonin as soon as I received the information. I found out after the results arrived, the witch has been captured. And, the palace where the witch is located has been turned into ruins. There were traces of fighting between members of the black organization and the Akatsuki organization at the scene. What should I do if I encounter these two organizations? That's because you are weak, Kage slapped the table. At the same time, he planted his feet on the stool and leaned forward, glaring at Tsunade. If it were us, I will just ask Mabui to send me there directly with technique. I would like to see how strong the Akatsuki organization and that black organization are. Advertisement, that's you, although we have Flying Thunder God technique here. But, the Kingdom of Ghosts is not marked, there is no way to go directly. Otherwise, you won't be so passive, in the final analysis, you are still weak. You Konoha must be responsible for this, enough. Tsuchikage Onoki slammed the table and stood up suddenly. Stop. The host of the meeting, Mifune, also shouted loudly at the same time. The two looked at each other, then Onoki sat back silently. Mifune said, Hokage is not to blame for this matter. Even if she went there in person, the result would still be the same. The only thing to blame is that the Black Organization and the Akatsuki Organization are too powerful. And now, our focus should be on how to solve this big trouble. Instead of arguing, snort, Tsunade and I snorted at the same time. Then we sat back together. Okay, can we get down to business now? Mifune glanced at everyone present, then he said slowly, the destruction caused by monsters. Everyone knows it too. If we don't do anything, the world is over. And, at our side, there are also two terrifying and abnormal organizations, the Black Organization and the Akatsuki Organization, planning something. Our situation at the moment is quite dire, if one is not handled well. Then the entire ninja world would be finished, so. I hope everyone can think of solutions with their heart. Everyone heard this. There was a slight silence together for a moment. Everyone knows this moment is critical. The monster matter must be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, things will get out of hand. But, the matter of the witch being captured by the Black Organization is really unsolvable. So they didn't have any good ideas for a while, we can only stay silent together. Can such a thing as a monster be sealed in other ways? Mizukage Terumi Mei suddenly asked, this matter of the Black Organization and the Miko. I feel like we'd better not think about it, they're hard to find. Even if you find it, it may not be useful, advertisement. So, we need to think of other solutions, that's a good idea. Mifune nodded. The way for witches to deal with monsters is to seal them. So, as long as we find a powerful sealing technique, maybe it will work. As Mifune's words fell, everyone looked at Tsunade. As everyone knows, the strongest sealing technique in the ninja world is the Kingdom of Whirlpool. And after the Kingdom of Whirlpool was destroyed, the one with the strongest sealing technique is Konoha. Sealing technique? Tsunade sneered when he saw this. Yo, everyone, are you thinking of us now, when the Kingdom of Whirlpool was destroyed? What are you thinking about, especially old man Onoki? And Kage. Onoki snorted coldly when he heard 980 words. The sealing technique of the Kingdom of Whirlpool was really powerful back then. It's so powerful that it makes people a little greedy. Then, in addition to Konoha, several other countries began to calculate in a tacit understanding. They diverted the attention of Konoha's powerful men. Then quickly destroy the country of Whirlpool. By the time Konoha reacted, the top brass of the country of Whirlpool and the Uzumaki clan had all been wiped out. I can only suffer a silent loss secretly, but there is nothing to do. And in this battle, several villages have received huge benefits. It's a forbidden technique called the Forbidden Technique. Stop saying these meaningless words. This forbidden technique requires consuming the soul of the caster. Therefore, the tailed beast was sealed even more perfectly. Once this forbidden technique is cast, that is to say. But, Kage Lang snorted, let's talk about it. Everyone suddenly fell silent. You can capture the target's soul and seal it directly. Have. Tsunade also knows that it is meaningless to continue holding on to accountability for what happened back then at this time. Anyone who uses this technique will die. Hear Tsunade's words. Tsunade, do you have any powerful sealing techniques? For example, Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village have received good sealing techniques. Chapter 209. 5 Shadows Decision to Deploy Troops and Generals. 3 updates, please subscribe and ask for automatic. In the conference room, everyone was silent for a while. If the corpse sealing was not the forbidden technique, it would be fatal. Some of them would ask people from Konoha to try it. But, the forbidden technique is a death-defying forbidden technique. You can't open your mouth and let others try it. We can only wait for people to take the initiative to say that they are ready to try it. After all, they cannot open this mouth, otherwise. There will be a weird sense of selfishness about letting others die to save themselves. Tsunade found the conference room silent. I immediately understood what these people were thinking. But, she couldn't open the door, because the village knows this forbidden technique. There are only 3rd generation Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uzumaki Kushina who was resurrected not long ago. Certainly, if it weren't for these 2 people, she couldn't speak either. Because if you let people die, it's really hard to say. Besides this technique, is there no other technique? Host Mifune slowly asked, the side effects of this technique are really too great. And, it may not work either, it should work. How about we find some volunteers? Kage slowly said, every village has some people. No matter how well they're trained, this technique will be kept secret. No, Tsunade slowly shook his head, this technique is really difficult to practice. Except for a few people who can practice it, others simply never learn. Those who can learn this jutsu, without exception. Or a genius ninja. Or a ninja who is very, very talented in sealing arts. Both types of ninjas. No matter which village they're in, they're all treasures. Hear Tsunade's words, everyone fell silent again. They all understand. The kind of people Tsunade mentioned are treasures in every village. No one is willing to let such people come out and die for the so-called peace of the ninja world. Then, this topic once again hit a dead end, just when everyone was at a loss what to do. Tsunade suddenly spoke again. Our village will further research and improve the forbidden technique that seals out the corpses. Try to get a secret technique as soon as possible that can completely seal the enemy's soul without any side effects. Are you sure? Reikage stared at Tsunade. Developing ninjutsu is not a simple matter. 50% sure. Tsunade said slowly. There is a ninjutsu genius in our village. Advertisement his words, there should be no problem. Now, Tsunade couldn't help but think of Bijuu. In her opinion, at this time, only Bijuu can save the world. This is so unreliable. Reikage shook his head upon hearing this. He doesn't quite believe in this kind of thing, he only believes in the power he currently possesses. I haven't seen what a monster looks like until now. Since there is nothing we can do now, so, I suggest that our 5 shadows fight that monster to the end. I don't believe it, there is only one option in this world, sealing. In this world, there is never anyone who cannot be killed. Tsunade heard this and wanted to say that Hidan couldn't be killed. But think about it, it seems that saying this is a bit like making a point. So I gave up. She was also prepared to fight the so-called monster. Take a look at how powerful this legendary monster that can destroy the world is. Good, in that case, let's fight that monster. Right, several other people heard the words and responded quickly. Now, they had no way out. Declaring war with the monsters became the only way. Then, they can only fight the monsters to the end. But, Mifune suddenly said, this matter, there are still some details to be negotiated. Oh, everyone turned to look at Mifune, don't forget it. The Black Organization and the Akatsuki Organization. Mifune said slowly. Why do the Akatsuki Organization and the Black Organization want to capture the Miko? There must be many hidden secrets hidden in it, for the Akatsuki Organization. We can probably guess their purpose. They may want to cause chaos in the entire ninja world. This not only makes it easier for them to hide themselves. It can also weaken our power. In the end, it was more beneficial for them to capture the last 3-tailed beasts. As for the Black Organization, we don't know this. But, there is no time to think about what they want to do. It's urgent. It is to prevent the Akatsuki Organization from invading and snatching Jinchuriki. We need to attack the demon army at the same time. Protect the 3 Jinchuriki, hearing Mifune's words. Advertisement everyone nodded. Everyone thought he was right. In that case, then let these Jinchuriki gather together. Go to a very private place, and well guarded by some strong men. Tsunade said slowly. What do you think? I think so. Reikage nodded. Currently, there are only 3-tailed beasts left in the Akatsuki Organization that have not been captured. There are 6 tails and 9 tails who are currently in Konoha. And 8 tails in Cloud Shinobi Village, so, there was a nod on his part. Others had no objections. 1. I know there is a Turtle Island. That place was perfect for them to hide. Each of our 2 sides sent some ninjas to protect them. Then just find a place to use it and let them practice there. Okay, Tsunade nodded, with the decision of the 5 shadows. The ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages also began to gather. The original mission of Team Kakashi was also cancelled. Join a combat team instead. Begin to resist the invasion of the Terracotta Warriors and Horses Corps. Naruto, on the other hand, was transferred back to Konoha by Tsunade. As soon as he arrived at the front line, Naruto, who looked unhappy, found Tsunade in a state of collapse. Grandma Tsunade, why'd I still need to practice? I finally mastered the new ninjutsu, haven't used it successfully yet. I don't want to practice, no, yes, Tsunade's face turned cold. Your training mission this time is different from the past. This practice, it is so that you can live in harmony with the 9 tails in your body. Once successful, you won't have to worry about 9 tails going berserk in the future. Naruto immediately became excited when he heard this. Once you go berserk, when the time comes, I will ask Bijuu to follow you. It will get out of control. I arranged this practice. Naruto immediately scratched his head in embarrassment upon hearing this. He also knew that he would go berserk if he consumed too much. Do not worry, Naruto could only agree reluctantly. Will Bijuu also go? Alright, you won't go berserk because you consume too much power. Just to prevent you from going berserk due to a fierce battle soon. This is not only for you, but also for everyone. Thought of this. Moreover, this kind of loss of control often occurred when practicing wind-style spiral shuriken. Well, Chapter 210 Bijuu's Plan, Madara's Decision, 4th update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. Naruto's feelings for Bijuu are very complicated. Although Bijuu often shows off, but not only did he not be jealous or disgusted with Bijuu. On the contrary, I still admire Bijuu a little. In his opinion, Bijuu is both a teacher and a friend. So, if I could do this practice with Bijuu, he was still very happy in his heart. Good. Bijuu will go. Tsunade nodded. She is very aware of the strength of the Shao organization. Therefore, to ensure nothing goes wrong, so, she decided to send Bijuu there. After all, when facing the attack of the Akatsuki organization or the Black organization, only Bijuu can resist, if it were someone else to protect the 3 Jinchuriki. I am afraid that I will lose my wife and lose my troops. Well, I go. Seeing Naruto agree, Tsunade nodded with satisfaction. You don't have to go to Konoha, after a period of time. Bijuu will bring someone to pick you up, you go to a quiet place to practice together. Wait until you have completed your practice, then come back and fight again after 517. Good. Naruto nods his head sharply, at the same time. Inside Konoha Village, Bijuu also received a flying pigeon message from Tsunade. Let me protect 3 Jinchuriki. Bijuu looked at the letter and frowned slightly. It seems, the 5 great ninja villages are preparing for a decisive battle. Bijuu came to such a conclusion very easily, after all. Only after all the elites of the 5 major ninja villages came out. Only then would they be worried about the safety of those Jinchuriki. Advertisement, this is exactly what I originally expected. In Bijuu's original vision, after he captured the witch, it will cause great turmoil in the entire ninja world. The sprites will go crazy trying to get the body to prepare for the next unknown event. The 5 great ninja villages are for the whole world. It will definitely be fully assembled, form an army and fight to the end with the legion of monsters. And this way, the interiors of the major ninja villages became empty. And the 5 great ninja villages wanted to protect the only 3 remaining Jinchuriki. I will definitely find a way to protect these Jinchuriki. And the best way to protect it, just like the original work. Find a group of ninjas. Follow the 3 Jinchuriki to practice on the Turtle Island whose whereabouts are difficult to determine. And the best protector, it's him who knows how to do it. I don't know what kind of response the Akatsuki organization will have next. Bijuu is very curious about the next Shao organization's actions. Because in his opinion, the seal of the tailed beast cannot be interrupted for too long. They will definitely act as soon as possible, capture 6 tails. Otherwise, if the sealing plan fails, everything will be over. So, the Akatsuki organization will definitely try their best to catch the tailed beast. And there are many ways to do this. For example, Uchiha Madara can be resurrected. Then he led a group of strong men to rush forward without thinking. For example, you can use some conspiracies that he can't guess. Etc. All in all, Akatsuki organized for these tailed beasts. I will definitely try my best, but, no matter how hard the Akatsuki organization tries, there's no way around this one thing that came to him. Anyway, the members of the Akatsuki organization need to find a way to defeat him in order to get the tail, beast. This was his real purpose in capturing the witch. Organize a big showdown with Shao in advance. Get rid of this organization full of hidden dangers. Certainly, the most important of this organization is Black Zetsu. Advertisement. The main purpose of everything is to solve Black Zetsu. Bring it on. Let me see your plan, Bijuu sighed in his heart. While packing my luggage, with 6 tails Jinchuriki Bubble and his apprentice Hotaru, he left Konoha directly, rushing towards the vicinity of the swamp country. As for the witch in the bookstore, he doesn't have to worry at all. Because the witch in the bookstore is absolutely safe. No matter who enters the bookstore, it is impossible to discover the existence of the witch. And it is impossible for the witch to find anyone who enters the bookstore. This is invincible power, when Bijuu was on his way. The clone of White Zetsu, who had been hiding in Konoha and transformed into a passerby, immediately discovered Bijuu's departure. Then, he quickly conveyed his feelings to his main body. The ontology relays the information to others. Bijuu is gone? And, with 6 tails Jinchuriki, several people were slightly stunned when they heard this. Then I understood what Tsunade meant, it seems. They were preparing to gather the Jinchuriki somewhere. And was personally protected by Bijuu. Obito said slowly, this is not easy to handle. What's wrong with this? Madara sneered immediately after hearing this. I didn't have a lot of fun playing with this little guy last time. I originally wanted to have a lot of fun this time. But, in my opinion, there should be no chance, because my Impure World reincarnation's body is too weak. This time, let's first find out where Jinchuriki is. Then, use all your strength to capture Jinchuriki. A group of people besieged Bijuu's words. I don't believe he can stop it. Hearing this, the other people all nodded. They think Madara is right. Now, to plan. They really can't continue to care too much. Bijuu must be defeated by any means necessary. Chapter 211. Bijuu arrived. Rakage was surprised. As soon as I update, please subscribe and ask for automatic. After Shao organized everyone to discuss, then we started arranging it directly. Because there are still black organizations watching them from the outside world. So, this time, the Akatsuki organization changed to a more stable tracking plan. First, all the main core members remain in the organization. Led by Orochimaru and Uchiha Madara, they work on new ninjutsu. Improve the strength of all organizational members. Madara believes it. Use your own knowledge to match the talent of the cause. We can definitely create some more powerful ninjutsu for members of these organizations. Let their strength be significantly improved. Secondly, send out peripheral members and white Zetsu clones to search for traces of Bijuu and Jinchuriki around the world. The reason for this? The main reason is to prevent the actions of the Akatsuki organization from being noticed by the Black organization. This way the search for Bijuu and Jinchuriki will be relatively hidden. At last, another group of white Zetsu clones were sent out. They utilize the perfect transformation technique. Take advantage of this battle, quietly lurking among the troops in various villages. They will use various means to keep climbing up. Strive to lurk in the intelligence departments of various villages as soon as possible to provide more intelligence to the Akatsuki organization. At the same time, they are also tasked with finding the whereabouts of Bijuu and his party. Just as the members of the Akatsuki organization began to take action, Bijuu took the Six Tails Jinchuriki bubbles and fireflies and was heading towards the front line of the Land of Swamp in a leisurely manner. He wants to go to the front line first, join Naruto with Killer Bee in Cloud Shinobi Village. Then we headed towards Turtle Island together. He did not deliberately hide the whereabouts of himself and others on the way, because he actually wanted to be caught up by people from the Akatsuki organization. In this way, the group quickly arrived at the front line of the battlefield. As this war, Firefly looked at the rising smoke and dust in the distance, as well as the explosions and screams that kept coming from far away. I couldn't help but feel a little shocked. This was the first time she saw the scene of war. Although I have long known the horror of war, but when I actually saw the war, I still felt that I thought of the war too simply. This is not actually the full picture of the war. Bijuu glanced at it from a distance and then said calmly, because of this battle. It's a battle between ninjas and terracotta warriors. There were no ordinary people participating in the war. Once a war really breaks out and engulfs the people, that's really scary, although Bijuu has the ability to prevent this war. But he didn't stop it. After all, he was the one who started this war. Advertisement: if he directly asked the witch to seal the monsters, then this war would never have happened. In order to draw out the Akatsuki organization and Black Zetsu, take full control of the initiative, this loss must be endured. Moreover, because it was discovered early, so the people have been transferred long ago. All those participating in the battle were ninjas. And, with the continuous addition of powerful ninjas, fewer and fewer ninjas died in this battle. The Terracotta Warriors Corps and the Ninja Alliance were temporarily in a state of stalemate. It is precisely for these reasons, therefore, those members of the organization have always regarded Elf Pavilion as a salvation organization. I was still very happy chatting in the internal organization chat group. At minimal cost. Save this world, isn't it also the best salvation? Let's go. Bijuu was slightly distracted for a moment. Then he led the two of them towards the frontline camp. In the camp, Tsunade did not go to the war in order to wait for Bijuu. Bijuu, you are finally here. After Tsunade saw Bijuu coming, a happy smile immediately appeared on his face. Then he took out a scroll and handed it to Bijuu. I also told you about the situation in my letter. This scroll contains the details of the sealing of corpses. If you can, I hope you can improve this technique. Tsunade looked at Bijuu hopefully. She has been very anxious recently, ever since the incident about the monster was reported back to the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kushina scrambled to get ready to go to the front line and use Ghoul Seal to seal the monsters. But the current situation has not reached the point where it is out of control. So, Tsunade never agreed. After all, the sealing of corpses will kill people. So, if Bijuu can develop an improved version of the corpse seal, that is the perfect solution to this matter. If not, then wait until later. Please give me flowers. Good. Bijuu nodded, then he took over the corpse seal. So far, he has never obtained such a sealing technique through lottery. Prepared to take advantage of such an opportunity. Study this sealing technique carefully. Advertisement. See if you can get anything out of it. The two briefly chatted for a few more words. Then Tsunade took Bijuu directly to the camp in Cloud Shinobi Village. Now, in the campground of Cloud Shinobi Village, Killer Bee has arrived. Raikage did not go to the front line, but waited here for Tsunade and his party. Saw Tsunade and his party arriving, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Because of the people who come, except Bubbles as an adult. The other three people all looked like minors. 0. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This made him feel that Tsunade was very unreliable. Tsunade, who are you going to send to protect whom? Said, he pointed at the phone. Can this person plus a genin really protect 2 Jinchuriki? Or, are you going to rely on our help to protect these 3 Jinchuriki? You are wrong. Tsunade smiled and shook his head. Then he put his arm on Bihu's shoulders. The bubble is 6 Tails Jinchuriki. He is the commander-in-chief of this operation. What? Raikage was stunned, then he immediately became angry. Tsunade, are you kidding me? You sure? So Genin, who just graduated from the ninja school, can complete this mission. He is Bijuu. The smile on Tsunade's face continued. You should be able to get information about him, right? Well, Raikage was startled when he heard this. Indeed, each major ninja village actually has spies from other ninja villages. So, some basic information about Biho. He had heard of it. Back then, he fought hard against Madara and snatched back the one-tailed Jinchū calendar from the Akatsuki organization. This is quite an impressive achievement, but he never thought of it. Biho is so young. Konoha is really full of talents. Raikage couldn't help but sigh. However, there was a bit of malicious intent in his eyes. That's it. Then let them go, do it.